Chapter 1. As the man who had captured him slowly drew a knife, Chun-Yi struggled desperately, yearning to break free from his captor's grasp. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. In his heart, he fervently thought, "No, I do not want to die. I still have a girl to pursue." He contemplated entering his ring, but found himself unable to do so. Just as anxiety began to overwhelm him, the voice of an old man resonated. "You insolent brat. You chose to ignore me, to vex me, and to extort me. Now you shall feel the sting of this blade. Do not worry, you won't perish, but it will indeed be quite painful. Ha ha," and with that, the voice faded away. At this moment, Chun-Yi felt as if he were drowning in despair, cursing the ancestors of the divine. Suddenly, with a sharp thud, the knife plunged deep into Chun-Yi's chest, his breath gradually ceasing. In his final moments, he heard the words of his adversary. "I truly did not wish to kill you, Broly, but you have already begun to affect my reign." As his consciousness faded, he was unceremoniously tossed into a refuse heap. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, an explosion reverberated through the air, a volcanic eruption that split the earth, startling the unconscious Broly awake. Upon witnessing the catastrophic scene, he realized that planet Vegeta was on the brink of destruction. Instinctively, he let out a cry, and a formidable energy enveloped him, lifting him gently upward. However, he noticed that his father, who should have been by his side, was mysteriously absent, leaving him to wonder if his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. Thus, relying on his sudden surge of power, Broly was propelled to another planet as planet Vegeta erupted. Time passed without measure until he awoke, confronted by peculiar decorations. Broly felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. Where am I? Well, since I am here, I might as well settle down until the Dragon Ball saga begins. Then I will seek out Kakarot. As Broly pondered, a plant spoke to him. "You are awake." Glancing at the speaker, Broly offered a genuine smile. "Thank you," and promptly fainted once more. Swiftly, 10 years slipped by. Now, Broly lay peacefully asleep aboard a spaceship. Thanks to the divine intervention, he had not succumbed to the loss of control that plagued him in the original narrative. Within the confines of the ring space, he had diligently trained in the mental room for a decade, evolving from training under 50 times gravity to now enduring 1,000 times gravity. This rigorous training had yielded exponential growth in his strength. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep aboard the spaceship, a mechanical voice interrupted his slumber. 30 minutes until arrival at Namek. Awakening sleep mode in 30 minutes. Gradually opening his eyes, Broly beheld the beauty of the planet before him and could not suppress a smile. "Ah, we have finally arrived. I hope the Grand Elder can help me unlock my potential." Chapter 3. Unlocking Potential and the Three Wishes. Atop the highest mountain on Namek, within a dwelling, a frail old man addressed a young man beside him. "What a powerful aura. I cannot discern if they are friend or foe." "Neru, go and investigate." The young man, referred to as Neru, respectfully replied, "Yes, Grand Elder." With a resounding boom, Broly successfully landed on Namek, stepping out of the spaceship and inhaling the fresh air. A smile spread across his face as he noticed a Namekian approaching. Hovering before Broly, Neru inquired warily, "Stranger from another world, what brings you to Namek?" Observing Neru's caution, Broly replied with a smile, "I have heard there are Dragon Balls here. I am in search of them, and would also like to pay a visit to your Grand Elder." Upon hearing Broly's words, Neru responded, "Oh, then please follow me. I shall take you to meet our esteemed Grand Elder." With that, he soared into the sky, and Broly followed him towards the Grand Elder's abode. Upon arriving, Neru turned to Broly, saying, "Come with me." He then entered the dwelling. After relaying Broly's intentions to the Grand Elder, the Elder turned to Broly and inquired, "Outsider, what is your purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls?" Broly replied, "Actually, Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls are secondary to my primary goal. I wish to consult you, as I am aware of your unique ability to unlock one's potential. I seek your assistance in this matter, if it poses no threat to you. Additionally, my quest for the Dragon Balls is to request 2 wishes. First, a device that can regulate my personal gravity, and second, a comprehensive map of the universe. Without such a map, I cannot utilize my instant transmission effectively I must know where to go before I can teleport. These are my 2 wishes. I hope they can be granted. The Grand Elder responded, I can't fulfill these requests. It is evident you are not malevolent, you possess a kind heart. Come closer, and I shall assist you in unlocking your potential. Neru, please fetch the Dragon Balls from the other elders for Broly. Once his potential is unlocked, you may proceed with the wishes. Neru respectfully acknowledged, yes, Grand Elder, and Broly smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. Broly, come here. I shall help you unlock your potential, the Grand Elder instructed. Following the Elder's guidance, Broly stepped forward. The Grand Elder slowly raised his hand and touched Broly's forehead. After a moment, he exclaimed, what immense potential! Withdrawing his hand, the Grand Elder stated, Broly, your potential is boundless. I can only assist you to this extent. Broly bowed slightly and expressed, thank you, Grand Elder. He then produced a communicator and said, Grand Elder, this is my contact method. Should anything occur on Namek, you can reach me through this device, and I will come at once. The Grand Elder accepted it with care. Now, Broly, you may go. Neru has gathered the Dragon Balls. Broly and Neru flew to a secluded area, where Neru utilized the Namekian language to summon the eternal dragon, Purunga. Overcome with excitement, Broly gazed at the magnificent dragon before him. Purunga then addressed Neru. The one who summoned me, state your wishes. I can grant you 3. After hearing the dragon's words, Broly conveyed to Neru his first wish. I desire an adjustable gravity bracelet that can be worn on my entire body, with a maximum gravity set to the highest capability of the dragon. Ideally, the bracelet should be able to be retracted into my body. Neru then articulated Broly's first wish in Namekian. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and a bracelet appeared on Broly's wrist. Purunga declared, to retract the bracelet into your body, simply control it with your mind. The maximum gravity can be adjusted up to 100,000 times. Familiarizing himself with his newfound power, Broly felt elated he could finally train whenever and wherever he wished. Purunga then continued, now, please state your second wish. After hearing this, Broly relayed his second wish to Neru. Before long, the second wish was granted, and Broly felt an influx of knowledge in his mind, prompting him to organize his thoughts. Once the second wish was fulfilled, Purunga announced, now for your final wish, please speak. After a moment's contemplation, Broly said to Neru, my last wish is to learn how to harness my ki. After Neru articulated this in Namekian, Purunga replied, that wish is simple. With that, his eyes glowed red once more, and Broly felt additional knowledge regarding the utilization of ki flooding his mind. Your 3 wishes have been granted. Farewell. With that, Purunga soared into the sky, returning to the Dragon Balls, which dispersed across Namek, restoring the sky to its normal state. After Broly and Neru returned to bid farewell to the Grand Elder, they instantly teleported to an uninhabited planet, where Broly commenced his training and further exploration of ki. Chapter 5. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The following morning, under the bright sunshine, Sun Wukong and his companions donned their martial arts uniforms and entered the martial arts temple, where the preliminary rounds would determine the top 8 contenders of the tournament. After years of dedicated training, the strength of Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien had significantly improved. As everyone gathered, Yamcha suddenly noticed that Wukong was devoid of his tail and exclaimed in astonishment, Wukong, where is your tail? Oh, the Supreme Kai said my tail was a hindrance, so it was removed. I still don't quite understand it. Wukong replied, equally puzzled. I see. Yamcha recalled how Wukong transformed into a giant ape during a full moon. The absence of a tail indeed eliminated a potential risk, and he refrained from questioning further. As if sensing something, Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Observing his sudden seriousness, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, Wukong, what's wrong? Is something happening? Wukong remained silent, turning his gaze through the throngs of people toward the peculiar figure cloaked in a robe in the corner of the martial arts temple. The crowd followed his line of sight, and at that moment, the mysterious man also cast a frigid glare at Wukong before coldly snorting and turning away. Wukong, do you know him? His gaze is so chilling, he seems incredibly formidable. Tianjin Fan inquired gravely, having sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the stranger. Indeed, he possesses immense strength and is no benign entity. Krillin, Inchai, if either of you encounters him in the tournament, concede immediately, or your lives may be at stake. Wukong replied earnestly, aware that Piccolo's power far surpassed that of Tianjin Fan and the others. Are you jesting? Our abilities have significantly improved. Is he truly that powerful? Krillin and Inchai questioned incredulously. Wukong nodded solemnly, stating, he is the reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo, and his strength has grown exponentially. The great demon King Piccolo, he is still alive. Krillin and the others gasped in shock, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Despite their relentless training over the past 3 years, they had only surpassed the original Piccolo by a small margin against this new incarnation. They were utterly outmatched. Inchai swallowed hard, fists clenched, frustration evident on his face as he exclaimed, how infuriating! After 3 years of arduous training, I hope to demonstrate my prowess. Yet the great Demon King Piccolo has returned. Wukong, it seems that he's a challenge only you can face. The realization that they were no match for the new Piccolo was one they all accepted. Son Wukong nodded earnestly, a fire igniting within his veins, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Leave the great Demon King Piccolo to me. I look forward to an exhilarating battle. At that moment, a slender hand gently tapped Wukong's shoulder, a soft voice chiming, Hey, son Wukong, long time no see. The group snapped back to reality to find a charming girl in a qipao, her figure exquisite, smiling at them. Who are you? Wukong asked curiously. You don't recognize me. The girl's serene expression flickered with disbelief, her cheeks suddenly flushing with anger as she shouted, You have forgotten me, you scoundrel. After hurling her accusation, she stormed away in a huff without further explanation. Meanwhile, our protagonist hid in a corner, thoroughly enjoying the scene, muttering to himself, the real-life version is even better than the animation. Yes, that Chi-Chi is far more beautiful than in the original. I wonder if Android 18 and Bulma are also more stunning. Yes, quite nice. Alas, it will be many years before I meet Android 18. First, I must think about how to approach Bulma and the others. Yes, I should try with Bulma first. Haha. With a rather lecherous chuckle, he turned away from Wukong and the others. Chapter 6. The Preliminary Matches. Krillin, filled with envy, grasped Wukong's collar, exclaiming, What an adorable girl. Have you truly been training in the heavenly realm these past few years? How could such a lovely girl seek you out? And you forgot who she is. It's infuriating. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Son Wukong replied innocently, I genuinely don't know her. Who knows why she approached me? Krillin, upon hearing this, felt utterly deflated, overwhelmed with frustration. Why did charming girls gravitate towards Wukong while he remained unnoticed? Even more exasperating was Wukong's indifferent demeanor. What disparity! Attention, contestants. We apologize for the delay. The preliminary matches are about to commence. Please gather in the center for the drawing of lots. The voice of the staff echoed through the loudspeaker, and the competitors congregated. After the host outlined the rules of the tournament, the drawing began. Thanks to the interference of the dumplings, Wukong and his companions were not placed in the same division as Piccolo. The matches commenced swiftly. Son Wukong, after 3 years of arduous training, I shall reclaim my honor. Upon entering the arena, Wukong faced his old rival, King Choppa, who, at this point, was no match for Wukong. In no time, Wukong incapacitated him with a swift chop. The referee declared, Contestant son Wukong is the victor. This is merely the beginning. Ultimately, I, son Wukong, shall triumph over you in front of everyone. Piccolo revealed a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with malice. Well, it seems son Wukong's strength remains unchanged. How disappointing the non-Super Saiyan Wukong truly pales in comparison. But to get closer to Bulma, I suppose I must endure this tedious competition. Sigh, how boring, Broly muttered, stifling a yawn. On a vibrant arena, a girl clad in a qipao was intensely engaged in combat with her opponent, displaying remarkable agility and precision in her strikes. The girl possessed considerable skill, Tianjin fan, arms crossed, observed the qipao-clad maiden on the stage. He could hardly believe that she was just a girl. She seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Yin Cha furrowed his brow, fixated on the girl in the arena, feeling a sense of déjà vu, yet unable to recall where he had encountered her. The various regional competitions were unfolding with fervor, and aside from the unexpected defeat of Jiaozi at the hands of the android Tao, bye-bye, everyone else successfully advanced to the top 8. However, during the final match that determined the top 8, Broly's prowess captured the attention of Goku and his companions. Just as they presumed Broly would surely lose against the android Tao, bye-bye, he astonishingly dispatched him with a single punch, undeniably piquing their interest. Thus, the top 8 contenders emerged: Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Incha, Krillin, Broly, Tian Xingad, and Jiming Buju, Chi-Chi. The morning's preliminary matches concluded, and the top 8 battles were set to take place in the afternoon on the outdoor arena, where spectators eagerly anticipated the performances, wishing everyone the best of luck. After the preliminaries, Sun Wukong and his companions exited the martial arts temple to rendezvous with their friends. Following a hearty meal, Master Rashi and the others crowded towards the stands of the martial arts tournament, ready to cheer for the competitors. The draw for the top 8 commenced, and the host addressed the crowd. Everyone, please gather around. Step forward to draw lots and determine your respective opponents. After the draw was completed, the matchups were revealed. The first match featured Tianjin Fan against Yin Cha. The second match pitted Sun Wukong against Jiming Buju. The third match had Krillin facing Mania, Piccolo, and the fourth match saw Broly clashing with Tian Xingad. The first match commenced swiftly, despite Yin Cha's earnest efforts and the application of her newly practiced technique. The Chi Ball, she ultimately fell short against Tianjin Fan's superior strength, being knocked off the stage. What an exhilarating first match. The victor is Tianjin Fan, the host proclaimed loudly, followed by the audience's enthusiastic anticipation for the next contest. Now, we move on to the second match, featuring last year's runner-up contestant Sun Wukong, facing the remarkable mysterious girl from the preliminaries. Please welcome the 2 contestants to the stage. It's my turn now. Sun Wukong tightened his belt and strode on the martial arts platform, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. Meanwhile, Broly was observing Bulma, musing to himself, "Wow, she is truly beautiful. This Bulma is mine. Vegeta can play in the mud for all I care. He dares to compete with me for a woman, and I shall show him why flowers bloom so vividly." As he pondered, a smile crept across his face. Chapter 7. The competition continues. Why are you always so angry? Sun Wukong found the girl's demeanor perplexing, yet when he inquired, he regretted it, as Chi-Chi's irritation only intensified. She retorted furiously, "You should ask yourself." In an instant, Chi-Chi launched an assault on Wukong, her movements rhythmic and agile, each punch and kick imbued with power. Sun Wukong struggled to recall who Chi-Chi was, instinctively dodging her attacks as the audience gasped in excitement. After a flurry of strikes, Chi-Chi's energy began to wane, while Wukong remained as composed as ever, his breathing steady. "Hey, who exactly are you? I genuinely can't remember," Wukong exclaimed. Once Chi-Chi had regained her breath, she angrily inquired, "Do you not remember our promise? I have eagerly awaited this day." What promise? Did we ever make a promise? I can't recall at all." Wukong stood on the stage, bewildered as he spoke. Chi-Chi's fury surged, and she resumed her assault, shouting, "How could you forget our promise? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." Her attack speed escalated dramatically. Sighing, Krillin observed, "It seems Wukong is indeed acquainted with this girl." He leaned against a stone pillar, gazing enviously at the stage. Due to the recent onslaught, Chi-Chi had exhausted a significant amount of energy and was forced to pause, focusing on regulating her chaotic breath. "What promise? Please tell me. I genuinely can't remember," Wukong pleaded innocently. Chi-Chi, incensed, bellowed, "The promise we made. Did you not say you would marry me?" With that, she launched another fierce attack, leaving Krillin, Yin Cha, and the others wide-eyed in disbelief that a wife. When did Wukong make such a promise to such a lovely girl? "That is quite cunning," Krillin shouted in jealousy. "What? Wukong has a fiancée?" Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at the girl on stage, astonished. Regardless of the audience's bewilderment, Chi-Chi halted her assault, steadied her breath, and took a deep inhale to calm herself, assuming an attack stance. Humph, if you wish to know, you must first defeat me, and then I shall reveal my identity. Sun Wukong beamed, delighted. You should have said so earlier. Just beat you to find out who you are. With that, he entered a focused state. Humph, do you think you can easily defeat me? Do not underestimate me, she warned. Now I shall attack. With that, a powerful aura emanated from her, enveloping her in an imposing presence, as tranquil as the sky. Suddenly, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, causing the surrounding air to swell and churn, generating a formidable whirlwind that surged towards Chi-Chi with a resounding crash. Chi-Chi let out a brief gasp before being swept off the stage by the force of the gale. The outcome left everyone in stunned silence. Utterly bewildered, they could hardly fathom that what had been an intense contest had concluded with a single effortless punch from Sun Wukong. The host, regaining composure, declared loudly, Jiming Buju has been knocked out of the arena. Contestant Sun Wukong emerges victorious. On the rooftop of the martial arts temple, Piccolo observed the moment Wukong struck, a look of astonishment crossing his face. How strange. That technique resembles something from our demon clan. Ouch, that hurt. No wonder I chose you as my man. I never imagined you'd be this formidable. Only you deserve to be my husband. Chi-Chi rose from the ground and approached Wukong, asking, Have you remembered yet? I am the daughter of the Ox Demon King. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, the crowd exclaimed in realization, their memories flashing back to her youthful visage, struggling to reconcile the petite girl they once knew with the striking young woman before them. Chapter 9. Step down yourself. As the host's voice faded, Broly approached Tianxing with an imposing demeanor, stating, Will you step down yourself, or shall I throw you down? Choose wisely. You have 3 seconds. With Broly's words, the audience and Goku's group fell into stunned silence, while Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration as she murmured, So handsome. Tianxing retracted his comical expression and gazed coldly at the youth before him, who emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Suddenly, Tianxing moved, launching a powerful punch directly at Broly. Upon impact, Tianxing's fist met Broly, yet it felt as though he was striking the toughest steel rather than flesh. The force reverberated through him as if he were hitting an unyielding substance, causing Tianxing's hand to feel as though it might shatter. Oh, you've made your move, Broly remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. This indicates you've made a choice. Do you wish for me to throw you down? With that feeble strength of yours, striking me feels akin to mere tickling. You are far too weak. With that, under Tianxing's incredulous gaze, Broly seized his incoming fist and hurled him out of the ring. With a resounding crash, Tianxing collided with the wall, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground, momentarily devoid of energy to rise. After the bout, Broly cast a glance at Goku before retreating to the rest area. Only then did the audience come to their senses, erupting into a chorus of cheers, while the host timely announced Broly's advancement to the semifinals. Goku and the others watched Broly with eager expressions. Goku particularly animated, practically itching for a match against him. Next, the semifinals were set to unfold, and the host excitedly called forth competitors Son Goku and Tien Shinhan. The crowd erupted in fervent applause. Goku, you must win, Chi-Chi shouted. Others rallied around, encouraging Goku and Tien. They exchanged a knowing smile before ascending to the ring. Goku, these past 3 years of relentless training have been aimed at defeating you in this arena. Showcasing the fruits of my labor, Tien stated with a serious demeanor. Ha, Tien Shinhan, I too have not slacked in my training over these 3 years. Allow me to demonstrate the results of my training with the gods. Goku replied earnestly. The two stood at a distance, neither making a move, as the arena was charged with their potent energies, ready to collide. The tension in the air was palpable, heralding an imminent clash. With a swift motion, Goku and Tien vanished from sight, and the sound of their fierce combat echoed, the ground trembling beneath them. Krillin and the others strained their eyes, attempting to catch glimpses of their battle. The arena was alive with the fierce exchange between Tien and Goku, each utilizing an array of techniques, clashing dozens of times within mere seconds. The rhythmic symphony of booming strikes and impacts resonated through the air. A visual spectacle that captivated the audience. The host, awestruck by the grandeur of the battle, endeavored to narrate the unfolding drama. As the dust settled and the winds calmed, the figures of Goku and Tien became discernible, each having retreated to their respective sides. Tien was visibly fatigued, struggling to regain his composure, while Goku appeared as composed as at the onset of their duel. Goku, while you have indeed grown formidable, one aspect remains unchanged over these 3 years: your speed. Hence, victory shall surely be mine, Tien asserted with confidence. Meanwhile, atop the martial arts temple, Piccolo observed the match with a hint of ease, contemplating if this is the extent of your power. Son Goku, I shall surely defeat you before all, paving the way for my dominion over the world. He clenched his fists in determination. This moment, Goku shed the training garb bestowed upon him by the gods, a look of ease adorning his face, leaving Tien astonished. The battle reignited with fervor, yet it became evident that Tien could not keep pace with Goku's speed, as Tien unleashed the four-way fist. Hoping to best Goku, he soon succumbed to Goku's keen observation of his weaknesses, leading to his defeat. The host exuberantly announced Goku's advancement to the finals, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience, grateful for the intense spectacle provided by both fighters. Next, the host proclaimed, the upcoming match features Broly versus the contender, Mania. Contestants, please prepare. Chapter 10, transforming Piccolo into a pig's head. As the announcement rang out, Broly sauntered onto the stage, the crowd erupting in cheers, while Beerus floated gracefully above opposite ends of the arena. Broly and Piccolo stood, both radiating a formidable presence. Piccolo narrowed his eyes at Broly, sensing the latter's immense power, as a crimson glow ignited within his gaze, an overwhelming energy emanating from him. Broly, donned in a lazy grin, felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, contemplating how best to pummel Piccolo. Were one to glimpse into Broly's thoughts at that moment, they would find it hard to fathom. Only Broly could disregard Piccolo so nonchalantly, just as Broly pondered whether to transform Piccolo into a pig's head. A surge of ferocious energy disrupted his musings. Broly's eyes narrowed in anger. Piccolo had interrupted his thoughts, sealing his fate for a brutal beating. With the host's declaration of the match's commencement, applause and cheers erupted from the stands, the audience collectively holding their breath in anticipation of the impending clash. In an instant, Broly vanished from the edge of the ring, materializing before Piccolo and delivering a devastating punch. Piccolo attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only shield his face with his hands. The impact sent him hurtling backward, and Broly swiftly pursued, catching the airborne Piccolo and tossing him skyward. With a powerful kick-off, Broly pursued him, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Left, right, each strike landing with exhilarating force. In the face of such unbridled assault, Piccolo became nothing more than a human punching bag, unable to evade the onslaught. The audience erupted in fervor, their latent violent instincts awakened by Broly's seemingly frenzied behavior. Amid the cacophony, a voice rang out. Broly, go! Flatten him! A tide of fervent cheers surged, the crowd wholly engrossed in the spectacle. In the rest area, Krillin and the others were left speechless, grappling with the scene unfolding before them. Have they all gone mad? Krillin muttered in disbelief. I find myself sharing that sentiment. Yamcha nodded in agreement, a grin creeping on his face. I too feel an impulse to unleash some punches. Goku, who do you think is stronger, you or Broly? Tien inquired, leaning closer to Goku, who remained calm, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Goku glanced at Tien and smiled. It seems my training in the other world has yet to suffice. He fell silent, his gaze returning to the ongoing carnage in the arena. Tien grasped the implication in Goku's words. They conveyed the answer to his question. As he observed Broly mercilessly pummeling Piccolo, he thought, incredible. Broly is astonishingly powerful. To label him the strongest man in the world would be no exaggeration. Yet, why had I never heard of him before? With a thunderous crash, Piccolo finally plummeted from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. Yet Broly showed no signs of relenting, his fists continuing to rain down upon Piccolo. indifferent to the audience's gaze. He reveled in the thrill of fulfilling his long-held desire to unleash his pent-up aggression on Piccolo. Piccolo's anguished groans were drowned out by the resounding blows echoing across the arena. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, Broly finally ceased his onslaught. As tranquility returned, the audience collectively focused on the deep crater formed in the arena. Broly beamed, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he beheld the pig-headed version of Piccolo. At this very moment, Piccolo bore no semblance of the formidable Demon King. His visage was marred and bruised, a grotesque tapestry of swelling and blood. With each labored breath, he expelled copious amounts of blood froth. And unlike an ordinary individual, the crimson fluid that flowed from him was a striking green. Observing his battered form, one could see the scars that adorned his body, blood seeping from his wounds, presenting a pitiful and heart-rending sight. Remarkably, he had yet to succumb to unconsciousness. Quite resilient, indeed. Perhaps another punch is in order. Chapter 12. A conclusion as Son Goku ascended the arena to face Broly. The latter finally regained his focus, turning his gaze toward Goku. This marked Broly's first genuine encounter with the most celebrated protagonist of the Dragon Ball series. Upon sighting Goku, a flicker of excitement ignited within Broly. For although he had always favored Broly while watching Dragon Ball, he harbored a fondness for Goku as well. Now, the opportunity to battle Goku had arrived, and a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. At this juncture, Broly steadied his emotions, scrutinizing Son Goku, who likewise regarded Broly with a solemn expression. The announcer was vociferously detailing their backgrounds when Broly broke into a smile. Approaching Goku, he lifted the hem of his clothing to his waist, revealing the tail that had been concealed beneath. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Particularly, when Goku caught sight of the tail, he blinked in astonishment and inquired, "You have a tail too? Kakarot, I have finally found you." Broly responded with a grin. "What is Kakarot? Is it something to eat?" Goku asked, perplexed. "Kakarot is your name, and you and I belong to the same race. Do you understand now?" Broly replied, rolling his eyes, his expression one of exasperation. "Well, I did not call myself Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Did I grasp that we are of the same lineage? But why do you refer to me as Kakarot?" Goku inquired earnestly. "Let me put it this way. Neither of us are Earthlings, but Saiyans. When you were born, you lay beside me, and your incessant wailing left a profound impression on me. Kakarot is your Saiyan name, while Son Goku is merely your Earth name. You see, the tail is a symbol of our kind. Nearly all our kin possess one. Do you comprehend now?" Broly explained, furrowing his brow. "Understood, but please continue to call me Son Goku, as I have grown up on Earth, which is my home," Goku stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others were astonished, realizing that Goku was an extraterrestrial. So, that's why he is so powerful. Krillin exclaimed in wonder. "Regardless, whether or not Goku is an alien, he is still our best friend," Yamcha added with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the announcer concluded the introductions and declared, "The finals are about to begin." Before hastily exiting the arena, Goku assumed a combat stance, immediately entering the zone. Yet, Broly waved his hand dismissively, declaring with an air of superiority, "Son Goku, I have no desire to fight you right now, for you are simply too weak. I cannot muster an ounce of interest. I came to the martial arts tournament to witness your prowess, but you have greatly disappointed me. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us. I hope you will train diligently." With that, he disregarded Goku's expression and clenched his fists, releasing a powerful shout as his energy surged to a level reminiscent of Vegeta's initial arrival on the planet. The sheer magnitude of his power left Krillin and the others in shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily. "This is overwhelmingly strong. I cannot even muster the will to resist," Krillin stammered, and the others nodded in agreement, drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Goku furrowed his brow, realizing that under this immense pressure, even his ability to strike was hindered. It dawned on him just how vast the gulf between him and Broly truly was, igniting within him a determination to surpass Broly. Subsequently, Broly retracted his energy, and Goku conceded to the referee. Thus, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Goku's forfeiture and Broly's victory. And to this moment, Broly and Goku gathered with their companions, as Broly insisted on treating Goku and the others to a meal. Heading toward a restaurant, Bulma gazed at Broly with heart-shaped eyes. "Broly, where are you staying?" Bulma inquired. "I have only just arrived on Earth that I happened upon this place while following the energy signatures of Goku and the others. And I currently have nowhere to reside," Broly replied. That Bulma's heart soared with joy as she replied with a nonchalant expression. "Why not stay at my house? It's quite spacious, and having more people around makes it livelier." Broly had not anticipated such ease in achieving his goal. Initially, he had been troubled about how to get closer to Bulma. Now, with the problem resolved, he felt elated, yet maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Thank you." "Bulma, Broly, how do you train to be so strong? Who is your master?" Krillin inquired. "I have no master. I trained entirely on my own. You must have seen the golden dragon bracelet on my wrist. It is a device that automatically adjusts my gravitational weight with a maximum capacity of 100,000 times," Broly explained, lifting his left hand to showcase the bracelet. "Maximum adjustment to 100,000 times? That's astonishing. What is your current setting?" Yamcha asked with a hint of displeasure. "Only 100 times to avoid discouraging you," Broly replied nonchalantly. The group gasped in astonishment. "Do you have any more of those bracelets? Give me one. I want to train like that," Goku exclaimed eagerly. Broly shook his head. "I do not have any more. This one was granted to me through a wish made to the Eternal Dragon. However, you could ask Bulma's father to construct a gravity room for you. After all, isn't Bulma the heiress of the Capsule Corporation? I'm sure she would agree to such a small request. I am not sure if he can make one. I'll have to ask my father. By the way, Broly, how did you wish to the Eternal Dragon on your first visit to Earth?" Bulma asked curiously, and the others looked at Broly in intrigue. "Oh, the Eternal Dragon. That was on Namek, where the dragon can grant 3 wishes," Broly explained. "So, Earth has Dragon Balls too. That explains why the Piccolo I fought earlier resembled a Namekian. He truly is one," Broly chuckled. "Namek. So Piccolo is also an alien? No wonder he looks different from us. It's astonishing that the Eternal Dragon on Namek can grant 3 wishes, whereas the one on Earth can only grant one. What a stark difference," Krillin lamented with a wry smile. The group was equally curious, eager to visit Namek and see that powerful Eternal Dragon for themselves. Upon entering the restaurant, they witnessed a spectacle of voracious consumption as Broly and Goku's appetites astonished everyone. After a joyful meal, the group dispersed. Goku and Chi-Chi accompanied Broly and Bulma to her home in West City. Thanks to Broly's spaceship, Bulma's father agreed to prepare the gravity device, adjustable to 100 times, for Goku to collect in a month. Subsequently, Goku and Chi-Chi departed on Kinto-on, while Broly settled comfortably in Bulma's residence. Chapter 13. Monday Matters on Earth. A month passed at Bulma's home in West City. Today, Bulma's home welcomed a rare guest, none other than Goku, who came to retrieve the gravity device. Bulma and Yin Xiao surrounded Goku, inquiring about his marriage plans. With a frown, Goku lamented, "Marriage is such a hassle, and I have to wear those uncomfortable clothes. However, the food is quite delicious." Everyone erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Shortly after, Goku departed with the gravity device in hand. Throughout this month, Broly accompanied Bulma on various shopping excursions during the day, while at night he diligently trained within his space ring. As a result, Broly's external gravity had escalated to a staggering 16,900 times, bringing his power perilously close to that of Super Saiyan 3 at full capacity. Due to Yin Xiao's flirtatious nature, constantly pursuing other girls, Bulma soon compared him to Broly, leading to a swift breakup. Time, as it tends to, slipped away quickly. 3 years had passed since Broly claimed victory at the World Martial Arts Tournament, during which countless joyful events transpired. As the saying goes, time nurtures affection. Over these 3 years, the bond between Broly and Bulma had intensified, reaching a stage where discussions of marriage were imminent, yet both cherished the current atmosphere and refrained from mentioning it. During this time, Broly and Bulma embarked on a quest to find Dragon Balls. Broly assured Bulma that due to his training, if she followed him, she could attain eternal youth and never face death. Consequently, they obtained a gravity bracelet similar to Broly's, which could be absorbed into the body, albeit only adjustable to 500,000 times gravity, indicating it was not an authentic Dragon Ball, as its capabilities were somewhat inferior. Nonetheless, it sufficed. They then visited Goku's home to present the bracelet to him. Over the 3 years, everyone dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Goku, having acquired the gravity bracelet, gifted his gravity chamber to Krillin, who subsequently intensified his training. Yin Xiao, with the assistance of Bulma's father, also received a gravity chamber and engaged in diligent workouts. After gifting Goku the bracelet, Broly and Bulma embarked on a world tour, reveling in happiness as they explored various locales. At night, Broly continued his training, achieving an incredible gravity level of 40,000 times, resulting in a substantial leap in his strength. Now nearing the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 4.1 day, at Bulma's residence in West City. Broly embraced her and kissed her gently, saying, "Bulma, I may need to leave Earth for a while." Bulma, aware that Broly could not remain by her side indefinitely, suppressed her sorrow and asked, "How long will you be gone?" "Is there any danger?" Broly replied softly, "Approximately 2 years. I will return in 2 years and marry you." "Okay, I will wait for your return. You promised, if you forget like Goku, I will make you regret it," Bulma sternly declared. Following this, Broly bid farewell to everyone and boarded the spaceship, newly crafted by Bulma's father, which soon soared into the sky. Bulma gazed longingly in the direction the spaceship vanished, her heart whispering, "I will wait for you to return and marry me." Broly, Chapter 1. The Mecha Brigade of Kinesa, Star having departed from Earth, Broly found himself momentarily adrift within the spaceship, uncertain of his destination. In the known world of Dragon Balls, most formidable warriors possess power around 10,000, with the Frieza clan regarded as some of the strongest beings in the universe, boasting combat abilities exceeding 100 million. The truly powerful resided in the afterlife, including the Kaioshin and the Demon Realm's king, Dabura, both wielding Super Saiyan 2 strength, while the infamous Majin Buu exhibited Super Saiyan 3 prowess. Hidden strongholds may also conceal unknown warriors. With a sigh, Broly decided to dismiss such thoughts that I should focus on my training. I aspire to challenge Whis, the master of Beerus. He pressed onward when suddenly he detected a large-scale battle occurring on a nearby planet. Conflict truly pervades every corner, Broly mused, scrutinizing the scene. Wait, this spaceship resembles. Yes, indeed, it belongs to Frieza's minions and the Saiyans. His lips curved into a smile, sensing an amusing encounter was imminent. Huh. You worthless trash should surrender at once. King Cooler has deemed this planet your fortune, yet you dare to resist, truly seeking death. A cosmic being bellowed at the hundreds of surrounding warriors. Bah, you shameless invaders. This is our home, our nurturing ground. We Kinesa people will never abandon it, even in death. A towering Kinesa warrior roared defiantly. Indeed, we Kinesa warriors have no cowards among us. We shall protect our planet. Hundreds of Kinesa warriors proclaimed, though none boasted power exceeding 1,000. With a thunderous boom, Broly absorbed their words, feeling as though struck by a bolt of lightning. My home. He pondered, "No wonder I have felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in this world. I have never truly belonged." Even after developing feelings for Bulma, that sense of belonging remains tenuous, as I have always viewed this world as mere animation, never truly considering myself a part of it. But regardless of the world's authenticity, I exist here and now. His aura surged dramatically. Ah, splendid. My battle power has instantaneously escalated. Since you are so fortunate, allow me to resolve your troubles. Broly decided. Prepare to meet your demise. The cosmic beings, enraged, charged forth. Their battle powers, none exceeding 1,000, yet they dared to act so brazenly. They had intended to enslave the Kinesa people and profit from their planet, just as they were about to engage. A thunderous roar from above captured everyone's attention. A spaceship was descending more aliens arriving, truly fearless. A cosmic being remarked to his companions. The hatch opened slowly, and Broly emerged, his presence commanding. The cosmic beings quickly surrounded him. Wow, such a warm welcome. I am truly flattered. He chuckled, raising his hand to unleash an energy sphere towards them, causing a cosmic being to cry out before vanishing amidst the explosion. The remaining cosmic beings assumed defensive stances. "Who are you, and where do you come from? Dare you provoke the mighty minions of King Cooler?" they demanded. Broly smirked. "I have no interest in conversing with the deceased." Furious, a horde charged at him. But before they could reach him, they were sent flying by his unleashed green energy sphere. The surviving cosmic beings finally recognized the futility of their efforts and frantically activated their communicators. "Ah, calling for reinforcements? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of locating each of you individually," Broly remarked. "My lord, you should leave quickly. They are far too powerful. These are merely foot soldiers, and their leader is on the way." A Kanesa warrior cautioned, "Such a kind-hearted individual, even as his race faces extinction." Broly laughed. "Fear not. I will eliminate them before departing. They are no match for me." The Kanesa warrior, seeing Broly's resolve, fell silent in the distance. 3 figures soared toward them, landing on a small hillside not far away. They were the Mecha Brigade of Cooler, formed from the evil warriors collected from the North Galaxy. Each member was a top-tier warrior. Their strength immensely formidable. Even the weakest, Nez, surpassed Captain Jinyu by a significant margin, with few capable of matching them in the North Galaxy. Are you the one challenging us? Knowing we serve King Cooler, you dare to provoke us? How laughable!" Nez declared arrogantly, looking down on Broly with disdain. It was no wonder he felt insulted. A planet that should have been easily conquered suddenly faced a threat that had annihilated a small squad. Shaviza grinned maliciously, exuding a dark aura. How could this primitive civilization comprehend the terror of the Mecha Brigade? Ignorance is a sin. Nezdre, ensure our guest is entertained. Naturally, I can hardly wait. Shaviza pressed a button on his energy detector, which began to beep furiously as it displayed data, the readings fluctuating wildly. Finally, with a loud bang, the detector could no longer withstand the overload and exploded. "Oh, it exploded. Seems our opponent is not to be underestimated. This will be entertaining." Shawiza was somewhat taken aback. Although the detector was not the latest model, it had a maximum limit of 100,000. The fact that the detector had been destroyed indicated that the adversary's strength must have surpassed the detector's limits. Nez grinned sinisterly and stepped forward, turning back to his companions, proclaiming, "Leave this brat to me. It has been ages since I encountered someone worthy of my strength." With that, he prepared to make his move. "Oh dear, doesn't that mean I won't have any fun?" Dre lamented. Broly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of fierce light passing through his eyes. It seemed these 3 had completely underestimated him. With a cold smirk, he thought, "No matter, soon you will learn how to spell your demise." He then began to unleash his energy, causing the air to thicken, the ground to tremble, and a wave of intense pressure to envelop the surroundings. Nez's expression shifted, the dismissive look vanishing. It appeared this opponent was no ordinary foe. His strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. With a chilling smile, Broly vanished in an instant. "Oh no," Nez thought. Realizing the precarious situation, cold sweat began to pour down his brow. "Where is he?" "Ha!" Broly's ghostly figure materialized behind Nez. "Nez, be careful. He is right behind you," Shawiza shouted. "What?" Nez exclaimed, just as he attempted to evade the impending strike. It was too late. That Broly's fist slammed into Nez's back with a resounding crack. As a fully matured member of the Frost Demon clan, he possessed power surpassing that of Frisia, equally marked by an unyielding coldness. Broly's actions had completely enraged him, driving him to the brink of madness, intent on tearing apart the wretch before him without a second thought. Chapter 3. Transformations of each other. Gula bellowed. His fists clenched tightly. His muscles began to tremble, announcing the emergence of his most formidable state. A torrent of energy surged forth, as if his very bones and muscles had been imbued with new life. A viscous mass pulsated within him, akin to a heart, throbbing vigorously. With each pulse, his energy soared, muscles expanded, and the cracks in the rocky armor on his chest multiplied, until with a resounding boom, it shattered, revealing a fresh layer of white shell beneath. He roared in a frenzy, his expression a terrifying mask, eyes glowing red with an overwhelming aura of dread. The hard plates atop his head began to morph, jutting backward and elongating into 4 menacing horns, eventually stabilizing. The chaotic energy surged toward Broly, distorting the surrounding space, causing Gula's subordinates and the surviving Kinesa people to scatter in fear. Boom! Centered around Gula. A storm erupted, rapidly expanding outward, creating a vast expanse devoid of any life. In this open arena, only Gula and Broly remained. Their presence starkly defined. It was as if everything had been reborn. A colossal wave of power emanated from Gula, gradually stabilizing, his towering form exuding an oppressive pressure. Broly crossed his arms, observing the unfolding scene with excitement gleaming in his eyes, trembling in anticipation of a worthy fight. He mused to himself. Finally, he could engage in a proper battle. Ha ha, a new strength. It has been ages since I unleashed my full potential. Thank you for your patience. Let the fight recommence. A sinister voice echoed from within his armor, filled with murderous intent, and with a swish, Gula vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Broly moved, disappearing as well. The sound of their fists colliding filled the air. Within a mere second, they exchanged countless blows, each encounter swiftly followed by separation, their incredible speed rendering them invisible to the naked eye. The sky bore witness only to the cacophony of battle and the sounds of explosions, affirming that the conflict raged on. In a moment of carelessness, Broly was struck back against a mountain. Yet Gula did not relent, pursuing him relentlessly, fists clenched, ready to strike. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Broly spat out a mouthful of saliva, gradually rising to his feet. It has been far too long since I felt this exhilarated. I am so thrilled. Let us continue. Bring it on. With that, Broly propelled himself toward Gula, and the two resumed their aerial combat. The air was filled with the sounds of their exchanges, intertwined with Broly's boisterous laughter and Gula's furious roars. Their powers escalated with each clash, until, boom! Gula was sent crashing to the ground, while Broly floated above, a smile gracing his face. Broly descended slowly. Very well, your strength is formidable. You are worthy of my full power, he declared. Ha ha, are you implying you haven't been fighting at your full capacity? How absurd. This jest is hardly amusing, Gula laughed, yet his eyes betrayed a glacial chill. Broly scoffed. Let me share a secret with you. I am the very existence your Frost Demon Clan dreads. As Gula's eyes widened in disbelief, Broly unleashed his power, a torrent of immense energy erupting from within him, instantly surpassing Gula's own aura. His height surged by 30 centimeters, his purple hair transforming to green, and his pupils vanished entirely, signaling the long-awaited emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan. But a look of horror finally crossed Gula's face as he realized that his opponent's battle prowess had exceeded his own in an instant. Suddenly, a legend resurfaced in his mind, one that had been passed down among the Frost demons since ancient times, dismissed as mere folly until now. Could it be? You are a Saiyan. Indeed, you are correct. I am the very entity your Frost Demon Clan fears. Your brother Frieza has sought to eradicate beings like me without reservation. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded outward, intensifying 100-fold, a celestial force rising like a tidal wave. Sweeping through the boundless void, amidst it all stood a powerful figure with green hair and vacant eyes, ablaze with fiery energy, radiant as the full moon. Super Saiyan. Gula clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably, his heart roaring. Super Saiyans truly exist in this world? How could he possibly be a Super Saiyan? Simultaneously, resentment toward Frieza welled up within him. Curse you, Frieza! If you sought to obliterate Planet Vegeta, why did you not do it with greater efficiency, allowing for survivors? Wait, after all, isn't a Super Saiyan merely a legend? Perhaps they are not as formidable as the tales suggest. Gula reassured himself. What? Are you contemplating surrender? I do not accept prisoners, Broly stated indifferently. Die, Gula screamed in anger. Vanishing from sight, leaving behind a hazy silhouette, he reappeared before Broly in an instant, moving with astounding speed. Bam! A powerful punch landed squarely on Broly, but Gula quickly realized something was amiss. His opponent remained utterly unyielding. As if his attack had borne no fruit, a wave of panic washed over Gula as he felt his pupils constrict. How is this possible? Your speed is akin to that of a tortoise, and your strength is laughably feeble. Broly scoffed, seizing Gula's hand with ease. In desperation, Gula attempted to escape Broly's grasp. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. A flicker of panic crossed Gula's mind, his lips twitching involuntarily as disbelief painted his face. Broly yanked Gula closer, delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen, then executed a swift spinning kick that sent Gula hurtling away. Taking advantage of his position, Broly pursued him relentlessly, overpowering Gula until he was forcefully slammed to the ground. "You vile creature!" Gula seethed, his expression venomous as he suppressed his pain and soared into the sky. Trying to flee? Broly began to pursue, suddenly sensing an unusual presence in the sky. It appeared as though a second sun had emerged, a massive energy sphere looming ominously. Emph! Death Ball! He intends to obliterate this planet. Broly scoffed at the sight of the colossal energy sphere. "You wild child, how will you survive once the planet is destroyed?" Gula cackled maniacally. "Saiyans are ultimately nothing more than lowly wild monkeys. In truth, I would like to commend you. Your strength is indeed the strongest in the universe." "Ha! Die!" Gula's subordinates shouted in terror, frantically scrambling toward their spaceship. Broly coldly observed the descent of the Death Ball. Extending his right hand to meet it, a surge of green energy erupted from his palm, swiftly countering the Death Ball, propelling it back with incredible speed. "What?" Gula gasped as the rebounding Death Ball, enveloped in green energy, hurtled back toward him, casting him into the cosmos. "No!" A chilling scream echoed as the overwhelming energy sent Gula crashing into a planet before piercing through it, finally halting within a burning star. Chapter 4. Reactions from all sides on Kinesa. All the extraterrestrial beings gazed in shock at the starry sky, unable to comprehend the demise of King Gula. In an instant, chaos ensued among them. Broly remained suspended in midair, his white eyes scanning the scene below with a steely gaze, his voice unwavering and authoritative. "Gula is dead. Henceforth, all of you must vacate this planet immediately, should there be any dissenters. The fate of the last planet will be your own. King Gula is dead." The aliens swallowed hard, gazing in terror at the cold figure in the sky. A cacophony of murmurs erupted. The majority of Gula's followers were thrown into a state of panic. These individuals were staunch loyalists of Gulad, who had thrived under his tyranny. Gradually, the clamor subsided. Regardless of their mindset, they dared not confront the majesty of the victor. Many aliens began to make their way toward their respective spaceships, eager to flee the planet, fearing that any delay could result in their annihilation by Broly. The Kinesa aliens, however, looked upon Broly with fervent admiration. He was the one who had slain King Gulad and could effortlessly obliterate planets. Numerous aliens departed aboard their ships, as they needed to report Gulad's demise to King Gulad. Among those who remained, a few expressed their willingness to surrender. These individuals had long been discontent with Gulad's brutal reign, yet felt powerless to resist. Broly, uninterested in managing people, allowed them to align themselves with the Kinesa aliens. The Kinesa aliens were exceedingly enthusiastic towards Broly, the savior of their planet. Broly reciprocated their goodwill, spending time exploring the planet under their guidance. After a few days of lingering on Kinesa, Broly bid farewell to the Kinesa aliens, boarded his spaceship, and resumed his interstellar journey. Far away, in the palace of King Gulad, a resounding crash echoed as he smashed his wine glass to the ground. Its shards scattering, his eyes glowed with a cold, fierce light, ignited by the news of Gulad's death. The revelation rattled King Gulad, inciting a profound rage towards the individual bold enough to challenge and defeat a formidable foe from the Frost Demon clan. Particularly troubling was the chaos engulfing Gulad's territory, as numerous planets descended into turmoil, intensifying Gulad's hatred for the one who had slain Gulad, wishing nothing less than to devour his flesh and wear his skin. Yet amidst his wrath, King Gulad remained cautious. The power required to eliminate Gulad so swiftly, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate, was undeniably formidable, warranting his utmost vigilance. Stabilizing the chaotic situation was paramount. Gulad's demise had begun to disrupt even his own domain. "Summon my advisors," King Gulad commanded coldly. Promptly, A subordinate rushed in. Dispatch personnel to restore order. Any who dare to provoke us shall be met with ruthless execution, and keep a vigilant watch over the northern territories. Report any disturbances immediately. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged before hastily exiting. King Cooled sat in grim contemplation, his expression shifting between fury and contemplation, a murderous intent flickering in his brow like Petit Frisia's headquarters. An unexpected fear gripped Frisia. He had not anticipated the emergence of a being capable of vanquishing Guled in the neighboring region. Although he and Guled had never seen eye to eye, Guled's power had always eclipsed his own. Frisia ordered the withdrawal of all his subordinates stationed near Guled's territory, anxious to avoid any potential conflict. Mr. Shambo, Dodoria, the recent unrest in the area is troubling. Arrange for the elimination of all instigators. Frisia stated with a stoic expression. Yes, and what of Vegeta and Nappa? Frisia inquired, raising an eyebrow. They remain as before, dutifully executing the tasks assigned by the king. Nappa has made little progress in strength. But that little brat Vegeta has shown remarkable growth, nearing an impressive battle power of 18,000. Dodoria replied with a grave demeanor. Nearly 18,000 battle power. You say, Shambo, Dodoria, do take heed. Do not allow the younger generation to surpass you. Frisia smirked disdainfully, dismissing the significance of Vegeta, the Saiyan wild monkey. After all, even Vegeta, with his exceptional talent, was still below 20,000 battle power. It was laughable for Frisia to worry about the emergence of a Super Saiyan. Shambo and Dodoria exchanged glances, unimpressed that, to them, a battle power of 25,000 was the absolute limit for a Saiyan. After all, King Vegeta had only reached 10,000 under normal conditions, barely approaching 100,000 when transformed into a great ape. As long as they prevented Vegeta from transforming, he could be disregarded. Their thoughts drifted to the Saiyan who had once single-handedly opposed them during the destruction of planet Vegeta, Bardock. His final display of power had been astonishing. Yet he had ultimately succumbed at Frisia's hands. On King Kai's planet, the news of Guled's demise reached him swiftly. The weight of 3 burdens on King Kai's heart lifted with the removal of one. Though he was unaware of the identity of Guled's slayer, it mattered little. The important takeaway was that Guled's death had restored tranquility to the northern regions of the northern galaxy. How could King Kai not feel elated? However, he still needed to investigate the identity of the one who had killed Guled, keen to understand the nature of this being. Extending his antennae to probe, he soon learned that a figure named Broly was responsible for Guled's death, and that Broly was currently wandering the cosmos. King Kai resolved to observe Broly closely. Should he prove to possess a heart devoid of malevolence, an invitation to discuss future matters would be extended. Thus, unbeknownst to Broly, King Kai began to monitor his actions. Chapter 5. The invitation from Shrag and King Kai in the cosmos. 2 years had passed since Broly had slain Guled, and during this time, Broly relentlessly sought out skilled opponents on various planets, achieving complete victories each time. One day, as was customary, Broly's spaceship descended upon a planet abundant with verdant flora. Upon landing, he felt a sense of unease. Why was this planet so cold, and why were there so many green plants? Navigating through the forest, he stumbled upon a man-made civilization base by a distant lake. Aliens. Could it be that this planet has been claimed? Broly pondered. From the base emerged a massive figure, towering over 2 meters, with green skin enveloping his head, appearing quite ancient. Accompanying him were armed soldiers who gazed at him with respect. He was likely their leader. Broly scrutinized the elder and quickly discerned that, despite his age, the power emanating from within him was substantial, nearly half that of Guled's 3rd form. Who is this elder? Broly wondered, perplexed. When had such a formidable individual emerged in the northern galaxy? It was known that Frisia had maintained a battle power of 530,000 for over 20 years without anyone daring to provoke him. Such a being should not be obscure. How long until the planet's transformation is complete? A junior officer asked the elder, who appeared to be deeply engrossed in research. What? Isn't that your responsibility? King Shrag is aging. We must expedite our efforts, the junior officer urged. The elder turned his head. Realizing the gravity of his words, the junior officer stammered. I meant to say, but was abruptly silenced as Shrag unleashed a burst of energy from his fingertip, killing him instantly. Now, tell me, how is the situation progressing? Shrag inquired. King Shrag, it will take approximately 10 more days for the transformation to be completed. With a swift motion, Shrag dispatched the speaker as well, then turned to the next elder. You, how many days? Only 3 days are needed, the elder replied, trembling. Shrag nodded and consumed several pills, anti-aging, that at this point, it became evident that this character was the villainous Shrag from the movie, a rare and malevolent Namekian, deemed more formidable than Frisia by King Kai. However, it appeared that he was only slightly stronger than Frisia's third transformation, far from matching Frisia at half his strength. Yet encountering Broly was indeed unfortunate for him. While it may not have been as exhilarating as a bout with Guled, Broly still found Shrag to be a worthy opponent. In an instant, he appeared before Shrag. Who are you? A remnant of this planet's former inhabitants? Shrag squinted, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Broly, recognizing that he was no ordinary adversary. Broly smiled. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to meet your end. With that, he lunged toward Shrag, landing a powerful punch to his face, sending him flying. Broly quickly pursued, seizing Shrag's face and forcefully driving it into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Shrag swiftly regained his footing, his face a mask of fury as he bellowed. Damn you! I will make you pay! Upon uttering his words, an attack was imminent. The sound of a swish echoed through the air, prompting Slag's subordinates within the base to rush out. Lord Slag, they knelt, a few of the leaders arriving late. Slag, displaying impatience, commanded, Step aside, do not hinder me. Broly, with an air of indifference, proclaimed, Since you are here, then perish. With that, he unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that felled numerous foes. Slag, with disdain, remarked, Useless trash, and then, bending slightly, propelled himself towards Broly like a rocket. Grasping the fist aimed at him, he leaned back, and with a swift kick, sent Slag soaring into the air. Blood spurted from Slag's mouth as he forcibly halted his upper body, but before he could catch his breath, Broly appeared above him, fists clenched, delivering a devastating strike upon his head. The immense agony prompted Slag to cry out as his body plummeted like a cannonball to the ground, resonating with a thunderous crash. Slowly rising, Slag's eyes blazed with fury. Impressive. It appears I must unleash my full power. Prepare to meet your end. His form expanded dramatically, and his battle power surged exponentially, exceeding threefold, reaching an astounding 28 million following his transformation. Slag erupted into maniacal laughter. Despite the previous thrashing, he believed that revealing his true strength would secure him an easy victory. Broly, however, regarded Slag's frenzied laughter with indifference. Losing interest in continuing the battle, he quickly elevated his energy, his hair turning purple and a golden aura enveloping him, his power eclipsing Slag's by a considerable margin. This is impossible. Cold sweat streamed down Slag's brow as he realized that this damned youth possessed strength far superior to his own. I must flee quickly. Before Slag could escape, Broly vanished instantaneously, reappearing before Slag's colossal head, delivering a flurry of strikes, culminating in a powerful kick. Slag collapsed with a resounding thud, his transformation reverting to normalcy. Broly then seized Slag, hurling him skyward, and conjured a massive energy sphere that struck Slag, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated him entirely. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai had been closely monitoring Broly for the past 2 years, sensing that he was not a malevolent individual, and thus decided to invite him to King Kai's realm. Observing the conclusion of Broly's battle, the King Kai communicated telepathically, Broly, is that you? I am King Kai. Do you hear my voice? Broly raised an eyebrow. Pondering, North Kai, what could he want from me? He inquired. King Kai, what is it that you need? The North Kai responded, well, due to your actions 2 years ago in slaying Cooler, could you come to King Kai's planet? There is something of great importance I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Broly did not hesitate, replying, all right, I will come when I have the time. The North Kai urged, please make your visit as soon as possible. Broly acknowledged this, subsequently storing his spaceship within his dimensional ring and instantly teleporting back to Earth. Chapter 6. The return after 2 years at Bulma's residence in West City. She sat on the living room sofa, as usual. A steaming cup of coffee resting on the table beside her. Bored, she gazed at the monotonous soap opera on television. Sigh. This is utterly uninteresting. Resting her chin on her hand, she appeared quite bored. Grabbing the remote control, she turned off the television and languidly reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the off-white ceiling. Once you return in 2 years, we shall get married. The promise Broly had made to her echoed repeatedly in her mind. Bulma scratched her head in frustration, muttering, "That fool Broly, just wait until you come back. I'll show you." On the sofa, Bulma tossed and turned, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. Finally, she sat up, walked over to the bookshelf, and pulled out a photo from behind the glass window. The photograph captured a moment during her and Broly's world tour, taken at an amusement park, both of them beaming with radiant smiles, exuding sweetness and happiness that could evoke envy from many. Bulma's slender fingers gently caressed Broly's face in the picture. The sensation felt so intimate, so familiar. If only you weren't a warrior, but rather a simple person who could stay by my side. Bulma sighed wistfully, feeling that Broly's presence in her life was so surreal, like a dream that could shatter at any moment. Setting the photo down, Bulma realized she was overthinking and chuckled at herself. Just as she turned around, a familiar face vividly reflected in her astonished eyes. Standing before her was the man she had awaited for 2 long years, Broly. With a beaming smile, Broly gazed at Bulma and softly said, "I'm sorry for returning late." As he spoke, he opened his arms and enveloped Bulma in a tight embrace. Overwhelmed by the warmth of his strong arms, she felt the comfort of his long-awaited embrace. A single tear rolled down Bulma's cheek. She stifled the inexplicable sorrow, forcing a smile. "You idiot, you're finally back." Countless words of joy and complaints lingered on her lips, but only heartfelt happiness emerged. Bulma buried her head in Broly's chest, the two appearing inseparable, clinging tightly to one another. "Bulma." Broly gently called her name, his voice a soothing whisper in her ear. Bulma shut her eyes, overwhelmed by the reality of the moment that intensified her emotions. "Once I return from King Kai, I will propose to you, all right?" Broly suddenly declared, to his words. Bulma trembled in disbelief, opening her eyes wide to meet Broly's earnest gaze. Bulma shyly replied, then suddenly asked, "How long will it take you to see King Kai?" "It won't be long, at most a day, and I'll be back," Broly softly assured her. Hearing this, Bulma embraced Broly tightly, resting happily against his chest. After a while, Broly gently released Bulma, saying, "Bulma, I'm heading over now." "Wait for me to return." Bulma gazed at him quietly, adjusting his attire. "Then go quickly and return swiftly. I will be waiting at home." After saying this, she placed a kiss on Broly's cheek. Broly nodded, then harnessed his energy, vanishing before Bulma's eyes in a flash. Chapter 7. King Kai in the Divine Temple. The Supreme Kai was as usual within the sanctum, while the Kaioshin sat outside on a mat, feeding birds, with several little birds alighting on him to peck at the food. Suddenly, Broly appeared in the temple. Who are you?" the Kaioshin inquired. "Why have you suddenly appeared here?" "Do you have business?" Broly replied. "I am Broly, here to find the Supreme Kai, as King Kai has summoned me." The Supreme Kai, astonished, exclaimed, "What? King Kai summoned you? Are you certain?" As he spoke, he appeared before Broly, his expression filled with skepticism. Broly nodded. "Indeed, Supreme Kai, if you do not believe me, you may contact King Kai to verify my words." The Supreme Kai swiftly reached out to King Kai and received confirmation of Broly's claims. "Astonishing, I did not expect you to have such fortune." "Come, follow me," the Supreme Kai said. Broly inwardly scoffed, thinking, "What fortune? Just a few lame jokes and they think they can bribe me. This cannot bode well." Approaching the Supreme Kai, Broly followed him as the Supreme Kai activated his unique abilities. And with a whoosh, they arrived in the underworld. After informing King Yama of King Kai's summons, the Supreme Kai escorted Broly to the snake path. "Broly, I'll take you this far. You can proceed on your own." In the celestial realm, Broly nodded thoughtfully. The serpent road connected to another dimension, enveloped in expansive yellow clouds that stretched infinitely like a vast ocean. At the tail end of the serpent road lay a diminutive spherical celestial body. After attuning his senses, he detected an immense energy source from afar. With a combat power estimated at around 16,000, in an instant he teleported, appearing on King Kai's planet, having first disabled his own gravitational pull. A rotund figure was sprawled on a lounge chair, snoring gently, bubbles occasionally surfacing at the tip of his nose. With a sudden explosion, another bubble emerged. A small gorilla, tilting its head, gazed at the abruptly materialized Broly, only to react with a frantic cry, turning to flee. Broly swiftly interposed himself before Baburus, startled by the sudden appearance. Baburus waved his arms in panic, his mouth agape as he let out a series of frantic yelps. Yet his body was already ensnared, unable to escape Broly's grip despite his desperate struggles. "Fear not, my jovial friend. I have been summoned by King Kai," Broly reassured him. Upon hearing Broly's words, the laughing gorilla ceased its struggle and let out a call towards King Kai. Another bubble popped, and North Kai yawned widely, stretching as he roused himself. Broly regarded the legendary King Kai with a sense of unreliability. The king donned round sunglasses, two fleshy antennae protruding from his chin, while his rotund frame was clad in loose black garments emblazoned with the words King. "Broly, you've arrived, and Baburus too. What's the matter?" King Kai exclaimed in astonishment. "There's nothing much. I simply teleported here after arriving in the other world. As for this gorilla, it's nothing of consequence," Broly replied nonchalantly, releasing the gorilla. "Teleportation? You truly are remarkable," King Kai marveled. "Indeed, but what brings you to seek me out?" Broly inquired. "Well, you ought to be aware of some matters," King Kai said with a serious countenance. In the region of the North Galaxy under my jurisdiction, there are 3 extraordinarily powerful beings, devoid of humanity, true scoundrels who suppress those who dare resist them. Countless planets have succumbed to their tyranny, transforming into hellish realms, and many have vanished entirely from the cosmos. Their presence is a calamity for every planet in the North Galaxy, yet their strength is so formidable that no one can subdue them. Until recently, you, Broly, astonishingly managed to slay one of them, which is truly exhilarating, King Kai expressed with excitement. Following this incident, the frost demons have become somewhat subdued, yet their dominion has only grown more tyrannical. "As the King of the North, could you grant me a request?" he asked. "Are you suggesting that I go and eliminate Frieza and his son?" Broly inquired. King Kai gazed at Broly with hopeful eyes. Broly, wishing for Goku to handle Frieza, deliberately replied, "Frieza is no match for me. However, I cannot yet defeat King Cold in his final form, but I see." King Kai's tone turned somber. Noticing this, Broly felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Rest assured, King, in a few years, when my strength has grown, I will come to eradicate them. That is true. After all, they have ruled these regions for quite some time, so a few more years won't matter. We shall await your return." King Kai agreed. "Is there anything else, King? If not, I shall take my leave. And when you have the time, do come to my wedding. I am about to get married," Broly added with a chuckle. King Kai nodded cheerfully. "Very well. Congratulations. I shall certainly return for the occasion. Take care, King, and goodbye, Baburus." Broly waved his hand before vanishing in a flash. This boy possesses astonishing power and potential. Soon, he shall become a force to be reckoned with throughout the universe. The Frieza clan won't remain arrogant for much longer. With a chuckle, he retreated into his quarters. Chapter 8. The Proposal and Gathering. With a whoosh, Broly materialized in the Celestial Palace. Upon seeing him, the celestial being inquired, "Broly, have you met with King Kai?" Broly nodded. "Yes, I just came from him." The celestial being smiled and nodded. "Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave as well. I'm quite busy preparing for my wedding. If you have no further matters, do join us for the celebration. Of course. I will accompany," the celestial being replied. Broly acknowledged with a nod, waving as he soared down to the lower realm. Initially, he intended to teleport directly to Bulma's place. But then he realized, wait, I'm about to propose to Bulma, and I don't even have a ring. As he descended, he rummaged through his belongings for something of value to exchange for a ring. Over the past 2 years, Broly had wandered through the cosmos, amassing a variety of treasures. Before long, he held a dazzling blue gemstone in his hand that I'll take this to a jewelry store to exchange for some money. Then buy a ring and a bouquet of roses to complete the gesture, he thought gleefully. Soon, Broly arrived in West City, landing in a secluded spot before making his way to a jewelry store. After presenting the blue gemstone for appraisal, he exchanged it for a substantial sum and purchased a diamond ring. He then ventured to a flower shop to acquire a bouquet of roses, surreptitiously placing them in the ring box before teleporting back to Bulma's residence. Broly approached Bulma, holding the roses. "These are for you," he said, and Bulma joyfully accepted them. She beheld him producing a box from his possession. She stared in awe at the ring inside. Broly then knelt on one knee and declared, "Bulma, will you marry me?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Bulma covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. After a moment, she nodded in agreement. Broly stood, elated, slipped the ring onto her finger, and embraced her tightly. The following day, Bulma called everyone to share the news of their engagement and Broly's return. Everyone rejoiced for her, showering her with congratulations. And soon they all gathered at Bulma's home for a celebration. In the expansive courtyard, oval tables were set for the feast, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Present were Krillin, Shinhan, Master Roshi, Launch, and others. The last to arrive were Goku and Chi-Chi, but everyone was curious about the child accompanying them. When Goku introduced him as his son, Gohan, everyone was taken aback. It had only been 5 years since they last met, and Goku already had a child. Amidst the lively conversations, they reminisced about the past 5 years, sharing stories and expressing their joy at reuniting, especially celebrating Bulma and Broly's engagement. After the meal, they reconvened, with Goku reflecting on how marriage had left him with little time for training, and he had only just adjusted to the 100 times gravity. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had trained diligently over the past 5 years, with Kaiatsu adapting to 30 times gravity, Krillin to 40 times, and 10 to 50 times, all having made significant progress, thanks to Broly's motivating presence. Their camaraderie flourished as they shared their experiences. The gathering came to a close. Bulma informed them that she would be marrying Broly next month and invited everyone to attend. The room filled with more congratulations before everyone returned home. Chapter 9. The wedding approaches time flew swiftly, and a month later, the bustling West City was alive with activity, the streets teeming with hover cars and honking vehicles, exuding an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. And today marked the long-awaited wedding day for Broly and Bulma. How infuriating! This road is perpetually congested. A rugged man with a scruffy beard drove a truck, leaning his head out of the window, cursing vehemently at the endless line of cars stretching before him. Beside him, in a sedan, a man clad in a suit and polished shoes nodded in agreement. Everyone is vying for the road. Had they adhered to the rules, the passage would have been smooth and unobstructed long ago. Indeed, the bearded man nodded, turning to the suited gentleman and inquired, "Have you heard the news reported this morning?" The suited man looked at the bearded man with a puzzled expression, asking somewhat perplexedly, "Did something significant happen?" Miss Bulma, the daughter of the Universal Corporation, is getting married today." The bearded man exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, is it today?" The suited man asked, his interest piqued. "Absolutely. The congestion on this road is partly due to the multitude of people intending to attend Miss Bulma's wedding." Just as the two men were engaged in their animated conversation, 3 streaks of light, reminiscent of jet planes, swiftly darted across the sky above, heading towards the end of the car line. "What is that?" the suited man exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the fleeting lights with a comical expression. The bearded man followed the direction of the suited man's finger, but saw nothing, gazing back at him in confusion. "I just saw 3 lights flying past at incredible speed, almost like 3 individuals," the suited man awkwardly explained, though even he was unsure if he had truly seen them. The bearded man chuckled. "You must be imagining things, perhaps," the suited man replied, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. In the distance, 3 figures appeared as blurred lights, soaring at a velocity beyond comprehension. "Tianjin rice, dumplings, should we bring a gift to Broly's wedding?" A casually dressed individual named Icha, with flowing hair, commented while gliding through the brisk air, glancing at a companion beside him. "Tianjin rice, clad in his usual form-fitting training attire and sporting 3 eyes, gazed ahead and replied, "I don't think that's necessary. Neither Broly nor Bulma are particularly picky." Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, although it wasn't extravagantly decorated, the atmosphere was lively and filled with joy. The entrance was adorned with a red carpet, welcoming guests who came to offer their congratulations that in the spacious courtyard. Housekeeping robots busily attended to their tasks, occasionally delivering platters of fruit and snacks amidst the throng of visitors. Meanwhile, servants took on the responsibility of greeting guests and facilitating their seating arrangements. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, Bulma's courtyard was already overflowing with people. Friends and family who had traveled from around the globe, along with partners from various enterprises. So many people, Krillin remarked, standing out in the crowd with his bald head, surveying the bustling scene around him in amazement. Beside Krillin stood the rarely serious Master Roshi, donned in a suit and wearing sunglasses, ogling the young women with exposed thighs as they passed by. "Krillin," a voice called out to him. Krillin looked around and followed the sound, spotting Goku and his family waving at them. "Goku, you all made it." Krillin and Master Roshi squeezed through the crowd to reach Goku's family. "Indeed," Goku replied with a smile, glancing at the throngs of people. "I didn't expect such a turnout for their wedding." As they chatted, a servant approached them. "Are you Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Krillin?" the servant inquired respectfully. They nodded in affirmation, and the servant continued, "Then please follow me," as he turned to lead them through the crowd. Once they emerged, the servant guided them into Bulma's living room. The lighting in the room was particularly vibrant today, and the rows of specially arranged sofas on either side astonished everyone. "This is where the wedding is truly taking place," Oolong announced as he stood up from the sofa to clarify for everyone. Goku and Krillin exchanged glances, finally understanding the servant's intent in bringing them here. Chapter 10. A bond formed at last. Goku surveyed the guests who had genuinely come to celebrate Broly and Bulma's union, and was taken aback to see many familiar faces among them. "The Supreme Kai, Mr. You've come too?" Goku exclaimed, recognizing the deity from the heavens who had personally attended Broly's wedding. The Supreme Kai smiled and nodded. "Mr. And I heard that Broly was getting married, so we simply had to come." "Indeed," Goku replied with a smile. After a brief chat with the Supreme Kai, Goku made his way toward the sofas. Eager for the ceremony to commence that moment, the Supreme Kai inadvertently spotted someone that startled him. It was the Grand Kai, who presided over the entire galaxy. Just as he was about to greet him, the Grand Kai shook his head and telepathically conveyed, "Do not disclose my identity to anyone. Remember, I am merely an ordinary guest here for Broly's wedding." The Supreme Kai nodded vigorously, shifting his gaze elsewhere. "Why are Broly and Bulma taking so long?" The guests, growing increasingly restless, awaited the appearance of the wedding's main characters. Goku occupied a seat, flanked by the Supreme Kai on one side and his wife Chi-Chi on the other. "This scene reminds me of when you proposed to me, Goku," Chi-Chi reminisced, leaning contentedly against Goku's shoulder. Goku awkwardly smiled at the Supreme Kai beside him. "Dear guests who have traveled from afar," a resounding voice emanated from the front stage, prompting everyone to turn their attention. "Prepare your enthusiastic applause to welcome the couple about to enter the sacred hall of matrimony." The host's passionate voice ignited the atmosphere like a spark. An applause erupted, accompanied by synchronized sound effects. Under the collective gaze, Broly, clad in a white suit and sporting a charming smile, strode onto the stage, while Bulma, in a pristine white wedding gown, gracefully approached the host from the opposite side. "Do you have any words to share with each other?" the host asked, extending the microphone to Broly. The guests seated at the banquet below, witnessing the perfectly matched couple, showered them with congratulatory applause. Broly took the microphone, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. "Today, Bulma and I finally become one. Reflecting on our journey, it feels almost dreamlike that I hope that Bulma and I can live joyfully together from this day forth." He then handed the microphone back to the host. Meanwhile, Bulma looked at Broly with excitement and happiness as the audience erupted in applause. Broly's wedding. Amid the guests' playful encouragement, Broly unabashedly kissed Bulma in front of everyone. Following this, the couple engaged fervently in the wedding festivities. Who would have thought that Bulma would end up marrying Broly? Only Broly could tolerate Bulma's stubborn temperament. Klin chuckled, prompting everyone to burst into hearty laughter. As the guests engaged in light-hearted banter, commenting on the newlywed couple, Broly and Bulma, the host cleared his throat into the microphone, capturing everyone's attention. Mr. Broly, do you take Miss Bulma to be your lawfully wedded wife? The host extended the microphone toward Broly. He cast a glance at Bulma, who was resplendent in her white wedding gown, looking particularly radiant that day. Recollections of their shared past flooded his mind as he slowly replied, I do. This heartfelt affirmation filled Bulma with overwhelming emotion. Following the same protocol, the host presented the microphone to Bulma, the bride. Gazing affectionately at Broly, she tenderly declared, I do. After the ceremony, Broly and Bulma embraced tightly. Savoring the joyous atmosphere of their wedding, applause erupted, seemingly ignited by an unknown instigator, filling the venue with warm blessings. Both Broly and Bulma cherished these sentiments as they resonated in their hearts. The couple had traversed their youthful years together and were now poised to embark on a blissful journey of married life. The host's voice rose passionately, amplifying the celebratory mood as the wedding march played. The couple, having finally united, walked down the red carpet, stepping forward into the path of their shared future. Chapter 11. The onset of crisis. Half a year had passed since the wedding, and Broly and Bulma's lives had returned to a tranquil state. The friends who had gathered to celebrate their union had since dispersed in pursuit of their own aspirations. During this period, Broly devoted himself to Bulma, cherishing 6 months of blissful togetherness. The morning sun bathed their spacious home in a golden hue, as Bulma's mother cradled a delightful kitten, sipping juice while chatting happily with her husband. Meanwhile, Broly and Bulma swung gently on a seesaw, appearing less like a married couple and more like a pair of young lovers. Just then, the melodious ring of a telephone disrupted the serene scene. Bulma rose to answer the call, and upon returning, she relayed that Klin had invited them to gather at Kame House. Are you going? She asked. Broly smiled and replied, Of course. Let us go together. After exchanging farewells with Bulma's parents, the couple prepared and boarded their flying vehicle, setting off towards Kame House. The azure sea stretched endlessly beneath a clear sky, with a small island featuring a solitary house standing amidst the waves crashing against its shores. A small aircraft descended gracefully, landing smoothly as Broly and Bulma disembarked. Klin and Master Roshi, having heard the commotion, emerged to greet them. Upon seeing Bulma, Master Roshi's eyes brightened. Well, this girl has grown more enchanting over the past 6 months. Such skin and figure. Truly captivating, he thought, though his words betrayed a different demeanor. Broly, Bulma, I trust your married life has been splendid? Klin chimed in, eliciting a round of playful teasing. Initially shy, Bulma soon adopted a mock-fierce expression, retorting, What is it to you? While playfully shaking her fist. The 4 friends entered the house, reminiscing about the 6 months apart, sharing heartfelt exchanges filled with longing and joy upon their reunion. Before long, Son Goku arrived with his son, Goten, adding to the lively atmosphere. The Irish poultry farm, a modest establishment, boasted a serene environment. On this particularly refreshing day, the owner hummed a tune while spreading hay, enveloped by a harmonious ambience. Unbeknownst to them, high above the earth, a circular spaceship resembling a meteor streaked through the atmosphere, trailing a fiery tail as it descended with astonishing speed toward the farm. Within minutes, the spacecraft crashed to the ground, releasing a thunderous explosion that sent plumes of smoke into the air, causing the earth to tremble. After a while, a gentle breeze dispersed the dust, revealing the scene within. A farmer, pale with fright, approached cautiously, clutching a shotgun. He was stunned to find a massive crater, within which a metallic sphere lay silently, emitting wisps of white smoke. The spaceship's hatch opened slowly, and Raditz emerged, rising from the pit and surveying the frail humans before him. His face darkened with rage. So, the natives of this planet are still alive. Kakarot, have you truly forgotten the dignity of the mightiest warriors, the Saiyans, living harmoniously with these earthlings? The thought of Kakarot, a proud Saiyan, coexisting with these mere mortals filled Raditz with indignation. Activating his scouter, he scanned the area before soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Chapter 12. Raditz on the island of Kame House, Son Goku and his former companions engaged in animated conversation, while little Goten played with the turtle. "Is that a Dragon Ball on Goten's hat?" Bulma inquired, glancing at the orange sphere adorning Goten's head. Goku smiled and replied, "Indeed, that was the 4-star ball left to me by my grandfather upon his passing. I fondly remember the days spent searching for Dragon Balls with you, Bulma, and Oolong." Bulma smiled softly, reminiscing about those cherished moments, her mind painting vivid images from the past. Just then, Broly and Goku exchanged a glance, and Goku's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with intensity, transforming from the jovial friend into a figure of seriousness. "Broly, Goku, what is going on?" Bulma noticed the change in Goku's expression and sensed something troubling was afoot. As she asked, all eyes turned towards the sky, where a shadow appeared, swiftly approaching Da. "Here it comes, quite slow. I senti it," Broly remarked casually, turning to Goku. "This one is coming for you," Broly teased. The others looked at him with puzzled expressions. But Broly merely smiled. "Don't look at me. Once they arrive, you'll understand." With no further explanation from Broly, they awaited the newcomer's arrival. The cold breeze swept across the scene as the figure descended gracefully, landing firmly before them, clad in peculiar attire and exuding a palpable aura of menace. With a device resembling glasses over his right eye, this newcomer was none other than the ruthless man who had emerged from the spacecraft and killed the farmer. Silence. A brief hush fell as Son Goku and the mysterious man regarded each other, sizing one another up. The stranger sneered, "At last, we meet. Though you've grown, I recognize you at once, Kakarot." Upon hearing the name Kakarot, Goku recalled Broly's earlier words and finally understood their meaning. He regained his composure and asked, "Who are you?" Raditz, slightly irritated, replied, "You don't even remember me. Very well, allow me to jog your memory, for you will need to assist me with many tasks in the future." He then exclaimed loudly, "You are not a human from this planet at all. You were born on planet Vegeta, known as the mightiest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans, and I am your brother." "Raditz, do you understand, Saiyan? You are also a Saiyan?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. You actually know about Saiyans? I never imagined our illustrious Saiyan name would reach even this remote planet called Earth," Raditz said with a hint of pride. "Not at all. It's just that Broly mentioned he and Son Goku are both Saiyans," Bulma retorted. "Broly? Oh, so there's another Saiyan on Earth. Where is he?" Raditz inquired, somewhat surprised. "Goku, hurry up and deal with this pathetic character. We are going inside to eat," Broly said with a light chuckle, his gaze filled with disdain. Upon hearing Broly's words, Raditz's fury ignited instantly. "You bastard, how dare you look down on me? Prepare to meet your end." He glanced at his scouter, noting that his maximum battle power was merely 850 points, and disdainfully muttered, "Trash," that in an instant, he vanished from sight, launching a punch toward Broly. Broly, observing Raditz charging at him with the speed of a tortoise, yawned and casually delivered a punch. Raditz was sent flying, unable to believe that someone with a battle power nearly 1,000 points lower than his could so easily render him powerless like Kati that moment. Raditz lay on the ground, unable to move, blood spilling from his mouth. Being Goku's brother, Goku hesitated to kill him. Ultimately, following Broly's suggestion, he bound Raditz's tail and imprisoned him in the sacred world of the Kais. Before his confinement, Raditz warned them that a Saiyan far stronger than he would arrive on Earth in a year to seek vengeance and annihilate everyone. Upon hearing this, Krillin replied, "We have the Dragon Balls. We can bring them back to life, so we won't die." Raditz chuckled, "Thank you for providing me with such vital information." Far away, on planet Vegeta, Vegeta and Nappa had just conquered the planet and were now seated, grilling food in the dim light. Vegeta chewed on an unknown piece of meat while an alien creature resembling an octopus lay beside him. Nappa, with his massive frame, sat nearby, tapping away at his scouter. A mocking grin on his rugged face, he turned to Vegeta and said, "Raditz is utterly useless. He got captured on that lowly planet Earth." Vegeta frowned slightly, displeased. "I never expected Earthlings could alter their battle power. By battle power standards, Earth should be a mid-tier planet." Nappa nodded. "It seems our intelligence gathering was flawed." Vegeta replied, "What shall we do next? Should we rescue Raditz?" "Rescue? What value is there in saving that waste of space? For a Scion to be captured by Earthlings is nothing short of disgraceful. But we can't just abandon Raditz. After all, he is a Scion, and our numbers are dwindling. Nappa hesitated to argue. The Scion population had become exceedingly rare. Although Nappa looked down upon Raditz's meager strength, he acknowledged that he was still a Scion. I couldn't care less about Raditz's fate, but I'm quite intrigued by that thing called the Dragon Balls on Earth. Vegeta said, excitement evident in his voice. Nappa replied, Indeed, it seems like any wish can be granted. Vegeta proposed, let us go to Earth, gather the Dragon Balls, and wish for immortality. This way, we can relish the joys of battle for eternity. Nappa chuckled, haha, I see. You truly are Vegeta. The two boarded their spaceship, gradually entering a state of suspended animation. Two beams of light pierced through the cosmos, heading toward Earth. On Earth, Son Goku delivered Raditz to the sacred world of the Kais, where he was guarded. Although Goku's battle power had soared, the Supreme Kai still sent him to the afterlife to train at King Kai's planet. Piccolo trained with Gohan and soon discovered Gohan's latent power. Astonished by it. Chapter 13. The arrival of the Scion's time passed, and upon receiving the news, Krillin and the others began their own training. But a year swiftly elapsed. Meanwhile, in outer space, two streaks of light traversed the dark starry sky, gradually approaching the solar system, heading toward a blue planet within its orbit. Small meteor fragments collided with them, but were repelled by the spacecraft's protective shield, while larger ones shattered upon impact, scattering debris in all directions. Subsequently, the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, and the friction with the air transformed it into two blazing fireballs, trailing long tails like fiery serpents, revealing their menacing fangs. Whoosh! The two fireballs streaked across the sky, heading toward a bustling city. In the heart of the city, as a new day began, pedestrians and vehicles noticed the fireballs descending from the sky. Realizing the impending danger, they hurriedly took evasive action. Boom! Two resounding explosions echoed as the ground shook violently, creating two enormous craters not far from the bustling metropolis. In the suburbs, dust and debris billowed into the air. People reacted swiftly, driven by curiosity. Many drove toward the impact site. Soon, the craters were surrounded by a throng of onlookers, eagerly chattering about the white sphere in the center of the crater, blissfully unaware of the imminent threat closing in. Creak! The hatch of the spacecraft opened. Vegeta and Nappa emerged, slowly floating into the air. It's a person. Someone is coming out. A voice cried out. Who are they? How can they fly? People began to panic and fled into their vehicles, igniting their engines and hastily escaping in all directions. Oh, this is Earth. Not much to it. Nappa scoffed, observing the fleeing crowd. Let's greet them, shall we? Humph, Nappa said, to which Vegeta replied, Do as you wish, but do not be too forceful. With a loud laugh, Nappa suddenly thrust his fingers upward, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that erupted from the ground. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, obliterating the surrounding fields. All the small lives inhabiting that land were instantly reduced to ash. The overwhelming energy was sensed by the warriors on Earth, prompting everyone to gather. Amidst the smoke, Nappa and Vegeta emerged. I accidentally got a bit too enthusiastic, Nappa exclaimed, laughing heartily. Vegeta, however, was impatient. Enough of this. We must first find those who captured Raditz and extract information about the Dragon Balls. Nappa nodded earnestly and activated his scouter to scan the area. There are several power levels over 3,000 here, with the highest reaching 4,500. No wonder Raditz was captured, Nappa remarked, his expression turning serious. Seems they possess some ability. Let us head over, Vegeta scoffed, and the two began to fly at incredible speed. Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan sensed the approaching energy and prepared themselves as they observed the descending Vegeta and Nappa. Piccolo's expression turned grave, and he asked, Though I wish to avoid this, I must confirm, are you Science? Nappa looked at Piccolo and suddenly recalled something, asking Vegeta, Hey, isn't that guy Namekian? Vegeta replied, That explains it. No wonder Raditz was captured. A Namekian presence complicates things that I've heard that Namekians possess extraordinary powers. I take it the Dragon Balls are your creation? Klin gazed in astonishment at Piccolo, exclaiming, Piccolo, you too are an extraterrestrial. With gritted teeth, Piccolo was internally taken aback, realizing for the first time that he was indeed a Namekian. Nappa interjected, even if you are a Namekian, you are hardly superior to a mere insect in my eyes. Hand over the Dragon Balls obediently. With a scoff, the group assumed battle stances, seemingly inviting their own demise. Nappa, don't you still have a few biomen? Bring them out and let them witness, commanded Vegeta, reminiscent of a commanding officer. Excellent idea. Let us have the biomen engage them. The terrain here is quite suitable for cultivating robust specimens. With a slap to his forehead, Nappa burst into laughter, promptly planting several biomen seeds in a vacant area and dousing them with a few drops of green catalyst. Before long, several biomen emerged from the ground, bearing their fangs and claws, surrounding Vegeta and his companions. Klin, astonished, remarked, "What are these grotesque creatures?" Piccolo cautioned, "Be careful. These beings possess considerable strength." The biomen were swiftly dispatched by the empowered warriors. This is making my hands itch. Their annihilation matters not. I shall eliminate them all, spat Nappa, his irritation palpable at their complete eradication. Point one individual? Piccolo queried. For dealing with you, Nappa, one of me is more than sufficient. Nappa boasted arrogantly. Very well, let us take down one while we can. The remaining one shall be easier to handle. Piccolo mused. The group joined forces against Nappa, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Blows were exchanged with rapid intensity, a kaleidoscope of energy waves rippling through the air. The shock waves radiated outward, the turbulent winds distorting the atmosphere, rendering it thin and fragile, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breathe. Suddenly, Piccolo retreated and yelled, "Get back! Special beam cannon!" The others dodged. Just a petty trick. Nappa prepared to absorb the attack with his body. Beep! Beep! The scouter emitted urgent beeps, displaying a sudden spike in readings. What? Battle power at 8320. Nappa, get out of the way, Vegeta shouted. What? Nappa was astonished, hastily turning his head, yet still receiving a scar on his face. Enraged, Nappa became serious, and the previously confident warriors found themselves at a disadvantage, merely holding on as defeat loomed. Beep! 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 The scouter detected a surge of formidable energy approaching. Startling Vegeta, what is that energy? Piccolo and the others felt it too. Indeed, it is Son Goku. Oh, Kakarot has finally arrived. I thought he wouldn't dare show up. What is his battle power? Nappa inquired. Impossible. It has surpassed 32,000. Vegeta exclaimed, equally astonished. Without further ado, Son Goku appeared before them, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 14. The battle concludes. Meanwhile, Broly hovered above Vegeta and the others, casually gnawing on a chicken leg while eagerly observing the fray. Upon witnessing Goku's battle power of 32,000, Vegeta realized he had no choice but to transform into a great ape. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, though the transformation into a great ape was hideous and savage. It was a significant asset for the Saiyans, particularly effective below a battle power of 100,000. Above that threshold, its benefits diminished. Where's the moon? Vegeta scanned the surroundings, perplexed. There should be a full moon at this hour. Could it be that infuriating Kakarot destroyed the moon in advance? The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged with anger. Did he think I would be powerless? Unbeknownst to him, the moon had been obliterated by Master Roshi. Utilizing a measure of energy, a bright artificial moon soon materialized above Vegeta's head and was launched into the sky. Vegeta called out to Nappa and pointed upward, and the two swiftly transformed into towering great apes. Standing over 10 meters tall, the transformation complete, their battle power soared to an astounding 220,000, exuding an overwhelming aura that crushed the surroundings. Observing Nappa and Vegeta's transformation into great apes, Broly realized it was his cue to enter the fray. Otherwise, lives would be at stake. With that thought, Broly instantly appeared before the group. Upon seeing Broly, the tension dissipated. Broly, why did you arrive so late? Klin complained. I've been here for quite some time. Broly replied nonchalantly. I was merely observing from above. These two gorillas are not foes you can contend with. Retreat a bit, he instructed before turning to Goku. Goku, I leave Vegeta to you. I shall deal with this Nappa fellow. And the rest is up to you. Gazing at the transformed great apes, Goku recalled his grandfather's words, realizing, so that is how it is. The monster that killed my grandfather is right here. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Regaining his composure and maintaining a safe distance, Son Goku unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave, a sky-blue energy beam soaring skyward, relentlessly aimed at Vegeta. Just as Goku fired the Kamehameha, Broly sprang into action, vanishing from sight and reappearing before Nappa, delivering a powerful punch to Nappa's abdomen, causing him to collapse, reverting to his original form, unconscious. Incredible. The foe we struggled against was vanquished by him with a single blow. Klin and others thought in awe. Meanwhile, Goku's Kamehameha collided with the great ape, yet it had no effect whatsoever. The enraged great ape retaliated, slapping towards Goku, and let out a long roar, unleashing a torrent of energy from its mouth like a straight water column, ceaselessly flowing. Damn it, such a troublesome opponent. The disparity in strength was stark. Goku was no match, forced to evade continuously. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the tail's weakness. Goku swiftly darted in front of Vegeta, locking eyes with him, and then smirked mischievously. Solar flare? He shouted, placing his hands on his forehead, a blinding light radiating forth, momentarily blinding Vegeta. The great ape howled in agony, clutching its eyes, seizing the perfect opportunity. Goku swiftly executed a flat energy blade aimed at the great ape's thick tail. With a decisive slice, the tail severed and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ta-da! My tail. Vegeta cried in anguish as the power began to drain from him, his form shrinking back to human size. Once reverted, Vegeta was no match for Goku, quickly being knocked to the ground. Subsequently, akin to the original story, Goku spared Vegeta, and they all returned to their respective homes, while Broly took Nappa and Raditz to King Kai's for confinement. Broly then instantaneously appeared at Master Roshi's Island. Chapter 15. Preparation. The group gathered at Master Roshi's Island, surrounding Broly upon his return. Broly regarded Goku sternly. Goku, your strength remains insufficient. What? Son Goku exclaimed in surprise, as Klin and the others looked at Broly, equally astonished. Did you think I was jesting? Humph. Soon you shall come to realize there exists a power even greater than Vegeta. Broly asserted. Upon hearing Broly's words, Goku and others reflected. Piccolo and the others were taken to King Kai's planet for training, occasionally testing their skills against Nappa, while Goku intensified his training under increased gravity. Meanwhile, Broly took Bulma on excursions, and one afternoon at Bulma's residence, Broly was enjoying a meal. Broly. The detector suddenly emitted a sound. This sound was Elder Namek. Elder, what is the matter? Broly inquired, his heart pondering whether Frieza had already passed. Broly, I sense a force of destruction approaching. Namek may not withstand this calamity. The Elder sighed, that I understand, but Elder, why don't you use the Dragon Balls? Broly asked that no, this far exceeds my capabilities. The enemy is not something Porunga can handle. The Elder shook his head. Broly, conflicted, responded, it's not about confronting the enemy. You could have Porunga locate a suitable planet for relocation in times of crisis. The Elder slowly replied, that is indeed a possibility. But if it comes to that, I would prefer not to leave Namek. It is my homeland after all. Neru, go to the villages and gather the Dragon Balls. Elder, a full relocation is the last resort. I will come as well. Perhaps Namek can avoid this disaster, Broly declared. However, I have a few friends with considerable power who will join. I hope you can help them unlock their potential when the time comes. Broly added, that could be arranged. Bulma interjected, Broly, who just sent that message? It was Elder Namek. In a few days, I may need to take Goku and the others to Namek. You stay home and wait for my return. Broly stated. Thus, Broly spent the following days joyfully accompanying Bulma at home, while Goku and the others trained diligently. At Frieza's headquarters, a spherical spaceship landed, and Vegeta slowly emerged. The battle on Earth had left him feeling profoundly humiliated, having been surpassed by a mere low-class warrior. Were it not for Kakarot's mercy, he would have perished on Earth. Damn it, If only I could become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta seethed within. Then neither Frieza nor anyone else would be my match. As long as I become a Super Saiyan, my pride can be maintained that he believed he was the most qualified warrior in Saiyan history, destined to become a Super Saiyan at ISNT, that the Prince of the Saiyans. Lord Vegeta, a brash voice echoed in the corridor. Where is Raditz? Has he been eliminated? Vegeta recognized the speaker, an alien named Che, who bore two fleshy tendrils at the corners of his mouth, with a power level equal to Vegeta as previous one of 22. 000, they had always been at odds, yet Vegeta could have easily defeated him if not for Frieza's influence. Vegeta scoffed at the thought. Sensing Vegeta's disdain, Chua arrogantly declared, "Still calling yourself a Saiyan Prince? Pathetic, but I must thank you for the message from Earth. King Frieza has gone in search of the Dragon Balls." Vegeta's anger surged. What? Frieza is after the Dragon Balls. Those are mine. I want to let you succeed. Vegeta stormed out of the headquarters, boarded his spaceship, and set course for Namek, secretly fuming. I never imagined Frieza would also receive the message from the detector. How infuriating. Inside Frieza's ship, King Frieza, Chue reported. Lord, Vegeta has once again taken off in his spaceship, seemingly heading for Namek. Oh, so Vegeta is going to Namek as well. It appears he too desires the Dragon Balls for eternal life. However, Vegeta's repeated unauthorized actions are quite disrespectful. Frieza remarked coldly. Called Chue? Eliminate Vegeta. Chue has always had a grudge against Vegeta. He will undoubtedly relish the task, Dodoria sneered. Then it is settled, Frieza said, his crimson eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. Chapter 16. Back to Namek, a few days swiftly passed. On Earth, Broly sought out Son Goku, discovering that under the gravitational training, Goku's base power level had reached nearly 200,000, with a peak of 1.2 million. Broly marveled at the rapid progress brought by pressure. He straightforwardly proposed the idea of visiting Namek to face stronger opponents, and Goku readily agreed, teleporting to King Kai's planet. Although they had all been training diligently, apart from Piccolo, whose power level approached 40,000, the others remained around 5,000 to 6,000. After all, Earthlings were not a warrior race, and it was unrealistic to expect significant enhancements in just over a month. Meanwhile, Piccolo's Namekian genes seemed to have activated, allowing for swift improvement. After discussing the situation with King Kai and mentioning Elder Namek's abilities, they decided to go. With Goku and the others, Broly activated instant transmission, and in a flash, they appeared in the village of Elder Namek. Apart from Broly, the others gazed around in awe at the vast green plains. Wow, is this Namek? The surroundings are entirely grasslands. Even the sky reflects green, exclaimed one. What a miraculous technique to arrive here from Earth in the blink of an eye. Is this truly Piccolo's homeland? The air composition is quite similar to Earth. Observing their surroundings, Goku noticed that aside from the scarcity of species, Namek shared many similarities with Earth. Piccolo gazed at what could be described as his root homeland. Reflecting, so this is my birthplace. It indeed carries a sense of nostalgia. Looking at his companions, Broly instructed, prepare yourselves. We are about to meet Elder Namek. He is the most revered figure on Namek, so be respectful. Let us go. As they entered the village, greeting familiar faces, they approached a somewhat dilapidated circular building. The Elder is inside, Broly announced. The door swung open, revealing a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Hello, Naru, it has been a long time, Broly greeted. Naru, speaking little, replied coolly, the Elder requests your presence. Knowing Naru's demeanor, Broly sighed. This is Naru, the Elder's guardian and the strongest warrior of Namek. He is usually rather aloof. Everyone, please come in. Piccolo, with a serious expression, remarked, Naru is incredibly powerful. No wonder he is the strongest warrior of Namek. Upon entering the room, Broly was greeted with, welcome to Namek. I sense your strength has grown even more formidable. The group turned to see the Elder's imposing figure. They were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment at the Elder's immense size. Broly smiled. I apologize for interrupting your rest. These are warriors from Earth, and I hope you can help them unlock their potential. The Elder sensed their hearts. I can feel they all possess a righteous spirit. Who will come forth first? Goku stepped forward. Elder, I will go first. The elder placed his hand upon Goku's head, and a soft blue light began to emanate from Goku's body, filling him with a profound sense of exhilaration. Piccolo and the others watched in amazement, realizing that the elder's simple touch had significantly enhanced Goku's power. The elder chuckled lightly. You possess great potential. Are you also a Saiyan? Goku, overwhelmed by the surge of power, replied respectfully, Yes, I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. The elder nodded, and Broly observed Goku, thinking, Excellent, his power level is now nearly 3 million. I await Frieza's arrival. Goku, do not disappoint me. Following a tea break, Krillin and the others also approached to unlock their potential. They felt their newfound strength incredible. This is definitely stronger than the Vegeta who came to Earth. The elder turned to Piccolo. You are the child sent away during the climate disaster, correct? Come here. Child, feeling a surge of emotion, Piccolo stepped forward as the elder continued. Child, do you mind if I look into your past? Bick exhibited some discrepancies, yet still nodded slightly. The Grand Elder's thoughts stirred, and Bick's past unfolded before his eyes. Indeed, he is the child of Katas. It is surprising that a hint of malevolence has resulted in such a division. What a pity! If he had possessed a complete body, perhaps he would have. Sai, I have come to understand. Although you originate from wickedness, you are no longer part of the demon clan. Very well. I shall strive to unlock as much potential as possible. Soon, the potential was fully realized. Is this truly my power? How formidable! Bick exclaimed in delight, while Broly marveled. Definitely over 1 million. The Grand Elder Weary remarked, You do not possess complete talent, thus can only unlock this much. Leaning exhaustedly against his chair, he acknowledged that while unlocking potential does not affect longevity, it does consume physical strength and mental energy. Broly requested a Senzu Bean from Goku. Grand Elder, this is a Senzu Bean. Consuming it will restore your physical vitality. What a miraculous substance. It instantly rejuvenates my strength. The Grand Elder remarked with awe. Broly's expression turned serious. Grand Elder, the enemy is about to arrive on Namek. It would be best to depart. This battle, once news of the Dragon Ball spreads, this place is unlikely to remain peaceful. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, it is time to utilize the Dragon Balls. Nail, summon Purunga. Nail placed the 7 enormous Dragon Balls upon the ground. Arise. Purunga. The skies swiftly darkened. Immense clouds gathered. Golden light danced within the clouds. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the cosmos, and Purunga's colossal form emerged. This is the Namekian dragon. So terrifying, Krillin trembled. State your wishes. Anything is possible, limited to 3. Purunga declared. 3 wishes. 2 are sufficient. Nail stated, for the first wish, please find a planet suitable for Namekians to inhabit, preferably remote and uninhabited. Understood, a simple task. Purunga's eyes glimmered with red light. For the second wish, aside from Earth, transfer all Namekians to New Namek. Subsequently, all Namekians on the original Namek vanished without a trace. They have been relocated to New Namek, and, as the Grand Elder was sent away, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into spheres along with him. Very well. The Namekians have departed, and the enemy is soon to arrive. Are you all prepared? Chapter 17. The Demise of the Ginyu Force. Goku and the others wore serious expressions that I end this battle. Regardless of life or death, I shall not assist. Whether you live or die will depend solely on your own strength. Now, if anyone lacks confidence, step forward, and I shall send you away, Broly stated indifferently. Aside from Goku, the others were incensed. It was no wonder, as the Earthlings, Krillin, and the others had seen their powers surge considerably, all exceeding 25,000, with Tien's strength nearing 35,000, surpassing even Vegeta's power upon his arrival on Earth. Their confidence soared up. Bick's power, too, was astonishingly close to 1 million, a strength they could scarcely fathom. It seems everyone is brimming with confidence. Very well, I shall take my leave. Prepare to confront the enemy, Broly declared on Namek. Soon, a massive circular spaceship began its descent. The hatch opened, and groups of extraterrestrials leapt down, with Frieza floating in his specialized egg-shaped spacecraft. followed closely by the corpulent Dodoria and the formidable Guldo. What a mundane planet, Scout. Assess if it holds any development value. Dodoria, scan this planet's life forms and their power levels, Frisia commanded coolly. Dodoria pressed the scanner, and a flurry of data flashed across the lens. What's this? There are only a few life forms detected, and their power levels are between 25,000 and nearly 30,000. This, Dodoria said nervously. Frisia pointed his finger. Oh, there are quite a few with power levels above 25. 000. Dodoria, it seems we must summon the Jinyu force. Scout, what have you found? A scout with a horse-like face stepped forward. Lord Frisia, this planet possesses no notable minerals and is of little value. How disappointing. It appears only fit for a prison. Such wretched planets are everywhere. Once we acquire the Dragon Balls and attain eternal life, we shall celebrate with fireworks, Frisia said, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Dodoria, you and Guldo shall dispatch subordinates to search for the Dragon Balls. Wait for the Jinyu force to arrive before locating those life forms and determining if they possess Dragon Balls. I shall await your good news here. Shortly after Frisia's arrival, another small circular spaceship streaked through the stars, hurtling towards Namek's surface, a tremendous sound causing dust to swirl. Vegeta swiftly emerged from the ship. So this is Namek. I must find the Dragon Balls before Frisia does. With that, Vegeta began searching for Namekian villages. What is going on? Why is every village deserted? Vegeta grew anxious, unaware that the Namekians had relocated to another planet. Just then, as in the original tale, the unassuming Chui, following Frisia's orders, prepared to eliminate Vegeta, but due to Vegeta's heightened power, he was swiftly dispatched. After slaying Chui, Vegeta continued his search for the villages, hoping to find the Dragon Balls. Where have all the Namekians gone? Have they all sought refuge? Or could it be? No good. Those fiends must have taken the Dragon Balls with them. Vegeta roared at this moment. Vegeta was in a foul mood. Consumed by an urge to kill, he soared upwards, his expression fierce, heading towards his next destination. However, after flying to several locations, he found no trace of a single Namekian. Calming down, Vegeta realized the slim hope for the Dragon Balls was fading. He should focus on how to evade Frisia's pursuit and preserve his life. Without daring to linger, Vegeta sped towards the direction of his spaceship. Meanwhile, Frisia's Jinyu force had arrived on Namek and met with Frisia, receiving orders to eliminate Vegeta, after which the 5 of them set off in pursuit of him. Soon, the Jinyu force caught up with Vegeta, who had landed and assumed a combat stance. The leader, Jinyu, spoke. I say, Vegeta, what have you ingested? How dare you betray Lord Frisia? Don't you realize that without Lord Frisia, you would accomplish nothing? What did you say? Vegeta was enraged. Enough, though it feels somewhat beneath me. I shall expend some effort to eliminate you. Jinyu waved dismissively. The other 4 grew anxious. Captain, don't handle this sly one alone. Let me take him on. Among them, Guldo was particularly eager. Captain, let me take him. I have a score to settle with him. Truly, there's no helping it. Let us draw lots. Whoever wins will face him, Jinyu proposed. Excellent. The dead cheered, and the lot drawing began as Vegeta watched. Fury surged within him, and in the end, it was Goku who emerged victorious. Although Vegeta's powers had significantly increased, he was still no match for Goku, and soon he was severely injured. Just as Goku prepared to send Guldo in to finish off Vegeta, a cheerful voice rang out. Ah, are you one of Frisia's minions? Quite impressive. How about we have a go at it? Jinyu and the others looked up in astonishment to see several figures appear in their line of sight. Vegeta, astonished, looked up to see who had come. It was none other than Goku, Bick, and the others. That a deep sense of grief and anger filled Vegeta's heart. His planet was destroyed, his kin reduced to mere remnants. And bearing the pride of a prince, he found himself serving under his enemy Frisia, hoping to accumulate strength through battle to surpass Frisia. Yet, he found himself unable to contend even with Frisia's subordinates, needing assistance from those who had once been his subordinates. How could he accept this? Jinyu and his companions. More people have arrived. Now we have quite the spectacle. Let us draw lots for the distribution. The foolish actions of a few infuriated Piccolo, causing the magic light killing cannon to erupt from his fingertips. Jinyu sensed impending doom and swiftly dodged, while Jace and Berta were caught off guard and met their demise. Fortunately for Guldo, his short stature spared him this moment. Vegeta wore a look of sheer astonishment, while the remaining members of the Jinyu force exhibited signs of panic. Although Jinyu appeared flustered, his mind raced. Contemplating the capabilities of Krillin and the others, he discerned that Krillin, Tin, and their companions possessed average strength. Even a body swap would prove futile. His gaze then settled on Goku, whose prowess remained indiscernible, appearing relatively unimpressive. However, the Namekian seemed formidable enough to warrant a swap. If successful, he could easily overpower the others. A triumphant smile spread across Jinyu's face. "Ha! Let's swap," he exclaimed excitedly, unleashing a yellow beam of energy towards Piccolo. "What is that?" Piccolo pondered, but his subordinates were quick to act, their eyes flashing red as they activated their magical powers, halting the beam in its tracks. "This is bad," Jinyu gasped, realizing the Namekian was far too powerful to exchange bodies with. In a desperate attempt to flee, he cursed under his breath. Where had such a monster emerged from? A Namekian wielding such strength. Trying to escape, you wretch who dares tread upon Namek, prepare to descend into the abyss. Piccolo declared, electricity crackling between his fingers as a torrent of terrifying energy erupted forth. No! Jinyu screamed in defiance, but the overwhelming force pierced through him. Guldo and Riku trembled in fear, paralyzed with dread. Piccolo turned his gaze towards them. "Since you are all accomplices, you shall face the same fate." After years of tyranny and malice, it was unfortunate that the Jinyu force met their end before making any significant impact on Namek. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Frieza upon receiving the news of the Jinyu force's annihilation. Frieza seethed with rage. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to challenge his authority here. With a resounding crash, the wine glass in his hand shattered into dust. He then solemnly commanded, "Make haste to the location where the Jinyu force encountered Vegeta." Dodoria and Zarbin sensed Frieza's fury. Although they were shocked by the disappearance of the Jinyu force's life signals, they dutifully obeyed Frieza's orders. They flew rapidly and soon arrived before Goku and the others. Frieza glanced at the severely injured Vegeta leaning against a nearby wall, surveying Goku's group before slowly descending. "Did you kill my elite warriors?" he inquired, his voice dripping with disdain. "How dare you provoke me? If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." To Frieza's surprise, it was Piccolo who stepped forward first. With a cold snort, he vanished from his position and reappeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. Frieza extended his clawed hand to intercept Piccolo's fist, but was ultimately a moment too late, receiving a blow to his abdomen that sent him flying backward. In the next instant, Piccolo stood before Dodoria and Zarbin, swiftly delivering two kicks that sent them both hurtling away, likely beyond salvation. Frieza's fury intensified, yet a sense of caution crept into his heart. The previous attack, though opportunistic, had caught him off guard. This individual was no ordinary foe. Against such an opponent, his usual combat prowess felt insufficient. He recognized the danger he was in. He did not wish to be defeated due to holding back. Thus he resolved to transform. Frieza bellowed, as his battle armor cracked and his form began to swell, the tips of his horns curving upward, his power nearly tripling in the distance. Broly continued to observe the battle. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were taken aback, while Piccolo was even more astonished, realizing that Frieza's energy had surged dramatically with just one transformation. As in the original narrative, Piccolo was soon overpowered, and as he was being beaten, Gohan's anger erupted. Unleashing a tremendous force within him, he delivered a kick that sent Frieza sprawling, rescuing Piccolo in the process. Vegeta, on the other hand, was left in shock, not having anticipated that Frieza possessed such immense power. Simultaneously, he felt humiliated, realizing that even Kakarot's son wielded such formidable strength. At that moment, the pride of the Saiyan Prince flared up. Umph. Though you may surpass me now, I will soon eclipse you, for I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and I shall not permit any Saiyan to overshadow me." Frieza's anger boiled over. His singular desire was to crush them all. Disregarding the possibility of second transformation, he resolved to unleash his ultimate form, wielding absolute power to eliminate anyone who dared oppose him. I want you to witness a power more terrifying than death itself, so you may understand the horror of descending into hell. Open your eyes and behold. Frieza taunted, gathering his energy anew. As his power surged, his form began to shift dramatically. With a deafening roar, a wave of despair-inducing energy surged forth. Krillin and the others trembled as they beheld Frieza's transformation. Soon, the overwhelming energy reached a plateau, revealing a diminutive, white figure. Apologies for taking so long. I had to double my power. This is my ultimate form. Is this really Frieza's ultimate form? It looks far more adorable than before. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Let this be a lesson. Never judge by appearances. Piccolo warned, tension evident in his voice. Goku's expression grew serious. Allow me to handle this. He stepped forward to confront Frieza. Chapter 19. Has Vegeta perished? Frieza's face remained devoid of expression, his cold, unfeeling gaze sweeping over the group. He extended a finger and uttered a word, unleashing a purplish-red energy beam aimed directly at Goku, moving at such speed that only Goku could perceive it. Goku thrust out his palm, deflecting the energy beam off its trajectory, causing it to crash into a nearby hill with a thunderous explosion, obliterating it entirely. A fierce gust of wind, laden with debris, rushed toward them. Frieza was taken aback. He had never expected someone to deflect his energy beam with a mere hand. He scrutinized Goku more closely, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. I feel like I've seen this fellow before, he mused, suddenly recalling a figure. It's him. The one who resisted until the bitter end when I destroyed planet Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter. Frieza, you'd be wise to unleash your full power against him. This individual is the one you fear the most, the Super Saiyan. Indeed, he is the legendary warrior, the strongest in the entire universe. The Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, Frieza. Your end is nigh. Frieza's expression darkened, and in an instant he fired a beam that pierced through Vegeta's chest with blinding speed, leaving Goku no time to intervene. You should know, Vegeta, I absolutely detest those who make meaningless jokes, he sneered. Stop. Vegeta is utterly defenseless. There is no need for you to finish him off, Goku shouted at Frieza. The Super Saiyan is merely a meaningless, dull legend. It's obsession with that myth that irks me most. That I despise those who are so inflexibly stubborn. Frieza replied, however. Sun Wukong vehemently disagreed with such assertions and remained utterly oblivious to the concept of the Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is, he started, but before he could finish his sentence, he was overwhelmed by a fit of coughing, blood spilling from his lips. Vegeta, realizing that time was slipping away, chose not to elaborate further on the matter of the Super Saiyan. You must listen carefully, Kakarot. My birthplace, planet Vegeta, was not destroyed by a colossal meteorite, but by Frieza. We Saiyans have been unwaveringly loyal, acting as his underlings and following his commands, even if our efforts went unrecognized. Yet he ruthlessly exterminated our entire race. Your father and my father both fell by his hand, simply because he feared the emergence of the unknown Super Saiyan among us. Do you understand? I implore you to eliminate Frieza. I beg you, avenge the Saiyans. With those final words, Vegeta drew his last breath. The proud prince of the Saiyans shed tears, imbued with dignity, as he entrusted a lowly warrior, whom he had always looked down upon, with the monumental task of defeating Frieza using the strength of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong responded resolutely. Vegeta, rest easy. Though I once harbored great disdain for you, you retain the dignity of Saiyan until the very end. Fear not, I shall personally vanquish Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza sneered, another tedious individual. Each time I witness your display of camaraderie, I feel an urge to retch. Trash remains trash, forever incapable of forging legends. I care not for your notions of Super Saiyans. I will defeat you, villain, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering determination. With that, he surged toward Frieza, and the battle was about to commence. At that moment, Broly felt quite distressed. He had become engrossed in the spectacle, resulting in Vegeta's demise. He had envisioned a future where he could battle alongside Vegeta and Sun Wukong after their fusion. Alas, what a hassle. It seemed a trip to the new Namek was in order. He had to resurrect Vegeta, for without him, there would be much less fun. Were it not for Bulma already being my wife, I would not even consider reviving you. However, now that I have claimed your former wife, let your resurrection serve as compensation." With that thought, Broly vanished in an instant. Chapter 20. Sun Wukong versus Frieza. Sun Wukong appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch, which Frieza met with his own. The impact was akin to a collision of celestial bodies. The energy unleashed at that moment was soul-stirring and awe-inspiring. As Sun Wukong's fist flew forward, countless streams of blue light coalesced around it, forming a radiant sphere in an instant. The air rippled with energy. And as blue clashed with gold, a tremendous shockwave erupted. The very fabric of space twisted around the point of impact. Frieza let out a fierce shout, augmenting the force behind his punch as his white fist began to push Sun Wukong's back. In response, Sun Wukong exerted all the strength he could muster. The ground beneath them suddenly crumbled, unable to withstand their godlike power, sinking deeper into the earth. Dirt and dust exploded into the air. As the violent energy surrounding them obliterated everything in its vicinity, that moment of stalemate. A cold glint flickered in Frieza's eyes. A cruel smile spread across his face. His expression hardened into a permanent snarl. With a swift motion, his tail lashed out, striking Sun Wukong's left shoulder with terrifying force. Sun Wukong's expression changed momentarily before he was sent flying into a mountainside. Crashing against it, he quickly regained his footing, readying himself for another attack. With a piercing gaze, Sun Wukong locked his sights on Frieza. His form blurred in place, and in the blink of an eye, he was at Frieza's side, launching a punch towards his chest. Frieza remained indifferent, effortlessly dodging the approaching fist. Sun Wukong followed up with a swift kick to the left, but Frieza evaded that too. In that instant, Frieza ensnared Sun Wukong's other leg with his tail, hurling him away. After flying several meters, Sun Wukong used his hands to brace himself against the ground, executing a flip to land gracefully on his feet. Frieza observed from a distance, arms crossed, displaying no intention of attacking. "If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you." With that declaration, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared before Frieza, launching a powerful punch. Frieza tilted his head to evade the blow, but Sun Wukong continued to unleash a flurry of punches, each one deftly dodged by Frieza. Just as their fierce battle raged on, Broly materialized on the new Namek. "Broly, what brings you here?" the Grand Elder inquired. "Greetings, Grand Elder. The situation is dire. One of our comrades perished while battling Frieza. I seek to know if the Dragon Balls are operational, as I wish to revive him," Broly explained. "Yes, they're still usable, though only one wish can be granted. Typically, you would have to wait 100 days before using them again, but due to my absence, the Dragon Balls have not turned to stone. You may take them." The Grand Elder replied, instructing Nail to hand the Dragon Balls to Broly. After expressing his gratitude, Broly found a secluded area to summon the Eternal Dragon, articulating his wish. Once the dragon successfully resurrected Vegeta, it dispersed into the ether. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Broly instantly transported back to Namek. Chapter 21. Who will claim the prey? As Broly made his wish to the Eternal Dragon, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza took a turn. Frieza, having initially toyed with Sun Wukong, grew impatient and began to unleash his true power. Consequently, Sun Wukong found himself unable to retaliate, becoming the target of Frieza's relentless onslaught. Fresh wounds appeared on Sun Wukong's body until he was ultimately kicked into a river. Surfacing from the water, Sun Wukong gasped for air, but Frieza's foot came down upon his head, submerging him once again. He struggled desperately, but it was futile. "Is this all you can do? I've only used a fraction of my strength." Frieza cruelly laughed. Water filled his lungs. Sun Wukong's consciousness began to fade, and his struggles grew weaker. In his daze, visions of his fallen comrades flashed before him, culminating in the image of Chi-Chi and Gohan, accompanied by Frieza's chilling laughter as the earth exploded. Startled, Sun Wukong jolted awake, unleashing the Kaioken technique with all his might. The immense force erupted, creating a massive explosion on the water's surface, sending waves crashing violently. Frieza was momentarily stunned, floating in the air with a look of surprise. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a crimson aura, surging with energy, fueled by rage. Regardless of whether you are still hiding half your power, whether you speak truth or falsehood, I will defeat you with a 20-fold Kaioken. The energy swelled to its peak, conjuring a tremendous storm that destabilized Frisia's stance. Before he could regain his balance, Sun Wukong appeared before him, delivering a mighty punch that sent him crashing downward. He pursued with another blow that propelled Frisia high into the sky, then unleashed the Kamehameha wave toward him. Frisia, now alarmed, raised his left hand to shield himself, pressing down with force, resulting in a colossal explosion where their powers collided. Amidst the smoke, Frisia's figure reemerged. Sun Wukong was filled with terror. Even the 20-fold Kyoken proved ineffective. It turned out his words were true. There was still untapped power within him. What manner of monster is this? Frisia cast a glance at his left hand. Seething with rage that his beloved body had become so sullied, he bellowed in fury, "Damn Saiyan!" Instantly, he descended before Sun Wukong and said slowly, "That blow from earlier hurt quite a bit." Suddenly, he charged forward, roaring, "Do you know how much it hurt?" He collided with Sun Wukong, sending him flying. The onlookers watched anxiously, wanting to intervene, but were held back by Piccolo, who shook his head slowly on another part of the battlefield. After employing the 20-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong was nearly devoid of energy. Frisia approached with a cold smile, kicking Sun Wukong away until he was sent sprawling by the lake, taking in a mouthful of water. Struggling, Sun Wukong managed to lift his head and coughed, only for Frisia to seize his clothing, taunting, "What happened to your earlier bravado?" Sun Wukong remained silent, still coughing, until he unexpectedly expelled a spray of water on Frisia's face. Frisia's expression twisted with anger as he tossed Sun Wukong aside and relentlessly kicked at his waist, prompting cries of pain from Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Frisia struck him with his tail, sending him crashing into a mountainside before falling to the ground. Yet, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, slowly lifting his hands to prepare a spirit bomb, a colossal white sphere soon materializing high in the sky. Frisia, having waited a long while, remarked, "How long do you plan to keep me waiting?" To which Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Who knows?" Frisia, infuriated, soared into the air and delivered a kick that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Yet he stood and resumed his stance. "Are you mocking me?" Frisia roared, unleashing another series of attacks that pushed Sun Wukong back toward the lake, where he suddenly noticed the reflection of the spirit bomb. "What is this? Did you create it?" Frisia's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Sun Wukong. "I don't know what you intend to do, but will be useless once you are dead. Farewell, wild monkey." His finger glowed red, ready to unleash a blast, but was interrupted by Piccolo, who delivered a surprise kick to Frisia's face, sending him crashing into the river. With a thunderous roar, Frisia ascended into the sky, seething, "Damn Namekian! How dare you ambush me?" He swiftly moved behind Piccolo, wrapping his tail around his neck and delivering brutal blows to his waist, causing Piccolo to cry out in agony before being violently hurled away. Sun Wukong, frantic, thought of Piccolo, who was still being mercilessly beaten by Frisia, until Piccolo was finally kicked towards Sun Wukong, utterly exhausted. "Wukong, are you not ready yet?" "I'm nearly at my limit." Sun Wukong, anxious, replied, "Just a little more." As Frisia descended, he addressed Piccolo, "Since you are so eager to die, I shall deal with you first." His finger poised to fire at Piccolo, it was suddenly struck by several energy blasts, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Frisia reappeared, gazing at the source of the attack, none other than Krillin, Yamcha, and Tin. With a sneer, he remarked, "You little insects, you didn't hide away after all, but your ability to infuriate me is quite remarkable." Clenching his fist, he bellowed, "I can no longer endure this. I will reduce you and this planet to cosmic dust." Pointing toward the sky, a dark red sphere materialized, rising ominously. "Now everyone get down," Sun Wukong commanded, thrusting his hands downward decisively. Frisia, reveling in his triumph, suddenly sensed movement above him. Turning, he saw the spirit bomb descending and exclaimed, "What is this? I'm not afraid." He extended his hands in defiance, yet the spirit bomb continued to bear down upon him. forcing him closer to the river's surface, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he roared in rage. With the impact, a massive storm erupted, and as the chaos subsided, the onlookers gathered together, shocked to see the landscape of Namek utterly transformed. Krillin and the others cheered, "Wonderful! We finally defeated that demon, Frieza. Indeed, we can finally return home. But how are you holding up, Wukong?" Krillin inquired. "I have no strength left," son Wukong replied with a smile, prompting laughter from the group. At that moment, in the place where Vegeta had fallen, he suddenly rose from the ground, bewildered as he looked at his own hands and chest. "Though I do not understand why I died and returned. As long as I live, I will defeat Frieza. It must be me, the Saiyan Prince," he declared, beginning to search for Frieza's whereabouts with his energy. Meanwhile, as everyone prepared to return, Krillin's face suddenly contorted in fear. The others followed his gaze, trembling in unison, exclaiming, "Frieza!" There stood Frieza on a rock above the lake, one eye closed, a segment of his tail severed, his finger aimed at Son Wukong, that a crimson beam shot forth. And Son Wukong, unable to evade, was saved by Piccolo, who pushed him aside but was grievously wounded in the process. "Piccolo!" The others cried out in horror. "Gohan! Uncle Piccolo!" Son Wukong clenched his fists in fury. That last attack was indeed formidable. Even I, the Cosmic Emperor, was nearly killed. "Do you understand what you have done, Frieza?" Frieza's rage escalated as he continued to shout. Before anyone could react, a red beam struck Krillin. And as Frieza lifted him with a firm grip, Krillin barely managed to shout, "Wukong!" before he exploded. Son Wukong, in shock, gaped in disbelief, while Frieza smirked coldly. Son Wukong, now consumed by fury, roared, "No! This is unforgivable! You killed Krillin!" The sky darkened, flashing with lightning. "Ugh!" Son Wukong growled, radiating golden light from every pore, his hair oscillating between black and gold. A terrifying power surged within him. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Son Wukong's transformation, while Frieza, taken aback, wondered, "What is happening to this monkey?" With an ear-splitting roar from Son Wukong, his rage surpassed all limits. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, turning entirely golden, his eyebrows and eyes following suit, ignited by a fiery golden aura that enveloped him. His expression transforming into one of icy ruthlessness. The essence of Son Wukong had irrevocably changed. Where he once embodied a sunny disposition, he now resembled a harbinger of death, his chilling gaze striking fear into the hearts of all. Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collections, Chapter 22. The Super Saiyan and the Demise of Frieza. Upon Broly's return, he beheld Son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan and felt a wave of joy. "Ah, splendid! He is finally transformed. Ah, this is fantastic! Frieza's usefulness has come to an end. I shall leave the rest to Son Wukong." With this thought, Broly instantaneously appeared before everyone to tea that moment. Vegeta also arrived, and upon seeing Son Wukong's current state, he was struck with disbelief, contemplating, could this be the Super Saiyan? Such terrifying power! I must become a Super Saiyan myself. Then I shall be the strongest Saiyan in the universe, as Broly addressed the gathered crowd. He asked, "Who wishes to return to Earth? The battle on Namek is unlikely to end well." The others were reluctant, and Son Wukong interjected, "You should return. You won't be able to help here." However, he was cut off as Son Wukong insisted, "There's no need for further discussion. After I defeat Frieza, I will return on the spaceship." Seeing Son Wukong's serious demeanor, the others urged, "Wukong, you must come back alive." Frieza, observing Broly's sudden appearance, sneered, "Ah, it seems there are still some pests left to deal with. But do you think I will let you escape?" Broly dismissed him with a scoff, and, as the others gathered around him, he turned to Vegeta and asked, "Hey, Vegeta, are you coming along? If not, I'll take them back without you." Vegeta, unwilling to give up, cast one last glance at Son Wukong before stepping forward to grasp Broly's arm. And in an instant, they vanished. "What?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished. "Where have they gone?" As he pondered, a sudden rush of movement caught his attention. In a fleeting moment, Wukong appeared right before Frieza, startling the latter with his sudden presence. Wukong seized Frieza's hand and declared, "You, my friend, ought to know when to stop. Frisia struggled fiercely, finally managing to break free, rubbing his wrist as he gazed at Sun Wukong, astonished by his immense strength. With a cold glare directed at Frisia, Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, shouting, "I am truly enraged now." Frisia, the golden aura enveloping him blazed even more brightly. In an instant, he materialized before Frisia, delivering a fierce blow that sent Frisia soaring into the sky. As Wukong pursued him relentlessly, he struck down hard, driving Frisia deep into the ground with a resounding crash. Emerging from the earth, Frisia bore the marks of battle, bewildered by Wukong's newfound might. What on earth is happening? How is he so powerful after his transformation? He pondered, suddenly realizing, could it be that you have become? Meanwhile, on Earth, Broly and the others instantaneously teleported to Bulma's doorstep. What happened to Wukong earlier? His energy was terrifying. They wondered aloud. Vegeta, casting a disdainful glance at the group, remarked, "He is transformed into a Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. But mark my words, I will surpass him." Broly, impressed, acknowledged Vegeta's relentless pride, which had propelled him to become a Super Saiyan in pursuit of Wukong. While others might simply accept defeat against a Super Saiyan at that moment, Bulma, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the house and embraced Broly, exclaiming, "You're finally back. I've been so worried." "Haha, I'm back, Bulma. Sorry to have worried you. By the way, I'm quite hungry. Could you please prepare something to eat?" Broly replied gently. Vegeta turned his attention to the spaceship-shaped gravity chamber, asking, "What is this?" "This is the gravity chamber, allowing for adjustable gravitational training. Apparently, Wukong has also trained using this." A voice responded. "What? Kakarot?" Vegeta clenched his fist. "Well then, this will be mine. I shall train there from now on," the others protested, leading to an immediate squabble between the two factions, almost escalating into a fight. Broly, feeling exasperated, stepped between them and declared, "Enough. It's just a gravity chamber, but if you want another, I can have Bulma's father make you one now. Be quiet. I still need to eat. If you keep this up, I'll take you both on myself, and I assure you, you'll be satisfied." The group, witnessing Broly's barely contained fury, immediately quieted down, both sides huffing and turning their heads away. Broly then took Bulma's hand and left the others behind. Entering the house, not on Namek, Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan had instilled a sense of shock in Frisia, who had always considered himself the emperor of the universe. For the first time, he felt the sting of humiliation. Realizing he had been outmatched, in a fit of rage, he unleashed his full power, boasting a combat strength of 120 million, and began to retaliate. With a forceful strike, Frisia was sent flying once more by Wukong's elbow. However, he quickly regained his footing. Wukong's speed was astonishing. He reappeared before Frisia, landing a solid uppercut to his body. Frisia was propelled backward, and as Wukong charged at him, Frisia, sensing the impending attack, swiftly countered with a powerful kick. Wukong, anticipating Frisia's move, raised an arm and blocked the kick, but Frisia was relentless, following up with a punch aimed directly at Wukong's face. The sounds of their fists and feet clashing echoed as they exchanged blows. After a rapid succession of attacks, Frisia, utilizing Wukong's blocking force, propelled himself away, gathering a black-red energy sphere to hurl at Wukong. Wukong deftly dodged, the energy sphere creating a deep crater in the earth. "That was close," Wukong remarked. "If I'd been hit by that, I would have been injured too." Frisia sneered. "You think avoiding it means you're safe? Let me tell you, that attack has already compromised the core of this planet. In 5 minutes, it will explode." Wukong was taken aback. Frisia laughed maniacally. "Namek is on the brink of destruction. Just wait and see how you perished at my body can survive even in the vacuum of space." "But you, ha!" Wukong, unfazed, stated, "I will defeat you," and charged forward. The two warriors unleashed their formidable energies, clashing with relentless ferocity. Frisia launched an energy wave at Wukong, who evaded and retaliated with a wave of his own. They exchanged attacks, neither willing to relent. After a prolonged struggle, Frisia's stamina began to wane drastically, and Wukong seized the opportunity to strike. "The planet is shrinking. In 2 minutes, it will explode. Which will come first? Your demise or the planet's destruction?" Frisia taunted. Regardless, you have no chance of surviving in space, so you will surely perish. Yes, that's so. Wukong replied nonchalantly. Frieza, unsure of Wukong's confidence, dismissed his words. Die, he shouted, lifting Wukong and slamming him into a nearby rock. Wukong retaliated with a powerful elbow strike, but Frieza managed to hook Wukong's leg, attempting to trip him. Wukong swiftly sidestepped the maneuver. Breathing heavily, Frieza's energy was depleting rapidly. In his transformed state, he was losing stamina faster than Wukong. Suddenly, Wukong stood up and declared, I'm done playing. Frieza was taken aback. What do you mean, done playing? Wukong continued, even though you've unleashed your full power, haven't you noticed? Since earlier, your energy has been steadily diminishing. Continuing this fight is pointless. As in the original narrative, Frieza, enraged by Wukong's words, unleashed two energy blasts reminiscent of Krillin's techniques toward Wukong. Wukong quickly reacted, and in a twist of fate, Frieza found himself split into 4 parts by his own attack. Lying defeated, Frieza shamelessly begged Wukong for help. Though furious, Wukong ultimately granted him a portion of his energy, only for Frieza to repay kindness with betrayal. Unable to endure any longer, Wukong unleashed a final energy wave at Frieza. Moments before Namek's destruction, Wukong boarded the Jinyu Force's spaceship, setting his next destination to planet Yardrat. In the following days, Piccolo, Kaatsu, and the others focused on their training. Vegeta, having acquired the gravity training device, vanished to train in solitude, while Broly spent his days with Bulma and train alone at night. Meanwhile, Krillin, having been revived by Porunga at King Kai's request, learned that Wukong was still alive and had decided to return on his own. A year passed swiftly, and during this time, everyone experienced significant growth, particularly Broly, who had adapted to 45,000 times the gravity and had become powerful enough to contend with Super Saiyan 4.1 day. While Broly was about to take Bulma to the movies, he sensed 2 formidable and malevolent energies swiftly approaching Earth, a feeling that was shared by Vegeta and the others at Wukong's home. Gohan, troubled by his father's absence, sensed the danger and was startled. Just then, the phone beside him rang, and he picked up to hear Krillin's voice. Gohan, can you sense that? A wave of evil energy is approaching Earth. Gohan nodded in response. Do you think it could be Frieza? Klin Dao. Alas, it seems that Bulma may not be able to attend the movie today, but we shall watch the live-action film instead. Broly said to Bulma with a smile. What live-action film? Has something happened? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, it's nothing major, it's just that Goku fellow, always procrastinating and never straightforward. He hasn't even dealt with that Frieza scoundrel. So now he's come to seek revenge. With that, he took Bulma's hand and headed out. However, Bulma expressed her concern. If Frieza comes to Earth, will it be like on Namek? Upon hearing this, Broly chuckled, pulling Bulma into his embrace, gently patting her back as he reassured her, Silly, there's no need to worry. That little fish like Frieza, no matter how many come, I can crush them all. Frieza himself lacks the capability to invade this planet. Almost simultaneously, sensing the malevolent energy, their companions gathered in the area where the aura was most potent, an isolated wilderness. Broly, you're here too. Just as Klin and Icha prepared to greet him, they suddenly halted, their eyes wide in astonishment. Broly, why did you bring Bulma along? Klin asked in bewilderment. Broly smiled and greeted the others before responding, Oh, it's nothing, I brought her to enjoy the spectacle. Initially, I intended to take Bulma to the movies today, but it seems this is far more interesting. Everyone was left speechless. These two truly were suited to be a couple, to bring one's wife to witness a battle of this caliber. Only they could think of such a thing. Once they descended to the ground, Bulma greeted everyone with a smile. As Frieza not arrived yet, noting the tense expressions of those around her, she inquired. Klin and Gohan shook their heads, while Vegeta stood coldly to the side. And Tianjin and Icha silently awaited the enemy's arrival. Broly, however, sat with Bulma on a rock, patiently waiting. Just as Broly began to grow impatient, that wicked energy finally approached the atmosphere. Yawn, they've finally arrived. How slow. Broly's gaze fixed upon the limitless expanse of clouds. Everyone followed Broly's line of sight, and the clouds in the sky suddenly parted violently, revealing a blinding light akin to the sun. In the blink of an eye, it cut through the surrounding air currents, resembling a meteor shower as it plummeted to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently, followed by the collapse of vegetation and a surging wave of energy. The spaceship landed 1,000 kilometers away from their location. After estimating the distance, Broly informed the group. Everyone nodded solemnly, and Broly, cradling Bulma, said, "Let us go. I'll take you to see the show." With that, he soared toward the spot where the spaceship had descended, the others closely following. That moment, the spaceship that had landed on Earth opened its hatch, and a figure emerged from the still lingering smoke. A murderous intent filled the air, thick as the scent of gunpowder, sending chills down their spines. These figures appeared bizarre, resembling various races from different planets, yet they shared one commonality: the standard combat attire of the universe. As they formed two lines to clear the path down the spaceship's ramp, two men shrouded in shadows slowly stepped forth. Lord Cooler, King Frieza, the extraterrestrial warriors proclaimed in unison, their voices laced with respect. As the sunlight dispelled the shadows, the sources of two malevolent auras were revealed. Frieza, gleaming with a metallic sheen and adorned with numerous mechanical parts, alongside the imposing, muscular figure of King Cooler, whose expression was one of cold severity. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, remarking, "So, this is Earth. Quite a pleasant environment." Suddenly, recalling the words of that detestable Saiyan, his aura surged once more, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. It seemed Frieza was neither excited nor angry. However, the way he clenched his mechanical fist, causing oil to leak, indicated he was undoubtedly furious. "The pain I endured will return to him 100-fold. The Super Saiyan won't arrive for another 3 hours." "Will you wait, Frieza?" Cooler inquired. "Of course," Frieza affirmed. "However, when he returns, I want him to witness the slaughter of the Earthlings, to feel despair. Although there are many Earthlings, 3 hours will suffice." Cooler replied nonchalantly, "The fate of the Earthlings is of no concern to me. But that Super Saiyan must meet a grisly end. Only our race is worthy of possessing the strongest power in the universe." Reflecting on the ancestral words passed down, Cooler felt a wave of discontent. Just as the two conversed, the clouds above suddenly trembled, rippling as if a stone had been cast into a lake, creating a rather eerie spectacle. Frieza and Cooler turned their cold gazes skyward. Under their intense scrutiny, a strangely shaped spaceship seemingly materialized out of thin air, appearing directly above them. Whoosh! The vessel's rear emitted a crimson glow as it gradually descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Frieza and Cooler were puzzled as to why another spaceship had appeared. They gazed curiously at the opening hatch. The doors slowly creaked open, and a hazy figure stepped forth. Frieza turned to the newcomer, and under the glaring sunlight, the figure cast a striking reflection in his and Cooler's eyes. The mysterious figure, clad in a sleek black uniform, wore crisp trousers complemented by a pair of leather boots. This individual who emerged from the spaceship boasted dazzling blue-violet hair, casually cascading over their shoulders. Upon further inspection of the face, Frieza and Cooler were taken aback. A woman, indeed, the owner of this spaceship. Standing before them was a stunning young girl in her teens. The girl possessed a captivating beauty, though her expression bore a fierce and commanding presence. Her pale blue eyes locked onto her two foes as if regarding mere jesters, a slight curve of her lips indicating a faint smile. "Are you prepared to face death?" the girl said coolly. Chapter 24. Frieza's Demise, Cooler's Wounds. Upon hearing the girl's words, Frieza and his son were visibly taken aback. Frieza chuckled. "Did she just say she wants to kill us, father?" "You heard that, right?" He let out a sinister laugh, both he and his father considering her words utterly foolish. "Ignorance is bliss, indeed," Frieza mocked. The girl regarded them with a look of disdain, as if they were the most foolish of beings. "You truly are a waste of resources. Hurry up and choose how you wish to die." "Do not waste my time," she scoffed. "You little brat." Frieza clenched his fists, her words igniting the concealed fury within him. That moment, several subordinates clad in battle gear approached Frieza, suggesting, "Lord Frieza, Why not allow us to dispose of this ignorant girl? Go ahead, Cooler waved dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. The subordinates nodded and stepped forward. Among them, a red-skinned alien warrior disdainfully surveyed the mysterious girl, exaggerating, dealing with trash like you only requires a single finger. Laughter erupted among the others at his remark. Yet, the red-skinned warrior decided to gauge the girl's combat strength for safety's sake. Thus, he activated the combat power detector at his ear, his lens-adorned eyes trained on the silhouette of the young girl. And a sound akin to thud, thud, thud echoed. Just as the numbers on the lenses of the alien warrior's eyes danced incessantly, the girl in his line of sight suddenly vanished. This unexpected disappearance left the alien warrior momentarily stunned, mirrored by the puzzled expressions of his companions. Not far away, however, Frisia and Cooler's countenances shifted dramatically. A sharp cry rang out, "Ah!" as the mysterious girl's form abruptly appeared beside these extraterrestrials. Before anyone could react, the girl radiated a dazzling aura, her energy rippling outward like waves, golden beams slicing through the air, shattering everything in their path. The cacophony of screams followed, hauntingly reminiscent of a midnight wolf's howl. The subordinates accompanying Frisia, overwhelmed by the girl's unleashed energy, were annihilated in an instant. Meanwhile, Broly, who was swiftly approaching the site of Frisia's spaceship, suddenly halted mid-flight. Upon catching up, Krillin anxiously inquired, "Broly, what just happened?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just that while we were en route, several distinct energies vanished in the blink of an eye," Broly replied nonchalantly. Krillin expressed mild surprise, a sentiment echoed by the others. "Uncle Broly, who could have done this?" Gohan asked curiously. "I don't know, if you want to find out." "Let us hurry," Broly responded, accelerating his pace and enveloping Bulma in a protective shield. "All right," everyone agreed, quickening their speed toward Frisia's location. Far away on King Kai's planet, the king himself observed this unfolding crisis from the far reaches of the cosmos. He had hoped for Goku's return or for Broly to vanquish Frisia, but never anticipated the emergence of a mysterious girl with blue-purple hair who had effortlessly obliterated all of Frisia's minions, exuding a provocative demeanor. Who could she possibly be? King Kai adjusted his sunglasses. Pondering aloud, that moment, the girl once again faced off against Frisia and Cooler, her aura and gaze unwavering. "Now it's your turn," she stated calmly. "Damn it, I will kill her," Frisia replied coldly. Cooler nodded, gravely advising, "Do not underestimate this woman." "I know." Frisia's eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue as his energy surged, causing the surrounding stones to tremble uneasily as Frisia advanced toward the heat of battle. "Should anyone dare to confront you, do not hesitate to dispatch them swiftly, for a colossal metallic sphere hurtles towards Earth." Broly, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Well, I suppose I shall eliminate him now." With that, he unleashed a beam of light from his eyes, striking down King Cold, who was instantly reduced to cosmic dust. The others gazed at Broly in confusion as he calmly explained, "The King of the Universe contacted me moments ago. Another foe, even more formidable than Frisia, approaches." Just as the tension had begun to ease, it tightened once more. Broly turned to Bulma in his arms and said, "Bulma, I may have to engage in battle shortly. I cannot ensure your safety. Find a secure location to wait." Bulma nodded. "Please be careful. I will retreat to a distance and cheer for you." With that, she retrieved her capsule aircraft and flew away to safety. Within a minute, a target emerged on the horizon. A massive silver sphere slowly approached the Earth, transforming as it did, extending numerous tentacles akin to a cephalopod, grasping the planet's surface. With a thud, the enormous metallic object landed, and a green figure swiftly emerged, halting a short distance from Broly. The emerald figure, with a metallic sheen, bore resemblance to King Cold. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Broly expressed his confusion. "Guldo, I thought you perished. How is it that you—" The figure was indeed Guldo, who had miraculously survived being cast into a flaming star by Broly. Thanks to the intervention of the planet Bigo, he had been transformed into a metallic form. Now in a state that resembled his third transformation, yet his power significantly surpassed that of his fourth transformation from years past. Recently informed of Frisia's demise at the hands of a Super Saiyan, he had come to Earth seeking vengeance alongside his father. Guldo scanned the surroundings but found no sign of King Cold or Frisia. His expression darkened as he realized they had likely been defeated. Upon spotting Broly, his certainty solidified. Surprised to see me alive? If it weren't for Planet Bigo's salvation, I might have perished. This is all thanks to you, accursed Scion. You have reduced me to this wretched state. And today, I shall ensure your demise, that do not presume that your past victory over me grants you the right to arrogance. My strength has grown exponentially since then. Prepare to meet your end. Guldo's roar echoed throughout the area. Vegeta and the others were taken aback, realizing the extent of Broly's might, far beyond what they had anticipated. Broly descended slowly, equally astonished. Today truly felt like a gathering of frozen demons. All here to face their doom, that he remained silent, fixated on Guldo, a cold smile gracing his lips. You think you can take me on? He disdainfully shook his head, unleashing a torrent of energy that ignited golden flames around him, transforming his hair to gold and his eyes to green. The golden hair danced in the fiery aura, exuding a pressure that dwarfed Guldo's. He need not exert his full strength to deal with them. Vegeta, watching closely, wore a defiant expression. So, this fellow is also a Super Saiyan, and oh wonder, I never imagined as the proud Prince of Saiyans, I would be outclassed time and again by so many. Infuriated by this humiliating realization, he longed to obliterate Broly at the mere sight of his Super Saiyan form. Guldo, enraged, charged at Broly, who instantly matched his speed. Their figures flickered in the air, unleashing waves of terrifying energy between them. Broly, feeling unimpressed by Guldo's weakness, mused that perhaps only Majin Buu could pique his interest at this moment. Resolving to end the battle, he surged forward, delivering a single powerful punch at Guldo. How fast! His strength has increased, Guldo exclaimed, astonished as he was sent hurtling backward, struggling to regain his footing. Before he could comprehend the situation, a green energy wave shot towards him. He barely managed to evade. Yet it still left him wounded. Broly flashed a sinister grin at Guldo, disappearing from sight. Guldo, gathering his strength for a counterattack, waited several seconds without any sign of Broly's return, scanning the area in confusion. Hey, what are you looking for? Guldo spun around, throwing a punch, only to be struck hard in the side by Broly, causing pain to shoot through his body and cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Broly seized Guldo's leg and hurled him skyward. Raising his right hand, he concentrated a vast amount of green energy, compressing it into a luminous sphere, which he unleashed upon Guldo, ensnaring him within its grasp. Guldo began to disintegrate under the force of the blast. Broly understood that unless he obliterated this metallic version of Guldo, he could resurrect indefinitely. In the next instant, Broly materialized before Guldo's core. Observing the peculiar cables that formed his body, "You wretched monkey! You are utterly pitiful in your current state, but I shall grant you the mercy of death." Broly laughed, gathering a tremendous energy blast and hurling it at Guldo. The overwhelming force gradually dismantled Guldo's essence, who in defiance screamed, "I cannot be killed by such power. I refuse to die." In a desperate attempt, he grasped the top of planet Bigo, wrenching it away from Earth, unleashing a colossal energy wave that sent the planet into chaos. Sensing Bulma's energy, Broly instantly appeared before her. She rushed over, asking, "You're back. How did it go? Did you handle it?" Broly smiled and nodded. "Of course. Those weaklings were no match for me." Meanwhile, the others turned their attention to a girl with blue-purple hair, and Bulma gazed curiously at her. The girl appeared excited upon seeing Bulma, while Bulma studied her intently. Broly regarded the girl with intrigue, having initially expected to see Trunks. Though the timeline had shifted, he believed there existed 3 parallel realms within the Dragon Ball universe, the one he inhabited, another akin to the original story, and the last where Trunks had perished at the hands of Cell. He had anticipated Trunks would appear, yet here stood a girl who evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Bulma approached the girl, pointing at her black uniform. "That emblem. Are you an employee of our company?" No, the girl stammered. The strange blue-purple-haired girl piqued everyone's curiosity, leaving them eager to uncover her origins. "Hey there. Little sister, would you mind sharing your name?" "Bulma," feeling an instant connection, inquired gently. The girl hesitated, glancing at Broly before replying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose my name." Disappointment swept through the group. However, Broly felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be? Is she our daughter? The thought grew more plausible, yet he kept it to himself, regarding the girl with a gentler, more affectionate gaze. By the way, there's something important to share. Mr. Goku is about to return. The girl suddenly announced to Broly and the others. Oh, the others were taken aback, while Broly already sensed Goku's impending arrival. In 2 hours, Mr. Goku's ship will land approximately 600 kilometers from here, the girl declared with a smile. Bulma couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying that guy's coming back?" "Yes," she affirmed. The young girl nodded. "Yes, oh, you know Yukong?" inquired Yinch. The girl wore a hesitant expression, casting doubt upon her words. "It's all right. I trust this little sister," Bulma remarked with a smile. Vegeta scoffed. "If that cockroach fellow returns, I truly wish to witness the extent of his training in the universe." Following this, the group followed the girl to a clearing. With a flick of her wrist, she discarded a universal capsule, which upon striking the ground, erupted into a plume of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a machine resembling a refrigerator emerged, filled with an array of beverages. "We have an hour to spare, and with drinks available, why not indulge?" the girl suggested, gesturing towards the bottles and cans within the refrigerator. With a sense of curiosity, the group eagerly sampled the drinks the girl retrieved. After Krillin and Gohan exclaimed their delight, the others quickly followed suit, while Broly took 2 bottles, one for Bulma and the other for himself to savor. Beneath the scorching sun, these long-lost companions enjoyed their beverages and engaged in light-hearted conversation, patiently awaiting Gohan's arrival. However, Bulma was more intrigued by the girl's origins. Her demeanor and the black uniform she wore evoked a sense of familiarity and strangeness. Bulma incessantly questioned the girl about her background, such as her hometown and whether she was currently studying or working. Yet, no matter how cleverly Bulma phrased her inquiries, the girl remained reticent. Leaning against a large tree, Broly watched the exchange between Bulma and the girl, feeling a warmth and harmony in the scene. After an hour of waiting, the girl abruptly concluded her conversation with Bulma, her gaze fixed upon the serene, azure sky, reminiscent of a placid lake. Noticing the expression on the mysterious girl's face, the previously engaged group perked up, collectively directing their attention to a small dot in the sky that was gradually enlarging. "Mr. Wukong is coming," the girl announced as a sudden gust of wind swept across the land, rustling the grass, swaying the trees, and startling the birds, as if nature itself were celebrating the arrival of the spaceship on Earth. A small, spherical spacecraft crashed violently onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, everyone gathered at the landing site. Amidst their anticipation, the hatch of the ship creaked open, revealing a familiar figure emerging, clad in peculiar attire reminiscent of a theatrical costume. With an imposing stature, sharp eyes, and a confident smile, the newcomer was none other than their long-anticipated companion. "Son Goku! Goku!" Krillin and Bulma exclaimed with excitement, but the one who missed Goku the most was undoubtedly his son. Gohan, upon seeing his father after a year of separation, Gohan's longing turned to tears as he rushed towards Goku. Goku, taken aback at the sight of everyone waiting for him, was momentarily stunned, then saw his son, Gohan, running towards him with tears in his eyes. "Gohan, I'm back," Goku said, patting Gohan's shoulder with a smile. Gohan wiped his tears, looking at Goku with a joyful expression. "Everyone is here," Goku remarked in surprise as he surveyed the group. Krillin, with a casual demeanor, retorted, "Goku, how can you say that? We waited for a whole hour." "How did you know I would land here?" Gohan asked, puzzled. "It was her who told us," Piccolo interjected, pointing at the girl with blue-purple hair. Goku, somewhat bewildered, turned to the girl and slowly inquired, "Who are you?" "Mr. Wukong. I have some matters to discuss with you," the girl replied softly. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized the truth. This unexpected girl did not actually know Goku. But how did she know in advance when and where he would land on Earth? "Oh, go ahead," Goku said to the girl. She glanced at Broly and the others standing nearby, hesitating slightly. "Mr. Wukong, may I speak with you privately?" Despite his confusion, Goku nodded without hesitation. All right. The two then flew to a spot 100 meters away, while Goku offered an apologetic smile to the group before following the girl. The others were discontented that this girl had whisked Goku away for a private conversation, as their curiosity about the secret she might be hiding grew. Broly, do you sense it? Bulma whispered to Broly. Broly nodded. I can tell you feel it too. The inexplicable familiarity that girl exudes, right? Broly gently asked. Though in his heart he thought, of course, she is my daughter. How could she not feel familiar? However, he knew he couldn't reveal that just yet. Curiosity is human nature, and even these remarkably powerful warriors were not immune. Whether it was Vegeta or Piccolo, they both felt a keen interest in the dialogue between the girl and Goku. Yet, they were too far away to hear the conversation, only able to observe with their eyes. What secrets might this enigmatic girl unveil? Chapter 27. Revealing the future. Goku, somewhat bewildered, was led by the girl to a hillock situated 100 meters away from Broly and the others. He scratched his black hair and slowly began. If you have something to say, please go ahead. The girl stood facing Goku, her blue-purple hair billowing in the wind, the folds of her black uniform gleaming in the sunlight. Mr. Wukong, in truth, we are acquainted, the girl softly declared. Goku stared at her in surprise. He was certain he had never met this girl with blue-purple hair. Suddenly, she announced, I am Broly's daughter. What? Goku gasped, his expression exaggerated, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief as he stared at the girl before him. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Bulma, who were observing the two, were equally puzzled. It was unlike the usually composed Goku to display such an expression. What was happening? Among the crowd, Piccolo widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing at Broly, who was resting beneath a tree. Piccolo, what's wrong? Gohan asked curiously, noticing Piccolo's unusual demeanor. Piccolo shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Gohan, unaware of Piccolo's extraordinary hearing, did not press further to in the distance. Goku, still in disbelief, looked at the girl. You say you are Broly's daughter? How can that be? Uncle Wukong, please don't be surprised that I actually traveled back from the future to this time. I'm the child that Broly dad and Bulma mom will have in a year. My name is Schwer, the girl explained softly. Goku felt as though he were hearing a fantastical tale, the words from Schwer catching him completely off guard. Meanwhile, Piccolo, eavesdropping from afar, found the situation absurd, his expression shifting rapidly, and I was able to traverse to this world thanks to the time machine my mother developed, allowing me to travel between the future and the present. She continued, I have come to this era because I have something important to tell you. Oh, Goku, having slightly adjusted to these bewildering facts, sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Schwerer fixed her gaze on Goku. Uncle Wukong, in 3 years, you will die from heart disease. What? Son Wukong's eyes widened, his mouth agape. When Piccolo heard that son Wukong could perish from a heart disease, he almost choked. He could hardly believe that the man who had always been beyond reach could succumb to such a trivial ailment. What should I do if he really falls ill and dies? Son Wukong gazed at Zuner with a troubled expression, his voice laced with despair. Zuner smiled gently, retrieving a small vial from her pocket, and said to son Wukong, although Uncle Wukong has contracted a viral heart disease, which is currently untreatable by our scientific standards, fret not. Have you forgotten that I have returned from the future? Are you saying that the contents of this vial can cure my heart disease? Son Wukong exclaimed with excitement as he took the small vial from Zuner's hands. This is a medication specifically developed in the future to combat this particular heart disease. My mother specifically instructed me to deliver it to you. Zuner affirmed, please convey my gratitude to Bulma from the future. Son Wukong instinctively turned his head to glance at Bulma, who was watching the commotion from a distance, and why mother mentioned that Uncle Wukong is a dear friend of hers, and she does not wish to see him perish from heart disease, Zuner added with a smile. Son Wukong then inquired, there must be more to discuss, right? Indeed, Zuner continued, the second purpose of my visit is to inform you that on September 25th, 2 years hence, 2 androids will emerge. Their strength is significantly greater than that of the Goldo my father defeated or the Frieza you vanquished. Moreover, being androids, we will not be able to sense their energy. They are expected to appear approximately 9 kilometers southeast of the island around 10 a.m. That is the situation, Uncle Wukong, that I have relayed all the information to you. Now, I must return. Do not forget to take the medication I provided. Zuner smiled that I will. Son Wukong nodded. Without making a point to bid farewell to anyone else, Zuner flew towards the time machine grounded nearby. After entering the cabin, she vanished from sight as everyone watched her leave. Once Zuner departed, Sun Wukong took a moment to compose his complex emotions and flew directly towards his curious companions. Wukong, what did that girl say to you? Krillin was the first to approach, his curiosity bubbling over. Sun Wukong shook his head. Well, it's hard to say to that moment. Bulma interjected. Wukong, did she reveal her identity to you? She did, but it's hard to explain. Meanwhile, Piccolo spoke up if you're unsure how to articulate it. I can speak on your behalf. Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, Piccolo, did you hear everything? Of course, our Namekian ears are quite different from yours. Piccolo replied, confidently, no worries. I know what to say and what to withhold. Piccolo adeptly sidestepped discussing Zuner's origins and shared the news of the impending androids, detailing their characteristics to everyone. Upon learning the truth, everyone resolved to train vigorously in preparation to confront the androids that would appear in 2 years' time. But as Zuner vanished, Broly sensed a familiar sensation, a fluctuation in space, alongside some unknown disturbances. She is from the future. Could it be time-related? Broly pondered, reflecting on his connection to the divine and his heightened awareness of spatial dynamics. But it's somewhat similar. Both involve instantaneous transitions from one point to another, albeit at different temporal junctures. Broly began to contemplate, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Intriguing. Chapter 28. Time Machine. Broly's interest peaked. If his theories were correct, perhaps he could also traverse back to the past by capturing points in time. However, returning might be impossible, for the past lacks the temporal markers of the present or future. Yet the time machine holds such potential. The universe encompasses all concepts of time and space, existing as a circular continuum. Moving forward through it constitutes time, potentially extending infinitely or ultimately converging at a singular point. However, the present spatial plane and the past and future planes of time do not interact. Yet, the unexpected emergence of a time machine allows for the capture of a past moment, altering it and thus creating a different future. Nevertheless, the world visited would still operate in synchrony with the future world, ensuring that the future remains unchanged while allowing for alterations to the past. I must examine Trunks and Cell's time machines. They are records of 2 distinct future timelines. If I can comprehend their principles, perhaps I could venture into the past, Broly mused. However, in Cell's timeline, Earth lacked formidable warriors and posed no threat. Majin Buu had not been revived. In Trunks' timeline, Buu had also not appeared, but if Trunks grew stronger. Next time, I shall investigate further. Suddenly recalling, did Cell not already arrive with a time machine? I could search for it near West City. It seems to be in that vicinity, allowing Bulma to inspect it. As Broly contemplated this, Vegeta turned to Wukong. How did you escape before Namek's explosion? I recall Frieza's ship malfunctioning. Wukong, as in the original story, recounted his experiences on Namek, including learning instant transmission on Yardrat, prompting the others to request a demonstration, just as in the original tale. Subsequently, everyone dispersed to train, while Son Wukong and Piccolo took Gohan with them for practice. Broly, meanwhile, flew home with Bulma. Upon arriving home, Broly exchanged greetings with Bulma before heading to King Kai's place on North Kai's planet. Hey, King Kai, Broly greeted. Oh, Broly, what brings you here? King Kai inquired. You are aware of that young boy's origins, right? Broly asked. King Kai nodded. Indeed, I was puzzled as to why I had no records of him. It turns out he is from the future. It's truly astonishing that someone of such talent could create a time machine. Broly nodded. Yes, but King Kai, you have seen his time machine. I came to ask if you could search the area near West City to see if there are any similar devices. King Kai chuckled. Oh, how could that be possible? You are quite the joker, Broly. That contraption was an unfortunate invention born 20 years hence. How could it exist now? Haha. However, he proceeded to scan the vicinity around West City, his expression shifting suddenly. How can this be? There truly is one. Broly inquired. King Kai, have you found it? King Kai nodded indeed, but it appears to be broken. That I'm not sure who arrived in it. It's located in the western suburbs. At 1050. Broly, you must investigate. I sense a lingering evil energy within that has yet to dissipate. Broly nodded and instantaneously transported to the western suburbs. He swiftly discovered a time machine with a gaping hole. Observing the remnants of eggshells inside, Broly scoffed. I'll deal with you in 2 years. For now, you can hide here on the ground. Pressing a button, he restored the machine to its capsule form and hurried home, eager to show Bulma this time machine. Bulma, I'm back. I've got something to show you, he exclaimed, tossing out the capsule. Hearing the commotion, Bulma emerged from the house and gasped at the sight of the somewhat damaged time machine that materialized from the capsule. What is this? She inquired for the time machine. Broly replied, nonchalantly. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, inspecting it further. It doesn't seem to be the same one. This one appears to have been left in the wild for quite some time. Could there be other time machines? Where did you find this? In the vicinity of Shidu's western suburbs, specifically at a location marked 1050, it appears as though something from the future has arrived. Bulma, why don't you investigate the principles behind this? I will need the information later, Broly suggested. All right, I'll let you know once I've figured out, Bulma replied. Her interest peaked as she gazed at the time machine and nodded. Broly gently kissed Bulma's forehead, expressing his gratitude, to which Bulma shook her head, content to lean against Broly's sturdy chest, feeling elated to be of assistance to this. It had been a month since the arrival of Frieza and his son. And today, in a remote and sparsely populated area of land, the air suddenly distorted in a peculiar manner, followed by ripples that spread outward that a small spacecraft, emblazoned with a colossal insignia, emerged from a black hole created by the fluctuations in space. With a swift motion, the ship streaked across the sky, gradually slowing down amidst the howling winds that rustled the surrounding flora, before landing softly on the ground. After a brief pause, the ship's cabin creaked open. A set of steps extended to the ground, and soft footsteps began to disturb the stillness, as a figure emerged from the shadows, casting an abstract silhouette against the bright sunlight. Finally, I have arrived in the past. The handsome young man sighed that he pressed a button on the craft, and a small capsule materialized in his hand. Looking skyward, he placed the capsule against his chest and then retrieved a peculiar locating device to take a glance. The newcomer donned a blue uniform, meticulously tailored, adorned with an emblem identical to that on the spacecraft. His lower half was clad in black trousers, complemented by leather boots. He possessed a strikingly cold yet handsome visage, with rare silvery hair cascading down his back, exuding an air of arrogance that instilled a sense of defeat in those who beheld him. In the sunlight, the most captivating feature was the mysterious sword sheathed at his back. Despite remaining within its scabbard, the sharpness emanating from it fused seamlessly with the young man's commanding presence. I will head to the location where Frieza is expected to arrive. Why Mother mentioned that it was during this time that Frieza and his father came to Earth to eliminate Mr. Goku. Yes, I shall proceed accordingly and then seek out Mr. Goku, the young man muttered to himself, before soaring off in a designated direction, vanishing in an instant. This should be the spot. That I should arrive shortly. He murmured, casually selecting a large, clean rock to sit upon, his gaze lost in contemplation. He recalled his mother's concerned admonitions before his departure, urging him to find Goku, who might be able to assist him. Is Mr. Goku truly like my brother Gohan and my mother described? And father, I shall finally see you. His soft whispers dissipated in the vastness of the void. Chapter 29. Trunks, time and space-time waits for no one. It slips through one's fingers unnoticed. The howling cold wind rustled the scattered stones on the ground, causing them to roll about. The young man with silvery hair sat like a statue upon a towering rock, gazing up at the drifting white clouds overhead. However, a look of urgency and confusion began to mar his features. Nothing has happened here. How can this be? According to Gohan's account, Frieza should be attacking Earth, and Mr. Goku would return around this time. Yet, several hours have passed since my arrival, and the anticipated confrontation has not occurred. Not even a trace of Frieza. Even King Cold and Cooler have been entirely vanquished. The history I know cannot possibly have changed. Despite his disbelief, the young man ventured to the location where Goku was supposed to appear, only to be met with disappointment once more. He waited for hours. But Goku did not arrive, and time continued to elapse, causing him to feel restless and anxious. Could my arrival have altered the course of history? Perhaps I have arrived in a different era altogether. Is it possible that I truly miscalculated? The young man gazed down at the timepiece on his wrist, contemplating whether his presence had indeed transformed the timeline or led him into an alternate dimension. This young man was none other than Trunks from the future. The mysteries of the multiverse were unfathomable. Ever since Broly had come to this world, the timelines had begun to diverge. Yet Trunks' very presence indicated that the original timeline still existed. What shall I do now? Trunks pondered, lowering his head in thought. If this timeline truly differed from his own future, it was not insurmountable. As long as Mr. Goku remained alive, all would be well at this moment. Trunks was certain that he had not returned to an alternate world. Time had not been disrupted. He simply needed to learn from Mr. Goku how to defeat the androids or to bring Goku back to his own timeline. The thought of relying solely on his own strength to surpass the androids had not yet crossed Trunks' mind, but a plan began to form in his mind, causing Trunks' eyes to light up with a smile. He had thought of a method to proceed. Without delay, he pressed his palm against the rock, leaping into the air with determination, and landed firmly on the ground, his hands resting on his hips. His gaze turning icy. With a powerful shout, the ground trembled violently, and the stones that lay upon it began to levitate, as an immense force erupted from Trunks' body, obliterating the surrounding stones into dust that scattered through the air. The clouds above seemed to sense the disturbance and slowly began to part. Golden energy swirled around Trunks, causing his tousled hair to stand on end, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. His eyebrows changed to gold, and his blue irises shifted to a light green. The potent energy radiating from him was undeniable. Trunks had ascended to Super Saiyan. Trunks realized that if he were to confirm his situation slowly, it would consume too much time that it would be more efficient to summon others to find him. Thus, transformed into a Super Saiyan, he knew that while Earthlings had indeed grown stronger, they paled in comparison to a Super Saiyan. Trunks surmised that those capable of sensing his immense power, such as Goku, would undoubtedly rush to his side. A force of such magnitude could not go unnoticed. As Trunks unleashed his energy, the inhabitants of Earth quickly became aware, all heading towards the source of the power. When Broly detected this energy, he felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, Trunks has arrived. His knowledge of future timelines is crucial. If only I could ask him about it, and then have Bulma conduct a research. We could eventually venture into Trunks' timeline. With this thought, Broly bid farewell to Bulma and set off in the direction of Trunks. He has arrived, and with remarkable speed, I sense a hint of challenge. Could it be Mr. Goku? Perhaps that is indeed the case. My arrival may have prompted Mr. Goku to come here sooner. In Trunks' perception, an astonishing energy was rapidly approaching him, leading to such speculation. Moreover, he sensed multiple powerful auras heading his way from the distance, which filled him with questions. How could there be so many formidable warriors on Earth? In reality, the likes of Piccolo and Krillin had significantly improved, not to mention Vegeta and others. A streak of light descended from the heavens, landing directly before Trunks, and the first to arrive was none other than Broly. "Who are you?" Trunks inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face, for the man before him was a complete stranger. Unlike the familiar faces of his late father, Mr. Goku, and Krillin, whose images had been preserved in photographs, this individual was entirely unknown to him. "This is impossible." Trunks shook his head in bewilderment. The speed with which this person had approached indicated he was indeed stronger. Yet how could someone so powerful remain obscure? Not a word of him had been spoken in his time. I am Broly. You must be a Saiyan, correct? I have never seen you before. Broly chuckled, recognizing that he would not initially utter words suggesting that Trunks had come from the future. Such remarks would only arouse suspicion in him, compelling Trunks to gradually unveil his own experiences. Furthermore, Trunks would likely attribute this phenomenon to the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival in this era, an effect that had been in motion for many years. "Indeed, I'm a Saiyan," Trunks responded. Momentarily dazed, his thoughts swirling without yielding any clarity to in Trunks' future, Broly did not exist. Thus, the possibility of any conclusion seemed utterly remote. Suddenly, Trunks gazed at Broly in disbelief. "Could it be that you are also a Saiyan?" Broly nodded affirmatively, and with a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted around him, enveloping the vicinity. Trunks, facing Broly, was struck by an oppressive force that left him feeling utterly incapable of resistance. The sheer magnitude of Broly's power surpassed his imagination. Even the androids might not possess such prowess. How could someone of this caliber remain inconspicuous? Trunks' mind began to feel foggy. This is indeed a formidable Saiyan. Although their transformations differed, Trunks could still sense that familiar essence, an unmistakable Saiyan aura emanating from the man before him, whose strength was so immense that it extinguished any notion of rebellion within him. Has my arrival caused a remarkable shift in this timeline? Are Mr. Goku and the others still present? Broly informed Trunks that Raditz and Nappa were very much alive, albeit confined within the Heavenly Palace. Meanwhile, Vegeta had become a combat ally, just like them. Upon hearing this, Trunks felt increasingly disoriented, as if his thoughts had begun to unravel, but he understood that the history here had become fragmented, uncertain of its future trajectory. Yet his apprehensions were misplaced. The presence of Trunks in this world indicated that the timelines and dimensions were fundamentally distinct, and thus, historical alterations would not impact him. "Who are you, and whence do you hail?" Broly inquired in a grave tone, delivering a potent jolt to Trunks. That Broly's appearance signified that this timeline had long since diverged into a different direction, allowing Trunks to harbor fewer concerns and eliminating excessive speculation. "I am Trunks," he hesitated, then resolutely declared, "I have come from the future via a time machine. There are two exceptionally powerful androids who have slaughtered the Earth's warriors, leaving me as the sole survivor." "What? So I am dead too?" Broly feigned shock, for he had already grasped the reality upon Trunks' arrival. Trunks belonged to a different dimension of the original world. This was merely a charade, as one would naturally react upon hearing such news. "No, I am uncertain why, but in my future, you do not exist, and the Nappa and Raditz you mentioned should have perished long ago, not be imprisoned in the Heavenly Palace. This world has undergone a complete transformation." Trunks shook his head in bewilderment, continuing, "Moreover, my mother is the one who urged me to find Mr. Goku, prompting the creation of the time machine. Oh, by the way, my mother is Bulma. Have you heard of her?" "Bulma, you say? What do you mean?" "Bulma is my wife," Broly replied sternly, though internally he was bursting with laughter. Nevertheless, he maintained the facade. "Your wife? This is entirely different, truly, completely different," Trunks uttered, lost in thought, before gazing at Broly with an expression of bewilderment. "Mr. Broly, could you share with me some significant events that have transpired in this world?" "Very well." Broly proceeded to recount various occurrences, whether the distinctions of his future or the existence of Frieza's brother. Cooler, all of which revealed to Trunks that this world diverged from his expectations. He felt a tinge of despondency, yet was relieved to know that Mr. Goku, Krillin, and the others were still alive, indicating that only the timelines had shifted. Rather than venturing into a completely alternate reality, that is the case. Allow me to share my future as well. Trunks finally regained his composure, accepting the reality of his situation. "I am Trunks. Earth was once peaceful, but one fateful day, the arrival of two androids plunged it into chaos. Countless lives were lost at their hands, and the future Earth lay in ruins, shrouded in the remnants of destruction." As Trunks gradually recounted the harrowing details of his future, including his identity, concerns, and the reasons for his arrival, his tone grew heavy, revealing the weight of his despair. All his comrades had perished, leaving him utterly alone, save for the support of his mother that prevented him from succumbing to despair. Broly also informed Trunks that a month prior, a girl from the future had revealed the matter of the androids to Goku and the others, even providing Goku with a special medicine. Upon hearing this, Trunks remained silent, as they were already aware of the necessary information, and it was time for him to return. Just as Trunks prepared to depart, Broly called out to him, inquiring about the spatial nodes and world of Trunks' timeline. Trunks readily shared this information with Broly before departing in his time machine, assuring Broly that he would return in 2 years to seek methods for defeating the androids. He then vanished into the ether. Chapter 30. The arrival of the androids as time passed. Vegeta, Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Ten, and the others finally convened at the site. They approached Broly, eager to learn what had transpired just now. A young man named Trunks, who also hails from a future timeline, visited us that he came to inform us about the androids. And in his timeline, it seems the Earth's warriors were all slain by those two androids, leaving Trunks as the sole survivor. His purpose here was to notify us about the androids and to deliver medicine for Goku's heart condition. Although you have the medicine sent by that girl, since another has also come to provide it, I thought it prudent to keep it. After all, one can never have too much medicine. With that, he produced the medicine and tossed it to Goku. Moreover, his third objective was to learn how to eliminate the androids. Wait, what do you mean everyone was killed by the androids? Broly, are you not their match? Goku, astonished, posed the question, his shock mirrored by Piccolo. Vegeta and the others, they were somewhat aware of Broly's power. While they had never witnessed him unleash his full strength, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo understood that even at their peak, they would not stand a chance against Broly, which was why they had refrained from challenging him and focused on their own training. Well, according to him, my presence was absent in his timeline, so he wouldn't know. Broly explained, however, this is not the crux of the matter. The important point is that we can ascertain that the androids will indeed emerge in 2 years if we do not diligently train now. Death may very well await us, Broly stated with gravity. Upon hearing Broly's words, everyone nodded in agreement, promptly dispersing to resume their training. They understood that a more formidable adversary would soon arise, and thus, they must intensify their efforts. Broly returned to Bulma, relaying the temporal coordinates he had obtained from Trunks, urging her to expedite her research. He also briefly recounted Trunks' circumstances, after which Bulma took the data to commence her studies. Meanwhile, Broly retreated into his own space to engage in more rigorous training. In the ensuing 2 years, each of them undertook increasingly intense training regimens. During this time, Bulma, having grasped the principles of the time machine from the data provided by Broly, detailed her findings to him. She revealed that even with the capabilities of Capsule Corporation, it would take an astonishing 10 years to construct a time machine, and gathering the necessary energy for round trips would require at least an additional year. Broly couldn't help but admire the future Bulma, who had managed to achieve such an incredible feat in just 17 years under dire circumstances. Truly remarkable. Upon gaining an understanding, Broly pondered deeply over whether he could indeed accomplish the task at hand. After much contemplation, he concluded that with a specified time and location, it was indeed feasible. He then summoned Bulma to disassemble and modify the time machine to ensure it could be calibrated to match the timeline of his own world upon Trunks' arrival. This journey through time might even offer insights into the true essence of existence. As time passed swiftly, 2 years quickly elapsed that on September 25th, what appeared to be an ordinary day unfolded, with the sun rising as it always did. The Dragon Ball warriors concluded their training and gathered on a large island situated 9 kilometers from Southeast Island Dada. It's Tien and Kaiatsu, Krillin exclaimed. Floating in the air, he spotted several figures standing atop the island's peak and descended alongside Goku. Piccolo and Gohan, we've been waiting for you. You're late? Wow, Gohan has grown so tall, Bulma remarked, holding a child in her arms beside the spaceship. Broly, how could you possibly allow her to come here? Goku asked helplessly. I just wanted to watch the match. It's no big deal. I'll just take a quick look at the androids and then head back, Bulma replied nonchalantly with a smile. Krillin, with his mouth agape, exclaimed, what surprises me the most is what Bulma is holding. Is that your child with Broly? What's their name? With a swift kick to Krillin's calf, Bulma furrowed her brows in displeasure and retorted. Watch your words. This is my child, not something you refer to. Well, we do have a name. It's Schwer, which Broly came up with. I senti it lovely. At that moment, 2 oddly dressed individuals appeared on the island. One was a plump, fair man, while the other was an elderly figure, both adorned with the RR insignia, the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. The Dragon Ball group grew increasingly impatient, waiting for the androids to arrive. Why hasn't anyone shown up? Tien questioned, puzzled. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, oh no, I forgot that girl mentioned the androids don't emit energy. The group collectively recalled this, murmuring, what should we do? Let's split up and search, but don't wander too far. Goku instructed, stating that they should inform each other immediately upon any discoveries in an instant. The group dispersed to commence their search. Goku landed atop a dome-shaped building, surveying the town from his elevated position. Damn it! Where could they be? I should have asked Schwerer for a description of their appearance, he grumbled, having found no trace of the androids. Before long, Kaiatsu was ambushed, and Goku and the others swiftly realized Kaiatsu's energy had vanished. They rushed to his aid, using senzu beans to revive him. Following a heated exchange between both parties, a conflict erupted, leading them to a secluded island where the battle commenced. Chapter 31. The heart attack. The battle ignited swiftly. As two figures clashed ferociously, Goku's movements were even more rapid than during the Namek saga. Each punch and kick struck with the ferocity of a cannon. Despite the seemingly clumsy physique of his opponent, the android proved to be equally matched in speed and strength. Unbelievable. My partner is holding his own against Goku. The tall, lean android observed from a distance, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Krillin and the others watched intently, their expressions growing serious as the intensity of the battle escalated. It seems Goku and this android are of comparable strength, Krillin assessed, his gaze fixed on the two combatants. No. Piccolo interjected, a sly smile forming on his lips. Goku is holding back, and let's not forget, he can transform into a Super Saiyan 8S if on cue. Goku transformed, catching the android off guard, though he maintained an outward calm. Throughout the ensuing battle, Goku relentlessly dominated Android 19, delivering a powerful kick that sent the android crashing to the ground. Rising from the rubble, Android 19 remained unscathed, staring blankly at Goku. However, Goku soon exhibited signs of abnormal exhaustion. Panting heavily as if drained of energy, while Android 19 stood up unfazed. Enraged, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, hoping to secure victory with this technique. Android 19 smirked, raising his right hand to absorb the incoming energy wave, reveling in the power it contained. Indeed, be cautious, Goku. The enemy can absorb energy, so refrain from using energy blasts against him, Piccolo cautioned, wary of the potential danger. Goku and the rejuvenated Android 19 found themselves at an impasse. Before the astonished gazes of their comrades, Goku collapsed, clutching his chest and gasping for breath as the burden on his heart intensified due to the android's attacks. Witnessing this, the others could no longer restrain themselves and instinctively took flight to assist. However, Android 20 seemed to anticipate their reaction. With a sly grin, he signaled to Android 19, who swiftly appeared beside Goku, seizing him by the neck. In an instant, the previously eager warriors halted, stunned by this sudden turn of events. As Android 20 reveled in his triumph, Android 19 siphoned Goku's energy until Vegeta arrived, delivering a swift kick that sent Android 19 flying. Subsequently, much like in the original tale, Goku was whisked away by Kaiatsu, while Vegeta, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, easily dispatched Android 19. That recognizing the dire situation, Android 20 unleashed an energy wave and escaped amidst the ensuing smoke. That moment, Trunks arrived in the time machine, and the group looked up in anticipation. The ship gradually descended, and a young boy emerged, quickly recognized as the one they had missed previously. He informed them that the androids they had just encountered were not the ones he was familiar with. Piccolo recalled Broly's daughter mentioning a pair of androids, one male and one female, prompting him to inquire further, which the boy confirmed. The group then scattered once more to search for Android 20. Chapter 32. The demise of Dr. Gero. As the group dispersed in search of Android 20, Broly returned Bulma safely to her home. Concerned for the safety of their friends, Bulma urged Broly to assist them promptly. There's no need to rush. The real androids haven't emerged yet. Once the two genuine androids appear, I will go. Rest assured, everyone will be fine. Don't forget, I can instantaneously teleport, Broly assured Bulma with a caring gaze. All right, but do take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for your return, Bulma replied. Soon after, the group reconvened, frustrated by their inability to locate Android 20. Damn it, he got away. Vegeta fumed, still searching for the elusive android. At that moment, Trunks inquired, where are Mr. Sun and Mr. Broly? Why aren't they here? Dad's heart condition has flared up. Uncle Broly just took Aunt Bulma home, so he should be back shortly, was the reply. Wu Fan's delicate face was suffused with a palpable expression of concern. It seems that even the timing of the affliction has become erratic. Trunks muttered anxiously to himself. That moment, Piccolo posed a crucial question. What exactly is the form of the artificial beings you mentioned? That peculiar combination of one male and one female. I certainly do not wish to make another mistake. The 17th being is a youth with black hair, adorned with a scarf around his neck, while the 18th appears as a girl, her attire quite similar to mine. They both exhibit an icy demeanor, complemented by round earrings, making them easily identifiable. Trunks responded, like the artificial beings we encountered earlier. Absorb energy through their palms? Piccolo inquired further. Absorb energy? There's no need for that. Their energy sources are boundless, Trunks clarified. Just then, Broly materialized before them, revealing that the artificial being designated as number 20 was, in fact, Dr. Gero, and he also disclosed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Broly mentioned that he had received this information from Bulma, and to verify its authenticity, he had brought along data extracted from Bulma's computer for everyone to review. Subsequently, they swiftly made their way towards Dr. Gero's research facility, flying at an urgent pace to show their astonishment. Upon reaching the lab, they were greeted by the sounds of a dispute within. Bursting through the door, they witnessed the boy with the scarf leap into action, moving with lightning speed to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Dr. Gero's head. With a resounding thud, something rolled across the floor, followed by an eerie silence. As the onlookers stared in disbelief, rendered speechless by the shocking scene before them. Closest to the boy, Krillin stared blankly at the ground, his eyes wide with horror, his heartbeat nearly ceasing his shock. Dr. Gero's head had rolled to rest at his feet. Though Dr. Gero's body was reduced to just a head, he was not entirely lifeless. His eyes bulged like brass bells, flickering with emotions of regret, fear, and fury before he roared, "You ungrateful wretches!" Before he could finish, the black-haired boy leapt into the air, gently landing upon Krillin's head. The sound of a crunch echoed in the silent laboratory, like thunderclaps in Krillin's ears, abruptly silencing Dr. Gero's voice. That moment, Broly arrived at a leisurely pace. His sole purpose for coming here was to claim the 18th. He felt that such a beautiful and charming girl would be utterly wasted with Krillin, and he intended to rescue her from his grasp. Upon seeing the 17th, he eagerly awaited the entrance of the 18th. Chapter 33. Number 17 and number 18, A.S. the striking boy with long black hair. An enigmatic visage and piercingly sharp eyes, devoid of emotion yet imbued with a palpable aura of menace, stepped forward. A girl followed closely behind him. She possessed a delicate, captivating face, alluring golden short hair, and a figure that was nothing short of stunning, signaling her beauty. Alas, her expression remained devoid of emotion, and her gaze was chillingly cold. Upon witnessing these two, Vegeta scoffed, "It appears that you two are the true artificial beings." Number 17 and number 18 remained unresponsive. But the 18th approached another stasis pod, asking, 16, "I don't recall any artificial being of that model." Number 17 also shook his head in ignorance, promptly suggesting, "Let us open it and find out." Indeed, with that, the 18th activated the stasis pod, and number 16 awoke instantly. Towering in stature, sporting a pineapple hairstyle, clad in green, and with fiery red hair, number 16 surveyed the scene, glancing at number 17 and number 18 before silently exiting the room. In that moment, Vegeta's fury erupted. He had been utterly disregarded. The sheer audacity of such blatant neglect was infuriating. With a cold snort, Vegeta gathered sufficient energy, forming a ball of ki, and hurled it towards the 17th and his companions. The explosion reverberated through the mountains, sending tremors through the earth, as dust and debris filled the air, creating a crater in the ground, while Vegeta soared into the sky. Surprisingly, number 17, 18, and 16 emerged from the smoke. Unscathed, the four figures hovered in midair, an invisible tension crackling in the atmosphere, signaling the imminent onset of a fierce battle. Since the emergence of the 18th, Broly's gaze had not strayed from her. He thought to himself, "Wow, she is stunningly adorable, and her figure is remarkable. How could such a beautiful and charming girl be entangled with that bald-headed Krillin? No, she is mine." Approaching Vegeta, Broly declared, "Vegeta, you can engage with number 17 and 16. Just leave the 18th to me." Without waiting for Vegeta's reaction, he retreated to the side of the others. Number 17, However, gazed at Vegeta with an impassive expression, his voice cold and deliberate as he stated, "I do not wish to waste my time on you. My target is Son Goku." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression twisted into a more menacing grimace. His hair instantaneously transformed to a shimmering gold, blazing like an inferno, as an overwhelming aura of menace radiated from him. With his energy ascending, the stones and dust beneath him began to lift, and fissures spread across the ground like veins extending in all directions. With a swift motion, Vegeta vanished from sight, leaving behind mere afterimages, and in an instant, he reappeared before number 17, launching a powerful punch. The fierce wind from his fist whipped through the air, sending number 17's hair flying. Vegeta shouted in fury, intensifying the force behind his strike, the sound piercing the air. Number 17 deftly shifted, narrowly evading Vegeta's assault, his gaze sharp as he retaliated, unleashing 5 rapid bursts of energy. Boom! 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 Vegeta propelled himself on the ground, his form shifting like a dragon, utilizing the energy coalescing beneath him to deftly evade number 17's onslaught. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes and counters mid-air, their movements reaching blinding speeds that left even Piccolo observing from the ground, feeling somewhat dazed and unable to keep pace so fast. Piccolo's expression darkened as he watched the two figures darting through the sky, unable to discern their movements. It was evident that his own strength was insufficient to partake in such a high-caliber battle. Just as the onlookers were entranced by the aerial clash, a cold voice interjected, "Then let me deal with you." The spectators turned in surprise towards the source of the voice, revealing the previously silent golden-haired girl. Despite her feminine identity, Piccolo understood her true nature as an artificial being and felt no inclination to underestimate her. "Do not be so tense. I will handle this woman. You all can just watch," Broly casually remarked, prompting the others to relax and refocus on the battle between Vegeta and number 17. Meanwhile, Broly floated over to the 18th, exclaiming, "Tsk, such a beautiful girl. Why must you resort to violence? This is unacceptable." Before Broly could finish, the 18th, enraged, swiftly raised her elbow to strike him. Yet Broly remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping her hand and twisting it behind her back. Unwilling to concede, she attempted to retaliate with her other hand, only to find it captured as well. Subsequently, as she struggled, her arms were firmly held captive, rendering her immobile like a tea that moment. Broly felt an inexplicable thrill, for Android 18 was ensnared, her hands caught and twisted. As she struggled, her body instinctively leaned back, bringing the two of them into close contact. "Enough, girl. Cease your futile writhing. It is of no use. Be still," Broly commanded. Upon hearing his words, 18 finally ceased her struggles. Yet the position they found themselves in caused her cheeks to flush. Broly, upon noticing her rosy complexion, was momentarily taken aback, his strength diminishing considerably. Seizing the opportunity, 18 swiftly extricated herself from Broly's grasp, casting him a fierce glare before refraining from further confrontation. Observers were left speechless at the sight of Broly and 18 inadvertently pressed together amidst the fray. Meanwhile, the battle between Android 17 and Vegeta raged on fiercely. With a thunderous crash, a figure was hurled through the air, crashing into a hillside, becoming completely ensnared within the rocky crevice. An utterly pitiful sight. 17's long hair whipped about in the tempest, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur, darting toward the sunken hill, halting at a vantage point several meters above ground. With both hands, he unleashed a dazzling barrage of energy waves that assaulted the already crumbled hill like a torrential storm. As dozens of energy waves converged in a netted assault, a haughty roar erupted, followed by a radiant golden light that burst forth like 1,000 suns, clad in a blue battle suit. Vegeta's brows furrowed, his golden hair standing on end, exuding an overwhelming aura as he launched a rapid counterattack against the oncoming energy waves. The energy beams intertwined, illuminating the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors, while a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated throughout the arena. As the intensity of their clash escalated, the ground trembled and cracked, and the clouds above seemed to swirl chaotically, reflecting the formidable power of the two combatants. "Is this all the strength you possess?" 17 taunted, a glimmer of disdain evident in his eyes. Suddenly, he surged forward, appearing before Vegeta and unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. Faced with 17's blatant provocation, Vegeta's expression darkened. Yet under the onslaught of 17's fierce attacks, he found himself unable to retaliate, relegated to dodging left and right. As 17's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, Vegeta's evasive maneuvers appeared clumsy, and after enduring a series of blows, he was forced to retreat, leaving a trail of golden energy in his wake. With a resounding bang, 17 raised his fist and, under the overwhelming pressure, landed a powerful blow to Vegeta's chin, sending him crashing to the ground with a forceful impact. The rising dust and debris mingled with a howling wind as Vegeta's body sank into the cold earth, while 17, with a sinister chuckle, vanished from sight, reappearing next to Vegeta. "You scoundrel!" Vegeta grunted, struggling to rise as 17 placed a foot upon him. Eliciting a pained groan as he sank deeper into the soil. 17 looked down upon the defenseless Vegeta, stating coolly, "Your power is still woefully inadequate." At that moment, Broly intervened. "Enough, 17, to stand down. While you may be androids, it seems you're not indiscriminately violent. Why fixate on Son Goku? Is it not sufficient to be ordinary?" Upon hearing Broly's voice, 18 shot him a fierce glare before following 16 and 17 into the skies. Shortly after their departure, Broly called out, "Ah, 18, I shall come looking for you again, so wait for me." The remark nearly caused 18 to plummet from the air, prompting her to hasten her flight. The others regarded Broly with bemusement, to which he retorted, "What are you staring at? Let us return." Meanwhile, Krillin handed a Senzu bean to Trunks, instructing him to feed it to Vegeta before everyone prepared to leave. That Vegeta's complexion was ashen, his body trembling with rage from the humiliating defeat against the androids. "What a disgrace!" he roared, ascending into the sky alone. "Let him be. Ever since he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he's grown arrogant." "This blow will likely be significant," Piccolo remarked, intercepting Trunks, who sought to follow Vegeta. Trunks paused, seemingly recalling something, hesitating before voicing his thoughts. "They don't resemble the androids I knew. The ones I encountered lacked such strength. And their mentality is entirely different, seemingly devoid of brutality." Broly approached. "Trunks, show me your time machine." Trunks, puzzled, asked, "What for?" "Nothing much, just bring out. 2 years ago, I discovered a time machine in the western suburbs. I currently have it at home." "Let me take a look at yours." Trunks, astonished, wondered how another time machine could exist, yet he retrieved a capsule and tossed it. Broly stepped forward, utilizing the time machine's temporal point recording device to document Trunks' world's temporal fluctuations. "Excellent," Broly exclaimed, elated. "Does this mean I can traverse between these two worlds?" With matters momentarily settled, Piccolo seemed to have made a decision and soared toward the Supreme Kai's temple. Broly intended to test the connection between this temporal point and Trunks' world and returned with him to Bulma's home to inspect the time machine. After informing Bulma of his departure, asking her to look after Kanto, Bulma, reluctant to part, bid him farewell. Once Broly had gathered his belongings, he began attempting to link the temporal points. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered a vibrant tunnel of colors, catching fleeting glimpses of something before it vanished, revealing a desolate street, eerily silent and devoid of life. A clear indication he was not in his own world. He had indeed succeeded, though the process had been too swift to discern details. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he felt a wave of indignation. The global population was shockingly fewer than 100,000. No wonder Trunks harbored such animosity toward the androids. They were truly despicable, and though it did not directly concern him, witnessing such a scene incited his anger. However, Trunks would return in a few days, and there was no need to engage with them. Yet a lesson could certainly be imparted soon. He sensed a surge of energy and scoffed. "How slow can you be? We granted you 10 seconds to flee." As they spoke, they unleashed energy blasts which, while not overwhelmingly powerful, could still claim the lives of several individuals, clearly intending to instill terror before methodically executing their victims. The space shifted and Broly materialized in an instant. There's someone I don't recognize. Don't tell me you've come to defeat us." The two androids sneered. 17. This one is mine. These humans are rather dull. But finally, someone interesting has appeared. 18 remarked coldly, her demeanor radiating wickedness. This will certainly lessen my amusement, 17 added with a sinister grin. Observing the two, Broly couldn't help but reflect on how, despite their identical appearances, they were entirely different beings. Without further ado, he transformed, golden flames erupting around him. A Saiyan. Their expressions turned serious. If this world had two Super Saiyans, they might just stand a chance against them, with Trunks reappearing. This was indeed troubling news. Nodding at each other, they charged forward. Their initial strikes missed, and as they scanned for a target, they were caught. However, there was no time to heed them. From afar, I sensed the direction of the southern galaxy. Feeling an overwhelming yet familiar energy, in an instant, I teleported to a distant planet, and with that came an inexplicable sensation of a blood connection. Broly scanned his surroundings, a thrill coursing through him. Could luck truly be this fortuitous? In an unknown part of this planet, a figure resembling a beast, seemingly in deep slumber, appeared to sense something as well, slowly awakening with a low growl of anger escaping his lips. Broly noticed the figure teleporting closer, revealing a face that mirrored his own, mouth agape in surprise. Indeed, it was another version of himself, albeit dressed differently and with a slightly altered demeanor. Broly observed this alternate version, referred to as Broly 1, the Broly from Trunks' world, cautiously. Broly 1 gradually opened his eyes, a fierce aura expanding around him. As if in pain, he grasped his head and cried out, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" His voice was deep and thunderous. And he suddenly shouted Kakarot again, now fixating on Broly. For a moment, Broly 1 appeared bewildered, but soon, with the remnants of his destructive reason, he inquired, "Kakarot, where is he?" Broly remained vigilant, sensing that this version had likely slain his father and was now a harbinger of destruction. Sleeping only to awaken for chaos, he answered flatly, "He is dead. In this world. Kakarot is indeed dead." "Dead?" Broly 1 echoed, frustration creeping in as he grasped for answers. His rage surged, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan instantaneously. Broly followed suit, amplifying his power to its peak in a flash, unleashing torrents of energy laced with crackling lightning. Broly 1 charged forward without a trace of technique. Broly simply raised his foot, landing a kick squarely on Broly 1's face. Forcing him back several steps, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Broly 1's mouth, yet he scoffed disdainfully, gathering a sphere of green energy. He hurled it towards Broly, a barrage of energy orbs following suit. Broly evaded several energy blasts, closing the distance to Broly 1 with remarkable speed, landing a punch to his chest, followed by a powerful kick that sent Broly 1 crashing through vast stretches of forest and rock until he finally halted on the surface of a lake. Roar! Roar! Broly 1 floated above the lake, continuously bellowing, the space around him trembling as his energy swelled. He unleashed a green energy blast, which Broly initially dismissed, attempting to sidestep it. However, the energy sphere abruptly expanded to 10 meters, leaving him no time to evade, resulting in a fierce explosion. Rising from the ground, fury ignited within Broly, and he unleashed his maximum power, firing a green energy wave at Broly 1 to his astonishment. Broly 1 countered with a punch, causing a tremendous explosion, yet he still remained standing. Broly 1's eyes gleamed with malice, his rage intensifying. The atmosphere darkened as his power surged, shaking the very heavens. Rocks began to levitate around him. And suddenly, at the center of this chaos, a green energy wave erupted outward, causing Broly 1's form to grow. His height increased from 2.3 meters to 2.6 meters. His pupils vanished, and his golden hair transformed into a luminous green. Arcs of energy soaring upwards, entering a legendary state. The dust settled. Broly 1 wore a wicked grin, gazing at Broly, his consciousness solely fixated on destruction. "Die!" he screamed, charging at Broly with incredible speed, delivering a punch that struck Broly head-on, sending him skidding backward several meters. Once more, the two clashed, but Broly 1's energy continued to rise. Sensing this, Broly resolved to unleash his full power to eliminate him before he became unwieldy. Chapter 35. The return of Broly at that moment. Broly ceased to conceal his strength, his energy surging dramatically as he began to roar, a wave of destructive energy erupting from him, his body expanding and transforming, his golden hair shifting to a vibrant green, his pupils vanishing entirely as he too entered a legendary form. Both warriors now embodied legendary states. Broly 1 felt the looming threat and charged at Broly, who retaliated with a swift energy sphere. Broly 1, undeterred, countered with his own green energy sphere. The two energies colliding, Broly's attack shattered Broly 1's green sphere, surging toward him. Broly 1 instinctively dodged, once again barreling toward Broly, devoid of strategy, driven by primal instinct to obliterate his foe. They exchanged blows in a relentless assault, relying solely on speed and brute strength. Die! Broly screamed, compressing an energy sphere and launching it at Broly 1, who charged forward without evasion, determined to overpower him. The impact reverberated through the air. Although Broly 1 sustained damage, his fury only heightened, his power escalating, nearing Broly's level. Broly 1, laughing maniacally, charged at Broly again, their fists colliding in a cataclysmic clash. Both warriors propelled backward yet unfazed, quickly regaining their footing and rushing at each other once more. With a thunderous clash, they grasped each other's hands, engaging in a fierce struggle for dominance. Broly delivered a knee strike to Broly 1's jaw. But Broly 1, unfazed, seized Broly and hurled him upward, landing a powerful kick to Broly's torso. Their confrontation intensified, their power surging higher with every exchange, shaking the very fabric of the universe. The space around them began to fracture, reality itself trembling under their might. The two continued their ferocious battle, fists and feet colliding with resounding explosions. They momentarily retreated, but only to leap back into the fray, the collision of their powers causing ripples across the cosmos. Broly 1 landed a punch on Broly, who countered with a kick that sent Broly 1 flying. Broly's injuries, thanks to a wish made to the gods for immortality, rapidly healed, while Broly 1's wounds remained unhealed, granting Broly the upper hand. Yet Broly 1, amidst his injuries, erupted into wild laughter, his energy rising once more. Despite his severe wounds, in a bloodthirsty frenzy, Broly 1 charged at Broly with wild abandon. Broly, undeterred, surged forward as well, and both engaged in the most brutal hand-to-hand combat imaginable. Fall! Broly bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches that tore through the air as Broly 1 retaliated with equal ferocity, their fists colliding, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Broly, unwilling to wait any longer, concentrated his energy into his right fist, elevating it to its zenith, charging toward Broly 1. Broly 1 responded with a furious roar, retaliating with a punch of his own. The impact was deafening as their fists met, propelling Broly 1 backward. But his injuries slowed him down, leaving a gash across his chest. Seizing the moment, Broly pursued him, delivering a crushing blow that shattered Broly 1's feeble defense. Striking him squarely in the chest, the force sent Broly 1 crashing to the ground, and Broly swiftly approached, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon Broly 1. Finally, with a powerful kick, Broly sent Broly 1 hurtling away, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Now gravely wounded, Broly 1 could no longer maintain his legendary form, collapsing to the ground, blood pooling as he coughed violently. Broly stood by his cell, transformed into his perfect form. In an instant, he vanished from this point in time and returned. Meanwhile, on Earth, after emerging from the depths of the ground, Cell sought to enhance and strengthen himself by absorbing the essence of humanity, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous inhabitants. Confront an adversary even more formidable than the artificial beings. The gods and Piccolo finally merged, rendering Piccolo significantly more powerful. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth had vanished. In a fierce battle against Cell, Piccolo not only defeated him, but also cunningly extracted Cell's true origins and intentions, just as the mighty Piccolo sought to eliminate Cell. The latter employed a solar flare to escape using the landscape to his advantage. In a bid to surpass the Super Saiyan form, Goku resolved to transcend its limits. He took Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber, where one day outside equated to 1 year inside. Since only 2 individuals could enter at a time, Goku allowed Vegeta and Trunks to commence their training first. During the climactic battle between Android 17 and Piccolo, Cell made his appearance, although 16 attempted to intervene. Android 17's hubris ultimately led to his absorption by Cell. Following this evolution, 16 and the others stood no chance against Cell, culminating in Tien sacrificing himself to ensure 18's escape. After completing his training in the time chamber, Vegeta confronted Cell with ease, overpowering the semi-perfect Cell. Provoked by Cell, Vegeta unwittingly assisted Cell in absorbing 18, enabling him to achieve his perfect form. The consequence was a brutal lesson for Vegeta, as Cell boasted victoriously before defeating Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. Shortly thereafter, Cell announced a martial arts tournament to be held in 10 days, declaring that if all participants were to lose, he would annihilate the Earth before departing. 10 days swiftly passed, and at the tournament venue, Goku engaged in a fierce battle with Cell. At that moment, space shimmered, and the imposing figure of Broly descended from the sky, landing with a resounding thud. Goku and Cell paused their clash, gazing at Broly in confusion. Soon, except for Cell, Goku and the others recognized him. It was Broly. Goku greeted him, "Broly." Upon hearing Goku's voice, Broly, with eyes devoid of pupils, turned his gaze toward Goku. The others were taken aback by Broly's current appearance. "What are you doing here, Goku?" Broly inquired. "It's a long story, but to summarize, another android has appeared, and he has absorbed 17 and 18 to become perfect. That would be the one on your left," Goku explained. After hearing this, Broly turned to Cell. "So you're competing with this garbage?" 18 was absorbed by him. "No worries, Goku, let me handle this. I intend to make him spit her out," Broly disdainfully remarked, directing his words at Cell. Goku and the others had no objections and readily agreed, though Goku proposed a match with Broly after Cell was dealt with, to which Broly consented. Broly then faced Cell directly, while the Satan Corps and reporters foolishly interjected. "Excuse me, sir. If you wish to compete, you must follow the order and refrain from intervening." Chapter 36. Overwhelming Cell. Krillin and the others admired the audacity of the reporters and the Satan Corps, wondering if they were completely fearless. Meanwhile, Cell seethed with rage. Having attained his perfect form, he could not fathom why anyone would dare to label him as trash. Did they not realize he was the most perfect and powerful warrior in history? In a flash, Cell vanished before the crowd, delivering a swift kick to Broly's head. His onlookers gaped in disbelief. They noted that Broly remained utterly unfazed, not even bending his neck. Broly coldly regarded Cell. "Is this truly all your power? Cell, you have utterly disappointed me that I expected you to provide me with at least a modicum of enjoyment in battle. Now it seems you are nothing but trash." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Cell squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting out green blood. At that moment, Goku and the others were once again astonished. Was this truly the Cell they had struggled so hard to defeat? How could he be so weak? How could he not withstand even a single punch from Broly? Vegeta, feeling the most insulted, clenched his fists in disbelief at the disparity between him and Broly. Meanwhile, the host exuberantly exclaimed, "This is splendid. Although this gentleman may not have followed the order, he just knocked Cell to the ground with a single punch. It appears Cell is finished." Piccolo, possessing the wisdom and experience of the gods, was equally astonished. That was Cell. He was taken down with one punch. It seems Cell is no match for him. While I was aware of Broly's strength, I never imagined it would reach such heights. Cell, coughing and glaring with bloodshot eyes, rose to his feet and roared, "You little brat, I will never forgive you." "Is that so? Then let me witness your true capabilities." "Stop with the empty bravado," Broly taunted, beckoning with his finger. "You think that was all my strength? Allow me to demonstrate my true power," Cell bellowed in fury, raising his energy to its peak, nearly on the verge of surpassing Super Saiyan 2. Even so, the others were still taken aback. With a swift motion, Cell launched a punch aimed directly at Broly's face, a triumphant look crossing his features. However, he quickly realized something was amiss, as the blow had no effect on Broly. He could not even turn his head away. Shocked but undeterred, Cell attempted to follow up with a left punch, only to be met with Broly's even faster left fist, followed by a right punch. and finally a downward elbow strike that sent Cell crashing to the ground. Broly sneered, "Is this your true strength? Pathetic. Trash is still trash. With such feeble power, how dare you call yourself the strongest warrior in the world?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell flying like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing into the mountainside, where he became buried within the earth. Witnessing Broly's prowess, Goku exclaimed with excitement, "Broly is incredible. This is exhilarating. I cannot wait for our match." The others looked at him in exasperation. With a resounding crash, Cell emerged, clutching his abdomen, roaring, "You scoundrel! I'm the perfect being. How could I possibly lose to you? I will not be defeated." As he spoke, his body swelled, enhancing his power once more. Trunks observed the one-sided battle and remarked, "Cell is solely focused on amplifying his strength, while this form boosts his power. It severely compromises his speed. Just moments ago, he told me this, and now he has fallen into the same trap." Goku sighed. There's nothing to be done. The disparity in their power is too great. Cell's strength cannot affect Broly at all. It seems he is now at his wit's end. With his newfound size, Cell's power surged again, sparks of electricity crackling around him as he threw a punch at Broly, which Broly effortlessly caught. With a sinister grin, he taunted, "Cell, you have let me down to is this all you are capable of? You are far too weak. I have lost interest in playing with you. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he delivered a devastating punch that sent Cell crashing to the ground, leaving a clear path in his wake. Broly approached Cell, saying, "Let me grant you release so you can find some peace." Cell slowly rose again, his eyes wide with fury, bloodshot and bulging as he clutched his mouth, but to no avail. With a retching sound, he expelled a golden-haired woman. 18. Broly swiftly scooped up the fallen 18 and appeared before Goku. But before Goku could respond, he vanished again, reappearing before Cell. Cell cried out in pain. He regressed, shouting, "Damn it! I will not forgive you, you little brat." Meanwhile, Trunks shouted in exhilaration, "It's 18. This is fantastic. Cell is no longer in his perfect form. We need not worry about him any longer." Broly coldly laughed. "You won't forgive me? Is there anything left for you to unleash? Go ahead and show me. Trash will always remain trash, spouting meaningless words." With a thunderous roar, Shilu unleashed his energy to its maximum, his form swelling larger and larger. Broly observed him with a cold, unyielding gaze, while Shilu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I shall send you all to your doom. In just 1 minute, I will explode, and with me, the earth will meet its end. I expected more from you." As Broly stepped forward, Shilu warned, "You mustn't attack. The moment you lay a finger on me, I will detonate. Let's see what you do now." The crowd gasped in shock, and Goku's expression suddenly turned resolute, as if he was contemplating an action. That's so. Broly instantly seized Shilu, and a protective shield materialized at his side. In an instant, he transported Shilu to the vastness of space, then waved goodbye, stating, "I shall not indulge you any longer," before vanishing in a flash. "You, stand still. I loathe this," Shilu roared in frustration, his eyes burning with malevolent defiance as he watched Broly disappear. However, the self-detonation had already commenced, spiraling beyond his control. His body was rendered immobile, and he could only watch helplessly as he expanded further, the energy within him surging violently, gradually leaking out. His skin began to crack, blood oozing forth, his features contorting grotesquely until he bore no semblance of humanity, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, waiting for death. "I refuse to accept this," he screamed. And then, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the emptiness of space. The medium for sound was scant, causing the explosive noise to diminish. Yet the immense shockwave radiated outward, stirring up towering waves in the once tranquil universe. Approximately half an hour later, all returned to stillness. Goku and the others had not anticipated Broly's sudden disappearance with Shilu, and they waited for his return. At this juncture, Piccolo inquired, was Broly's earlier transformation a Super Saiyan form? Aren't Super Saiyans characterized by blonde hair and blue eyes? His physique was not only taller, but his greenish hair and white pupils certainly don't fit the ordinary criteria. The group fell silent, pondering the question, if none of us are certain, we shall await Broly's return to inquire. Goku suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 37. Shilu's Demise. Vegeta, meanwhile, pondered with a hint of uncertainty. Just then, Broly reappeared before them, prompting everyone to encircle him with eager inquiries. Broly, where did you send Shilu? Is he dead? What is your current state? They clamored with questions. Overwhelmed, Broly replied, Please, one at a time, I sent Shilu into space, but whether he is dead or alive, I cannot say. As for the third question, I believe Vegeta might have insight into that. With that, he directed the question towards Vegeta, who now found himself under the collective gaze of the others. Like the T this moment, Broly reached out to take Android 18 from Goku, and everyone awaited Vegeta's response. After contemplating Broly for a moment, Vegeta addressed the group. I cannot say for certain, but it seems plausible. His appearance and state resemble that of the legendary Super Saiyan. Trunks interjected, Super Saiyan? But aren't we Super Saiyans ourselves? The others looked at Vegeta, puzzled that no, it is not the same. Vegeta insisted. He is a Super Saiyan who appears once every millennium, a bloodthirsty and frenzied warrior of legend. That form should be unique to the legendary Super Saiyan. We cannot defeat him, Vegeta declared with reluctance. I am not bloodthirsty or frenzied. Such behavior arises from an inability to control one's energy, leading to emotional instability and aggression. However, I have gained complete mastery over it, so you need not worry, Broly reassured them, observing their anxious expressions. After a moment of reflection, they nodded, concluding that had Broly lost control earlier, he would have unleashed indiscriminate devastation. Thus, they sighed in relief. Goku, what about you? Do you still wish to fight? If so, come forth. I am prepared and ready to accept your challenge. But presently, you fail to ignite my interest, Broly proclaimed. Goku examined himself, then Broly, and finally replied, Let us postpone our contest. I will surely surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Broly. One day, I shall surpass both you and Kakarot, he vowed, preparing to take flight. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards them. Quick move, they shouted, dodging as the beam pierced the ground. Turning to look, they were astonished to see Shilu. The reporter, bewildered, exclaimed, What is happening? The vanished Shilu has reappeared. Shilu, wearing a smug expression, unleashed a golden aura that crackled with electricity, clearly indicating a surge in power. Weren't you dead? The crowd gasped. Dead? Shilu scoffed with a chilling smile that I thought I wouldn't survive either. Yet fortune smiled upon me. After my self-detonation, my core remained intact, allowing me to resurrect and grow even stronger. Broly glared at Shilu. So, the trash that can only self-destruct is still alive. Shilu, feeling a twinge of anxiety, roared, You think I'm the same as before? Let me assure you, I am far stronger now. You will find it no longer easy to defeat me. Is that so? Then allow me to witness just how much your power has increased. Broly charged at Shilu, launching a punch. Shilu retaliated, and with a sickening crack, his arm shattered, eliciting a cry of pain. Yet, Broly paid him no mind, delivering another devastating blow that sent Shilu flying. Before he could soar far, Broly seized his foot and slammed him into the ground, delivering yet another powerful punch. A resounding crash echoed as a massive crater formed beneath them. Gazing down at Shilu, who was now struggling for breath, Broly coldly remarked, Is this all your strength? You dare challenge me? This is the so-called power you claim to have gained? Once again, you have disappointed me. I had hoped for a bit of a workout. Yet, trash is ultimately trash, and no matter how you spin it, you are beneath me. I have lost all interest in toying with you. Go perish. With that, he hurled Shilu into the sky, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated him, leaving not a single cell behind. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, realizing the magnitude of Shilu's revived strength, yet he had been dispatched by Broly in mere moments. Such terrifying power ignited the fighting spirit within Goku and Vegeta, solidifying their resolve to train harder. After Shilu's demise, Android 18 gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Gohan and the others, she froze, bewildered. Wasn't I absorbed by Shilu? She questioned. Suddenly, she noticed a man half embracing her, hanging from his arm. Let go of me, she protested, struggling in vain against Broly's grip. Calm down, woman, stay still. If you keep squirming, I might just spank you, Broly retorted, continuing to hold her in place. Point 18 ceased her struggles. Addressing him, could you at least set me down? Not a chance. Soon, the group gathered around to inquire about Broly's whereabouts during the past days. Broly explained, "Oh, I didn't go anywhere special. I merely visited Trunks' world. Trunks, once you arrive, just deal with Android 17 and Shilu. I've already brought back Android 18. I also had a battle with my counterpart from Trunks' world, which delayed my return. The group exclaimed in surprise. What else with the shock? Shilu arrived using a time machine that I had Bulma modify to record temporal coordinates. I simply recorded Trunks' time machine coordinates and traversed through space-time, Broly stated nonchalantly. Okay, no need for such dramatic reactions, Broly remarked, slightly exasperated, adding, in that world, I encountered my own self in the South Galaxy. It seems that misfortune has befallen him, rendering him quite ferocious. Upon our encounter, he inquired, where is Kakarot? And thus commenced a battle. Before long, he transformed into the very form I had just witnessed, compelling me to engage in a fierce struggle to the utmost of my abilities. Ultimately, I managed to subdue him. Trunks sighed in relief, realizing that my world harbored such grave dangers, far more intimidating than the androids. Thankfully, the crisis has been averted. Broly remarked, indeed, it is resolved. You need not worry. He then turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, I have come to grasp the essence of your world. Presently, neither the androids nor the yet-to-emerge Cell pose a threat to you, but I offer you a word of caution. Trunks inquired, what is it? Broly responded, although I cannot be certain, there should exist a being even more formidable than Cell, currently in a state of confinement. The means to break this seal lies within the energy of a powerful warrior. Therefore, after you vanquish the androids and Cell, it would be prudent not to display excessive strength, lest you draw attention. Of course, if you possess power surpassing that of Lightning Cell, then you shall be safe. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Stronger than Cell? Trunks comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I understand. That moment, a reporter who had been lurking nearby rushed over and asked, Excuse me, sir, what is your name, and what are your thoughts on defeating Cell? The crowd, should I commend your professional ethics? Broly found himself at a loss for words, but decided to offer some polite platitudes. It is nothing extraordinary. Merely the duty of every individual to ask for my name. Let us forego that. I prefer not to be disturbed. With that, he bid farewell to everyone and, taking Android 18 by the hand, vanished in an instant, leaving the others to disperse. Chapter 38. Emotions and sweetness. The incident involving Cell swiftly faded into the past, and the order of the world began to improve as anticipated. Contrary to the original narrative, Satan did not emerge as the savior. Since Broly returned with Android 18 to Bulma's home, Bulma initially harbored reservations upon seeing 18. However, Broly felt a sense of fortune, as his encounter with Cell had seemingly endeared 18 to him. It appeared she had developed a slight interest in him, and given his affection for her, Broly was quite pleased by this turn of events. Over the course of the month, the relationship between Bulma and Android 18 blossomed, with Bulma becoming increasingly affectionate towards 18, understanding that the latter's memories had been lost due to her modifications. One day, while Broly was playing with Cher, Bulma watched the scene with warmth, wishing for such tranquility to persist. She hoped that no adversaries would threaten their peace, allowing their family to live a blissful life. However, as 18 observed this tender moment, she suddenly felt as though she was extraneous. Watching the harmonious scene left her in a state of confusion and a hint of melancholy, pondering whether her feelings were merely one-sided. Just as she was about to quietly depart, Bulma, ever attentive to 18's expressions, intercepted her with a smile, asking, Where are you off to, 18? 18 was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the meaning of this world, pondering where she belonged, Bulma continued with a smile, If you have nowhere to go, why not stay with us? It seems my husband has taken a liking to you. Although I feel a tinge of jealousy, I understand he is not something I can control alone. So, 18, would you join me in keeping an eye on this lecherous husband? Broly, bemused, wondered when he had become a lecher. If he truly were, with his strength, he would have already established a harem. Yet he could only silently grumble. 18 fixed her gaze intently on Broly, then turned to Bulma, asking, What does he mean? Bulma exchanged a glance with Broly, The implication unmistakable. He has given you his blessing. Broly earnestly stated, "If you are willing, we shall be one family," as he observed the two women standing side by side, with his daughter nestled in his arms. A wave of satisfaction surged within Broly. Once he attained the realm of the divine and defeated Whis, he could dwell in eternal happiness with them. The battle in Trunks' world against Broly 1 had proven arduous, yet it bore significant benefits, enhancing his mastery over energy manipulation and greatly augmenting his strength and full power. He would be capable of contending with Super Saiyan 4. However, he remained uncertain about the true nature of the divine realm. It seemed prudent to seek counsel from the Kaioshin or the old Kaioshin to glean their insights. For now, though, he chose not to dwell on such matters. Bulma led Android 18 into the house. Followed closely by Broly, he beheld the two women engaged in quiet conversation. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips, he considered himself fortunate to have won the hearts of both women. Noticing Broly's smile, Bulma inquired, "What are you grinning about, you lecher?" Broly, however, did not respond. Instead, he approached Bulma and 18, embracing them both, placing them on his knees, and bestowing a kiss upon each, saying, "Since 18 has just joined our family, I hope you both will get along splendidly." Both Bulma and 18 shyly nodded in agreement. In the following days, Broly took the two women on leisurely excursions around Earth, indulging in shopping and recreation. As their bond deepened, everything naturally fell into place. Over the course of several days, Broly achieved his desire to share the bed with both women. Initially, Bulma felt shy about this arrangement, while 18 remained silent. Yet, through Broly's relentless pursuit, he ultimately succeeded. Broly finally understood the sentiment behind "From henceforth, the king shall not rise early," as the experience proved too easy to succumb to a lack of ambition. Especially with two enchanting women, each possessing their unique allure, one alluringly beautiful, the other irresistibly charming. Reflecting on the ancient adage, "The tender embrace is the tomb of heroes," he found the truth in those words. Under the warmth of their companionship, Broly, Bulma, and 18 reveled in a blissful life, while Cher thrived under their loving care. The passing of time saw everyone diligently training, and events unfolded swiftly. Chapter 39. The demise of evil intent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had elapsed. Everyone was diligently honing their skills. Throughout these 7 years, significant changes had transpired among Goku and his companions. Following the incident with Cell, the military had not managed to locate Broly, but they did find Goku and the others. During this time, King Dog had finally learned that Goku was the boy who had vanquished King Piccolo, which filled him with gratitude. He eagerly sought to understand the circumstances of their battle, discovering the remarkable abilities that martial artists could attain through their training, and he was left astounded, realizing that humanity had reached such incredible heights. Thus, the proposal was made to Wukong to establish a martial arts school to instruct aspiring individuals. Son Wukong and his companions were quite supportive of fostering martial arts and cultivating righteous warriors on Earth. However, Wukong also expressed his challenges, stating that he lacked sufficient time to teach disciples, especially since many had yet to grasp the basics of martial arts. At best, they could only be considered slightly more adept in combat techniques than the average person, unable to even comprehend the flow of energy, which precluded their understanding of the world. The king chuckled and suggested that they could initially recruit some martial arts instructors to cultivate foundational skills, which would then enable them to guide newcomers into the realm of martial arts. He proposed the construction of a circular martial arts sanctuary centered around Baozi Mountain, encompassing various amenities and commercial avenues, which, once completed, would transform into a luxurious metropolis. Consequently, Wukong convened with Krillin and others, and Krillin and Insha decided to establish a Kame House martial arts school, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi reopened the Crane School, guiding those with potential towards the path of martial arts and challenging them to ascend the Korin Tower. Those who succeeded would receive further instruction. Soon, towering skyscrapers emerged around Baozi Mountain, with Wukong's residence spanning a radius of 50 kilometers. Designated as his private domain, where no one was permitted to intrude upon Mr. Wukong's life, in the heart of the city, a A statue of Sun Wukong was erected, and the king publicly acknowledged Wukong's childhood triumph over the Dark Demon King and his confrontation with Shilu, bestowing upon him the honorary title of Mayor of Baozi Mountain. The establishment of the martial arts schools brought immense wealth to Wukong and his companions, elevating them to the status of affluent magnates. Meanwhile, Gohan commenced his high school journey to as was customary. The weather today was splendid, while Broly was engaged in gravity training with Schwer, with Bulma and Android 18 observing anxiously from outside. Just then, an ominous aura permeated the air, causing Broly to halt his training and instruct Bulma to take Schwer for a bath at that moment. The phone in the room rang. "Broly, do you feel that? Such an evil presence, but it seems to be originating from outside Earth." Broly concentrated and suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "This seems to be emanating from hell. We must visit the realm of the gods. It appears something intriguing is afoot." With that, he ended the call and briefed Bulma and Android 18 before teleporting to the divine realm. Meanwhile, on the surface, reports of the resurrection of the deceased emerged, with many who had passed away suddenly reappearing on Earth. Sun Wukong left Gohan and Goten to handle matters on Earth, while he ventured to the divine realm to find Broly. Over the years, Vegeta had also found love on Earth, divorced, and had a son named Trunks. At this moment, Vegeta followed Sun Wukong's energy to the divine realm, where Piccolo also stepped forward. Everyone gathered in the divine realm. The North Kai transmitted urgent news to Broly and the others, informing them of a grave incident in Hell. The soul-cleansing machine had exploded, releasing malevolent energy that coalesced into a being known as Evil Thought Wave, urging them to come to Hell at once. Grasping Sun Wukong and Broly, everyone instantaneously appeared before the North Kai. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the North Kai directed Broly and the others to proceed to Hell and eliminate Evil Thought Wave to restore normalcy to the realm. Broly and his companions swiftly confronted Evil Thought Wave. After a heated exchange, Sun Wukong took action. However, even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he struggled against the corpulent Evil Thought Wave. Subsequently, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged forward, mirroring the original narrative, causing the plump Evil Thought Wave to transform into a leaner, more malevolent version. Wukong intensified his assault, yet Evil Thought Wave adeptly evaded his attacks. After a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong paused, while Evil Thought Wave retreated to what it perceived as a safe distance, fixating on Wukong, Broly, and Vegeta. Sun Wukong lamented, "This fellow possesses considerable strength, yet his evasiveness makes him exceedingly difficult to strike. Had it not been for that, I would have vanquished him long ago." Meanwhile, Broly observed Sun Wukong with great excitement, astonished by the latter's growth over the past 7 years, while Vegeta felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Having believed that after years of rigorous training, he would finally catch up to Kakarot, only to find that the gap had widened once more at this juncture. Evil Thought Wave, irritated by being relentlessly pursued, conjured a sword and swung it towards Sun Wukong. Although Wukong narrowly sidestepped, he was ultimately too late, suffering a wound from the sword's sharp energy. Evil Thought Wave continued to swing its sword, while Wukong adeptly dodged, but ultimately found himself ensnared in a blood pool by Evil Thought Wave's magic. Just as Evil Thought Wave prepared to strike Wukong down, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, catching Evil Thought Wave off guard, allowing Wukong to escape his confinement. Enraged, Evil Thought Wave unleashed a punch that seemed to tear through the fabric of space, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. Vegeta barely managed to evade, but Evil Thought Wave relentlessly assaulted him, and ultimately, Vegeta was struck and sent flying. At that moment, Broly chuckled. "It's been ages since I've encountered such an entertaining adversary. Wukong, Vegeta, you are not his match. Allow me to take over." Though Wukong and Vegeta bristled at the implication, they recognized the truth in his words, and with their injured forms, they fell back behind Broly. Evil Thought Wave regarded Broly with apprehension as Broly approached with a smile, addressing Wukong and the others. "In truth, Evil Thought Wave is not as formidable as he seems. If his strength surpassed ours, we would indeed face difficulties. However, it is evident that his power is inferior to ours. He merely relies on his magical abilities to evade our attacks. Without that capability, Wukong could contend with him. Now, watch me. With that, he vanished from sight and launched a punch at Evil Thought Wave, deliberately slowing his attack to grant Evil Thought Wave a chance to react. As Evil Thought Wave attempted to evade, Broly smirked wickedly and shouted, "Foolish Evil Thought Wave!" A luminous shield enveloped Evil Thought Wave, trapping him as he attempted to fragment the AT. That moment, Broly extended a finger, unleashing a torrent of green energy that pierced through the disintegrating Evil Thought Wave, resulting in an explosion of countless green spikes. Transforming the fragments into a myriad of spiky spheres, Evil Thought Wave let out a pained wail, seemingly gravely wounded. Broly sneered, "Continue to disintegrate for me, if you dare." His tone was chilling. How infuriating! Evil Thought Wave, finally breaking its silence, uttered a phrase in its second form. "Well then, without any final words, farewell," Broly retorted coldly. Evil Thought Wave's eyes gleamed with madness as its fragmented form began to glow red. Broly's expression hardened. Was it attempting self-destruction? With a swift motion, he clenched his fist, causing all the impaled cells to explode violently. "Ah!" Evil Thought Wave screamed in agony as the remaining fragments slowly coalesced into a diminished version of itself, now less than a third of its original size. In a state of terror, Evil Thought Wave attempted to flee, but with its magic disrupted, it was gradually eradicated by Broly's interference. Ultimately, the malevolent energy was entirely vanquished, leaving only the bewildered underworld workers who, upon regaining consciousness, fled in fright at the sight of the three. The tragic Evil Thought Wave, possessing power rivaling that of Majin Buu, had boasted in the original narrative but was swiftly eliminated upon its emergence in this world. Chapter 40. The imminent cataclysmic battle. At this moment, Sun Wukong approached after consuming a Senzu bean, stating, "Broly, I had believed that even if I did not surpass you, my strength would be comparable. Yet I never expected you to dispatch Evil Thought Wave with such ease. It appears I still have a considerable gap to bridge." Broly chuckled in response. "Had it not disintegrated, and if it had chosen to confront me directly, I would not have been able to handle it so effortlessly without utilizing my full strength." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. At that juncture, Broly spoke up. "Wukong, I heard that during these 7 years, you spent 3 years training on the Grand Kai's planet in the afterlife, and even participated in the Underworld's Tournament of Power. Have you acquired any new techniques?" Wukong nodded and said, "Indeed, I have indeed learned a new technique, which is fusion." Broly is familiar with this technique, and after hearing the explanation, he smiled and said, "Wukong, why not fuse with Vegeta and see how you fare against me? I am curious to see how formidable the two of you will be fused together and whether I can match your combined strength. What do you think?" Sun Wukong was equally exhilarated and turned to look at Vegeta. Although Vegeta was quite reluctant, feeling a deep dissatisfaction at being unable to confront Broly with his own power, the prospect of battling Broly was undeniably enticing. He wished to comprehend the extent of the gap between himself and Broly. Upon discovering this disparity, he would strive even harder in his training, aiming to surpass both Broly and Kakarot, for he was the prince of the Saiyans. For years, he had been overshadowed by these two, which left him deeply resentful. Thus, when Broly proposed a battle involving him and Kakarot, he was greatly intrigued. Even though he felt discontented about not relying on his own abilities, the opportunity to confront Broly and ascertain their difference in power was something he was more than willing to accept. Initially, when he first witnessed the fusion stance, he contemplated giving up, but the thought of engaging in a full-strength battle with Broly motivated him to persevere. Temporarily setting aside his Saiyan pride, he began earnestly practicing the fusion technique, all for the chance to fight Broly. Once Vegeta became accustomed to the fusion, Broly led him and Wukong to the North Kai, greeting him before asking the North Kai to inform their families and the others on Earth. Subsequently, he teleported with Vegeta and Wukong to a desolate planet, where the fusion process commenced. In an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted. As the brilliance faded, a brand new warrior emerged, adorned in a black vest. With a golden aura soaring skyward, he appeared in the form of Super Saiyan, a tuft of bangs framing his forehead, resembling both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, exuding an air of cold intensity. He was the newly formed Super Warrior. At that moment, The inhabitants of Earth sensed this powerful energy, while the North Kai monitored the battle with a device resembling an antenna on his forehead. Meanwhile, in the underworld, having just restored order, King Imma was also watching the impending epic battle on a television screen, while the people on Earth kept their eyes glued to the crystal ball of the fortune-telling grandmother, in the realm of the Kaishin. Someone marveled at the overwhelming power on display, pondering when such formidable beings had descended to the lower realms, and began to focus on the imminent confrontation below. Broly chuckled, his laughter brimming with joy. Haha, splendid. This is the kind of power that makes things interesting. Now tell me, who are you? The golden-haired warrior replied. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. My name is Gogeta. Upon hearing this, Broly declared without hesitation. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, unleashing his full power at the onset of battle for the first time. He took his stance and proclaimed, "Come forth. May this battle ignite excitement." At that moment, everyone watched with bated breath as the momentous battle was about to commence. The fused Super Warrior Gogeta versus the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The clash was imminent. Chapter 41. The first battle between Broly and Gogeta. As the battle loomed, the people of Earth anxiously gazed at the crystal ball of the fortune-telling grandmother, anticipating the impending clash. Meanwhile, Son Gohan inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, who do you think will win?" Piccolo gazed at Gohan and replied, "At this moment, I cannot say. Both of their energies surpass ours by a significant margin, making it difficult to assess." Broly and Gogeta faced each other, pausing momentarily before launching their assaults simultaneously, both executing an energy blast as their first move. The energy blast, being the ideal technique for gauging an opponent's actions, was appropriately employed at this moment. In an instant, both warriors surged forward. Strangely, they engaged in combat using fundamental martial arts techniques, without deliberately showcasing overwhelming might. They exchanged blows for quite some time, inflicting only superficial damage on non-vital areas, resulting in minor marks on their bodies, but no substantial injuries. Despite this, to the spectators, the intensity of their confrontation felt monumental. The emerald green and golden auras clashed violently in the air, creating explosive sounds that reverberated the tremendous force, causing the very earth to tremble. Broly and Gogeta, two men standing at the pinnacle of power, were locked in fierce combat on the other side, whether it was Son Gohan, Piccolo, or the inhabitants of Earth, as well as the Kaishin, North Kai, and King Enma. They were all transfixed by the spectacle. Despite the disparity in power, they were all warriors, possessing an innate passion for battle. Especially with a peak confrontation like that between Broly and Gogeta, it held an irresistible allure for any martial artist. Bang! As they exchanged powerful punches, Broly and Gogeta separated momentarily. Broly spoke, "The warm-up is about done. Now the real challenge begins." Gogeta confidently nodded. "Yes, I am accustomed to this level of power now. It's time to get serious." The crowd gasped in astonishment. That level of power was merely a warm-up. Without further ado, both fighters surged their energy to the maximum before vanishing from sight, rushing towards one another. Gogeta leaped into the air, delivering a heavy kick. Broly raised his foot as well, resulting in a resounding impact as both were sent flying backward. Without waiting for a moment to recover, they both propelled themselves off the ground and charged at each other once again. Gogeta threw a powerful punch aimed at Broly's face, but Broly swiftly evaded, lifting his right leg to deliver a fierce kick at Gogeta, who in turn raised his right leg to block Broly's strike. Subsequently, Gogeta launched an energy blast directly at Broly, just as Broly steadied himself. He had no time to dodge and could only clasp his hands together to shield himself from the blast. With a loud bang, it did not explode, but left Broly momentarily vulnerable, causing him to stagger back slightly. Gogeta quickly closed the gap, appearing before Broly and delivering a heavy punch. The first punch was barely blocked by Broly, but the second struck true, and the third sent Broly flying backward. Gogeta accelerated to pursue the retreating Broly, intending to land a few more punches, but Broly swiftly pressed one hand to the ground and kicked upward, striking Gogeta's chin. Gogeta had no choice but to block with his hand. In that instant, Broly executed a rapid spin and leaped to his feet, launching himself towards Gogeta with a punch aimed at his abdomen. Gogeta met the attack with a punch of his own, but their fists narrowly missed each other. Broly's punch connected with Gogeta's abdomen, while Gogeta's fist landed squarely on Broly's face, sending both warriors crashing into nearby hills. At that moment, Gogeta rapidly elevated his energy to the Super Saiyan 2 limit, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted from the dust, the sheer power causing even Broly to glance over in surprise. Excitement gleamed in Broly's eyes as he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Now this is what a super warrior should be. Only with this level of fighting is it truly enjoyable." With that, Broly also maximized his energy in an instant. The two vanished, charging toward each other once more, their fists and feet colliding in a fierce exchange. The intensity of their confrontation generating massive sonic booms. The spectators watched with exhilaration. Witnessing such a fierce battle was an experience not to be missed. "Broly, he won't come to harm, will he?" Bulma asked worriedly. Observing the fierce duel and the rising energy, Android 18, noticing Bulma's concern, held her hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." However, Android 18 was concerned that if the battle escalated further, the outcome might spiral beyond the control of the two combatants. The two combatants have engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in a stalemate. Following their last violent clash, both fighters retreated, revealing numerous scars on Broly's body, while Gogeta also bore the brunt of Broly's formidable strikes. Overall, their conditions were evenly matched. In that moment, Broly charged forward once more, delivering a powerful punch. Gogeta raised his left hand to shield himself from the assault, yet Broly did not relent. His right hand followed with another strike. Gogeta deftly deflected Broly's fist with a swift motion of his right hand and quickly closed the distance, aiming to grasp Broly by the neck. Broly, unable to evade in time, instinctively reached out towards Gogeta. Resulting in a simultaneous exchange, they unleashed tremendous shockwaves that erupted, engulfing both in a fiery explosion. The force sent them hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep gash in the earth. Gradually, both fighters rose to their feet, their expressions grave as they regarded one another, both marked by the scorch of battle. Though they remained still, the onlookers were filled with trepidation. Historically, Broly's fights rarely exceeded 10 minutes, often characterized by overwhelming dominance, typically resolved in mere moments. Yet this encounter proved exceptional, as the fusion of Goku and Vegeta demonstrated astonishing strength. The battle had persisted for 20 minutes. What resolution awaited this titanic clash? The spectators awaited the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 42. The conclusion of battle. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, with relentless exchanges of power causing the earth to crack and mountains to crumble, the entire planet trembling violently. The intricacies of their techniques had diminished, replaced by frenzied assaults. Broly struck Gogeta squarely in the face, while Gogeta retaliated with a kick to Broly's abdomen, their combat devoid of reason or restraint. Driven solely by instinctive ferocity, the inhabitants of Earth watched with anxious anticipation. While Bulma's eyes flickered with concern, the battle raged on. Gogeta executed a swift uppercut, sending Broly hurtling through the air, then accelerated to pursue. Launching another punch in response, Broly unleashed a ki blast from his hands. Gogeta evaded with a deft sidestep, but Broly, with a scoff, released another ki wave. Gogeta, unable to dodge in time, raised a foot to deflect the attack. Subsequently, Gogeta employed instant transmission, appearing behind Broly and ensnaring him. Enveloped in golden energy, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground erupted, rocks splintering as a massive trench formed, the power of the impact immense. They quickly separated, and Broly remarked with a grin, "It seems your fusion time is running short. It may be time to determine the victor. To have battled you to this extent is truly beyond my expectations." In agreement, Gogeta replied, "Indeed, I too wish to conclude this fight." Upon finishing their statements, they each concentrated their energy. Broly gathered a compressed green ki blast, launching it directly at Gogeta, who countered with the ultimate Kamehameha. The two energy blasts collided, neither gaining the upper hand. At that moment, both intensified their energy output. the center of their confrontation swelling until, with a resounding explosion, they were both propelled backward, crashing into the rocks. Meanwhile, their fusion time dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. Gogeta prepared to unleash his absolute power to conclude the battle. Broly, I hadn't anticipated such a swift conflict. Now I shall utilize my utmost strength to resolve this fight. This power can sustain me for only 5 minutes, just enough time. With that, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a mighty roar as his hair elongated, giving birth to the Super Saiyan 3 form. Broly sensed this newfound strength, surpassing his current peak, and laughed heartily. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate the next 5 minutes of combat. With that, he concentrated his power in his fist and struck toward Gogeta, who also shouted and retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Broly was sent flying, while Gogeta merely staggered, quickly regaining his footing to accelerate after Broly, landing an elbow strike to Broly's abdomen. Broly, caught off guard, raised his right leg to defend. But due to the hasty movement, he was driven into the ground. Boom! A colossal crater formed beneath him. At this moment, Broly's power surged uncontrollably, and he swiftly emerged from the pit, raising his left hand to unleash a ki blast, immediately charging toward Gogeta. Gogeta, observing this, deftly swatted the ki blast away with his left hand, then aimed a punch at Broly. With a resounding crash, Broly, in the instant of being knocked back, retaliated with a kick aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta raised both hands to defend, blocking Broly's strike with a loud thud, and as he prepared to counterattack, Broly swiftly regained his balance and launched another kick toward Gogeta. Realizing that Broly's energy was escalating throughout the battle, Gogeta understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, they would again find themselves evenly matched in a flash. Gogeta delivered a powerful punch to Broly, resulting in a massive explosion as their fists collided, sending dust and debris into the air. Broly was sent flying, while Gogeta accelerated to pursue, seizing Broly's right leg and forcefully hurling him into the sky, following up with a super Kamehameha. Realizing he could not evade, Broly crossed his arms to shield his face, bracing for the impact of the powerful blast. Afterward, Gogeta soared skyward, positioning himself behind Broly and delivering a tremendous punch to Broly's back. Broly plummeted toward the ground, crashing with a thunderous sound, sending dust billowing as another massive circular pit formed. At that moment, Broly swiftly emerged from the crater, confronting Gogeta once more. Not bad, truly impressive. You are the first to have pushed me to such extremes. Haha, very commendable. Now, let us engage in the final blow and determine the victor, Broly declared, gathering a massive green ki wave in his hands, while Gogeta concentrated his energy for the ultimate. Colossal in unison, they unleashed their energy blasts at one another, the two waves clashing in a stalemate. Both intensified their energy output. The center of their confrontation rapidly expanded until, with a deafening explosion, they were both thrown back at that moment. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta had reached its limit, and the two were swiftly separated, colliding against the mountainside before coming to a halt. Broly similarly crashed against the mountain, momentarily immobilized, and soon all three struggled to rise from the ground. Broly remarked, "It appears you have the upper hand. Indeed, this battle is one I concede that I hope to fight you both again, but next time, let us start with Super Saiyan 3. Otherwise, it would be rather dull." Goku and Vegeta resolutely replied, "Next time, I do not wish to rely on fusion to combat you. I want to challenge you with my own strength in a fair fight." With that, they exchanged knowing smiles. "Very well. Let us return to Earth. This desolate planet is on the brink of destruction." They promptly grasped one another, using instant transmission to appear at Master Roshi's house, where everyone gathered around, handing each of them a senzu bean. Afterward, they all returned to their respective homes, while Goku and his companions intensified their training. Broly accompanied Bulma and Android 18 back, seeking a quiet place to reflect on the recent battle. Chapter 43. The prelude. As time flowed on, a month had passed since the duel between Broly and Gogeta. One day, on a bustling street, a young man with short black hair, dressed in a distinctly student-like fashion, hurriedly sprinted along the road, murmuring anxiously to himself, "Oh no! Oh no! If I don't hurry, I'll be late. With that, he quickened his pace that if passers-by had witnessed this, they would have been astounded, for the speed at which he ran was astonishing, surpassing even that of speeding automobiles. This individual was none other than the grown-up son Gohan, en route to high school. Just as Gohan rushed along, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of gunfire abruptly halted Sun Wukong's journey. Not far away, a bank was under siege as pedestrians scattered in panic. Cries of terror filling the air, a barrage of bullets peppered the surrounding shops, while a group of robbers ransacked the bank's treasures. Observing the chaos, Sun Wukong swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later having subdued the assailants. To avoid drawing attention, he hastily made his way to the high school he attended. The astonished onlookers began to whisper about the legendary Golden Warrior. Upon arriving at the academic building, Sun Wukong knocked on the wooden door of the teacher's office. "Come in." Upon receiving permission, he entered. After completing the necessary enrollment procedures, his assigned teacher guided him to the classroom. Following the teacher's introduction, just as Sun Wukong was about to take a seat in an empty spot, a short-haired girl, appearing quite sprightly, called out, "Here, here," while gesturing to the adjacent vacant seat. Sun Wukong promptly approached, greeted her, and sat down. Much like in the original tale, Sun Wukong's meddlesome nature soon led to his true identity being discovered by Bidalai, who subsequently blackmailed him into participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Reluctantly, he agreed to her demands that he then share the news with Broly, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's intention to participate, they too expressed their desire to join, thus heralding the commencement of the most prestigious martial arts tournament on Earth. In a mere fortnight, the World Martial Arts Tournament was upon them. Outside the venue, the most formidable warriors, led by Broly, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, strolled into the bustling arena, drawing the attention of countless spectators. Sun Wukong, in particular, garnered interest due to his past confrontations with various malevolent forces intent on conquering the Earth. Trailing behind them was a casually dressed Krillin, followed by the cold and foreboding Piccolo draped in a white cloak. And Sun Wukong, in a peculiar disguise complete with a mask and sunglasses, accompanied by the ever-curious Chai. The imposing presence of this group compelled all pedestrians in their path to step aside, as if sensing the formidable aura emanating from them, especially the trio in the lead. What a familiar scene, Sun Wukong mused, reflecting on the passage of years since their first tournament, transforming from Na'vi youths into established individuals. A sentiment entirely different now. After registering, the group made their way into the competitors' lounge, selecting convenient spots to settle down. Sun Wukong surveyed the other participants while Vegeta remained taciturn, and Broly chose to meditate in anticipation of the preliminary rounds. As the number of competitors in the lounge grew, so did the buzz of chatter and noise, with Sun Wukong and his companions idly observing the proceedings. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, clad in his mask, decided to head to the restroom. As he walked, he unexpectedly collided with someone, his robust frame sending the individual sprawling to the ground. Ouch! The girl rubbed her rear as she stood, and Sun Wukong was astonished to discover it was Bidalai, the daughter of Satan and a classmate from high school. Dressed in a form-fitting black t-shirt and loose athletic pants, she looked at him in surprise. "So you really are here for the tournament?" "You came too," Sun Wukong replied, initially puzzled by her absence until this fortuitous encounter. "I was just looking for you. Finally found you," she exclaimed, gleefully wrapping her arms around his. Feeling somewhat bashful, Sun Wukong scratched his head, but was soon interrupted by a youthful voice behind him. "Wukong, who is this woman?" "Huh." He turned to find an unexpected girl standing there. Broly's daughter, the exceedingly clingy Schwer and Bidalai flanked him, their eyes glimmering with a fiery intensity, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily speechless. "Brother, where are Dad and the others?" It was then he noticed his younger brother, Goten, had accompanied Schwer. "What are you doing here?" Sun Wukong inquired. Schwer said she would take me here for the tournament. Goten replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Chapter 44. The Realm of the Divine. As the four conversed, they made their way toward the martial arts tournament's resting area. Meanwhile, Broly and the others engaged in light-hearted banter in the lounge. Sipping sodas and reminiscing. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with excitement among the competitors, eager for the fierce battles and the coveted prize money that awaited them. For Sun Wukong and his contemporaries, the World Martial Arts Tournament was more than a mere competition. It represented a nostalgic return to their youthful aspirations. Amidst the lively chatter, the moment for the preliminary round arrived. Familiar rings, familiar settings. And the familiar knockout format welcomed Sun Wukong and his friends to the battleground. With overwhelming force, Broly and the others intimidated their opponents with sheer presence. A mere glance or gesture rendered their adversaries paralyzed with fear. Likewise, Krillin and the others swiftly dispatched their foes. They easily secured their spots in the top 16, fortunate that they had avoided facing each other in the preliminaries, thus sidestepping premature clashes. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, the group shared laughter over past misadventures, such as Sun Wukong's fear of opponents exploiting his tail and the time Broly had pummeled Piccolo into a state resembling a pig's head. These shared memories evoked a sense of nostalgia among the companions. "We probably occupy at least half of the top 16, Krillin remarked leisurely while sipping water. Piccolo, though typically reticent, silently concurred, with the galaxy's mightiest assembled. Victory seemed inevitable. As they chatted merrily about the tournament's trivialities, they made their way toward the arena for the drawing of lots. Suddenly, a figure approached them, asking, "Are you Sun Wukong?" "Yes," Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head in confusion. "May I shake your hand?" The young man grasped Sun Wukong's hand, and after a moment, declared, just as the rumor suggested, "My apologies for the intrusion," before departing. Curious, his companions inquired, "Do you know that guy?" Sun Wukong frowned. Serious as he replied, "I have a feeling that this time, our path to advancement won't be as easy as." The others were enveloped in confusion, unaware of the identity of the individual in question. Piccolo appeared visibly tense. Broly, on the other hand, observed with keen interest the person who had just departed. That must be the Supreme Kai, he thought to himself, contemplating the opportunity to inquire about the nature of divine realms. Should he remain uninformed, Broly resolved to have him escort him to the realm of the Supreme Kai, and perhaps, upon extracting the Supreme Kai sword, he could rescue the old Supreme Kai and pose his questions. "I shall ask him shortly," he mused inwardly. Subsequently, everyone proceeded to the waiting area of the martial arts tournament for the drawing of lots. In accordance with the original narrative, Krillin drew the number 2. Thus being the first to compete. His opponent, however, was an unimposing, overweight individual. The second match featured Piccolo facing off against the Supreme Kai, while the third match saw Dilly pitted against Bobovich, and the fourth match involved Jebit, the Supreme Kai's attendant, battling Gohan. Following that, Broly was to confront Yam, and the sixth match would see Goku against Vegeta, with the seventh match featuring number 18, and the eighth match pitting Cher against Goten. Once the lots were drawn, everyone awaited the commencement of the main event, during which Broly greeted the crowd before making his way towards the Supreme Kai. Approaching the Supreme Kai, a smile graced Broly's lips as he calmly inquired. "Supreme Kai," although framed as a question, it carried an undeniable certainty. Both the Supreme Kai and Jebit were startled, their minds reeling as they exchanged wary glances. "Why you? Who are you? And how do you know my identity?" They stammered. "Relax," Broly replied with a slight grin. "I am Broly, and I happened to learn of your identity by chance. Supreme Kai, might I request the use of the Supreme Kai sword?" This revelation struck not only the Supreme Kai, but also Jebit with fear. Their mouths agape. How do you know about the Supreme Kai sword?" Jebit exclaimed, only to regain composure and retort, "The Supreme Kai sword is a treasure of the Supreme Kai realm. No one can wield it, nor can it be lent to you." With a scoff, Broly responded, "Do not assume that because you are the Supreme Kai and a divine attendant, I will not take action against you. That I am aware of your intentions for coming to Earth. Humph, should you refuse my request, I cannot guarantee that your affairs will proceed smoothly." The Supreme Kai hastily interjected, "Mr. Broly, this matter can be negotiated. However, how do you know of our purpose for visiting Earth?" Broly, upon hearing the Supreme Kai's query, replied nonchalantly, "You should have said so earlier. As for your purpose." Broly smiled as he glanced at Yam and Spobovich. "It relates to their master, does it not?" The Supreme Kai sighed. "You truly are perceptive. Jebit, take him to the Supreme Kai realm to retrieve the sword." Jebit, anxious, protested, "But, Supreme Kai, only to be silenced by the Supreme Kai's firm gaze. "Jebit, the sword is of no use to us, and he may not even be able to extract it." Seeing no other option, Jebit reluctantly relented, shooting Broly a fierce glare before stating, "Very well. Let us proceed." After bidding farewell to the others, Broly followed Jebit to the Supreme Kai realm. Upon arriving at the Supreme Kai realm, Jebit, in a state of frustration, remarked, "Do you see that? The Supreme Kai sword is located at the peak of that mountain. Whether you can extract it depends on your abilities. I must return to assist the Supreme Kai. Farewell." Broly soared to the summit, grasping the Supreme Kai's sword with a powerful yank, causing it to emerge from its resting place with a resounding thud as the ground beneath him sank slightly. Seizing the hilt and tip of the sword, he swung it, and with a sharp crack, the divine blade shattered. He discarded the remnants onto the ground, and in a flash of energy, a peculiar old man clad in Supreme Kai attire materialized before Broly. The old man's gaze swept over Broly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Although Broly recognized him, he still inquired, "Who are you?" The old man replied, "Ah, I am Patero, the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago." Broly continued, "Old Supreme Kai, I have come to seek your assistance today, that I trust you have discerned my purpose. Might you aid me in resolving this issue?" Well, the old Supreme Kai began to circle Broly. Observing him closely, "Your issue can indeed be addressed, and I am capable of providing answers." Broly, filled with anticipation, urged, "Old Supreme Kai, since you're already aware, I hope you can enlighten me about the nature of divine realms." "Very well, Broly," the old Supreme Kai instructed. "Come, sit cross-legged. I shall impart to you the secrets of ascension to divinity. Whether you can grasp these teachings depends on your innate potential. If you comprehend them, you may ascend to godhood. With a keen mind, it may take merely 6 months, but if not, it could take a lifetime with little chance of success. Your demeanor suggests you possess notable potential," he remarked. Broly settled before the old Supreme Kai, adopting a meditative posture. The old Supreme Kai began to stretch his limbs, drawing strange symbols around Broly, reminiscent of a formation. Broly mused anxiously, "I hope this doesn't take as long as Gohan's training." Fortunately, the old Supreme Kai circled him in a peculiar manner before extending his hand towards Broly, reciting an incantation that Broly could not comprehend. Radiant energies emanated from the symbols, enveloping Broly, who remained still with his eyes shut. "Now, it is up to you to realize the teachings," the old Supreme Kai declared. Moments later, Broly began to levitate, spreading his arms wide as a shimmering azure aura enveloped him, gradually retracting into his being. His entire form radiated a vibrant crimson glow, devoid of any distinct signs, while his hair transformed into a vivid red. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the old Supreme Kai, his irises a striking red with black pupils. "So this is the form of a Super Saiyan God?" he pondered, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Excellent. It appears you have grasped a portion of the teachings that at this moment you have attained the status of a god. Yet your understanding is not complete. Once you fully comprehend it, your form will undergo further transformation. For now, this state can be considered a preliminary level of divinity. Upon complete realization, you shall attain true godhood." The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, elatedly leaping into the air. Gently descending back to the ground, Broly bowed deeply to the old Supreme Kai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, old Supreme Kai." The old Supreme Kai, brimming with excitement, replied, "It is of no consequence. Your own enlightenment has brought this about. Splendid, splendid. I have finally fostered a new god." After Broly's thanks, he instantaneously teleported back to the martial arts tournament venue. Chapter 45. The conclusion of the martial arts tournament. Simultaneously, at the martial arts arena, the Earth martial arts tournament was in full swing. In the first match, Krillin effortlessly secured victory, while the second match featuring Piccolo against the Supreme Kai was underway. As both parties ascended the stage, a cryptic smile danced upon the Supreme Kai's lips, while Piccolo, gazing at the Supreme Kai, felt as though he were staring into an infinite cosmos, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "What is happening? Why can I not strike at him?" he thought, his fists clenching in frustration as he sensed a complete absence of strength, his mind racing with disbelief. Who on earth is he? The Supreme Kai smirked slightly, his lips curling as he remarked, "You will soon find out." The sudden proclamation struck Piccolo like a bolt of lightning, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "I forfeit." Piccolo's abrupt decision left the Supreme Kai momentarily astonished. But then he recalled, he was once a deity. It seems he possesses some understanding of my identity. Meanwhile, both Goku and Vegeta observed Piccolo's actions with surprise. Piccolo remained silent until the Supreme Kai exited the stage, at which point he finally inquired, "He is the Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai suddenly descended upon the mortal realm, eliciting a measure of astonishment among the gathered crowd. He cautioned them to refrain from intervening. Regardless of what transpired next, despite their bewilderment, they acquiesced. That moment, Broly materialized before them, and the onlookers flocked to him with inquiries about his whereabouts. Broly responded, "I just visited the Supreme Kai's realm to retrieve the Supreme Kai sword." "I trust you are aware of his identity now?" The crowd nodded in affirmation. Broly then informed them that they should heed the Supreme Kai's instructions shortly, as formidable adversaries were poised to emerge. Upon hearing of these formidable foes, Goku was filled with excitement, eager to engage in the third match. Videl faced off against Popovich, yet, regrettably, given Videl's current prowess, she proved no match for him. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself overwhelmed by a barrage of blows and was driven off the stage. Next, Gohan took to the arena against Jebet. Due to Videl's severe injuries, Gohan implored Goku to fetch some senzu beans for her. Before confronting Jebet himself, Jebet, exuding a somewhat arrogant demeanor, challenged Gohan to unleash his full strength. Gohan, feeling somewhat irked, responded, "If you wish to witness my full power, I shall demonstrate the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan." "What? Beyond Super Saiyan?" Jebet was taken aback, but in the next instant he was staggered by Gohan's suddenly surging energy. His golden hair flared majestically, surrounded by arcs of silver lightning, exuding an aura of unparalleled intensity. "Such overwhelming energy, I wonder if I can withstand this force," mused the Supreme Kai, visibly astonished. Beep, beep, beep. On the sidelines, Popovich and Yamcha noticed the energy meter spinning wildly and were exhilarated by the sheer might. Disregarding the rules, one rushed toward Gohan, while the other prepared to absorb energy. Gohan, noticing their actions, shouted, "What are you doing?" Ready to strike, he suddenly felt an oppressive force constraining him, as if bound by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Popovich and his companion drained the energy and departed, while Goku and the others, having heeded Broly and the Supreme Kai's warnings, remained inactive. Once Popovich and his ally had vacated the area, the Supreme Kai beckoned Goku and the others to follow, leading the way into the skies, with Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Broly trailing behind. The Supreme Kai felt immense joy upon seeing Goku and Broly join him, and he subsequently recounted the purpose of their visit to Earth. Meanwhile, Gohan had been healed by Jebet and rejoined Videl. At this juncture, the announcer, somewhat helpless, temporarily declared a halt to the competition, prompting dissatisfaction among the audience who urged for the match to resume swiftly. After deliberation, the tournament announced that Goku, Vegeta, and Broly would forfeit. Additionally, due to violations committed by Popovich and Yamcha, they were disqualified, and the contest continued. Following this, Android 18 effortlessly secured victory, leading to a match between Cher and Goten. Upon entering the ring, Cher declared, "Goten, I will not go easy on you." She then assumed an offensive stance, to which Goten responded, "Sister Cher, I won't hold back either." The two launched into battle, ascending from the ground to the heavens, their fierce exchanges eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Chi-Chi exclaimed, "I never expected these two children to be this formidable." Eventually, the victor was determined, with Cher narrowly besting Goten and claiming the championship after Android 18's withdrawal. The announcer exclaimed in disbelief, "I can hardly believe it. The recently forfeited Android 18 leaves us with an 8-year-old champion, our very own Cher. What an astonishing turn of events. This marks the youngest champion in history. Let us all cheer for the victor." The air was filled with a cacophony of jubilant applause as Chi-Chi congratulated Bulma, whose face radiated an unremovable smile as she waved at Cher. Chapter 46. The resurrection of Goku and the others followed Spopovich and his companion into a desolate desert, where they beheld a white capsule structure standing 2 meters tall in the distance. Babbidi's spaceship, Jebit exclaimed in surprise. The Supreme Kai, brimming with excitement, remarked, so it was buried underground, shielded by a magical barrier, which explains why it eluded our detection. He must have anticipated our return, hence his caution. As the hatch opened, a diminutive, insect-like creature emerged, followed by a towering figure. The East Supreme Kai's expression shifted to one of horror as he recognized the figure. It's Dabura. I can't believe the Demon Realm's king, Dabura, is under his control. Dabura? Goku and his companions were puzzled. The Supreme Kai explained, do not underestimate him. While one of you may possess the strongest power on Earth, there is no doubt that Dabura reigns supreme in the Demon Realm. At that moment, Gohan and Jebit arrived, taking cover behind a rock, while Videl lagged behind, unable to keep pace. Subsequently, Spopovich and his ally, despite handing over their energy meters, were swiftly dispatched. Babidi and Dabura exchanged a few words before retreating into the ship, leaving Dabura standing alone. Broly, however, bore a smile, stating, it seems Dabura has noticed us. The others gasped, contemplating a change in their hiding spot, but Dabura had already dashed before them, maliciously spitting at Piccolo and Krillin. Caught off guard, they were unable to evade the attack and were soon transformed into stone. Broly, intent on resurrecting Bu, instantly ascended into the air, observing the scene. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in dismay, while Goku, in a fit of rage, charged forward only to have his punch deftly evaded by Dabura. Vegeta followed suit, launching a flurry of punches, all of which were easily sidestepped. Dabura retreated with a mocking grin, taunting, you should just go home. Vegeta, infuriated, retorted, you insolent fool. Yet he quickly regained his composure, sneering, did you misunderstand? Do you think defeating 2 weaklings makes you impressive? Vegeta's sudden declaration left Dabura momentarily stunned, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. The East Supreme Kai, feeling urgency, urged everyone, attack together. If we can defeat Dabura, Babidi will lose his most potent ally. After all, the Supreme Kai had a limited understanding of their abilities. Having been shattered by Majin Buu in the past, he would falter at any event related to IT. As the group observed Broly's lack of initiative, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta began to bicker over who would step up, ultimately settling the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors, which Gohan won. Goku advised, Gohan, unleash your full power. This opponent is no trifling matter. Gohan nodded, then unleashed a mighty roar, a formidable aura radiating from him, as golden flames erupted and silver lightning flickered around him. Broly and Vegeta exchanged glances and remarked to Goku, this kid seems to have been slacking off all these years. His power is significantly less than it was 7 years ago. Goku sighed, there's little we can do. Chi-Chi has always wanted Gohan to be a scholar, so he hasn't trained much. Gohan and Dabura engaged in combat, their powers evenly matched, and soon enough, both bore numerous wounds. However, as Gohan and Dabura continued their frenzied assault, the energy they emitted was absorbed by Majin Buu, who soon reached his energy quota like the tea that moment. Babidi took the opportunity to unseal Buu as both Dabura and Gohan fell into a state of exhaustion. Broly descended slowly from the sky, and Goku and Vegeta sensed a shift, their expressions darkening as they turned toward the hatch. They beheld a plump, pink figure emerging alongside Babidi. The Supreme Kai was gripped by terror, stammering, the Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Broly observed the rotund, seemingly adorable creature with keen interest, while Goku's face hardened. This was Majin Buu. He had been reckless in allowing his revival. Vegeta, however, scoffed, is this really Majin Buu? Seeing Dabura collapsed on the ground, clearly drained of strength, Babidi proclaimed, Dabura, you've done well, but now that Majin Buu is revived, your usefulness is over. Buu, eliminate him. Buu rubbed his belly and stated, I'm a bit hungry. I want to eat him. With that, he extended a tentacle toward Dabura, who was instantly transformed into a giant chocolate piece and devoured. After the demise of Dabura, Piccolo and Krillin regained consciousness and could tea that moment. Vegeta, looking down upon Buu, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged recklessly at Buu. Launching a frenzied assault, Bu was soon battered beyond recognition. Goku, however, wore a look of tension, for he sensed that Bu's energy had not diminished in the slightest. Upon awakening, Piccolo and Krillin immediately felt Bu's energy and hurriedly crouched down. Witnessing Vegeta attacking the rotund pink creature, could this be the notorious Majin Bu spoken of by Lord Kaioshin? Such formidable energy! Indeed, Vegeta had also reached Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, Broly watched the battle with little interest. Chapter 47. Goku versus Bu. As Bu had just awakened, his power was still somewhat unstable, allowing Vegeta to relentlessly pummel him, which only fueled Bu's anger. The holes atop his head emitted smoke due to his fury, causing his power to escalate. At this juncture, Bu's strength far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Vegeta was tossed around like a mere punching bag, utterly unable to retaliate, being battered from the sky to the ground. His face bruised and swollen, with no means to defend himself. He sunk into the earth, shocked and unwilling to accept this. Vegeta wondered how this creature had suddenly grown so powerful. His injuries diminished the once proud Super Saiyan's aura to a state of despair. Observing Vegeta being mercilessly ravaged by Bu, Goku, aware of Vegeta's pride, refrained from intervening, while Broly remained with his arms crossed, showing no intent to engage. Goku then declared, "Broly, I'll take the first turn. I wish to test my strength against Bu." Broly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lord Kaioshin interjected, "This will not do. We should all attack together to defeat Bu." Yet Goku replied, "Do not worry, Lord Kaioshin, I will handle this." Seeing Goku's confident smile, Lord Kaioshin instinctively relaxed. At this point, Vegeta had been severely injured and fell into unconsciousness. Goku, upon witnessing this, instantly teleported to Vegeta's side, transporting him to Piccolo, entrusting Vegeta's care to him before confronting Bu himself. Gazing at Majin Bu, Goku remarked, "You truly are formidable. Majin Bu, I never expected you to defeat Vegeta so easily. Allow me to show you a power that transcends Super Saiyan 2. Initially pleased by Goku's compliment, Bu soon looked puzzled. Transcend what?" With a fierce roar, Goku concentrated his energy, causing the very earth to tremble. His aura surged, hair lengthened, and with a thunderous shout, his energy burst forth, blinding all who beheld it. Those sensitive to ki felt an overwhelming pressure. Goten, sensing this energy, felt exhilarated, while Piccolo expressed astonishment. "I never imagined Goku's power could grow this immense." Lord Kaioshin was equally stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Bu, seeing Goku's transformation, extended his hand and scoffed, "You look terrifying. Yet you are not frightening at all." With a subtle smile, Goku vanished from sight, reappearing in an instant to deliver a knee strike that sent Bu flying. Before Bu could recover, Goku seized one of his antennae, pummeling him as if playing ping-pong, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the ground, shrouding the area in dust and debris. Lord Kaioshin watched in disbelief, astonished by Goku's strength. While Broly marveled at Goku's rapid increase in power after just over a month apart, as the dust settled, Majin Bu stood, irate, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, which Goku effortlessly deflected. With a swift motion, Goku accelerated, appearing before Bu to unleash a relentless flurry of strikes to his face and chest, leaving Bu with no room to evade or counter. Though the assault appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, Goku understood that vanquishing this foe would not be a simple task. Meanwhile, the injured Gohan, brought by Jebbet to the Kaioshin realm, watched the battle unfold, courtesy of the old Kaioshin's introduction. Gohan exclaimed, "I never imagined Dad could become this powerful. I believe he will win this fight." Yet the old Kaioshin shook his head. He is still somewhat careless, seemingly relishing the battle. This state is quite taxing on him. If it continues, the outcome may not be favorable. Concerned, Gohan felt a twinge of urgency. The old Kaioshin then instructed Jebbet, "Go and bring everyone except Goku and Broly to the Kaioshin realm." After hearing this, Jebbet bowed and instantaneously appeared beside the Kaioshin. "Jebbet, how goes the situation?" the Kaioshin inquired eagerly. Jebbet shook his head. "The Kaioshin's sword has been drawn, and it seals the power of the Kaioshin from 15 generations prior." He briefly recounted the circumstances. The Kaioshin was taken aback, mirroring Jebbet's previous shock, and then expressed excitement. This is wonderful. With our ancestors here, defeating Majin Buu seems plausible. With a resounding crash, Goku hurled Buu into the ground, enveloping the area in a terrifying golden energy. The deafening sound echoed as Buu's rotund form sank deep into the earth. As Buu extricated himself from the soil, dazed, he barely regained his footing before Goku, moving like a flash, delivered another punch that sent him flying once more to that moment. Jebbet, accompanied by Piccolo, Lord Kaioshin, and the injured Vegeta, departed from Earth, suddenly arriving in the Kaioshin realm. This creature was indeed remarkably resilient. Even Super Saiyan 3 struggled to contend with him. Unless he could gather enough energy, it seemed impossible. Goku was acutely aware of the current battle. While Buu could not defeat him, he too lacked the means to obliterate this foe completely. Buu regained his footing, his expression infuriated as both his speed and strength surged. He charged at Goku, who countered with a Kamehameha that pierced through Buu. Buu, recovering with determination, assumed the Kamehameha stance. Goku was taken aback. This technique was indeed the Kamehameha. Surprised, he managed to deflect the energy wave, pondering, has he truly absorbed a technique after witnessing it just once? The two resumed their fierce clash as the battle dragged on. Goku's energy began to wane, and his stamina dwindled, gradually struggling to keep pace with Buu's speed. At that moment, Broly and Goku received a message from the old Kaioshin, advising them to wait a day before confronting Majin Buu, and to come to the Kaioshin realm first. Before departing, Goku warned Buu, "In 2 days, a mightier foe will come to challenge you. Cease your destruction until then." Buu responded with an intrigued expression. Subsequently, Goku and Broly vanished from Buu's sight. Enraged by their disappearance, Babidi lashed out at Buu, who, equally furious, plotted to eliminate Babidi. Chapter 48. Vegeta's second battle with Buu. Meanwhile, upon arriving in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin confronted Broly. "Why did you not intervene? If you had, Buu would have been dealt with long ago." Broly smiled. "It is not that I did not wish to fight. But Goku and Vegeta insisted on facing Buu themselves. I was merely accommodating their desires. They wished to battle, and how could I obstruct them?" The old Kaioshin's irritation flared at this. Goku awkwardly scratched his head, while Vegeta stood to the side, fuming. The old Kaioshin then stated, "Surely now is the time for you to act. Both of them have battled Buu. So, it is your turn." Broly nodded. "I can step in." "Provided they have no objections," he said, glancing at Goku and Vegeta. Goku remained nonchalant, while Vegeta, clenching his fists, declared, "I will fight Majin Buu once more." Everyone turned their gaze toward Vegeta, and Goku, unable to hold back, attempted to dissuade him but was interrupted by Vegeta. "Kakarot, I am the prince of the warrior race. I shall fight to the death if need be." Moreover, gazing intently at Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan level 3. "What a jest." Broly chuckled softly. "All right, I comprehend your intent. Let me clarify. I am not like Sun Wukong and his companions. Even if you were to perish, I would not come to your aid. Still, do you wish to proceed?" Vegeta wore a cold smirk. "Who needs your help? Just watch how I handle that rotund foe." Thus, let us depart. With a firm grasp on Vegeta's shoulder, they vanished in an instant on Earth. Majin Buu was gleefully devouring cream chocolates and other confections in a candy shop. While the patrons looked on in terror that moment, space flickered and Broly and Vegeta materialized. The arrival of the two startled Majin Buu, who turned to recognize Vegeta, the vanquished foe, but paid him no heed. Returning to his feast, Broly nodded and stepped aside, gesturing to Vegeta, who bellowed, "Majin Buu, I shall engage you in battle." Majin Buu ignored him, inciting Vegeta's fury. Golden flames erupted from his form as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, sending a powerful gust that scattered Buu's sweets and knocked the bystanders off balance. Buu's expression darkened, steam began to hiss from his pores, and he glared at Vegeta, saying, "You're quite bothersome. I shall end your life." His energy surged to Super Saiyan 3 levels. Broly smirked. This Majin Buu was indeed intriguing. Initially, his power had barely reached Super Saiyan 3, yet in anger, it had escalated to mid-tier levels. Vegeta steeled himself. While Buu raised his fist, preparing to strike from such a distance, Vegeta hesitated momentarily, then sidestepped as Buu's arm elongated and swung toward him. Seizing Buu's arm, Vegeta shouted and hurled him upward, sending Buu crashing through the roof. Unrelenting, Vegeta spread his arms to gather energy, unleashing an ultimate flash. A colossal wave of energy collided with Buu, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Vegeta soared outside, fixated on the dispersing smoke. As the smoke cleared, Majin Buu appeared slightly charred but evidently unscathed, his anger palpable. With a single leap, he was before Vegeta. Alarmed, Vegeta barely had time to react before Buu struck, sending him tumbling and spitting blood. Majin Buu gleefully danced, fists raised, approaching Vegeta. Regaining his footing, Vegeta executed a powerful knee strike, but Buu countered effortlessly. Vegeta unleashed a frenzied assault, but Buu matched him blow for blow. Broly watched intently. Despite Buu's girth, his agility was impressive. The two exchanged fierce attacks, culminating in a clash of ki blasts that sent shockwaves through the air, producing a deafening explosion. Majin Buu remained buoyant, while Vegeta collapsed, struggling with the vast disparity in their strengths. Grappling with his injuries, Vegeta raised his hands, marred with wounds, and scoffed at his plight. Is this truly me, the prince of the Saiyan warrior race, reduced to such a state? Time and again I falter, relying on others for salvation. Yet, gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise. This time, I shall not succumb to this rotund fiend. You shall all witness my supremacy as the mightiest Saiyan. With a furious roar, golden light erupted from him, followed by a surge of overwhelming energy. What had once weakened now expanded, growing ever stronger, causing the very earth to tremble. Broly's eyes widened. Super Saiyan Level 3 was breaking through at this moment. Standing firm, Vegeta's golden aura coalesced into a tangible form, crackling with electricity as he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Majin Buu. Majin Buu, taken aback, seemed to recognize this transformation. Majin Buu, were it not for you, I would not have achieved Super Saiyan 3 so swiftly. The humiliation you have caused me shall be repaid in full. With a thunderous sound, dust swirled around as Vegeta vanished, reappearing before Majin Buu. With a powerful strike, Buu was caught off guard and sent flying. Vegeta relentlessly pursued, unleashing a flurry of blows. In the celestial realm of the Kaishin, onlookers were astonished, with Sun Wukong expressing admiration for Vegeta's prowess. Indeed, Vegeta has also transcended to Super Saiyan 3. Meanwhile, Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Vegeta is holding his own against Majin Buu. The elder Kaishin nodded, though he harbored doubts. Currently, Vegeta appeared evenly matched with Buu, fueled by rage and newfound confidence. However, the power derived from fury was fleeting, and Super Saiyan 3 demanded immense energy. Without a decisive advantage, Vegeta would surely falter once his anger subsided. As expected, mere minutes later, Vegeta's strength began to wane, and he found himself at a disadvantage. In a moment of slow reaction, Majin Buu charged, sending him crashing backward. Struggling to regain his footing, Vegeta gasped for breath. Broly, sensing the battle nearing its conclusion, began to advance. Vegeta, noticing his movement, shouted, Broly, he is my prey. Ah, I am aware, Broly replied nonchalantly. However, your initial transformation has already diminished in potency. Defeating him is beyond your current capability. Even if I perish, I will vanquish him. Vegeta declared fiercely, stubborn as a mule. Broly scoffed, yet he considered Vegeta's pride. Do you not wish to defeat me? And Kakarot, should you die, how could you fight? Besides, to perish before mastering your newfound power would be a shame. Vegeta huffed, but fell silent. Broly then addressed Majin Buu. Hey Buu, how about a little break? Allow me to take over. Majin Buu responded with a series of excited sounds. No need. Are you strong? Broly smiled, thinking how naive this Buu was. He resolved to defeat him and hand him over to the Elder Kaishin. Thus, he began to amplify his power, golden flames rising, presenting himself as a standard Super Saiyan, purely enhancing his strength without the need for elaborate transformations. Majin Buu perked up, recognizing another opponent with golden hair. The recent battles had proven entertaining, In Buu's eyes, golden hair had become synonymous with formidable adversaries. Come. The two faced off. Chapter 49. Broly vs. Buu. Broly fixed his gaze on Majin Buu, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, while Buu continued to express his excitement. I shall begin, Broly announced coolly, instantly teleporting behind Buu. Buu gasped in surprise, turning wide-eyed at Broly, whose smirk widened. A left hook struck Buu's abdomen, followed by a powerful right punch to his face, sending him careening through the air. Before he could escape, Broly seized Buu's antennae and yanked him back, delivering another devastating blow to his head. Buu tumbled several times before landing on the ground. He quickly regained his stance, grasping his head, which had sunk into his chest, and grinned before charging at Broly with rapid punches. Unfortunately, each strike was effortlessly evaded or blocked by Broly, rendering them ineffective. Broly deftly dodged Buu's assaults, observing his movements with amusement. I see now. While you can sense energy, your entire fighting style relies solely on visual perception. With such limitations, victory is impossible. Frustrated by his futile attempts, Majin Buu leaped anxiously, pulling on his antennae to boost his speed dramatically, closing the distance to Broly. Broly clasped his hands together, absorbing Buu's attack, only to be pushed back a few meters before regaining his footing. Not too shabby. With that kind of power, why not use it against me? Broly teased. Buu, understandably furious, scowled darkly, steam billowing from his head. Broly watched him, internally delighted. Yes, that's it. The angrier you become, the better. Show me the extent of your strength. If you could revert to your smaller form, that would be even more interesting. I wish to see just how formidable the most wicked Buu truly is. In the original tale, the strongest form was Gohan Buu, followed closely by Gotenks Buu, with South Kaishin Buu ranking just below them. However, it is only Fat Buu who proves to be the most troublesome. Evidently, he may not possess the greatest strength, but his boundless stamina, incredible speed, and rapid regeneration make it nearly impossible to defeat him with a single blow. The other Buus, due to having absorbed others, experience a slower recovery, and there have been several opportunities to eliminate them. Yet all have been missed. In a fit of rage, Fat Buu's power has reached its zenith, stabilizing from its previously erratic fluctuations. Broly sighs, realizing that mere anger cannot awaken his dark heart. It requires a significant emotional upheaval. In the original tale, the deaths of a puppy and Satan ignited his hatred. Oh well, let us resolve this battle first. With energy surging to its maximum, he suddenly appears before Fat Buu, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sends him staggering back. Without giving him a moment to recover, Broly swiftly turns and delivers a heavy side kick, distorting Fat Buu's face and belly. Stopping his assault, he coldly regards his opponent and states, "You should be able to see it now. You are no match for me. Surrender quietly." Fat Buu inhales deeply, reverting to his original form. Seemingly perplexed, he then adopts the stance for the Kamehameha, startling Vegeta, who exclaims, "What is this?" The Kamehameha wave hurtles toward Broly, who nonchalantly gathers a green energy in his palm and counters with a powerful blast, overpowering Buu's attack. Fat Buu is blasted away, slowly rising to his feet, breathing heavily, clearly having exhausted a considerable amount of energy. Gritting his teeth, he declares, "I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Transform into chocolate. A purple beam shoots from his antennae, but with a mere gesture, Broly swiftly interrupts it, halting the magic, though it does not significantly affect him. It is better to be cautious. Fat Buu, feeling dejected, scratches his head, pondering what to do, as he has never encountered an opponent he could not defeat. Momentarily dazed, he waves his hand, conceding, "I will not fight anymore." "I cannot defeat you." Vegeta watches in disbelief, wondering if he has truly been bested by such a spineless creature. However, he reassures himself that it will not be long before he surpasses Fat Buu entirely. Confident in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he believes that with practice, he will master this power. Broly remains vigilant, suspecting that this Fat Buu may act unpredictably, so he decides to take him to the Supreme Kai's realm for safety. Adopting a tone akin to coaxing a child, he says, "This is for the best. Come with me, and once we arrive at a certain place, I will treat you to some delicious chocolate candies." A series of large exclamation marks appear above Fat Boo's head, startling him into enthusiastic agreement, and thus he is led to the Supreme Kai's realm by Broly. Upon reaching the Supreme Kai's realm, the old Kai circles around Bu, scrutinizing him closely. I see. Due to Bu's absorption of the Grand Kai, he has gained initial emotional intelligence, yet the deepest evil still resides within him. I will force out the evil part. You must protect me. Without paying heed to Goku and the others, the old Kai promptly employs magic to extract the most profound evil from Fat Bu. Meanwhile, Fat Bu clutches his head, shouting. In a short while, dark energy begins to coalesce, most of his power concentrating in this malevolent essence, gradually transforming into a childlike version of Bu. Simultaneously, Fat Bu's strength diminishes to a mid-level Super Saiyan 2. The East Kai is alarmed. Witnessing the child Bu and instinctively retreating in fear, the old Kai inquires, "What troubles you?" The East Kai stammers, "It is the original Bu, the most evil, uncontrollable being who killed for Supreme Kais." Those present, realizing they are outmatched, begin to back away. Upon seeing the appearance of the child Bu, Broly is filled with delight, exclaiming, "Finally, he has appeared." He then instantly materializes before the child Bu. The child Bu glares at Broly, seemingly recognizing him, and a look of fury crosses his face. Noticing this, Broly raises an eyebrow and remarks, "Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me. However, I have lost interest in you. Are you prepared to meet your end?" The child Bu shrieks in rage, raising both hands as energy gathers, swelling from the size of a soccer ball to several meters, clearly intent on annihilating everyone in one fell swoop, albeit a bit overzealously. Broly begins to power up, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, surrounded by a luminescent green aura, his white pupils fixed on the child Bu as he beckons. "Come here, trash!" Goku and the others feel an overwhelming pressure, while Vegeta clenches his fists tightly, astonished at the vast gap that still exists between him and Broly, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Chapter 50. The conclusion of Bu. The child Bu gathers a colossal energy sphere, glaring fiercely at Broly before hurling it with all his might. Broly, with a wicked grin, swiftly moves to intercept the energy ball, executing a powerful kick that sends it hurtling back. The delighted child Bu pauses momentarily, then swiftly ascends into the sky, glaring furiously at Broly. Yet, Broly has no time to concern himself with Bu's emotions. He teleports directly in front of him and delivers a heavy punch to his face, causing his head to explode with a resounding blast, leaving him grinning wickedly. The child Bu writhes as his head regenerates, letting out an infuriated scream that reverberates throughout the Supreme Kai's realm. Broly swiftly kicks him in the mouth to silence him, exclaiming, "Must you scream so loudly?" The child Bu stumbles back, only to charge forward again, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Unfortunately for him, Broly vanishes from sight, reappearing as a mere shadow behind the child Bu. With a resounding thud, the child Bu is sent crashing to the ground, motionless for a while. "Are you not coming out?" Broly chuckles, pointing his finger to unleash a light sword that pierces the rubble where Bu lies. Raising his finger, the child Bu is lifted by the light sword, and Broly scoffs. "Is this all you can muster? Truly, I held no expectations for you." Enraged, the child Bu releases steam from his head. Broly leaps before him, looking down with disdain. "What is the matter? Are you angry?" The child Bu, startled, retreats several steps before finally growling, having spoken without regard for them. He instantly teleported back to Bulma's home. Upon returning, Broly comfortably reclined on the sofa, while Schwer incessantly chattered at him. Broly merely grunted in response, which prompted Schwer to pout in irritation and exclaim, "Dad, are you even listening? I am now the champion of martial arts in the world." Understood, Broly replied dismissively. Noticing Broly's obvious lack of interest, Schwer became quite displeased and promptly ran to Bulma to complain. Bulma then took Schwer by the hand and approached Broly, pulling him up from the sofa and insisting that he accompany her, Android 18, and Schwer on a shopping trip. Upon hearing this, Broly let out a lament and collapsed back onto the sofa, while the three women erupted into laughter at his dismay. They were relentless and dragged Broly along for their outing. Chapter 51. The imminent battle in the ensuing month Broly delved deeper into the mysteries of the divine realm, continuously honing his skills. Whether it was Gogeta or Vegito, their immense power required no further elaboration, particularly since both had attained Super Saiyan 3, although Broly had previously battled them. Vegito had still been in Super Saiyan 2 at that time, while Goku had been in the Super Saiyan 3 state during their fusion. Now, their combined strength could contend with Broly at full capacity. Though his own power had increased, so too had theirs. And their fusion was not merely a matter of addition. Seated at the edge of a cliff, facing a waterfall, Broly contemplated the power coursing through his being 0.7 years prior, in his legendary form. He had surpassed Goku's Super Saiyan 3. How much more so now? With a sigh, he lamented that while his strength was continuously growing, his mastery of the divine realm remained at the initial stage of Super Saiyan God, showing no signs of advancement. His understanding of the divine was still insufficient. Gazing into the distant sky, he realized that before achieving divinity, battles were primarily determined by skill, speed, and power. However, unlike mere mortals, a god could fully control their battle prowess. Presently, he had merely deepened his comprehension of power. A month swiftly passed, and Broly's understanding of the divine had progressed further. He had transitioned from the initial to the mid-stage of Super Saiyan God. As the appointed time arrived, the formidable warriors of Earth began to gather, including Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Shinhan, Chaozu, Gohan, and Goten, all drawn together by the rarity of such a grand battle. Even Fat Buu made an appearance. Initially, the Supreme Kai had intended to keep him in the Kaishin realm, but he could not endure the tedium and ultimately resided near Bulma's home, entertained by the provision of sweets and the company of small animals. With a flash of space, Broly arrived with Bulma, Android 18, and Schwer. So, are we ready? Broly inquired. Vegeta remained silent, while Goku grinned. Yes, but we can't fight on Earth. It won't withstand our impact. The others looked on with excitement. Broly replied, that's simple. We can just borrow the Kaishin realm for our battle. With that, they all joined hands and instantaneously teleported to the Kaishin realm. East Kaishin, Old Kaishin, and Kibito regarded the newcomers with curiosity. East Kaishin asked Broly, Goku, what brings you here? Goku, wearing an awkward smile, remained silent, while Broly stated directly, after our last battle with Buu, I mentioned wanting to fight with Goku, and Vegeta, we've come to borrow the Kaishin realm for our battle. A moment of silence fell over the Kaishin realm, before Kibito exclaimed, you are being unreasonable. Do you think this is just any place? This is the sacred Kaishin realm, not a venue for trivial matters. Ah, and what of it? If we fight elsewhere and destroy other planets, it won't be our concern, Broly responded nonchalantly. Old Kaishin sighed. Very well, you may battle here. This sacred place is sturdier than most other realms. Just keep your distance. Seeing Old Kaishin's consent, East Kaishin and Kibito reluctantly agreed, and yes, they retreated. Android 18 and Bulma took Schwer back, with Schwer encouraging Broly. Dad, you must win. Broly smiled confidently, ruffling Schwer's hair. With everyone at a safe distance, Broly faced off against Goku and Vegeta, his expression growing serious as he spoke. Will you fight together, or what? But even if you do, it won't team matter. You might as well fuse. Vegeta snorted, but refrained from arguing, knowing that whether alone or together, they could not match Broly. Perhaps fusion was their only hope. Yet, the thought of the ridiculous fusion dance made Vegeta feel as though he had swallowed a fly. And Goku's carefree demeanor only intensified his irritation. Fusion, you say? Old Kaishin interjected. I have earrings here. We're one on each ear, and you can merge. Really? Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, relieved at the prospect of avoiding the silly dance. Goku also widened his eyes. Is that true? Of course, Old Kaishin affirmed. East Kaishin and Kibito were taken aback, each grabbing an earring, unaware of the smirk of schadenfreude on Old Kaishin's face, as soon as they donned the earrings. A powerful force pulled them together, and with a resounding bang, a figure with long hair materialized, resembling East Kaishin. Fantastic! I feel incredibly powerful now. Goku exclaimed, wow, it really works, but how long can we maintain this fusion? Old Kaishin, sweating nervously, coughed before replying, well, that might be the downside. The fusion lasts forever. With that, everyone fell silent, And Vegeta's brow twitched while Goku exclaimed, "Is there a way to separate?" Old Kaioshin replied, "If there were, I'd want to separate too." Goku chuckled awkwardly. "Then let's forget it." The newly fused East Kaioshin cast a resentful glance at Old Kaioshin. Goku's demeanor turned serious. "Are you ready, Vegeta?" Vegeta nodded, aligning symmetrically as they began to merge. With a swoosh, a blinding light pierced the eyes of all present. As the brilliance faded, Gogeta stood in the arena, and with a commanding shout, he clenched his fists, rapidly elevating his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. "Broly, I'm ready. I can hardly wait," Gogeta declared coldly. "Ha ha ha. Incredible. I didn't expect you to be this strong after merging. You've truly exceeded my expectations. Wonderful." Broly laughed heartily. Broly then transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. His physique expanding rapidly, his hair turning a vibrant green, eyes devoid of pupils, as he surveyed Gogeta. "Come, let me see just how much stronger you've become." Chapter 52. Broly and Gogeta's second battle. Everyone watched tensely as Broly and Gogeta faced off. Gohan turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, who do you think will win?" Piccolo observed both Gogeta and Broly before responding. At this moment, their strengths appear quite comparable, and their energy levels seem evenly matched. So it is difficult to make a determination. Gohan and the others nodded, continuing to watch intently. Meanwhile, Bulma voiced her concern to Android 18. "Do you think Broly can win?" Android 18 calmly regarded the two combatants before responding. "Bulma, there's no need to worry. Broly hasn't even unleashed his full strength yet. Trust me, he will not lose." As Bulma listened to the words of Android 18, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, allowing her to watch the duel between Broly and Vegeta with ease. That moment, Broly and Vegeta stood poised in a tense standoff, and after a brief pause, they both surged forward, vanishing from sight in an instant as they charged at one another. Their forms flickered intermittently in the air and on the ground, as the sounds of their fierce collisions echoed around them. Despite the lengthy exchange, neither inflicted any significant injury on the other. Both were merely probing their opponent's defenses. Yet, to the spectators, the contest appeared extraordinarily intense. As Piccolo had noted, their powers and auras were nearly equal, making it seem exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. The clash of emerald and golden auras erupted in the air, accompanied by explosive sounds that reverberated through the atmosphere, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the immense force. All the onlookers were captivated by the battle. Though they were far less powerful, they were warriors at heart, and, as such, they harbored an innate passion for combat. The duel between Broly and Vegeta held an irresistible allure for any martial artist. With a resounding crash, their fists collided once more, and Broly and Vegeta were thrust apart. Broly remarked, "Impressive. I never expected you to have grown this strong. It seems our warm-up is at an end. Now, I shall show you my true strength. I vowed to defeat you today." The last battle ended in regret when your fusion time ran out, forcing a conclusion. "This time, I shall bring you down before that moment arrives." With that declaration, he began to amplify his power. Vegeta nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the warm-up is over. But if you believe you can defeat me, I shall eagerly await your attempt." With that, he too focused on gathering his energy. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? That ferocious battle was merely a warm-up? Meanwhile, Android 18 observed the two with remarkable composure. That moment, Broly underwent a transformation. He slowly ascended, arms outstretched, as a radiant azure light enveloped him. Gradually condensing back into his being, a crimson glow emanated from his body, and without warning, his hair transformed into a vibrant red, while his eyes shifted to red orbs with black pupils as he gazed at Vegeta. "Are you ready? Vegeta, feel free to attack, that I'm still adjusting to this new form, so it may take me a moment." "Come on," he beckoned with a casual flick of his finger. Vegeta, his expression serious, vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing to deliver a swift kick aimed at Broly. Broly deftly evaded the strike, and as Vegeta's foot missed its target, he launched a key blast towards Broly. Unfazed, Broly extended his hand and effortlessly deflected the energy sphere. Vegeta quickly propelled himself off the ground, rushing towards Broly with a powerful punch. However, Broly easily sidestepped the blow, and Vegeta continued his relentless assault, throwing punch after punch, each of which Broly skillfully dodged. Frustrated by his ineffective attacks, Vegeta raised a leg to sweep at Broly, who countered with a powerful punch of his own. The two strikes met with a thunderous impact, leaving Broly standing firm while Vegeta was sent flying, crashing into a nearby hill before sliding down. Quickly recovering, Vegeta sprang to his feet, brimming with determination. "I can't believe your strength. My attacks have no effect on you. But to think I would concede defeat. How foolish." With that, Vegeta pushed his power to new heights. Broly observed him and replied, "Vegeta, you've helped me acclimate to my own power, and for that, I owe you my gratitude. Now, I shall unleash my full strength to bring this battle to a swift conclusion and express my thanks through victory." With that, Broly continued to elevate his energy. The spectators watched in awe as Broly's power surged. They could hardly believe how much he had grown in previous encounters with Vegeta. The two had been evenly matched. But now Broly had clearly surpassed him. Vegeta, however, remained steadfast, adopting a battle-ready stance as Broly suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind him. In a swift motion, he delivered an elbow strike aimed at Vegeta. Just as Vegeta turned to react, it was too late. With a resounding thud, Broly's elbow connected with his back, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Broly swiftly accelerated, closing the distance to the airborne Vegeta, seizing his leg and launching him skyward before propelling himself upward to pursue. As he caught up, he clenched his fists and struck downwards with tremendous force, sending Vegeta plummeting toward the ground. The impact created a vast crater, sending debris scattering in all directions. Broly descended gracefully to the earth, while Vegeta struggled to rise, panting heavily. "I never anticipated you would grow this powerful. I barely had the strength to retaliate." Broly smiled and replied, "Vegeta, you disappoint me. Tio falls so easily after just a couple of hits. There's no satisfaction in that." "Is that so? I find myself equally disappointed," Vegeta retorted before launching himself at Broly, landing a punch squarely on his face. Broly caught Vegeta's fist mid-strike, then swiftly countered with a punch to his abdomen, sending Vegeta flying. As he soared through the air, Broly seized Vegeta's leg and forcefully hurled him toward the ground, resulting in another thunderous. The old Kaishin cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" "If they were to engage in battle in the lower realms, I would not be surprised if they instantaneously obliterated an entire star system. Is that what you desire?" Jebet, feeling rather vexed, replied, "I was merely voicing my thoughts." Upon returning to Earth, everyone went their separate ways, while Broly remained alone in his room, reflecting on the battle and his own burgeoning power. Although the fight had not been entirely satisfying, it still offered him unimaginable benefits. The energy emanating from Broly was steadily intensifying, and the stagnation of his realm seemed to be wavering. Android 18 and Bulma stood at the doorway, leaning against the frame, their expressions tinged with concern as they observed Broly. That moment, Broly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the memories of the battle, as the energy within him flowed continuously, relentlessly assaulting the shackles within his body. Suddenly, with a soft pop, a multitude of previously incomprehensible matters fell into place within his mind, and he realized that his power had surged from the mid-stage to the latter stage of the God of Science. Broly felt exhilarated by this breakthrough. He turned to the two women and assured them, "You need not worry. Everything is fine now." Bulma, with palpable anxiety, asked, "Will you engage in battle again?" Broly, noticing her worried demeanor, pulled her into his lap, gazing intently into her eyes as he reassured her, "Rest easy. At least for the next few years, I shall not." He vowed to cherish these years alongside her. Android 18. In Shura, Bulma gradually relaxed, and Broly, embracing both her and Android 18, whispered in their ears, "Will you both keep me company tonight?" Instantly, both women flushed with crimson, and Broly erupted into laughter as he led Bulma and Android 18 to the dining hall for a meal. Chapter 54. The Awakening of the God of Destruction as Gogeta and Broly clashed. Within the chaotic heart of the cosmos, in a mysterious space upon a diamond-shaped celestial body, a vast and parched confinement wound through the entirety of the chaos. With several temple-like edifices perched upon its trunk, a silver-haired being of ambiguous gender, wielding a staff, stood with one hand resting upon their back, their profound gaze fixed upon the Kaioshin realm, evidently observing the battle. As the conflict drew to a close, they let out a soft sigh, glancing at a creature with elongated ears resembling that of a mouse, which seemed to sense something, occasionally twitching its ears. To their surprise, the power of the combatants was resonating within this space that it appeared that Lord Beerus would awaken sooner than anticipated. Initially thought to be years away, it seemed he would rouse in just 2 years. They chuckled lightly. I never expected such formidable power to exist in the mortal realm. However, that Gogeta possesses strength without understanding the techniques. What use is that? Yet, their gaze shifted toward the transformed Broly. Acknowledging, this fellow is quite remarkable. His power is nearly on par with Lord Beerus. Truly extraordinary. I shall have to observe him closely, should his strength advance further. A sly smile crossed their lips. I suspect I shall not be lonely in the future. Alas, Broly remained oblivious to all of this. That night, they all shared a peaceful slumber, and upon waking the next day, Broly felt refreshed. He noticed Bulma and Android 18 still buried beneath their covers like ostriches, and cheerfully announced, "All right, time to rise." From under the covers came a muffled protest. "No, you go out first." Broly, with unabashed persistence, replied, "We are old married couples now. What's the big deal?" Yet he stepped outside, allowing the two women to emerge slowly. Their cheeks flushed as they exchanged glances. After washing up and enjoying breakfast, Broly bid farewell to Bulma and Android 18 before venturing out. He sought a cliffside waterfall, where he closed his eyes to attune himself to the world. Although his battle with Gogeta had not been entirely fulfilling, the advantages gained were manifold. Thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened as rain began to fall, the roar of the waterfall blending with the booming thunder and pattering raindrops on Broly's skin. He gazed upward, deep in thought that moment. Broly once again shut his eyes, entering a peculiar state. The crimson aura surrounding him swirled continuously. His heart began to transcend into a realm of clarity. As the inner world commenced the primordial evolution of the universe, colors intertwining, the cosmos expanding in chaotic patterns. Captivated by the slow evolution of the universe, Broly felt his energy fluctuating. Abruptly, he opened his eyes to find Goku, Bulma, and the others gazing at him with concern. "What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me?" Broly inquired. Bulma immediately replied, "Broly, do you have any idea how long you've been standing here alone?" Broly felt perplexed. Although he had been lost in thought, it didn't seem like much time had passed. "Perhaps half a day at most," he responded. "It shouldn't be too long. Maybe half a day?" Android 18 interjected. "Half a day? Broly, you have been standing here for a full half-month. We were so worried that we sought Goku's help to find you. If it weren't for Goku preventing us from interrupting you, Schwerer would have rushed to pull you away." Broly gasped in shock. Half a month had passed. He then scooped up the overjoyed Schwerer, saying, "All right, your mouth is practically a grease trap. Let us go out and have some fun." After calming Schwerer, he mused, "Half a month. I never imagined it would be so long." However, sensing the benefits he had gained, a confident smile crept across his lips as he thought, "The realm of true divinity does not seem so unattainable now." He then joined the others in returning to Bulma's home. Meanwhile, as Goku and the others noted Broly's increased power, they all intensified their training, especially Goku and Vegeta, who were unwilling to accept their previous defeat. After their fusion, they had been unable to surpass Broly, spurring them to train relentlessly. 2 years swiftly passed, during which Goku achieved a breakthrough to the Super Saiyan 3rd level, reaching the full power state of Super Saiyan 4th level, while Vegeta also advanced to mid-stage Super Saiyan 4th level, thanks to the assistance of the old Kaioshin, who helped them remove their tails. On this day, deep within the heart of the cosmos, amidst intermittent explosions, the mouse-eared creature began to stir upon a meteor in the lake, lazily descending. Long last, the god of destruction, Beerus, awakened. In the dining hall, Beerus savored the meal prepared by Whis, inquiring between bites, "Whis, during my slumber, did Frieza destroy planet Vegeta?" "Indeed, it was obliterated completely," Whis replied while slicing food. "That's so. The inhabitants of that planet were eternally useless, particularly King Vegeta. So miserly. If it had been my doing, that would have been splendid. Alas, the planet is far too distant. Wouldn't you agree? Quite troublesome indeed. However, Frieza is no saint either. That arrogant fiend. I shall destroy him upon our next encounter, Beerus remarked while continuing his meal. That need not trouble you. Frieza has already been defeated. Whis responded. Someone managed to defeat Frieza? Beerus exclaimed, astonished. Please wait, said Whis, raising his staff and tapping on the ground, causing a projection of Goku battling Frieza to materialize in the air. Oh, this scene seems oddly familiar. Oh, who is this individual? Beerus inquired with keen interest. He is a Saiyan named Son Goku, also known by the name Kakarot. That weren't the Saiyans destroyed alongside Planet Vegeta? Beerus asked. Most were, but a few fortunate souls escaped to other planets, including Prince Vegeta, was explained calmly that aren't Saiyans supposed to have black hair? Remarkably, I never expected a Saiyan to be capable of defeating Frieza. Beerus commented, in recent years, Saiyans appear to have developed the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, Whis informed him. What is this? Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan. Beerus lay back and forth, mumbling to himself, suddenly widening his eyes in excitement. Now I understand, Whis inquired. What do you say? What comes to your mind? That Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan God? I have encountered him in a dream. In that dream, I battled with a being known as Super Saiyan God. Whis, where are the Saiyans now? Beerus asked. Most of the Saiyans reside on planet 4032 Green, 877, a planet called Earth.1 Saiyan named Son Goku, who defeated Frieza, is currently on North Kai's planet. Are you planning to seek them out? Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Certainly, Whis. How long will it take to get there? Beerus asked. Approximately 26 minutes. Whis replied that that's quite a distance. Well, there's no helping it. We should make the trip, Beerus said, somewhat listlessly. Let us set off then. With that, Whis transported Beerus towards North Kai's planet. Meanwhile, North Kai, having been informed by Kaioshin, learned that the god of destruction, Beerus, was en route to his planet. With a tense expression, North Kai advised Son Goku before awaiting the arrival of Lord Beerus. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens as Beerus and Whis set foot on North Kai's land. Chapter 55. The Might of the God of Destruction upon seeing Beerus arrive. North Kai hurriedly approached. Welcome, Lord Beerus. It has been a long time since your last visit. North Kai, it must be said, your planet is quite small, Beerus remarked with a yawn. I sincerely apologize for the modesty of my humble abode. North Kai said, this is precisely because it shrank after the destruction wrought by you, Lord Beerus, during a game of hide-and-seek. Whis interjected candidly. Yes, that's so, Beerus questioned. North Kai chuckled awkwardly, unsure why Lord Beerus had come to visit. I have a matter to discuss with the Saiyan over there, Beerus replied. Hearing this, North Kai quickly summoned Son Goku to greet Lord Beerus. After some exchanges, Beerus inquired about Super Saiyan God, and upon hearing Goku's mention of Broly, he was elated. Just as he was about to have Whis take him to Earth to find Broly, Son Goku unexpectedly challenged Beerus. Upon hearing this, North Kai was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated indoors. Beerus nodded in agreement to Goku's challenge. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, then further into Super Saiyan 2. With a mighty roar, he ascended to Super Saiyan 3 and produced a miniature moon, crafted with Bulma's assistance over the past 2 years. He then transformed into Super Saiyan 4, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that stirred an astonishing tempest, causing the very ground of North Kai's planet to tremble. As the tumult subsided, a figure emerged, cloaked in black hair, with red rings around its eyes, covered in crimson fur, and possessing a robust physique. This was the mightiest of Super Saiyan transformations, Super Saiyan 4. Oh my, that startled me. It appears I was indeed underestimating you, Beerus said casually, hands clasped behind his back. Is that so? Would you like me to revert to Super Saiyan 3? Goku replied with pride. No need, this is sufficient. Let's begin, Beerus said nonchalantly. Humph, you look down on me. Do you? Very well. With that, Goku surged with energy, launching himself directly at Beerus. Upon reaching him, he abruptly halted, and in an instant, found himself behind Beerus, delivering a swift punch. Yet Beerus remained stationary, merely lifting his hands slightly to catch Goku's rapid strike. With a flick of his wrist, he cast Goku aside. As Goku sought to regain his footing, Beerus was already before him. Startled, Goku looked on as Beerus smiled and flicked his finger. Snap! Goku was sent flying, barely managing to flip in midair before quickly ascending to stabilize himself, but a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away while maintaining his gaze on Beerus. Standing firm, Beerus beckoned Goku with a finger. Upon seeing this, Goku concentrated his energy, charging toward Beerus with a kick, only for Beerus to effortlessly evade. Goku continued to throw punches, all of which Beerus dodged with ease. Then, after Goku swung a fist, Beerus placed his feet on Goku's arm, instantly appearing behind him. Goku swiftly turned to retaliate, but Beerus evaded once more, causing Goku's fist to collide with the surface of North Kai's planet. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as a large chunk of the planet shattered, debris scattering through the air, dust rising to that moment. Beerus emerged from the cloud of dust, appearing behind Goku, who barely had time to turn before Beerus delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. Following the strike, Goku's energy dissipated entirely, and he reverted from Super Saiyan 4 to his original form, collapsing unconscious. North Kai, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, rushed out from his dwelling. "Farewell, then, North Kai," he said as he vanished from North Kai's planet under Whis' guidance. North Kai sighed, gazing at the unconscious Goku. "He still lives? What a foolish fool." Suddenly, North Kai jolted awake and used his antennae to contact Broly, informing him of the situation regarding Lord Beerus and Goku's defeat in battle, urging him to be cautious. Meanwhile, on Earth, all the warriors gathered once more to celebrate Bulma's 36th birthday. Everyone had arrived except for son Goku, including Videl and her father, Satan, as well as Fat Bu. The celebration took place at Bulma's residence, where the ultimate prize of the Dragon Balls was prepared to fulfill wishes. Of course, this was merely to add some enjoyment, as those present could easily locate the Dragon Balls if they wished. As the festivities unfolded, the Z fighters engaged in jovial conversation, Fat Bu indulged in a frenzied feast, and Vegeta and Broly voraciously devoured the food on the table. Meanwhile, Satan sat somewhat awkwardly among the others, while Videl and Gohan had confirmed their relationship and married. "Broly, I am North Kai. The god of destruction, Beerus, is heading toward Earth." Goku, in his arrogance, was easily defeated by Lord Beerus while in Super Saiyan 4. North Kai's urgent voice echoed in Broly's ear. "Oh, the god of destruction, Beerus, he has finally arrived." Broly thought excitedly, "I understand. North Kai, not worry. Nothing will happen." After Beerus and Whis arrived, they were once again welcomed to Bulma's birthday celebration, just as depicted in the original story. When Whis spotted Broly, he let out a soft exclamation, then displayed a friendly smile, seemingly oblivious to any underlying issues. After some time at the gathering, Whis nudged Beerus, prompting him to remember the pressing matter at hand. He asked the assembled crowd, "Does anyone know Broly? I hear he is the Super Saiyan God." At this point, Broly smiled and replied, "I am Broly. What do you seek me for?" Beerus huffed, "I had a prophetic dream about a fierce battle with the Super Saiyan God, which is why I come to find you." "Is that so? I too look forward to our battle. I wish to know who is stronger, the god of destruction or the Super Saiyan God." Broly declared before transforming into a Super Saiyan God, his hair turning a deep crimson, his physique slender, radiating a fiery aura that Beerus's eyes narrowed, sensing Broly's formidable power. It seemed this would not be an easy contest. Chapter 56, God versus God. The crowd held their breath, stepping back. Even Vegeta refrained from advancing. For those accustomed to sensing energy, the atmosphere felt heavy with tension. Suddenly, Broly and Beerus moved simultaneously, their actions blurring past the threshold of light speed. With a series of resounding thuds, fists collided in a palpable clash. Beyond the mere sound of their impact, there were no earth-shattering displays of brilliance. Only the raw, unadorned reality of their struggle remained. Bang! The two combatants staggered back, and Beerus regarded Broly with astonishment. Unbelievable. It was only after engaging in battle that he realized the extraordinary might of the Super Saiyan God, a formidable adversary indeed. Initially, he had thought the notion of a strong foe somewhat exaggerated, yet he now recognized he had underestimated the Super Saiyan God. Conversely, Broly was filled with exhilaration. It had been far too long since he had fought with such fervor since ascending to godhood. Today, it seemed, he would finally have the chance to unleash his full potential. The two warriors locked eyes, and in an instant, they both moved simultaneously, resulting in a cacophony of intense collisions. The sounds of their fierce combat resonated throughout the heavens. In the air, purple and crimson auras clashed vigorously, creating a spectacle of chaos. Just then, another tremendous boom echoed as their heavy punches met head-on, forcing them apart as they exchanged glances. Ha ha! Splendid, simply splendid, truly worthy of a god of destruction. This is, without a doubt, the most exhilarating battle I've had since my clash with Vegito. Now, I believe it is time to unleash my full strength, Broly proclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, you are truly the prophesied strong adversary, capable of matching me in such a manner. You have earned my respect. It is as you say, the warm-up ends here, and it is time to fight with all our might, Beerus replied, his expression one of delight and satisfaction. Until now, both had merely tested each other's capabilities without revealing their true power, yet Broly had already matched Beerus, earning the respect of the god of destruction. Without further ado, both warriors instinctively pushed their energies to the limit. Their gazes fixed upon one another. In a flash, they vanished from sight, only to be met with a series of explosive impacts echoing across the landscape. The onlookers on Earth could only hear the relentless sounds of their fierce exchange. Unable to witness the spectacle, Goku and his companions hastened to follow, with Vegeta exclaiming, "What a tremendous force!" The two fighters joyfully exchanged blows, their strikes ringing out like the shattering of glass, in moments of stillness. The very fabric of space where they passed seemed cut asunder, crystalline fissures appearing before erupting in a dazzling display of light before gradually restoring themselves, a dimensional rift. The crowd gasped, while Piccolo, astonished, remarked, "They have created a dimensional rift merely through their ordinary strikes. Truly, this is a battle of gods." Initially, it had seemed that this confrontation might devastate the world as the clash between Broly and Vegito had. Yet it was remarkably different, and one could argue that the previous battle had been far more graceful. Just then, Broly aimed a punch at Beerus's face, who crossed his arms to block, resulting in a loud bang as they momentarily separated. I had not anticipated the Super Saiyan God would be so formidable. "It has been ages since I have fought like this," Beerus exclaimed with delight. "Then allow me to show you an even stronger side of myself," Broly replied, his blood surging with excitement for battle. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Beerus to deliver a swift kick. Beerus turned, attempting to block, but was caught off guard and sent flying by Broly's strike. Broly, seizing the moment, chased after him, fists raised to unleash a barrage of blows. With a resounding impact, Beerus was hurled into the sea, while Broly accelerated in pursuit, causing the ocean to part beneath their tremendous power. Regaining his composure, Beerus swiftly launched a punch at Broly, who retaliated without hesitation, their fists colliding with a thunderous roar. Following that, Broly executed a swift kick, which Beerus countered with one of his own. The clash releasing an astonishing force. Yes, they separated once more. Broly declared, "It seems it is time to conclude this battle." With that, his crimson aura enveloped him entirely, surging skyward, while Beerus, too, was enveloped in a purple flame, pursuing Broly as they continued their fierce exchanges in the sky. Ascending beyond the atmosphere, they found themselves in the vacuum of space, where their speed intensified. Just then, Broly caught Beerus's punch with a single hand, retaliating with a powerful kick that sent Beerus flying. Broly, a blur of motion, closed the distance, striking Beerus once more. Beerus, seeing the onslaught, crossed his arms to defend, but was still propelled back several meters before stabilizing himself. Indeed, the Super Saiyan God is truly remarkable, pushing me to this extent. It is time to end this battle, Beerus exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he gathered a colossal death ball in his hands, hurling it towards Broly. "Ha! You are correct. It is time to conclude this battle," Broly responded, extending his hands to summon a massive green energy sphere, which he launched at the incoming death ball. The two orbs collided, evenly matched for a moment, before both combatants increased their output. Soon, the green sphere began to overpower the death ball, engulfing it in a flash before hurtling towards Beerus. With a mighty roar, Beerus crossed his arms to absorb the energy sphere. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the very earth itself. After the tumult subsided, Beerus stood before Broly, slightly disheveled from the full-force counterattack, sustaining some minor injuries. The two warriors separated, neither showing any intent to continue the fight. In Beerus's eyes flickered a glint of fervor as he remarked, "What an exhilarating experience! You are the first to have forced me to unleash my full power without being struck. And you have even managed to wound me. You are truly formidable. You are the second strongest opponent I have ever faced. Ha ha ha, what a thrill!" Broly laughed, fully aware that this was the true strongest being in the universe. Yet feigning ignorance, he inquired, "The second strongest? Who, then, is the first?" Beerus turned his gaze towards Whis, who was leisurely enjoying a fruit salad. Upon noticing Beerus's stare, Whis quickly hid the salad behind his back, prompting a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Beerus's forehead as he stated, "His name is Whis. He is my attendant, but also my mentor." "Your mentor? So he must be the strongest in the universe." Broly feigned surprise. "Who can say? There are 12 universes in total, and we are in the 7th. I am merely the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Do you not think there may be even stronger beings out there?" Beerus replied. Broly chuckled as he began his descent to the ground, with Beerus following suit. "Since I have lost to you, I shall refrain from destroying Earth," Beerus declared at that moment. Broly turned to Whis, walking slowly towards him. "I have heard from Beerus that you are the strongest entity in this universe. Would you be interested in a match with me?" Broly spoke earnestly. Beerus gasped, his eyes widening in shock at Broly's boldness, while Whis maintained a calm demeanor, his deep gaze fixed on Broly for a moment before replying. "Oh, I see. But are you certain you wish to do so now?" "Humph, 3 years. In 3 years, I shall challenge you," Broly declared with a grin. "Very well. I shall return in 3 years, and at that time, I will fulfill your wish," Whis replied. Broly nodded, saying nothing more as he approached Bulma, an android 18 or so. "Everyone on Earth, until we meet again in 3 years," Whis announced, and with that, he and Beerus transformed into beams of light, vanishing into another dimension. The scene fell silent for a moment, and Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, realizing just how powerful Broly had become. "I never imagined he would surpass me by such a margin. It's utterly unacceptable." Goku, still cheerful, stepped forward. "Wow, Broly, I had no idea you had grown this strong. What is the essence of that godly power? Would you like to know? Then allow me to enlighten you. Indeed, this transformation state I am currently in has been witnessed before among the Saiyans. However, at that time, the legendary Super Saiyan God existed for merely 10 minutes before vanishing." Broly remarked nonchalantly that, "Oh, how can one attain such a state? Are there any prerequisites?" Goku inquired eagerly. "The legend states that 5 benevolent Saiyans must channel their light into another Saiyan, who possesses a kind heart, thereby allowing him to transform into a Super Saiyan God," Broly explained. "Hey, Kakarot, let's give it a try." With that, Goten, Chaos, Gohan, and 4 others formed a circle, transforming into Super Saiyans, and awaited the outcome. Will this truly succeed? Everyone watched with bated breath. After a moment, as if in a dream, the 6 individuals suddenly felt themselves entering a state of clarity. A peculiar sensation washed over them, and light gradually converged upon Goku. He began to levitate, transforming into a divine form characterized by purple-red hair, violet eyes, a slender physique, and surrounded by blazing crimson flames. "How does it feel, Goku? Have you become a deity?" Piccolo asked. "How does it feel?" "Quite splendid," Goku replied, surveying himself. "Goku, do you not wish to test the extent of your divine power?" Broly said calmly. Indeed, Goku took the opportunity to engage in battle with Broly, who confirmed that this level of power was approximately 7/10 of that of the Destroyer God. Beerus, Chapter 57. The final battle of Vegito and Broly after contending with the Destroyer God Beerus. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years fled by in a blink. During these 2 years, Goku, having experienced the divine realm and absorbed its essence during his battle with Broly, had not yet surpassed his current level, remaining in full power Super Saiyan 4. That, however, his mastery over his strength had significantly advanced. Meanwhile, Vegeta, through grueling training over the past 2 years, had finally elevated his power to that of full capacity Super Saiyan 4. On this day, Goku, Vegeta, and the inhabitants of Earth gathered at Bulma's residence, where Goku and Vegeta united once again to challenge Broly. At this juncture, Broly's strength had reached the late stages of Super Saiyan God. With one foot already in the realm of true divinity, upon entering this true godly state, he would be able to transform once more into his ultimate form. The combined challenge from Goku and Vegeta provided Broly with the perfect opportunity to ascend into the realm of true divinity. Broly readily agreed, and soon, accompanied by Chaos, Bulma, and Android 18, he and Goku, along with the others, teleported to the Kaishin realm. Upon arrival in the Kaishin realm, Goku expressed their intentions to the Kaishin. Although the Kaishin felt disheartened, he understood that resistance was futile. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, the people of Earth and the Kaishin retreated to a safe distance, awaiting the advent of yet another earth-shattering battle since the encounter with the Destroyer God. In the arena, Broly stood poised against Goku and Vegeta. "You two should hurry and fuse. You hardly pique my interest in battle as you are." Though Goku and Vegeta were incensed and begrudging, they recognized that facing Broly in their current forms, whether individually or together, would result in their swift defeat. Consequently, they transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and, standing in perfect symmetry, readied themselves for fusion. With a flash, a brilliant, blinding light erupted, and as the radiance faded, the Super Saiyan 4 Vegito materialized before their eyes. His resplendent crimson hair, clad in a vest, covered in red fur, and a long crimson tail draped behind him, wearing a cold smile directed at Broly. Broly gazed at Vegito, his face lighting up with joy. He had not anticipated encountering another worthy opponent since battling the Destroyer God. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! This is more like it. Other than Whis and the Destroyer, I now have another adversary who can truly challenge me," Broly exclaimed with delight. "Come forth, Broly. I shall not suffer defeat again after losing to you last time," Vegito declared as he assumed a battle stance. "Vegito, then I shall make my move. Are you prepared?" Broly instantly transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, and the battle was set to commence. The legendary Super Saiyan 4 warrior Vegito versus the Super Saiyan God Broly. The two faced off, pausing momentarily before simultaneously launching their attacks. Their fists collided with a resounding boom, energy scattering in all directions, and the ground beneath them caved in. They swiftly separated, only to clash again, fists striking with a flurry of blows, genuine collisions echoing through the arena. The golden and crimson flames clashed above, creating explosive sounds as the immense power caused the earth to tremble violently. Boom! With another heavy impact, Vegito and Broly momentarily disengaged. Impressive! I did not expect the two of you fused at full power to be able to contend with me. However, that was merely a warm-up. Now, it is time to unleash my true strength, Broly declared, to which Vegito nodded in agreement. Yes, I too have acclimated. It is time to reveal our true power. Without further ado, both warriors surged their energy to its zenith and charged toward each other. Vegito leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Broly. Broly swiftly dodged, retaliating with a kick of his own that sent Vegito hurtling backward. Broly pursued, seeking to capitalize on the opportunity to strike Vegito once more. But Vegito, seeing the approach, executed a kick directed at Broly, who raised his hand to block it. With a thunderous impact, Vegito's form was propelled away, while Broly was momentarily halted, unable to advance again. Vegito regained his footing, then surged forward, reaching out to seize Broly by the neck. Broly, quick on his feet, deftly evaded and retreated several paces. Having missed the grab, Vegito unleashed an energy blast that pursued Broly relentlessly upon landing. Broly, noticing the incoming energy sphere, clasped his hands together to absorb the impact, resulting in a massive explosion that sent dust billowing into the as the smoke cleared. Broly charged forth, delivering a punch toward Vegito. The first punch was barely deflected by Vegito, while the second landed squarely, sending him flying. Broly accelerated to pursue the airborne Vegeto, who, just as Broly prepared to strike, pressed a hand against the ground and executed a kick toward Broly's chin. Broly raised his hand to block, executing a swift maneuver to regain his balance. Then, with a powerful thrust, Vegeto struck Broly's abdomen, but Broly interlocked his hands to absorb the blow. With a swift motion, Broly launched two energy spheres toward Vegeto. Vegeto narrowly evaded, resulting in another explosion that sent debris skyward. Vegeto swiftly charged at Broly, delivering a heavy punch aimed at his opponent. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement as he met Vegeto's punch with one of his own. The two figures colliding in an intensely fierce clash that produced a tremendous sonic boom. As their fists and feet continued to collide, the air was filled with the sounds of violent explosions. Their final strike met with ferocity, and both warriors were sent reeling apart. Vegeto appeared battered, while Broly bore the marks of their skirmish as well. They locked eyes, and at that moment, Broly lunged forward once more. Throwing a punch, Vegeto raised his left fist to block it, but Broly did not relent, following up with another strike. Vegeto tilted his head to evade, then surged toward Broly, aiming to grasp his neck once again. Broly deftly evaded the attack and delivered a powerful kick towards Gogeta. Caught off guard, Gogeta swiftly withdrew his left arm to block Broly's strike, while simultaneously launching a ki blast from his right hand straight at Broly. In a fluid motion, Broly brought his hands together, successfully deflecting the ki blast, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent dust and debris soaring into the air. From a distance, Gogeta observed the aftermath of the explosion. Patiently waiting for the smoke to clear, revealing Broly's silhouette, a smile crept across Broly's face as a crimson light flickered in his eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged toward Gogeta. Delivering an uppercut that sent Gogeta hurtling through the air, Broly leapt after him, ready to strike again, but Gogeta retaliated with a ki wave. Broly swiftly dodged, conjuring a massive ki blast aimed at Gogeta. However, Gogeta, unable to evade in time, swept the ki blast aside with a kick. In an instant, Broly teleported behind Gogeta, wrapping his arms around him and plummeting towards the ground like a shooting star. The impact was monumental, shattering the earth and creating a vast chasm. Immediately after, Broly reappeared in midair, gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a colossal energy wave towards the spot where Gogeta had fallen. The explosion was deafening, sending shards of rock flying and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, causing the entire realm of the Kais to tremble. As the tremor subsided, onlookers turned their attention to the epicenter of the blast, where Gogeta, battered yet determined, struggled to rise, gasping for breath after such a fierce confrontation. Broly, too, was slightly winded, yet a grin spread across his face. Good, very good. It appears it is time to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Broly concentrated a significant amount of energy in his palm, while Gogeta unleashed a Super Kamehameha in response. The resultant explosion was immense, shrouding both fighters in a veil of dust. Soon, as the haze dispersed, Broly stood on the ground, tattered yet upright, while Gogeta lay defeated. Witnessing the conclusion of the battle, the crowd rushed forward, and Gogeta, having split apart, received senzu beans from everyone present. I never expected we would lose. Son Goku remarked, but I will surpass you one day. I will challenge you with my own strength. Vegeta, with a huff, turned his head away. Very well. I eagerly await your challenge, Broly replied with a smile. Following this, everyone bid farewell to the Kaioshin and departed from their realm, each going their separate ways. Chapter 58. Breakthrough. After his battle with Gogeta, Broly exchanged pleasantries with Bulma, Android 18, and Kairatsu before retreating into his ring world for seclusion. The fight had yielded immense insights into his power, yet he recognized that, in his current state, challenging Whis would be utterly futile. He would surely face defeat every time. Thus, he resolved to train rigorously once more, striving to reach the true God realm, which would grant him the potential to contend with Whis. For the next 6 months, Broly engaged in an intense and relentless training regimen. With each passing day, his understanding of his own strength deepened, yet the elusive true God realm remained just out of reach. Despite feeling he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he continually fell short, trapped in a frustrating stagnation. One fateful day, after yet another unsuccessful attempt to ascend to the true God realm, he felt a surge of anxiety and restlessness. Prompting him to exit the ring, he decided to spend the next few days with Bulma and 18, as he had neglected to accompany them since the onset of his training. Upon emerging, Broly was greeted with excitement by Bulma, Android 18, and Kayate. They inquired, "Broly, have you made a breakthrough? Why are you out so soon?" With a wry smile, Broly replied, "It's not that simple. While I have gained a deeper understanding of my power, advancing further remains elusive. I was feeling quite restless these past few days, so I thought I would spend some time with you. I truly apologize for neglecting you." Bulma and the others, understanding his predicament, gently reassured him, "Do not speak like that. As long as you remember us, that is enough. Since you cannot break through at the moment, let us take a stroll to clear your mind." With that, they each took hold of Broly, and Kaiatsu playfully draped herself over him as they ventured out to explore for the following days. Broly accompanied Bulma and her friends on various excursions. One day, they arrived at a picturesque area surrounded by mountains, serene and untouched by human presence. After setting up their tents and preparing supplies, Bulma and 18 set out to gather ingredients, while Broly quietly admired the cascading waterfall and the azure sky, his heart filled with tranquility as he immersed himself in the beauty of the landscape. He remained oblivious to the subtle changes within him. When Bulma and the others returned, they noticed Broly lost in contemplation. Just as they were about to call him, 18 held them back, sensing a surge of power emanating from Broly. She understood that he might be on the brink of a breakthrough and urged the others to remain silent. As they quietly watched and silently prayed for him, that moment, Broly's consciousness drifted into an expansive, boundless realm where fiery red and golden green intertwined. He felt as though he had entered the primordial chaos of the universe, where colors mingled without pattern, devoid of the formidable barriers he had envisioned. Instead, he experienced boundless expansion and breakthrough potential. Time lost meaning as the two colors harmoniously interwove, guiding Broly's heart into a state of clarity, while his power surged ever higher. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. As if something had snapped, that Broly's aura transformed dramatically, his entire power retracting within him. Bulma and the others. Broly appeared as if he had become an ordinary person devoid of strength. That moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Noticing the concerned expressions of Bulma, 18, and Kaiatsu nearby, he approached them with a calm demeanor. "What is it?" "Do not worry. I merely felt something profound." 18 scrutinized him for a moment before asking, "Broly, how long have you been in this state?" Broly replied, "Not long. I believe it felt like just a moment." Bulma interjected, "A moment? You've been like this for nearly half a day. If 18 hadn't said you were on the verge of a breakthrough and advised us not to disturb you, I would have sent Kaiatsu to fetch you long ago." Embarrassed, Broly scratched his head and said, "I apologize for causing you concern. Now, let's get to cooking. I am famished." The group enjoyed a delightful meal together, spending the night in that idyllic setting before returning home. Before long, a year had passed. During this time, Broly's power had continually surged since his breakthrough into the true God realm, and his realm had risen proportionately. Broly had now reached the late stage of true God. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta had also intensified their training, with Goku achieving Super Saiyan God status and Vegeta, spurred by Goku's progress, entering the initial stage of Super Saiyan God. Today, everyone gathered at Broly's home, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the deities. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Broly, you and the people of Earth can come to the Kaioshin realm. I and Beerus await your arrival." Broly sprang to his feet, and Goku stepped forward. "Are the gods of destruction here?" Broly nodded. "They are currently at the Kaioshin realm. The message just arrived. They are waiting for us." With that, Broly and his family, along with Goku and the others, instantaneously transported to the Kaioshin realm. There, the old Kaioshin and the current Kaioshin stood respectfully before Beerus and Whis. Whis smiled. "Ah, you have arrived, those who have attained the true God realm. Very well. Now that you are here, let us commence." Broly looked at Whis and inquired, "Before we begin our match, could you reveal your true identity?" Whis chuckled, his eyes betraying no emotion. Once you defeat me, I shall disclose everything. Broly nodded, and an overwhelming aura surged around him. His hair abruptly transformed into a deep brown, cascading down to his waist. A crimson tail fluttered behind him, while bolts of lightning intermittently crackled around his form, revealing intricate red tattoos that adorned his body. His confident gaze met Whis'. Whis, with a solemn expression, regarded Broly, as his own aura began to escalate, a terrifying presence enveloping him, causing the very space around him to ripple. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. The mightiest warrior, Broly, versus Whis, who would emerge triumphant. Chapter 59. Broly versus Whis. Broly too adopted a grave demeanor, his battle instincts igniting within him, brimming with excitement. Come forth, let me witness the true strength of the God of Destruction's teacher, he bellowed, launching himself into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Whis. Yet Whis merely pointed his staff gently into the void before him. Instantly enveloping himself in a protective barrier, Broly's fist collided with the barrier, generating powerful ripples of energy, and with a resounding crack, the shield shattered. A torrent of force surged toward Whis, who swiftly retreated, his staff once again summoning the barrier. As the protective dome reformed, Whis swiftly struck again, channeling a colossal force toward Broly. The ensuing collision of powers resulted in a thunderous boom, both forces nullifying each other in a spectacular display of energy. Broly, undeterred, shouted fiercely, his form flickering as he appeared above Whis, executing a devastating downward kick. With a resounding crash, his tremendous kick impacted the barrier, sending Whis crashing into the ground, the barrier fracturing under the strain. While the earth around them crumbled and cracked, Whis emerged from the abyss, gazing at Broly with newfound respect. Indeed, you are formidable. Your power nearly surpasses mine. Yet, if I do not take this seriously, I may soon find myself defeated. He retracted his staff, an infinite and terrifying aura emanating from his being. This is more like it. This is where the excitement begins. Sensing the shift in Whis' energy, Broly grew vigilant, realizing their auras were now closely matched. While Broly's power had recently surged, Whis had long since mastered this realm of strength, his familiarity with it far exceeding Broly's. Whis advanced his form instantly before Broly, unleashing a punch that reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. Broly's expression shifted as he braced himself. This seemingly ordinary punch was imbued with astonishing speed. Instantly, he conjured an energy shield around himself. With a resounding impact, Whis' fist struck the shield, causing the surrounding space to tremble, and the barrier shattered. A tremendous force barreled toward Broly, who clasped his hands together, managing to block the attack, though he was forced to retreat significantly. Broly, I never anticipated that after 3 years. Your strength would surpass mine. Yet your control over this power is still lacking compared to mine, so I'm confident of victory, Whis proclaimed, vanishing from sight, reappearing beside Broly, his fist glowing with a destructive aura as he struck out. Broly snorted disdainfully, retaliating with a powerful punch of his own, exhilaration coursing through him. As long as you cannot defeat me with a single blow, my mastery over this power will only deepen as our battle rages on. I shall not yield to you. With a resounding clash, their fists met, unleashing a cataclysmic force that caused the ground to sink dramatically. The devastation mirrored that of the aftermath of the battle between Super Saiyan Gogeta and his foe. The two warriors separated momentarily, only to collide again, the ferocity of their battle sending shockwaves throughout the planet. In an instant, Broly teleported before Whis, delivering a punch imbued with cataclysmic energy, which responded by raising his leg to intercept, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the surrounding space. Broly then pivoted, delivering a kick toward Whis, who countered with a swift punch of his own, creating a cacophony of sound as their limbs collided. The fabric of space trembled and fractured, a massive void forming in their wake, while a tempest of spatial energy surged forth, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. Yet, as they clashed, the storm was dispersed into nothingness. As the space began to mend itself, their battle continued unabated, each collision fracturing the very essence of their surroundings. With a deafening crash, Whis and Broly's fists collided once more, and they momentarily separated. The space they had ravaged finally catching its breath and beginning to heal. With a shared glance, they felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from one another. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Both warriors assuming their stances, ready for the impending storm of battle. In unison, they charged, their fists meeting with a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the cosmos. The very fabric of space quaked under the weight of their confrontation, shattering and mending in a relentless cycle as they unleashed their full might. Once again, a thunderous noise erupted as Whiss's fist collided with Broly's in a fierce exchange. Subsequently, with a flick of his left hand, Whiss conjured a radiant crimson light, shaping it into a sharp lightsaber, which he swung towards Broly. Observing the impending strike, Broly swiftly evaded, conjuring an orange energy sphere in his right hand and hurling it at Whiss. Instead of dodging, Whiss directed his lightsaber to cleave downward at the energy sphere. However, Broly instantaneously closed the distance, launching a kick toward Whiss. With a deft sidestep, Whiss narrowly avoided the attack, but Broly was quick to unleash another energy sphere from his left hand. Whiss, caught off guard, could not react in time to wield his lightsaber again. Instead, he clasped his hands together in defense, shielding himself from the energy blast. The impact resonated with a loud bang, yet it did not explode, creating an opening in Whiss's defenses as he leaned back slightly. A smirk curled at the corners of Broly's mouth as he materialized right before Whiss, delivering a powerful punch that struck true, sending Whiss hurtling backward. In a flash, Broly accelerated, closing in on the flying Whiss and elbowing him fiercely in the abdomen. Following that, he seized Whiss's leg and, with a vigorous motion, hurled him to the ground, resulting in a thunderous crash, dust billowing forth, and the earth cracking under the force, forming a massive pit. Whiss quickly emerged from the crater, charging at Broly with remarkable speed. He barreled toward Broly. The latter readied his fists, engaging in a whirlwind of punches and kicks that created a flurry of phantom images, their strikes colliding with fierce intensity. The very fabric of space trembled as their blows reverberated, producing a cacophony of sonic booms. The onlookers, enthralled by the ferocity of the battle, felt the thrill of witnessing such a monumental clash. Broly, will he be all right? Bulma expressed her concern, watching the fierce confrontation unfold. Android 18 grasped Bulma's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, he will be fine." Following a series of intense exchanges, both combatants momentarily retreated. Broly bore numerous imprints of fists upon his skin, while Whiss's once splendid attire lay tattered, adorned with various wounds. After a brief standoff, Broly surged forward once more, throwing a punch. Whiss intercepted with his left hand, yet Broly pressed on with another strike. Whiss deftly deflected Broly's fist and swiftly closed the distance, aiming to grasp Broly's neck. Broly, with a slight pivot, narrowly evaded the grasp, countering by reaching for Whiss's neck. Whiss, noticing the movement, quickly retreated. Broly, seizing the opportunity, launched an energy blast towards the retreating Whiss. Whiss clasped his hands together, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed him in a fiery inferno. The dust settled. Whiss's figure gradually reemerged, appearing somewhat disheveled yet unharmed. The battle raged on, escalating in ferocity as the two warriors clashed with unrelenting power, causing the earth to fracture, mountains to crumble, and the very space around them to tremble. In mere moments, a colossal black hole, several hundred meters wide, formed at the center of their confrontation. In that instant, Whiss conjured another lightsaber, aiming a strike at Broly, who expertly dodged, retorting, "Do not think you're the only one capable of such a maneuver." With that, Broly summoned an orange lightsaber of his own, launching an attack at Whiss. "Indeed, you're quite the combat genius, having learned so quickly," Whiss remarked as their lightsabers clashed, producing a sound akin to the ringing of fine iron the moment of impact. Both warriors simultaneously unleashed their left hands toward each other, resulting in a cataclysmic wave of energy that shattered the surrounding space. Though the fabric of reality attempted to mend itself, it was quickly overwhelmed by the destructive force of their conflict. As their battle intensified, the sound of their lightsabers clashing echoed through the air, and Broly, utilizing instant transmission, appeared above Whiss, bringing his lightsaber down with ferocity. Whis, with a swift motion of his right hand, parried the strike, the surrounding space fracturing as fierce winds whipped around them, sending their hair flying in a flash. Broly unleashed a punch with his left hand, striking Whis in the abdomen, sending him flying backward for over 100 meters before he regained his footing. Determined not to grant Whis a moment's respite, Broly executed instant transmission once more, appearing right in front of Whis and delivering another kick. Whis barely managed to block, but Broly followed up with a punch that sent Whis careening through the air. As Whis was about to be propelled away, Broly closed in again, striking Whis's abdomen with a powerful blow. He then grasped Whis's legs, forcefully hurling him into the sky, and instantly followed, delivering a crushing blow with both fists that sent Whis plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash, causing the earth to erupt and fissures to form. Subsequently, Broly conjured a large energy sphere in his palm and hurled it towards the newly formed chasm, followed by a barrage of energy blasts raining down relentlessly. The ground shook with each explosion, rocks flying in every direction. And now, I present you with a grand finale, Broly declared, summoning a massive orange energy sphere in his palm and launching it with tremendous force. The ensuing explosion resonated through the cosmos, shaking the entire realm of the Kais. As the tremor subsided and the dust cleared, Whis, albeit disheveled, emerged from the chasm, exclaiming, "I concede, I did not anticipate your immense power. Your mastery over strength is truly extraordinary to have pushed me to such a state. You are the strongest in this universe. Now, I shall uphold my end of the bargain and reveal my identity." Whis added, his demeanor calm. Broly, having regained his composure, patiently awaited Whis's explanation. "I am the emissary of order in this universe, tasked with maintaining the proper functioning of this world," Whis stated, his tone measured. "Emissary of order? Thank you for the clarification. I also recognize that you have not exerted your full strength. Until we meet again, I hope to compel you to unleash your true power, utilizing your authority over the rules." Broly replied before he and the others swiftly departed the realm of the Kais. Whis merely smiled and nodded before departing alongside Beerus. Chapter 61. A Divine Reunion Upon Returning to Earth. Everyone exchanged farewells before parting ways. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, inspired by the epic duel between Broly and Whis, immersed themselves in relentless training. 2 years passed since the conclusion of Broly and Whis's battle. One evening, after engaging in combat with Bulma and Android 18, both women succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Just as Broly was about to join them in slumber, a wave of disorientation washed over him. To his astonishment, he found himself in a strangely familiar space. This place feels oddly familiar. This is the realm of that old deity. Why has he summoned me again? He pondered. Right, last time he kicked me in the backside. I ought to settle the score now that I possess such formidable strength. With that thought, he began scanning the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of the old as Broly indulged in his excitement. The old deity's figure materialized before him, followed by a sharp knock on Broly's head. "You foolish boy, with your meager strength, do you think you can seek revenge? You will need to wait several billion years for that," the deity remarked, observing Broly with an air of amusement. Rubbing his aching head, Broly retorted, "Old man, I was merely contemplating. You needn't take it so seriously. Besides, why have you summoned me here again?" "Well, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely require your assistance with a task. There will be rewards, of course, so what do you say?" The old deity coaxed, his tone mischievous. Upon hearing the promise of benefits, Broly's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. "I would be honored to assist you in whatever you require, and I assure you, I will not disappoint." The deity, pleased with Broly's respectful attitude, replied, "We shall discuss the matter shortly. First, let us address your strength. Do you believe you have become quite powerful?" With confidence and a hint of pride, Broly replied, "Absolutely. While I may not stand a chance against you at this moment, I am on the verge of becoming #1 in the Dragon Ball universe. My power is undeniable. This is not mere boasting. I believe you should be aware that I had a confrontation with a fellow named Wei. Although he refrained from employing his rule power against me, I managed to summon only 80% of my combat prowess, yet I was still able to defeat him. This surely indicates that I possess considerable strength. It is commendable to have such confidence, but one must not become complacent. Now, let me convey the purpose of my visit. In fact, it was inspired by our divine observations of the Dragon Ball universe, particularly the existence of a martial arts tournament known as the World Martial Arts Championship. We in the divine realm aspire to host a similar event, with participants selected by us deities. The competitors will consist of individuals you may already be familiar with, the god calmly stated. Upon hearing that the divine realm intends to organize a martial arts tournament, Broly's warrior instincts ignited, and he eagerly inquired, "Who are the participants? Can you give me a glimpse of the roster?" The god, gazing at Broly with satisfaction, replied, "The list of participants is not yet finalized, but there are some names you may recognize. Among those tentatively confirmed are the deity Yahweh from the Western celestial realm, the fallen angel Lucifer, as well as figures from Greek mythology such as Zeus, the earth mother Gaia, and the sky god Uranus, along with Poseidon, Hades, and others. These are the representatives from the Western pantheon. In contrast, our Eastern celestial realm boasts figures such as the primordial supreme being, the master of heaven, the saints of the three pure ones, their teacher Hongjun Laozu, alongside the Buddha, the progenitor dragon of the dragon clan, and the mythical Kuanpong, as well as Tai, Emperor Xin Yuan, and Shi Yu among many others. And as for my selection, it is none other than you. Upon hearing these familiar names, Broly's blood surged with excitement as he exclaimed, "When does it begin? I can hardly wait. Do not rush to your current strength. You would only be able to contend with a few individuals. If you aspire to claim victory, the odds are not in your favor. Therefore, I wish for you to traverse other dimensions to hone your skills that I aim for you to fully integrate and master your own rule power, which will provide you with a fighting chance against them. Time is still on your side, as the event is set to occur 3 years hence." The god remarked indifferently, "Will my strength truly grow by venturing into other dimensions?" Broly inquired, filled with curiosity. "By sending you to other dimensions, I believe you have yet to grasp your rule power that if you enter world with lower combat levels, your presence will disrupt their balance, thereby attracting the attention of the dimension's overseer. Should you defeat him and take his place, you will acquire his rule power. Although it may be of a lower caliber, by traversing multiple worlds, your rule power will progressively refine and strengthen. Afterwards, return to your current Dragon Ball universe and conquer its overseer to absorb its rule power. This way, your rule power will become complete, enabling you to stand shoulder to shoulder with those familiar figures." The god elaborated to Broly, "Then grant me the ability to traverse dimensions at will, but I wish to bring my beloved along." Broly stipulated, "This is feasible. Draw out the overseer of that world. There are 2 conditions. First, you must assume the role of the original protagonist of that world and complete the storyline. You may alter the plot, but it must be concluded. Second, after completing the storyline, your strength must exceed that of the overseer by a significant margin. Only then can you unleash your full power to attract the overseer's attention. You understand, you troublesome rascal?" Broly nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "This means I can pursue my beloved while simultaneously enhancing my strength. What a splendid arrangement. Now, I shall bestow this ability upon the ring I have given you, and then you may return. I hope that when we meet again in 3 years, you will not disappoint me." Broly solemnly affirmed, "Rest assured, old man, I will not let you down, for I am the strongest." The god nodded in satisfaction, then granted Broly the ability to traverse dimensions freely. The function has been added. With each overseer you defeat, your strength will increase. I trust you will seize this opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Broly vanished from that space, and the god's figure gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Broly returned to his original realm, still cradling the 2 women in his arms, yet his heart brimmed with excitement as he contemplated which world to explore first. Eventually drifting into slumber. Chapter 62. Approaching the next world the following morning, Broly awoke early and gently roused the 2 women. They exchanged shy glances, their cheeks flushed. "You go out first," Broly chuckled, stepping outside as the 2 women slowly followed. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Broly gathered Bulma, Android 18, and Shiwara, stating, "Please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." The 3 women, curious, replied, "What is it you wish to speak to us about?" I am planning to venture into other dimensional realms, and I would like to know if you would be willing to accompany me on this adventure, Broly inquired. Other dimensional realms, so we can explore different worlds? The three women exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, my objectives for this journey are twofold. First, to challenge the overseers of these worlds. Defeating them will allow me to absorb their rule power, enabling me to wield it thereafter. The second purpose is to take you along for some enjoyable exploration. What do you think? Will you join me? Broly pressed. Absolutely. Experiencing the styles of other worlds sounds delightful. They responded eagerly. However, Bulma interjected, that sounds nice. But I suspect you have a third motive, seeking out beautiful women in other realms. You notorious cosmic lecher. Android 18's eyes widened in realization as she regarded Broly. Broly, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at Bulma and Android 18. Internally lamenting, Bulma truly seems to know my every thought. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward calm, retorting, Hey Bulma, is it appropriate to speak of your husband in such a manner? Be cautious, or I might just have to punish you tonight. Bulma's face turned crimson, and Android 18's cheeks reddened slightly as well. Bulma continued, having spent so much time with you, we know you well. However, we understand that we may not always be able to meet your needs. So we won't meddle in your pursuit of other women. But remember, no matter how many women you have, you must never forsake us. Broly felt a surge of warmth as he gazed affectionately at Bulma and Android 18, exclaiming, rest assured, no matter how many women I may have in the future, you two will always hold a special place in my heart. Now that you are all informed, go ahead and prepare. We will set out for other worlds in 3 days. The three women joyfully leaped in excitement. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Bulma, Android 18, and Shuera embarked on a shopping spree, filling Broly's ring with their newly acquired treasures. Are you all set? Broly asked. Yes, we are ready. By the way, how long will we be away? Bulma inquired. At a minimum of 3 years, and possibly up to 5, as we will be visiting multiple worlds, which will require additional time. Broly explained. Got it. I'll let my parents know that we're off on an adventure, Bulma announced, hurrying to bid farewell to her family. All set. I've informed everyone that we're off to explore the universe, she declared. Broly nodded. All right. Please step into my ring space for now. I'll let you out once we arrive. Upon concluding his words, he swiftly summoned the three women into the confines of his spatial ring. Subsequently, Broly activated the dimensional transit function bestowed upon him by the Divine Ring, preparing to embark on a journey to another realm. Chapter 1. An encounter with Luffy. Let us venture into the world of One Piece, to behold Luffy and his comrades. With this thought firmly in mind, Broly made his choice and stepped directly into the dimensional portal, which flickered momentarily before vanishing from sight. Underneath the azure sky, vast oceans stretched endlessly, while seagulls soared freely in the that moment. A band of pirates led by a rather rotund and unattractive woman named Alrita was in the midst of plundering a merchant vessel. Just then, a dazzling portal materialized in the sky, and a tall, muscular figure emerged from it. Observing the scene of the overweight woman directing her crew in the act of robbery, he could not help but chuckle. Oh, what impeccable timing! This seems to be a scene right out of the first episode of One Piece. Quite splendid indeed. Surely, that barrel where Luffy resides must be within that passenger ship. How delightful to finally meet this man destined to become the Pirate King. However, it appears you have been relishing your time without me. But now that I have arrived, the title of Pirate King shall undoubtedly belong to me. Ha ha! With these thoughts, Broly instantaneously transported himself onto the passenger ship, making his way into the cargo hold to locate Luffy's barrel. In no time, he found the barrel, exclaiming with glee, Aha! I have found it! Let me witness the legendary protagonist, Luffy. He then wielded his lightsaber to shatter the barrel. As the barrel broke apart, Luffy, just as depicted in the original tale, erupted with laughter as he emerged. However, upon witnessing Luffy's seemingly foolish grin, Broly felt a wave of irritation and interjected, Hey, enough with the laughter. Do you not realize how unpleasant your laughter is? To this, Luffy replied, Who are you? I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Oh, is that so? Do you possess the strength to back up such a claim? Broly retorted dismissively, Humph. This is my lifelong dream. I would gladly face death for it. Are you questioning my abilities? Shall we have a contest? However, should you lose, you must join me as my companion. Luffy declared it. Oh, you are quite confident, are you? If you lose, you will serve as my subordinate. It seems your fate as my underling is sealed. Come, let me see what you are truly capable of with that gum fruit. With a flick of his fingers, Broly beckoned Luffy to come forth. Just as Luffy was about to engage, the pirates who had been robbing the ship arrived, intending to seize both him and Broly. However, they were swiftly intimidated by the overwhelming power exhibited by the two, scattering in fright and reporting back to the grotesque Alrita. Upon receiving the news, Alrita hurried to the scene. When Broly laid eyes on Alrita once more, he felt an overwhelming urge to retch. In an instant, he unleashed a punch, sending a shockwave that struck Alrita, causing her to be thrown backward. After this incident, Broly turned to Luffy and said, "Come, the nuisances have been dealt with." Luffy charged forward, throwing a punch at Broly, who effortlessly blocked it with a single finger, remarking, "Your speed is far too slow, and your strength pales in comparison." With that, he flicked Luffy's forehead, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, Luffy flew several meters before crashing to the ground, rendered unable to continue the fight. Observing Luffy sprawled on the ground, Broly instantaneously appeared before him and fed him a senzu bean. Saying, "So, what say you? Do you concede?" Luffy rose to his feet, grinning. "I didn't expect you to be this formidable. From now on, you shall be my captain. But tell me, how are you so powerful? Will you train me to become stronger?" Chuckling, Broly replied, "First, find yourself a ship. Let us depart quickly. The Marines will soon arrive, and I wish to avoid trouble." Thus, just as in the original tale, Luffy secured a small boat, and together with Broly and his acquaintance, Kobe, they set sail. Meanwhile, Broly gazed back at the ship they had just collided with, smirking. "Nami, we shall meet again soon." On board the vessel, Broly expressed his desire to explore the Grand Line, igniting great excitement in Luffy, who urged Broly to seek out companions that adhere to the storyline. Broly, guided by Kobe, made his way to the Navy's base to recruit his first ally, Zoro. Chapter 2. The joining of Zoro, the small boat drifted across the sea. And before long, Broly, Luffy, and Kobe arrived at the Navy base where Roronoa Zoro was imprisoned. The trio disembarked, their spirits soaring as they shouted, "At last, we have arrived at the Navy base." They then proceeded towards the base. However, as they walked, Kobe attempted to dissuade Broly and Luffy from their quest to find Zoro. Broly, unperturbed, continued onward, while Luffy remarked, "We don't have to insist on having him join us. We must first ascertain whether he is a good person." Kobe, raising his voice, retorted, "Luffy, what are you joking about? How could he possibly be a good person? He was captured precisely because he is a criminal." At this juncture, Broly interjected, "Luffy, find out if Zoro is indeed held in this Navy base." Upon hearing this, Luffy approached a fruit vendor, took a piece of fruit, and began to eat. The vendor, noticing this, stepped out and, after Luffy tossed him a belly, inquired, "Is there a fellow named Zoro in this base?" The passers-by, upon hearing the name, quickly recoiled in fear, and Kobe, observing this, whispered, "It seems we cannot mention Zoro's name here." Broly, glancing around, said, "Luffy, let us proceed to the Navy base and see for ourselves." The trio continued their journey toward the Navy base. As they advanced, Kobe informed Broly and Luffy that the commander of the Navy base was a man named Monka. Upon mentioning Monka's name, the townspeople similarly recoiled in fear, just as they had with Zoro's name. Kobe found this peculiar, while Luffy found the townsfolk amusing. Broly, being aware of the storyline, understood the reason behind their reactions and remained silent. The three of them reached the entrance of the Navy base, where Luffy swiftly climbed the wall to get a better view. Kobe followed suit. Soon, Luffy shouted, "Captain, I see him! Zoro is here, but he is bound to a post in the courtyard." Broly nodded, levitating gently into the air to observe. There he saw a figure adorned with a green bandana, head bowed, bound by ropes to a stake, exuding an air of rebellion and pride. Broly recognized him as Zoro, the first person to join Luffy in the original story, albeit a notorious directionally challenged individual. Broly instructed Luffy to untie Zoro, but Kobe vehemently opposed. I could see that moment. Zoro noticed Broly and the others, tauntingly remarking, "Hey, you lot are quite the eyesore. Get lost." Broly merely scoffed dismissively, while Kobe urged caution, warning against reckless actions. Just then, a young girl arrived with a ladder, climbing over the wall to deliver homemade rice balls to Zoro, who coldly rejected her offering. I could see that moment. Monka's son approached the girl, snatched one of the rice balls, and consumed it. Finding it unpalatable, he dropped the rice ball to the ground, trampling it underfoot. The girl, witnessing this, welled up with tears as Monka's son ordered the Marines to throw her over the wall. Seeing the girl tossed out, Broly sprang into action, swiftly catching her before gently placing her down, wiping away her tears, and softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Thank you, I'm fine," the girl replied gratefully, looking up at Broly. Meanwhile, Zoro was seething with anger, but Monka's son laughed heartily, saying, "I didn't expect you to have such resilience. You've lasted until now." "Humph. I can endure for a whole month," Zoro retorted defiantly. "Then do your best." Monka's son laughed as he and his companions departed. Upon witnessing that the little girl was unharmed, Broly remarked, "Luffy, why don't you go check on Zoro?" Upon hearing this, Luffy swiftly vaulted over the wall and approached Zoro. You're still here?" Zoro exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "Being tied up for display like this? If I hadn't eaten for 3 days, I would have starved to death." Luffy declared, "Humph, that is where we differ. I will absolutely survive." Zoro asserted with unwavering determination. "What a peculiar fellow," Luffy mused, and with a wave of his hand, he prepared to leave that moment. Zoro requested Luffy's assistance in retrieving the rice balls that the girl had made, which had been trampled by Monka's son. Despite his surprise, Luffy complied and picked up the rice balls, feeding them to Zoro. Afterward, Luffy returned to Broly's side, and together they escorted the little girl home. Along the way, Luffy informed her that Zoro had consumed the rice balls, which delighted her. However, Kobe expressed his confusion, remarking, "It seems Kobe is not as bad as the rumors suggest." Upon hearing this, the little girl grew displeased and introduced herself as Jelly. She then explained the reason behind Zoro's capture, which left Kobe feeling quite moved. As Broly and the others arrived at the hotel run by Jelly's mother, an irritating voice echoed from within. The 4 of them entered, and upon stepping inside, Broly's eyes lit up, for he spotted Nami there as well. He thought to himself, what a coincidence to encounter her here, just as Broly contemplated whether to approach Nami. A shrill laughter pierced the air. "Yahaha! Such dull days. Let us execute Zoro tomorrow. I hope everyone comes to watch." Broly's temper flared, as his train of thought had been interrupted, leaving him in a foul mood. "Luffy, throw that guy out. Such a person only creates noise," Broly said irritably to Luffy. Upon hearing this, Luffy dashed forward and delivered a punch that sent Monka's son, Barumabur, flying against the wall, crashing down, glowering at Luffy. Barumabur vowed, "Just you wait, I'm going to tell my dad and have you executed." With that, he scurried away to that moment. Luffy resolved to recruit Zoro and asked Broly for his opinion. Broly nodded in agreement. And after ensuring Jelly and her mother were settled, they left the hotel and returned to the spot where Zoro was bound. Before departing, Broly cast a lingering glance at Nami. "Luffy, go retrieve Zoro's sword." "I will speak with him," Broly instructed. Zoro's sword was likely taken by Monka's son, Barumabur, Broly stated nonchalantly. Luffy acknowledged and ventured into the military base, while Broly approached Zoro. "Zoro, I'm here to invite you to join my crew for an adventure in the Grand Line." Broly said casually, "Don't dream. I want to go with you. Don't waste your effort," Zoro retorted. Broly chuckled. "I know you are a master swordsman. How about this? I've sent Luffy to fetch your sword. Once you have it back, let us have a duel. If you lose, you will join us on our journey to the Grand Line. What do you say?" After contemplating, Zoro nodded in agreement. Broly smiled. "Very well. Let me free you from these ropes. Barumabur has declared he will execute you tomorrow." As he spoke, Broly approached Zoro, grasped the ropes, and with a firm tug, severed them, liberating Zoro. That moment, Luffy was searching for Barumabur and heard a commotion from the other side of a tall building. Using his rubber abilities, he leaped over, but overexerted himself, colliding with a statue Monka had constructed, which shattered upon impact. Luffy then spotted Barumabur and swiftly seized him, fleeing the scene, enraged by the destruction of his statue. Monka ordered his men to pursue Luffy. Soon, Luffy learned from Barumabur about the whereabouts of Zoro's sword. He then located the sword and sprinted toward Broly. As Luffy approached Broly and the others with the sword in hand, Monka and his men confronted them. Upon seeing Broly and Zoro together, Monka commanded his men to open fire on them. Broly regarded the toy-like weapons wielded by the Navy with disdain. Smirking, he instructed Zoro to step behind him. And as gunfire erupted, Zoro looked on in astonishment while the Navy personnel gazed at Broly in fear. Broly, unimpressed by Monka, who bore a steel jaw and wielded an axe, scoffed and swiftly appeared before Monka. With a mere touch, Monka collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Luffy arrived, exhilarated, exclaiming, "Captain, that was incredible. When will you teach me how to do that?" Broly, shaking his head at Luffy's enthusiasm, handed Zoro his sword and asked, "Now that you have your sword back, do you still wish to duel?" Zoro shook his head, stating, "You are strong, but I will surpass you one day. I will join your crew as promised." The Navy personnel, witnessing Monka's downfall, cheered loudly. Following a hearty meal at Jelly's hotel, Broly and his companions departed, while Kobe, with Luffy's assistance, became a member of the Navy in the third chapter. First encounter with Nami and her joining. The three departed the Navy base by ship. Meanwhile, at a distant point in the sea, Nami cleverly lured 3 bumbling pirates from the Buggy Pirates onto her small vessel. While the pirates were preoccupied with a treasure chest she had prepared, Nami stealthily boarded their ship and sailed away. That moment, Broly and his companions were sailing smoothly with the ocean breeze. Broly knew they were about to encounter the Buggy Pirates, where he would finally meet Nami, filling him with a sense of excitement. In the original story, Zoro accidentally knocked Luffy's hat off, prompting Luffy to chase after it, which had been caught by a bird, using his rubber bounce. However, he ended up stuck in the bird's beak and was carried away. "Zoro, paddle over here and catch up with me. I'll keep an eye on Luffy," Broly instructed, using his aerial techniques to pursue Luffy, while Zoro frantically rowed his boat after them. Before long, Luffy was taken by the bird to a small town where Buggy was located. As Luffy fell from the bird's beak, he landed right in front of the Buggy Pirates, who were chasing after Nami. Broly descended from the sky, landing before Nami, who upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Captain, you came to save me." Broly was momentarily taken aback by her words, realizing they were originally meant for Luffy. But before he could respond, Nami turned to flee, saying, "Sorry, I'll leave this to you." The Buggy Pirates, believing Broly to be Nami's captain, abandoned their pursuit of her to capture him instead. As Nami escaped to the rooftops, she looked back, still concerned for Broly's safety. Broly turned, disdainfully surveying the pirates. With a casual motion, he unleashed a punch, creating a powerful shockwave that knocked the pirates to the ground and rendered them immobile. Seeing this, Nami's mouth fell open in surprise as she exclaimed, "Amazing! You're incredibly strong. You took care of them so easily." As Luffy fell from the sky and landed beside Broly, he gazed at him in admiration. "Oh, so it's you. By the way, what is your name?" Although Broly was aware of the situation, he pretended to inquire, since it was their first encounter, that "I am a thief specializing in stealing pirate treasures." "My name is Nami." She asked, "So, are you interested in teaming up with me?" "I have no interest," Broly replied with a teasing tone, then turned as if to leave. That moment, Luffy's stomach let out a loud growl, prompting him to exclaim, "Captain, I'm so hungry." Nami quickly interjected, "Let me treat you to some food." Broly nodded in agreement, and together with Luffy and Nami, they set off. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Clown Buggy, he asked, "Haven't we caught the thief yet?" "We are currently pursuing them with all our might," replied a subordinate named Loro. Buggy, fuming, questioned, "How could the navigation chart be stolen so easily?" Loro, trembling with fear, explained, "We were about to set sail for the Grand Line." "Yes, Captain Buggy, but the person responsible for the chart accidentally lost the key." "What did you say?" Buggy shouted angrily, then issued an order for the immediate retrieval of the navigation chart, in an empty house not far away. Broly and Luffy were enjoying their meal. Though Broly knew that Nami was not from this town, He feigned curiosity and asked, "Do you live in such a large house?" "I am not from this town." Everyone fled in fear of Buggy. Nami replied, "Ha. Nami, what is your purpose as a thief who specializes in stealing pirate treasures?" Broly inquired with a smile that I aim to save up 100 million berries. Nami responded, "Why do you need so much money?" Luffy interjected, "That's a secret. With a navigation chart for the Grand Line, making 100 million is not just a dream." Nami explained that a navigation chart. "Are you a navigator?" Broly asked that I possess skills far superior to those of a mere navigator. Nami declared proudly, "Perfect. We are in need of a navigator. Would you join us?" Broly asked. "Really?" Nami responded, "Yes, indeed. We are heading to the Grand Line. I want to explore, while Luffy aims to become the Pirate King." Broly explained, "I refuse." Upon hearing Broly refer to Luffy as a pirate, Nami became angry, assuming Broly was also a pirate, and stormed off to the window. At that moment, members of Buggy's pirate crew were searching for Nami and her companions. Spotting them made Nami anxious, and she suddenly turned to Broly with a flash of inspiration that if you agree to one request, I might consider joining you as your navigator. Broly's lips curled into a smile. "Really? All right, we accept. What is your request?" "I want you to accompany me to find the clown Buggy, but you must be tied up for the journey." Nami said with a grin that, "Ha. Fine, we agree." Broly replied with a smile. Soon after, Nami returned with ropes, binding both Broly and Luffy before leading them to Buggy. Unlike the original story, upon encountering Buggy, Broly effortlessly broke free from his restraints and said, "Ha. We came here to meet you, and to eliminate you as well." Furious at Broly's words, Buggy commanded his subordinates to seize him. Broly, dismissively gazing at Buggy, casually threw an energy ball into the crowd, resulting in a loud explosion that sent smoke billowing everywhere. When the dust settled, all of Buggy's subordinates had vanished, and Buggy seized the opportunity to flee amid the chaos, while Broly intentionally allowed him to escape. Nami stood there, dazed, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Not far away, Zoro heard the explosion and rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, Buggy's subordinates, the Beast Master Machi and his beloved lion Ricky, along with the jester Kabeji, approached Buggy requesting to engage in battle. Buggy consented, and the trio made their way to confront Broly and his companions. Soon, Machi, his lion Ricky, and Kabeji arrived before Broly. "So, you are the ones who have offended the Buggy pirate crew?" Machi inquired. Broly glanced disdainfully at Machi and Kabeji, ignoring them entirely. In an instant, he appeared before Kabeji, pointing a finger that sent him crashing to the ground, gravely injured. He then swiftly moved to Machi and Ricky, inflicting the same fate upon them with a mere gesture. Nami, witnessing this spectacle, pinched herself to confirm she was not dreaming. Buggy, surprised by the swift defeat of his subordinates, remained confident in his fragmented devil fruit abilities. As Nami regained her senses, she told Broly she would leave to search for Buggy's treasure and the navigation chart for the Grand Line. Broly turned, gazing disdainfully at Buggy, whether he had hidden strength or not. To Broly, he was of no consequence. Buggy, incensed by Broly's gaze, suddenly detached his hand from his body and launched an attack. Broly effortlessly blocked the slow-moving appendage with a single finger. In an instant, he was before Buggy, delivering a punch that sent him flying into the sky. Luffy, witnessing the display, shouted in excitement, "So amazing!" Zoro could only chuckle wryly at the scene. Broly, Luffy, and Zoro awaited Nami, who soon arrived carrying a large bag. Upon seeing her, Broly proposed, "Nami, join us. Let us embark on an adventure together." After considering for a moment, Nami replied, "All right, but it will only be a collaborative relationship." The four then departed the town together, setting sail on their respective ships. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Usopp after sailing for a while, they finally spotted a tranquil island village. They navigated their ship towards the island and soon arrived, anchoring their vessel before disembarking. At that moment, Zoro suddenly grew vigilant, scanning the distant woods before warning Luffy, "Be careful, someone is nearby." Broly, recognizing that it was Usopp and three children playing pirate games, strolled casually to the side, hearing Zoro's warning. Luffy began to look around eagerly, asking, Where are they?" Just then, numerous projectiles whizzed past Luffy's feet, prompting him to jump around to evade the incoming attacks. Nami, witnessing this, quickly darted behind Broly for safety. When the onslaught ceased, a cluster of pirate flags adorned with skulls rose prominently from the trees on a small hill. Upon seeing the multitude of flags, Luffy exclaimed, "Yay, so many people!" Nami, clearly displeased, retorted, "You're still in the mood to admire others, Broly." Hearing her words, couldn't help but smiled at a voice then boomed from the distance. "I'm the captain of this village's pirate crew, Usopp. People respectfully refer to me as Captain Usopp. If you intend to attack this village, I suggest you leave now. My 800 million subordinates will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Luffy was greatly impressed and shouted, "So amazing!" Upon hearing Luffy's exclamation, Nami let out a resigned sigh, while Broly gazed at Luffy with a look of disbelief. Zoro also turned his head, rolling his eyes at Luffy, and Usopp, brimming with self-satisfaction, pointed a thumb at himself. Just then, unable to bear it any longer, Nami remarked, "This must all be a deception," to which Usopp, clutching his head in astonishment, exclaimed, "I've been exposed, see? He even admits it," Nami retorted. Meanwhile, Usopp, still holding his head, lamented, "I accidentally let it slip." Nami, observing Usopp's complaints, could only shake her head in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Luffy, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean it's a deception?" At that moment, Usopp, recovering from his shock, muttered, "You damn advisor," before adding, 80 million is an exaggeration, but I still command an elite crew." From the thicket of the forest, Onionhead and his two companions, upon hearing Usopp's words, immediately began waving their pirate flags in unison with his claims. Nami glanced over and remarked, "Is that a crew of only 3? Hearing her words, the 3 children panicked and leapt from their hiding spot. Exclaiming, "We've been seen," they discarded their flags and fled. Seeing them run, Usopp shouted in alarm, Hey, don't run away." At that moment, Nami stepped out from behind Broly and approached the spot where Luffy had been ambushed earlier. She picked up a hidden weapon from the sand, saying, "I've never heard of pirates using slingshots as weapons," and blew off the sand, revealing the marble's shape. In response, Luffy burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You really are amusing." Usopp, hearing this, angrily retorted, "You think so little of me? I have my dignity. It is precisely because of this dignity that everyone calls me Proud Usopp." As he spoke, he pulled a slingshot from his backpack, loaded it, and aimed it at Luffy. Broly, witnessing this, recognized it was time to bring this farce to an end that he walked toward Luffy, declaring, "Since you declared war on us, you must stake your life on it. I assure you, I am not merely trying to frighten you." Zoro, upon hearing Broly's words, glanced at him before turning to Usopp, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Luffy, with one hand pressing down on his hat, wore a serious expression, fixated on Usopp. Broly also regarded Usopp with a grave demeanor, and at that moment, an aura emanated from the 3, advancing toward Usopp, who began to tremble. Usopp, feeling the tension, faced the trio, his nerves overcoming him, and soon he collapsed to his knees, muttering, "What a terrifying presence! Truly formidable." Upon witnessing Usopp's submission, the others erupted in laughter, and Luffy approached him, asking, "Usopp, your father is Yasopp, isn't he?" Hearing Luffy mention his father's name, Usopp was taken aback and tumbled down the small hill. He quickly turned over and sat up, exclaiming, "He truly is my father. How did you know?" Luffy then pulled Usopp to his feet, urging him to lead the way to the village tavern. As they walked, Luffy explained how he came to know who Usopp's father was. After their meal, Nami inquired of Usopp, "Are there any shipwrights in the village who can operate boats? Also, where might we procure a larger vessel?" Usopp sighed in response, "As you can see, this is merely a small village. Unfortunately, you won't find what you're looking for here at that moment." Zoro, seated by the window, chimed in, "Isn't there a villa on the hill?" Excited, Nami asked, "Does Usopp know them? Can we possibly request their assistance?" Usopp replied seriously, "That would be impossible," and then he concocted an excuse to slip away. Observing Usopp's departure, Broly suggested, "In that case, let us investigate that villa on the hill and see if we can find what we need." The group nodded in agreement and left the tavern, heading toward the villa atop the hill. As they made their way, they encountered the 3 children who had previously assisted Usopp. From them, they learned that the villa's owner, Kaya, had shown improvement in her illness thanks to Usopp's help. Upon hearing that it was Usopp who had aided her, Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Great! Let's go ask if they can provide us with a ship." Before long, they reached the villa, and the three children informed Broly that they could not enter, as someone was guarding the entrance to. In response, Broly smirked, glanced at the railing, and then soared over with Nami. The others, utilizing Luffy's rubber abilities, followed suit into the villa's courtyard. That moment, Usopp was entertaining Kaya with jokes when Luffy and the others suddenly crashed to the ground. Broly and Nami soon joined them. Kaya stared in astonishment at the newcomers, and Luffy spoke up. "We have a favor to ask of you." Kaya, puzzled, replied, "A favor for me?" "Yes, indeed. We require a large ship." Before Luffy could finish, he was interrupted by a figure clad in black, wearing spectacles, who approached them and demanded, "What are you all doing here? Who permitted you to trespass?" Broly, intrigued, fixed his gaze on the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, while the others turned to look at him. As in the original narrative, Usopp and Kuro soon found themselves embroiled in a dispute over family matters. Consequently, everyone exited the villa with Usopp, and as they contemplated how to acquire a ship, Usopp overheard a conversation between Kuro and Zango. He hurried to inform the villagers, but no one believed him. In despair, Usopp returned to the villa, warning Kaya that her butler intended to kill her. However, Kaya did not believe him and slapped him. Afterward, Usopp sought out Broly and the others, expressing his desire to protect the village. Broly and the others agreed to assist him, and soon everyone retired for the night, preparing for the battle against the Black Cat Pirates at dawn. Chapter 5. Usopp joins early the next morning. A ship adorned with the emblem of a black cat appeared on the horizon, making its way toward the small island village. Before long, the ship was close, and under Captain Zango's leadership, the pirates leaped off the vessel one by one. Broly, witnessing this, turned to Luffy and said, "Luffy, Zoro, you handle these minions." He then seated himself atop a stone pedestal. Eagerly, Luffy and Zoro readied themselves for the incoming pirates, who charged towards Broly and the others with a thunderous roar, spurred on by Zango's rallying cry. In no time, the two groups collided, resulting in Luffy's rubbery assault sending the attacking pirates tumbling backward. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zango knew he must eliminate the obstructive Luffy quickly, lest their plans be thwarted and they fall victim to Kuro's wrath. Thus, Zango unleashed his special ability, hypnotizing the pirates and enhancing their strength, commanding them to charge at Luffy and his companions once more. During Zango's hypnosis, Luffy, unable to avert his gaze, fell under the spell as well. And soon, he too charged at the pirates in a frenzy. In quick succession, the pirates were sent sprawling to the ground. Yet Luffy did not cease his onslaught, propelling himself toward the ship they had just disembarked. With a powerful effort, he shattered the ship's bow. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Yao was taken aback and promptly resorted to his hypnotic abilities, causing Luffy to succumb to slumber. Just as Luffy fell asleep, two figures emerged from the ship, eliciting great delight from Zhang Yao, who exclaimed, "Ah, I nearly forgot. We still have an ace up our sleeve." With that, he commanded the Cat brothers to assault Zoro, who was still obstructing their path. One of the Cat brothers, Sam, feigned weakness and charged towards Zoro. Noticing Sam's apparent frailty, Zoro let his guard down, failing to unleash his full strength from the outset. Wielding a knife, he issued a warning to the approaching Sam. Nami and Usopp exchanged puzzled glances, as they had not anticipated that the ace Zhang Yao referred to would be so feeble. Sam closed in. A sudden shift in his demeanor occurred. He unleashed his full power, leaping into the air with astonishing speed, aiming directly for Zoro. Caught off guard, Zoro was momentarily unprepared, allowing Sam to snatch away the two knives he bore on his back during their clash. Infuriated by the loss of his weapons, Zoro retaliated, launching an attack at Sam, who deftly evaded the strike. Yet, Zoro's momentum carried him forward, leading him to leap onto Zoro's back and seize his arms, prompting his brother, Buchi, to engage Zoro in battle. Upon witnessing this, Zoro broke free from his restraints and dodged Buchi's assault, while the Cat brothers coordinated their attacks against Zoro. With only one knife at his disposal, Zoro found himself on the defensive against their combined efforts. Nami and Usopp, observing the unfolding situation, grew increasingly concerned. As Usopp prepared to assist Zoro with a slingshot, he was restrained by Broly. Confused, Nami looked at Broly, who explained, if you shoot with the slingshot now, Zoro will use his body as a shield that if you proceed, their targets will shift to you. Moreover, you need not fret. Simply return his 2 swords in an instant. Broly appeared at the location where the swords had fallen, kicking one back to Zoro like a tee that moment. Kuro arrived on the scene, and upon his appearance, the pirates halted their actions, their expressions a mix of tension and fear. The Cat brothers, unwilling to yield to Kuro, charged at him but were swiftly defeated by his speed. Kuro then granted them 5 minutes to deal with Zoro. Hearing Kuro's words, the Cat brothers quickly advanced toward Zoro. However, with Zoro now wielding 3 swords, his prowess was formidable. As they approached, Zoro dispatched the Cat brothers with a single technique. True to the original narrative, Buchi, due to his considerable size, survived Zoro's strike, but pleaded with Zhang to hypnotize him. Although his strength increased, he was still no match for Zoro. As Kuro's 5 minutes elapsed, and the battle was about to resume, Kaya arrived, intent on stopping Kuro. However, appearing behind him, Kuro instinctively attacked, leading everyone to believe Kaya was doomed. In a flash, Broly appeared before Kaya, grasped her, and evaded the attack. It would be unseemly for a gentleman to harm a lovely lady, Broly remarked nonchalantly. Now that everyone is present, it is time to conclude this tiresome charade. Zoro, awaken Luffy. This game must come to an end, Broly instructed. Nodding in agreement, Zoro approached and roused Luffy. Kuro, incensed by Broly's dismissive remarks, unleashed his signature move, the spoon, in an attempt to strike Broly. Observing Kuro's attack, which was barely faster than a turtle, Broly remained unfazed. As Kuro's clawed assault neared, Broly seized Kuro's hand, swiftly delivering a powerful punch to Kuro's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. With a forceful toss, Broly sent Kuro flying. The pirates, witnessing Kuro's effortless defeat, were gripped by fear, hastily retreating from the island. After the skirmish, the group convened at a restaurant for a meal. Once they finished dining, Kaya approached them, saying, I have a gift for you all as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Please accept it. The group expressed their thanks and followed Kaya to the shore. Upon spotting a grand ship, Luffy was filled with excitement, and after collectively thanking Kaya, they set sail with Usopp toward the horizon. Chapter 6. Journey to the floating restaurant on that day, aboard the Going Merry. Captain, I have crafted our pirate flag. What do you think? Luffy exclaimed, brandishing a peculiar banner. Upon seeing it, Broly burst into laughter, while Zoro stared at the flag in disbelief, muttering, if we use such a pirate flag, our crew will be doomed. This guy has no artistic talent whatsoever. Usopp sighed. Luffy, is that really a drawing? You fool. If you can't draw, just don't, Nami shouted. Usopp snatched the brush from Luffy, asserting, let me handle it. I used to love doodling on other people's walls, which awakened my artistic flair. He then began to sketch. However, when the artwork was revealed, everyone realized it was simply Usopp's own face. Zoro and Luffy approached, and each delivered a punch to his head, reprimanding, don't mess with the design. After some modifications, they finally settled on the pirate flag's design. Broly, gazing at the familiar emblem, felt a wave of nostalgia. It was the classic skull and straw hat from the beloved TV series. Luffy, brimming with excitement, shouted, it's finally complete. The Going Merry has been born. Just as the group was relaxing, a sudden cannon blast startled everyone. They quickly gathered on the deck to find Luffy standing by the cannon, muttering, it's strange, why can't I aim properly? Fool, let me give it a try, Usopp declared, positioning himself in front of the cannon and aiming at a rock in the sea. With a resounding boom, the rock was obliterated. Wow, that's impressive, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, when it comes to shooting, I'm the best, so how about I become the captain instead? Usopp boasted. Absolutely not. You should remain the sharpshooter. Now let's go eat, Luffy replied without hesitation, as he had worked hard to convince Broly to make him captain. The group then returned to the cabin, gathering around the dining table. Luffy, noticing everyone present, declared, I believe we need to find more companions before we enter the Grand Line. Broly, observing Luffy's serious expression, wondered if Luffy had finally come to understand the importance of having a chef at sea. The others, also taken aback by Luffy's seriousness, nodded in agreement. Yes, we must find someone exceptional, Nami affirmed. Indeed, they are an indispensable asset for long journeys, Zoro echoed. Luffy, delighted by the group's consensus, exclaimed, Great, you all think the same way. Our pirate ship must have a musician. The group fell silent, and Broly, unable to restrain himself, delivered a sharp tap to Luffy's head, shouting, Are you an idiot? I thought you might say something sensible. What do you think sailing is about? We are pirates, of course. We need to sing. As the group continued to criticize Luffy, a sudden roar echoed from the deck. Pirates, come out. I will kill you all. Luffy was the first to dash outside, engaging the assailant in combat. Within moments, the man was defeated and the others followed suit. Gazing down at the vanquished foe, Zoro inquired, Are you Johnny? Weren't you with Joseph? Big brother Zoro. Johnny exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy, with a curious gaze, turned to Zoro and inquired, Do you know each other? Johnny lamented. That Joseph fellow has fallen ill. A few days ago, he suddenly started bleeding profusely and lost some teeth that I was at a loss for what to do. So I intended to take him to Rock Mountain for treatment. But then, that Rock Mountain suddenly blew up. Luffy and Usopp stood there, stunned. Where's Joseph now? Zoro asked. Soon, Johnny led Zoro to where Joseph lay aboard their ship, and together they transferred him to the deck of the Going Merry AT that moment. Nami approached to examine him and remarked, He has scurvy. In the past, he would have been doomed, but now, with timely treatment, he can recover in just a few days. Really? Johnny exclaimed with excitement. Who are you calling big sister? Nami retorted angrily. She then turned to Luffy and Usopp, shouting, You two fools, don't just stand there. Hurry and fetch a barrel of rum for Joseph to drink. The two rushed off to bring the liquor, pouring it into Joseph's mouth. Before long, Joseph stood up exclaiming, I'm better, truly. Thank you so much. I thought I was done for. You need to rest properly. You can't recover that quickly, Nami scolded. Before she could finish, Joseph collapsed once more. Subsequently, Johnny escorted Joseph to the room arranged for him by the others. This is a lesson. Our food supply is limited. We must consider proper distribution and nutritional balance. Thus, we need a ship's cook, Zoro stated. Broly nodded and asked, So, does anyone know where we can find such a person? At that moment, Luffy grinned widely and declared, Then let us begin our search for a ship's cook. That way, we can enjoy delicious food. Johnny seemed to recall something, Big brother. If we're looking for a ship's cook, I know a place where we might find one. Though I can't guarantee he come at ITS a renowned floating restaurant in this area. Moreover, the man you've been searching for, Hawkeye, is also there, a floating restaurant? Luffy and Usopp exclaimed with excitement. Yes, if we sail for another 2 or 3 days, we'll reach it, Johnny confirmed. Hawkeye, Zoro trembled as if struck by a revelation. Hawkeye, my hawk, one of the 7 warlords, I wonder how strong he is? Broly mused happily, for since arriving in the world of One Piece, he had not encountered a worthy opponent. The prospect of facing one of the 7 warlords thrilled him, even though he knew it posed no real threat. It would provide him with a modicum of combat enjoyment. Chapter 7. Luffy's Calamity. After sailing for another 2 days, Johnny excitedly stood at the bow of the ship, shouting, Ha ha! He finally arrived at the floating restaurant. Everyone, hearing his call, the crew rushed to the front of the ship. Oh, what a massive fish! They exclaimed, for just ahead, a large wooden fish loomed, ingeniously crafted to resemble a restaurant, with flagpoles sprouting from its head and tail. Its sails billowing majestically. Suddenly, a ship with a black and white striped hull passed by, its crew exhibiting an air of arrogance. The sails bore strange patterns along with the words, Marine? Johnny and Joseph quivered behind a plank. Upon hearing this, Luffy's mouth fell agape as he looked at the Marines, exclaiming, When did they show up? They won't attack us, will they? Usopp, quaking in fear, queried. On the opposing Marine vessel, a man wearing a striped shirt and sporting golden hair raised his right hand leisurely, gazing at the flag upon Broly's ship, and remarked, I've never seen this pirate flag before. He had a steel prosthetic arm, revealing himself to be Lieutenant Iron Fist Horty. Horty, arrogantly clenching his iron fist, shouted towards Broly's crew, I'm a Marine lieutenant. Who is the captain here? I'm Luffy, the captain. The pirate flag was made just a few days ago, Luffy replied solemnly, while the others stared at him in disbelief. Questioning the timing of his statement, I'm Usopp. I'm the sharpshooter. Usopp echoed, mimicking Luffy to IT that moment. Horty spotted Johnny and Joseph, cowering behind the door. I've seen you two before. Johnny and Joseph, the bounty hunters who specialize in capturing third-rate pirates. So, you've finally been caught by pirates? Upon hearing this, Joseph and Johnny's faces soured, and they shouted angrily at the Marines. Horty's voice rang out, consider yourselves lucky today. I'm here to enjoy some fine cuisine and have no time to waste on you third-rate pirates. He then gestured to his gunner with a sinister grin, commanding, sink them. Usopp, noticing the gunner's movements, shouted in alarm. Oh no, they're going to fire at us. The crew turned to look just as a cannonball flew through the air with a resounding boom. Luffy dashed forward, using his body to deflect the cannonball back, sending it flying at an even faster speed. However, it seemed to veer off course, crashing into the roof of the floating restaurant with a tremendous explosion. Meanwhile, on the floating restaurant, Boss, are you all right? A crew member anxiously inquired, observing the smoke surrounding an elderly man donning a tall chef's hat and a chef's uniform, with a distinctive pair of long mustache-like whiskers. Notably, he was missing one leg, propped up by a wooden stick. The old man bellowed in fury, Of course I'm not all right, but you all better get back to work. It turned out the old man was the owner of the floating restaurant. Chef Zoff, however, the crew members still seemed concerned about his condition. Chef, your health, the old man scolded. A chef's duty is to provide food for customers. Do you want my restaurant to go bankrupt? With that, he kicked the crew member out of the room. Just then, a few more crew members entered, carrying Luffy as if he were a small chicken. Boss, we've brought the culprit. It's him, they exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping Luffy in front of Zoff. You scoundrel. Now, tell me how you plan to compensate us, Zoff thundered. After some discussion, they discovered Luffy had no money for compensation. Zoff, resigned, pointed at Luffy and said, if you have no money, then you'll have to work in my restaurant to pay off your debt. A year of unpaid labor. Luffy broke into a cold sweat at the mention of a year. It seemed his life was about to become quite arduous. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, the previously arrogant Marine Lieutenant Horty was seated elegantly at a table with a beautiful woman. Enjoying his meal, he waved his hand grandly. Commanding, waiter, a man dressed in a black suit approached, nonchalantly strolling through the restaurant with a cigarette in his mouth, leading Horty to mistakenly assume he was a waiter. What are you staring at? I am talking to you, Horty shouted angrily at the indifferent waiter. Sir, allow me to correct you. I am the sous chef here, not a waiter. He is the sous chef of the floating restaurant, Sanji, before he could finish his words. Sanji's old habit resurfaced. Upon spotting a stunning beauty nearby, he immediately shifted his focus and began flirting with her. Meanwhile, Horty, who was ignored and seated to the side, was seething with anger, just like in the original story. He first unleashed a swarm of insects to cause chaos, and upon witnessing his failure, he contemplated resorting to violence, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by an enraged Sanji in another part of the restaurant. In the owner's office, Luffy was engaged in a heated negotiation with the proprietor. Could you possibly reduce the time? How about just a week? Zeph's response was one of fury. How could that be? You blew up my restaurant and injured me, and you think a week's worth of free labor is sufficient compensation? Upon hearing Zeph's refusal, Luffy, undeterred, remarked, Is it really a whole year? That's unacceptable. I've endured for 10 years. Finally becoming a pirate, I absolutely cannot linger here for an entire year. Fine, let's settle on 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks. 3 weeks as compensation. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, ultimately making the decision himself. Zeph, unable to contain his frustration, bellowed, You fool, don't make decisions on your own. Watch this, cybernetic leg kick. With that, he leaped and sent Luffy flying. After the kick, Zeph declared, Whether or not to forgive you is my prerogative. However, I have a rather swift solution. Would you care to try leaving behind one of your legs? Luffy, of course, would not acquiesce and retorted, Old man, are you out of your mind? Zeph, growing even angrier, leapt again, employing a crushing technique that sent Luffy crashing down, causing the floor to buckle under the impact. Chapter 8. The arrival of Mihawk and the battle in the main hall of the floating restaurant. Sanji was incensed, as the naval lieutenant Hody had threatened to notify the Navy to destroy the restaurant. Ignoring the protests of his comrades, he resolutely charged towards Hody to teach him a lesson. Just then, a hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and two figures plummeted from above. Indeed, it was Luffy and Zeph. Phew! That was a close call, Luffy exclaimed as he stood up, brushing off the dust. Zeph, rising to his feet, looked up at the ceiling and lamented, "Damn it, my ceiling." He then scolded Luffy, "You little brat, this is all your fault. How can you blame me? You caused this yourself." Luffy retorted, "It." That moment, a voice from beside Luffy called out, "Boss, quick, stop Sanji." Hearing the urgency, Zeph swiftly intervened, while Hody was kicked aside. Suddenly, a naval soldier burst in, shouting, "Lieutenant, Hody, it's terrible. That person has escaped." "What? How could that be? When we captured him, he was on the verge of starvation. We haven't fed him for 3 days. How could he possibly have the strength to escape?" he said, casting a doubtful glance at the soldier. Just as the soldier was about to respond, a gunshot rang out, and he collapsed, his fate uncertain. As the soldier fell, a gaunt figure stumbled in, swaying unsteadily. Wearing a bandana stained with blood, that a burly crew member rushed over with unprecedented speed to welcome the frail man, adopting an overly amiable demeanor that was quite nauseating. "Hurry, bring food and water," the weak man implored. "Very sorry, but do you have any money?" the burly crew member inquired. "Just bring me food. Anything will do." The man shouted impatiently, "Oh, you have no money." The crew member's previously friendly expression transformed into one of malevolence as he unleashed a punch that sent the man sprawling to the ground, shattering chairs and tables in the process. He then hoisted the defeated man and hurled him out the door. The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment, not expecting such strength from the cook. Zeph, witnessing this, was furious, exclaiming, "You bastard! You've broken the chairs and tables again." Meanwhile, Hody, observing the scene, felt increasingly concerned for his own safety and slowly made his way toward the exit, eager to escape the chaos. On the deck of the floating restaurant, the man who had just been thrown out lay trembling on the ground from hunger. Soon after, Sanji approached him with a bowl of fried rice, placing it before him. Initially reluctant to eat, the man eventually heeded Sanji's encouragement and began to eat, expressing profound gratitude as he wept with emotion, exclaiming, "This is the best meal I have ever had in my life." Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but smile, and he extended an invitation to Sanji to join his pirate crew. However, Sanji adamantly refused. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, a voice interjected. "Excuse me, may I interrupt? What is it?" Both turned to face the newcomer, clearly displeased by the interruption. "I am Akin of the Creek Pirates." Akin introduced himself. Luffy, puzzled, asked, "Who is Creek?" Akin and Sanji were momentarily taken aback. Sanji, with a look of disbelief, replied, "You don't know? Creek is the strongest pirate around here, commanding over 50 ships and 5,000 pirates. He is a monster." At that moment, Zeph's voice echoed from above. "You errand boy, get back to work and stop slacking off." Akin, thanking Sanji, bid farewell to him and Luffy before departing on the lifeboat Sanji had provided. "Sanji, errand boy, what are you still doing? Get back to work." Zeph bellowed angrily, prompting Luffy and Sanji to rush back into the restaurant. Luffy was initially washing dishes, but ended up being assigned to serving plates after breaking one. He carried a plate into the dining hall. He spotted Broly and Nami leisurely seated at a table, enjoying delectable food. "You guys, how dare you eat all this while I'm away?" Luffy shouted indignantly. "Hey, errand boy," Nami called out to Luffy. Broly chuckled. "I heard you're planning to work here for a year." Usopp exclaimed with glee. "Then I can be the captain. Can I change the flag?" Chopper chimed in. Luffy glared at them, and noticing that they weren't paying attention, he discreetly picked his nose and dropped the contents in a Chopper's drink, saying, "Go ahead, enjoy your meal." Broly and Usopp, witnessing the spectacle, struggled to suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, Zoro appeared oblivious to the unfolding scene, poised to take a sip, when suddenly he seized Luffy and forcefully poured the drink into his mouth, causing Luffy to choke and collapse to the ground. Observing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. That moment, Sanji spotted Nami and instantly rushed to her side, eager to shower her with attention. Broly, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of irritation, thinking to himself, "Just wait until you join. I shall show you how to handle this brat. How dare you fawn over my designated girl?" Unbeknownst to him, Sanji involuntarily shivered at the thought. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the patrons, with shouts of "The Creek pirates have arrived. Everyone flee." Usopp, alarmed, called out to the crowd, "Hey, we should make a run for it too." Upon hearing this, Luffy approached the window and sighed. "What a massive ship! Is Ajin here to repay a debt?" Out at sea, the Creek pirate ship approached swiftly, a colossal vessel that dwarfed ordinary ships by tenfold. Yet it appeared remarkably dilapidated, as if it had suffered through a calamity. The patrons fled without a second thought, and at that moment, a gigantic figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. As the imposing silhouette gradually came into focus, it revealed Ajin supporting a massive figure draped in a fur coat. This individual, looking gaunt and frail, yet dressed in opulent attire, could only be Creek. The captain of the Creek pirates, seeing his captain in such a weakened state, Ajin pleaded with the crowd, "Please, save our captain. If not, he will perish." Yet the crowd remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, the restaurant staff, observing Creek's frailty, decided to summon the Marines to apprehend him. However, at that moment, Sanji approached Creek with a plate of fried rice and offered it to him. Creek quickly devoured the meal, and once finished, he stood up and promptly sent Sanji flying with a single blow. Empowered by the sustenance, Creek revealed his true nature, declaring his intent to claim the restaurant as his own and commanding the patrons to prepare provisions for 100 m. As Ajin, in despair, fell to the ground. The patrons remained motionless in response to the order. Sanji, rising from the floor and attempting to prepare the food, was intercepted by the others. At this moment, a particularly burly staff member brandished a small cannon and fired it at Creek. The cannonball struck Creek with a resounding explosion, creating a powerful shockwave. Just as the onlookers presumed Creek had been vanquished, the smoke dissipated to reveal him unscathed. Incensed by the resistance, Creek unleashed a barrage of gunfire from various parts of his body, causing the patrons to collapse under the assault. At this juncture, the owner, Zoff, presented 100 servings of food and water to Creek. Taking the provisions aboard his ship, Creek ordered his crew to attack the restaurant. Just as they were about to disembark, a thunderous crack echoed as Creek's ship unexpectedly split in half. The pirates aboard were thrown into a state of panic, and Usopp shouted, "This is bad." Nami, Johnny, and Joseph are still on the ship outside. Without hesitation, he dashed outside. Broly, knowing that Nami had likely cast Johnny and Joseph into the sea, directed the ship towards Arlong's territory. However, he remained unperturbed, deciding to engage with Mihawk before seeking out Nami. Following Usopp outside, the group heard Johnny and Joseph's frantic cries. "Oh no! Sister Nami pushed us overboard and escaped with the treasure and the ship." The others were taken aback, and after inquiring about the situation, they resolved to send Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph to pursue Nami. At that moment, a small boat emerged slowly on the water, its corners adorned with candles, and a tiny sail billowing in the breeze. A solitary chair occupied the vessel, upon which sat an individual. They drew closer. A piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle came into view. As the small boat approached, the figure became clearer, revealing a man with a handlebar mustache. An eagle-like stare, a black gentleman's hat, and a floral-striped black shirt draped over muscular shoulders, adorned with a necklace of crosses, with a strikingly large black sword resting on his back. Upon spotting this figure, Creek's panic intensified as he cried out, "Captain, this is the man who annihilated our fleet." Broly, upon seeing him, felt a surge of excitement, remarking at last, "Mihawk has made his entrance. I hope you can ignite a spark of battle within me." Zoro's heart raced as he beheld the man on the boat, thinking, "Is this truly the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk?" The pirates, gripped by overwhelming terror, shouted at Mihawk, "What grievance do we hold against you? Why do you fixate on us?" "Because I am bored," Mihawk casually replied. The pirates, unable to withstand their fear, drew their guns and fired at Mihawk. In a swift motion, Mihawk unsheathed his black sword, deflecting the incoming bullets effortlessly, which veered off course. The pirates were left in shock when Zoro's voice rang out from behind them. "No matter how many guns you wield, you cannot hit me." With that, Zoro appeared before Mihawk. I challenge you, he declared. Securing a bandana around his head, issue a challenge to me indicates your courage, but accepting such a challenge comes at a cost. Mihawk replied leisurely as Zoro bit down on his sword. He declared, this is my dream, my promise to my friends. Let the battle commence. With all preparations complete, the showdown was imminent. Mihawk produced a small knife, presenting it to Zoro. For you, this knife will suffice. Enraged, Zoro lunged at Mihawk. Yet his attacks were effortlessly parried. As Zoro's frustration mounted, he intensified his assault, but Mihawk blocked each strike with ease. In a final attempt, Zoro prepared to unleash his tiger, Hunt, but Mihawk, moving with lightning speed, thrust the small knife into Zoro's chest. Luffy, Johnny, Joseph, and Usopp shouted in alarm. Zoro. Mihawk, observing Zoro's lack of evasive action, inquired, why do you not dodge? Do you wish for me to pierce your heart? Zoro, pale and resolute, responded, I do not know. All I know is that if I take a step back, my dream, my promise, all will be utterly destroyed. In such a case, it would be better to die. Broly, witnessing Zoro's unwavering determination, felt a flicker of admiration. Very well. In a gesture of profound respect for the formidable, I shall engage you in a duel with the world's mightiest black blade. Mihawk, known as the Eagle Eye, displayed a keen interest as he slowly unsheathed the black sword from his back. Subsequently, Zoro unleashed the ultimate technique of the three-sword style, launching an assault towards Mihawk, with a horizontal grip on his sword. Mihawk swiftly executed a powerful sweep towards Zoro. The two blades clashed, resulting in the instantaneous shattering of Zoro's two swords, marking his defeat. Never had Zoro anticipated such a failure. Was this truly the power of the world's strongest? He silently questioned himself. Gradually, Zoro sheathed his blade and turned to face Mihawk, the disgrace of a swordsman wounded from behind. Thereafter, Mihawk raised his black sword and struck down towards Zoro, blood spraying forth as Zoro slowly collapsed into the sea. Simultaneously, Johnny and Joseph leaped into the water to rescue Zoro. As Luffy attempted to rush forward, he was forcibly restrained by Broly, while Johnny and Joseph managed to bring Zoro back to shore. The sight of Zoro still alive brought them immense joy, and they hurriedly took him for treatment. Once Broly observed that Zoro was settled, he instantly leaped onto a small boat and addressed Mihawk. Mihawk Dracula. Shall we engage in a little sparring? The crowd gasped in astonishment at Broly's words, while Mihawk regarded him cautiously, inquiring if he too sought battle. I hope you can provide me with some enjoyment in combat. With that, Broly beckoned Mihawk with a gesture. Mihawk raised his sword above his head and, with lightning speed, aimed to strike at Broly. However, Broly remained motionless, merely extending a single finger to intercept Mihawk's assault. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the blade met his finger. Astonished, Mihawk exclaimed, I never expected you to be so powerful. Effortlessly blocking my black sword with merely a finger, he swiftly withdrew. Retreating, it is now my turn. With that, Broly appeared before Mihawk in an instant, flicking his finger. Realizing he could not evade, Mihawk rapidly raised his black sword to defend himself. Once again, the metallic sound echoed. Mihawk felt an immense force surge through his hand, nearly causing him to lose grip on his sword, and he staggered back several meters to dissipate the overwhelming power. Broly paused his pursuit, stating, Mihawk, you should unleash your full strength. Otherwise, this will truly lack excitement. As you wish. With that, a substantial black aura manifested around Mihawk's sword, and he delivered a swift strike towards Broly. The black blade energy detached from the sword and sped towards Broly. Yet, Broly, without shifting his stance, calmly extended his right hand, effortlessly blocking the dark blade energy. He then slowly brought his palms together, causing the black energy to vanish into nothingness. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Luffy and Zoro knew of Broly's strength, but they could not fathom his capability to neutralize Mihawk's full-powered strike with a single hand. Mihawk gazed at Broly in disbelief. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? To intercept my full-force blade energy with just one hand. With a roar, he summoned a dark light enveloping his black sword, delivering another swift strike at Broly. Broly, observing the rapidly approaching blade energy. Retaliated with a punch that shattered the energy upon contact. How disappointing! I didn't even need to exert half of my power in my normal form. With that, he vanished, appearing behind Mihawk and delivering a hand chop to his neck, catching Mihawk off guard and rendering him unconscious. Soon after, Broly revived Mihawk, who, upon standing, respectfully remarked, "I never anticipated the gap between us to be so vast. I couldn't even withstand a single blow." Broly smiled and replied, "You have done remarkably well. Keep striving for improvement. I look forward to your next challenge." Mihawk, casting a respectful glance at Broly, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one. It seems I must take my leave." With that, he leaped onto his small boat and set sail. Meanwhile, Broly turned to Luffy and said, "Luffy, I entrust the remaining matters to you. I must first ascertain what has transpired with Nami." Luffy acknowledged with a nod. And shortly thereafter, Broly disappeared before the crowd. Chapter 9. The Wrath of Broly. As Luffy engaged in a fierce battle with Krieg, Broly followed Nami to the island of Saiyatia village, observing the widespread destruction around him. He noted, "What a catastrophe! It seems this place is deserted. I should follow Nami's trail." Just as he intended to pursue her scent, a fisherman approached him, declaring, "You are not from this island. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? You owe us a ransom of 100,000 belly for your life. Otherwise, we shall kill you." Broly slowly raised his gaze to the audacious fisherman and remarked, "You truly have no fear of death, speaking to me in such a manner." With that, he delivered a punch that sent the fisherman flying. Continuing to follow Nami's trail, Broly gradually made his way towards Arlong's territory, and halfway there, he encountered Nami. "Broly, what brings you here?" she inquired. "Our navigator is absent, so I have come to bring you back." Broly replied nonchalantly, "You should return. I previously stated that our relationship was merely a partnership, and now I am an officer of the fisherman pirate crew. We have no ties anymore." With that, she turned and fled. Broly watched Nami run away, feeling a sense of helplessness. What a foolish girl she was, unwilling to share her burdens, choosing instead to bear all the pain alone. Subsequently, Broly arrived at Cocoa West Village, found a restaurant, and ordered a meal to rest beneath the cliff outside Nami's mother's grave. This was the burial site of Nami's mother. Whenever Nami felt troubled, she would come here to visit her. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Nami, you are still the same. No, Kigo, what brings you here?" Nami asked that I heard you had returned, so I wanted to come and see you, replied no Kigo. Meanwhile, by the seaside of the village. "Look," a villager shouted towards the distant sea. "It's a Navy ship." Everyone turned their gaze towards the water, witnessing a massive Navy warship approaching, excitement surging among the villagers as they watched the vessel draw near. Soon, Arlong received the news and prepared to send men to negotiate. However, the Navy fired cannonballs first, inciting Arlong's fury, prompting him to dispatch his 3 most capable subordinates to destroy the Navy ship. In no time, the 3 fishermen successfully obliterated the Navy vessel sent to rescue them. The villagers watched in despair as the Navy, which had come to save them, sank into the depths of the sea. The 3 fishermen officers returned to Arlong's territory. "You have worked hard," Arlong remarked with a smile to the returning trio. "Dealing with those people was far too easy. Everything was under our control." Indeed, Nami's sea charts have been immensely helpful. Yes, it's a pity that the leader agreed to let her sell her village for 100 million belly to gain her freedom. Such a loss. The 3 of them spoke casually. Subsequently, the fishermen resumed their drinking and chatting that ate tea that moment. A contingent of Navy soldiers arrived in Kokoyashi village, but they were there to find Nami. They arrived at Nami's former residence and unearthed the money she had saved to purchase the village. During the ensuing resistance, Nami's sister, Nojiko, was injured. At this moment, Nami collapsed. The entirety of her 8 years of savings was gone, and she was so close to realizing her dream. Yet now, all hope shattered in an instant. Nami's mind went blank. Tears streamed down her face involuntarily. Turning to look at the symbol of the fisherman pirate crew on her arm, she picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and began to stab at the emblem with a wild fervor. At that moment, Broly emerged from the dining hall, intending to seek out Nami for a conversation. He understood that Nami refrained from revealing their capability to defeat Arlong because she did not wish to harm him and his companions. Thus, he resolved that if his efforts were in vain, he would seek out Arlong's domain directly and obliterate it. As Broly followed in Nami's aura and found her, he was met with the sight of her tear-streaked face. Repeatedly stabbing her arm that a surge of anger filled him instantly, he approached Nami slowly, gently stroking her head and saying, "Nami, I know you are in immense pain. The 100 million berries you saved over 8 years have been taken by the Navy in collusion with Arlong. But do not be disheartened. I will assist you. I will make Arlong regret ever stepping foot in this world." With that, he soared towards Arlong's territory with incredible speed. In a furious rage, Broly's speed was astonishing. And soon he arrived at the entrance of Arlong's lair. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashed the door with a single punch. Gazing at Arlong, who lay languidly in a chair, he coldly declared, "So, you are Arlong. I will make you regret ever existing in this world." With that, he clenched his fists, initiating his very first transformation since entering the world of One Piece. "Drink up!" With Broly's thunderous roar, his energy rapidly surged, causing the entire world of One Piece to tremble. The ground of Arlong's territory began to crack, and Broly's height increased by 30 centimeters. His purple hair shifted to a vivid green, and his pupils vanished. The legendary Super Saiyan form manifested for the first time in the world of One Piece. As the dust settled, a towering figure with blazing green hair and an aura of seething energy appeared before the fishmen, who trembled in fear at the sight of the transformed Broly. The pressure emanating from him instilled a sense of hopelessness within them at that moment. The fishman leader, Arlong, suppressed his fear and addressed Broly. "I did not intend to offend you, my lord." At Broly's vacant gaze fixed on Arlong. "You should not have made Nami cry. You should not have treated her as your tool. That I warned you that I would make you regret coming to this world. Are you prepared?" At that moment, Nami and the villagers preparing to resist arrived at the entrance of Arlong's territory, their mouths agape at the unfolding scene. Nami, upon hearing Broly's words, felt deeply moved, tears streaming down her face once more. Arlong, fueled by rage that eclipsed his fear, retorted, "Do not underestimate me." He lunged at Broly, but Broly swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful blow to Arlong's abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Arlong, who was about to be thrown back, and lifted him with disdain. "That I told you I wouldn't allow you to die so easily. You will regret ever coming to this world." He then imprisoned Arlong and tossed him to the ground. Turning to the other fishmen, Broly conjured a small energy sphere in his left hand and hurled it, resulting in a deafening explosion. As the dust cleared, the villagers beheld a massive crater, 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep. While the fishmen had vanished, Broly then summoned another energy ball in his right hand and launched it toward the fishman's base. The ensuing explosion obliterated the once mighty stronghold, leaving nothing in its wake. Broly approached Arlong once more, delivering a crushing blow that shattered Arlong's hands. With relentless strikes, he contorted Arlong's body beneath his feet until he finally ceased to breathe. Casually, Broly tossed Arlong into the sky and unleashed a powerful energy wave, erasing Arlong f 30 million. "How splendid! I have finally become a great pirate," Luffy exclaimed joyfully, dancing with exuberance. "What about us? Why are there no bounties for us?" Usopp voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. At that moment, Nami produced a bounty notice and directed it towards Broly, saying, "Brother Broly, this is your bounty notice with a reward of 700 million. I haven't seen the others." The crowd gasped in astonishment at the bounty. Upon hearing it, Luffy swiftly snatched the notice from Nami's hands and held it before Broly, declaring, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. 700 million already." Broly glanced at the bounty notice and chuckled. "Hee. I didn't expect the Navy to hold me in such high regard. A bounty of 700 million right from the start." Luffy, undeterred, continued to leap and shout in delight about his own bounty. Nami, beads of sweat forming on her brow, admonished him, "Luffy, you fool. Do you even realize what these bounties signify? We can no longer lounge about in the East Blue. Many will come to hunt us down. Even the Navy won't spare us. Who cares about that? We're headed to the Grand Line. Hee." Luffy began to sing and dance once more. Just then, Zoro pointed toward a vague silhouette in the distance, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't there an island over there? We see an island." That must mean we have arrived at Low Town, known as the place of beginnings and endings, Nami stated solemnly. The group looked at Nami with confusion, to which she indicated the island, explaining, "That island is where the Pirate King was born, and also where he was executed." Luffy suddenly fell silent, contemplating the Pirate King. The place of execution? Broly smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Luffy, do you wish to go there?" After some time, the ship finally docked at the town's pier. Luffy dashed off the ship, exclaiming, "All right, I'm going to the execution platform," despite everyone's attempts to restrain him. He ran off unimpeded. Meanwhile, the others disembarked. Sanji went in search of ingredients. Usopp sought out equipment, and Zoro borrowed 100,000 berries from Nami, who insisted on threefold repayment. Reluctantly, Zoro agreed and headed to the weapons shop. At that moment, Nami approached Broly, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Brother Broly, will you accompany me on a shopping spree?" Broly, finding Nami's blushing demeanor utterly adorable, nodded. "All right, I will accompany you today. You can shop for as long as you wish." With that, he took Nami's hand, and as she felt his grip, her face reddened further, her heart racing as she followed him. The scene shifted to a deserted island in the Grand Line. "Hawkeye, what brings you here?" A pirate on the island inquired. "I'm here to find your captain." "Where is he?" Hawkeye surveyed his surroundings. Well, a rare visitor. Are you here to challenge me to a duel?" A man with red hair, bearing 3 scars on his left eye and clad in a tattered pirate coat, emerged from the jungle. "You seem rather relaxed. However, I'm not here for a duel, that I have other matters to discuss." Hawkeye replied, producing bounty notices for Luffy and Broly. He continued, "Recently, I encountered a formidable foe who instilled fear in me. He defeated me with just 2 moves, and that person was with the kid you mentioned before." Shanks, upon observing Luffy's bounty notice, chuckled. "Luffy, you have finally arrived." Turning to Hawkeye, he asked, "Is the powerful person you mentioned the one on the other bounty notice? 700 million. Indeed." Hawkeye nodded. A bounty of 700 million right from the start. "It is truly unbelievable. Hearing you say that, I am quite eager to meet him." Shanks, gazing at the sky, remarked, "They will soon reach the Grand Line. You will meet them eventually, and then you will understand just how terrifying that person is." "I must take my leave." With that, Hawkeye effortlessly soared toward his small boat. "Hey, enough of that. Everyone continue drinking. Let us celebrate Luffy's ascension to piracy. Cheers." The island resonated with exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, in the village where Luffy was born, some villagers, upon seeing Luffy's bounty notice, began to express their astonishment. Chapter 11. The Town of Beginnings and Endings. Broly and Nami strolled leisurely along a street imbued with the charm of medieval Europe. Captivated by the dazzling array of goods in the shops, Nami, filled with excitement, tugged Broly from store to store, and with each shop they visited, Broly's hands were laden with bags. Eventually, Nami led him to the finest clothing store in the town, where she selected several garments and entered the fitting room. Broly took a moment to rest on a chair, contemplating how, whether in the 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional world, a woman's shopping prowess is truly formidable. Despite possessing a divine physique, he found accompanying Nami exhausting. He marveled at her boundless energy. While he was lost in thought, Nami emerged from the fitting room clad in an opulent fur coat and asked, "How do I look?" "Brother Broly?" Broly examined her closely and nodded. "It suits you splendidly. You appear truly regal." Overjoyed, Nami quickly changed into a striking red Chong Sam and stepped out again. Broly's gaze was drawn to her alluring legs revealed by the side slit, and he exclaimed, "You look absolutely stunning. So captivating, truly breathtaking." Upon hearing Broly's praise, Nami blushed and asked, "Do you really mean it, Brother Broly?" Broly responded earnestly, "Of course. Nami, you are so beautiful. This dress only enhances your charm." Nami tried on several more outfits, each time seeking Broly's opinion, and he spared no effort in showering her with compliments. At the tea that moment, the shopkeeper, noting that Nami had finished trying on clothes, approached with a professional smile and asked, "May I ask, do you wish to purchase all of these?" Just as Nami was about to speak, Broly interjected, affirming, "Yes, we'll take them all. Please wrap them up for us." "What is the total?" Upon hearing that they would purchase everything, Nami tugged at Broly, wanting to protest, but he silenced her, stating, "Nami, These garments will only reveal their true worth when worn by you. Only your beauty is worthy of these clothes. Nami's face flushed crimson, yet she felt elated. After Broly paid, he took Nami by the hand as they exited the shop, to which Nami expressed, "Thank you. Brother Broly, you are so kind." Broly smiled gently, and they continued their shopping adventure. The scene shifted to Zoro. Zoro walked along the street in search of a nearby weapon shop, hoping to purchase a couple of swords to make do. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. Approaching the source of the noise, he saw two individuals who appeared to be pirates surrounding a bespectacled girl, seemingly intent on attacking her. Just as Zoro was about to intervene, the girl swiftly incapacitated both assailants. The onlookers erupted in applause, praising the girl's prowess. As her glasses fell to the ground, Zoro picked them up to return them, but upon seeing her face, he froze, for the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to his sister, Kuma. Meanwhile, Luffy finally located the execution platform, and upon seeing it, he was filled with excitement, quickly climbing up and murmuring, "This is the place where the Pirate King met his end." At the Navy base in Lowtown, an urgent report was being delivered. Report: Colonel Smoker, we have alarming news. Several groups of pirates have invaded Lowtown, including the recently risen Straw Hat Pirates. A Navy soldier hurriedly relayed the information to Smoker. "All right, I understand. You may leave now, and remember to refrain from overreacting in the future." Smoker waved his hand dismissively, allowing the soldier to exit. Just as the soldier departed, another Navy soldier rushed in, reporting, "Report. Colonel, pirates have appeared both by the port and in the square. Please head over immediately." Upon hearing the report, Smoker donned his colonel's uniform, distributing tasks to his subordinates as he made his way outside. Meanwhile, Zoro, having acquired 2 swords free of charge, exited the weapon shop with great satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy as he prepared to head towards the port where the ship was docked. However, he unknowingly found himself at the execution platform, contemplating that since he was already there, he might as well search for Luffy at tea that moment. Usopp and Sanji's voices reached him. "Zoro, what are you doing here?" Sanji and Usopp approached, carrying a gigantic fish that, "Oh, since I've arrived here, I might as well look for Luffy to return with." Zoro remarked, "You all are here." At that moment, Broly arrived at the execution platform, carrying a large sack of Nami's clothes alongside her. Nami observed the somewhat dim sky and cautioned everyone. "The atmosphere of pressure here is unusually low. I think it would be safer for us to return to the ship sooner rather than later." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Zoro urged, "Let us find Luffy quickly and return together." Just as they were searching for Luffy, a commotion erupted in the crowd, with everyone pointing at the execution platform in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look, that madman has climbed up the execution platform." Broly and the others immediately turned to where the crowd was pointing, instantly recognizing it was Luffy, that fool. Broly then said, "Nami, let me take you back first, and I'll join you all shortly." After giving Zoro and the others a brief nod, he escorted Nami back to the ship. After dropping off her belongings, he greeted Nami and instantaneously teleported to join Zoro and the others. At that moment, as Zoro was urging Luffy to come down, a cloaked figure in gray suddenly appeared in the square, declaring, "Ha! Luffy, I have finally found you." He then discarded his gray cloak, revealing it to be the previously defeated clown, Buggy, accompanied by a peculiar lady wielding a spiked club. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Broly instantly appeared before Buggy and threw a powerful punch, catching Buggy off guard before he could utilize his devil fruit powers, sending him flying with tremendous force. Zoro and Sanji, witnessing Broly's aggressive action, rushed over and plunged into the fray against the pirates. Meanwhile, Luffy, seeing Broly and the others engaging in battle, leapt down to join the fight. Just as they were embroiled in the chaos, a swarm of Navy soldiers charged in, beginning their pursuit. As the Navy commenced their chase, Luffy was the first to flee the square, with Broly closely trailing him towards the port. As they sprinted towards the port, a girl wearing glasses appeared ahead, calling out Zoro's name. Upon seeing the girl, Zoro halted, urging Luffy and the others to go ahead, while Broly and the others continued their frantic dash. Just as they were nearing the port, they encountered Navy Colonel Smoker, who blocked their path. Broly, understanding that Luffy and the others would be unable to take on Smoker, decided to confront him, allowing Luffy to escape first. With a smirk, Broly taunted Smoker. "I wonder if your smoke can affect me. Let us play." Smoker, infuriated by Broly's dismissive demeanor, transformed his body into smoke in an attempt to ensnare him. However, as the smoke approached Broly, it cannot get close enough. "Ha! You can't even get near me. How do you expect to ensnare me?" Broly scoffed. Realizing the futility of his approach, Smoker retreated, acknowledging Broly's formidable strength, but declared, "You still won't be able to hit me." Unable to contain his disbelief, Broly retorted, "Are you joking?" Instantly, he landed a punch on Smoker, while his own figure began to fade from view. Smoker was sent sprawling from the force of the blow, and Broly taunted, "How about that? Can I hit you now? I've had enough of playing with you, Smoke Man. It's time for me to leave." With that, Broly teleported to join Zoro, swiftly bringing him aboard the Going Merry, which was sailing towards the Grand Line. Chapter 12. Entering the Grand Line, just as Broly brought Zoro onto the Going Merry, a sudden and violent storm swept over Rogue Town, engulfing the surrounding area. Torrential rain poured down in sheets, the sky darkened ominously, and fierce winds howled, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if seeking to consume the world. An hour later, the storm raged on. A few anxious Navy soldiers reported to Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, the sudden storm allowed Buggy's pirate crew and all Vita to escape. We should set sail to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates." Ignoring his subordinate's report, Smoker was consumed with rage, fixated solely on capturing Broly and Luffy for revenge. "All right, I want to go too." Des Bones tightened his grip on his sword, his expression resolute as he declared, "I will never forgive Roronoa Zoro. I will capture him with my own hands." Hearing their decision to set sail, a Navy soldier nervously advised, "But this town is under the Colonel's jurisdiction. What will happen here if you leave?" Smoker sternly replied to his subordinates, "As long as you don't interfere with me, that will suffice." Smoker was aware that the rumors of Broly defeating Mihawk with just 2 moves were true. However, he would not allow his superiors to meddle in his affairs. He wanted to capture Broly personally to redeem his loss. Thus, with his fury ignited, Smoker led Des Bones and a contingent of Navy soldiers, eagerly departing the port in a naval fleet, braving the storm as they headed towards the Grand Line. The Going Merry, facing the sudden storm, rocked violently upon the tumultuous waves, resembling an erratic heartbeat on a monitor. On board, Luffy and the others fought desperately to operate the ship. The Going Merry, braving the wind and waves, pressed onward towards the Grand Line, just as everyone exerted themselves in steering the ship, fatigue overwhelming them. The sky unexpectedly cleared, and the sea shimmered with clarity. "The storm has ceased," Luffy and the others exclaimed in surprise at this sudden change. Meanwhile, Nami looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression, noting the clear blue expanse devoid of wind. No wind." Suddenly recalling something, Nami panicked, exclaiming, "Oh no, we've entered the doldrums." "The doldrums? What is that?" Luffy and the others questioned in confusion. Broly, addressing the group, remarked, This is a massive sea king's nesting ground. We'll have something to eat shortly," he said nonchalantly. Luffy, hearing of the potential for meat, became exuberant. However, Nami shouted, "Why are you all acting as if nothing is happening? Raise the sails." Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Broly, hurry and use the oars to paddle the ship back in the storm. Nami, you don't need to panic. I am here, nothing will happen. How about we all try the taste of the gigantic sea kings together?" Broly waved dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Just then, the ship began to shake violently. "What is happening?" Everyone shouted in alarm. Suddenly, a colossal object surged from beneath the waves beside the Going Merry. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was an array of massive sea beasts, each more bizarre than the last, but sharing one common trait: enormous size. "Wah!" Everyone on board, except for Broly, gasped in astonishment. Broly, witnessing the spectacle, shook his head in exasperation. "Didn't I say there was no need to panic? Sanji, wait for me to bring back some more meat. I'll need you to cook it for us." Initially thinking it was a jest, the crew quickly realized Broly was serious, leaving them momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the mention of meat, Luffy snapped back to reality, drooling as he yelled, "All right, I'm going. You all wait here. Upon finishing his words, a luminous sword manifested in Broly's hand. In an instant, he flashed before a sea beast resembling an octopus, wielding the sword with a speed that was nothing short of breathtaking, striking the creature with a flurry of fierce blows that in a heartbeat. Amidst the dazzling sword light, the beast was cleaved into several large pieces of flesh. Broly swiftly sheathed the sword, seized the largest chunk of meat, and flew back to the ship, placing the hefty morsel upon the deck. With a slight smile directed at the astonished crowd, he declared, "All set. We've procured our food. Now hold tight to the ship, for we must take our leave." Before anyone could fully comprehend his words, a shock wave surged towards the colossal Sea King behind them. The ship propelled forward with the recoil of Broly's energy wave, and the Sea King, struck by the blast, disintegrated without a sound. The sky darkened suddenly, fierce winds howled, torrential rain poured, and thunder rumbled deafeningly, heralding their return to the tempestuous waters. We have finally returned to the storm. On board, aside from Broly, everyone else lay sprawled on the deck, weakly shouting to escape the harrowing windless zone. All right. With you all looking like this, I won't say anything more. There's no danger. Sanji, take this meat and prepare a meal. I'm famished, Broly remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the others scrambled to their feet, while Luffy stared at the enormous piece of meat, drooling. Broly, you scared me to death just now. Is this how you play? Nami exclaimed. Still shaken, Broly approached Nami, gently ruffling her hair, saying, "Silly girl, had I lacked this strength, I would have let you all go long ago. Rest assured, with me around, there is nothing to fear. I would never allow our dear Nami to come to harm." Nami blushed at his words, letting out a huffy sound, choosing to remain silent. Truly commendable, for one who has bested Mihawk in mere 2 moves, to dispatch such a large Sea King in an instant. Zoro gazed at Broly with admiration, resolutely stating, "It seems I must train even harder." Sanji, the chef, gazed eagerly at the fresh chunk of meat on the deck, pondering, should I roast it or boil it? Either way is fine. Sanji, hurry up and cook it. I'm starving, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, let us find a moment for me to help you train. Your current strength is still too weak. The trio nodded in agreement. That moment, Nami suddenly shouted, "I've finally figured out how to navigate over mountains into the Grand Line." Everyone turned to her, captivated. It's the ocean current. The 4 seas converge to form a massive current that surges towards that mountain, then flows out into the Grand Line. This formidable current can carry our ship to the mountain's peak. Sanji's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Nami, you're amazing." Luffy, however, looked puzzled and said, "I don't quite understand what you're saying. But it's that incredible mountain, right?" The others exchanged exasperated glances at Luffy, while Nami, looking frustrated, sighed, "Forget it. I know you won't get it. Explaining is futile." Broly then pointed ahead, declaring, "Everyone look. We're almost there." Before them loomed a colossal, boundless Redwalled. The Going Merry sailed safely along the powerful rising current, navigating the narrow riverine slopes, just as depicted on the nautical charts, carrying the crew over the towering red line. Behold the Grand Line! Charge! As the ship reached the summit, it accelerated down the river, poised to enter the Grand Line. Yet just then, a massive black wall appeared before them. Nami gasped, "This can't be." After the upside-down mountain, it should be nothing but sea. She quickly grabbed her telescope for a closer look, exclaiming, it's a whale. Not good, we're about to collide." The crew cried out as the Going Merry hurtled towards the whale's belly at breakneck speed, threatening to shatter upon impact. Broly sighed, recognizing the whale, and in a flash, he reached the ship's mast, lifting it into the air, then soaring past the whale before gently setting the ship down before the astonished crew. "Don't look at me like that. I'm merely a legend you can't hope to emulate." Before long, the crew regained their composure. "Hey, look over there, on that island. There's an old man sitting there. Let's go check it out." Luffy called. As the Going Merry approached the island, the crew inquired of the old man, "Hey, do you know why that whale is blocking our path?" The old man slowly began to recount the tale of the whale named Laboon. The crew felt a mix of anger and compassion for the whale's devoted friend. Just then, 2 figures emerged, laughing maliciously. We won't miss this chance again. We'll take it for our meal." A strangely dressed man and woman brandished rocket launchers, eyeing the whale hungrily. Upon recognizing the woman, Broly realized she was Princess Vivi. The old man glared at them ominously. The duo aimed their rocket launchers at the whale, sneering, "Prepare to meet your doom. We'll claim that whale meat for ourselves," just as they were about to fire. Luffy delivered a punch that sent the crown-wearing man tumbling to the ground. In an instant, Broly stood before Princess Vivi, intercepting a punch aimed at Luffy, saying, "Luffy, don't strike a beautiful lady." The pair trembled in fright and fled at lightning speed. The crew watched the whale, still battering against the mountain, and Nami urgently asked, "Didn't you explain the truth to Laboon?" "I did, but he wouldn't listen. Every time I broach the subject, he roars with fury." Forbidding me from speaking, the old man replied helplessly. Nami then turned to Broly, asking, "Broly, can you do something about it? He looks so pitiable." Broly patted Nami's shoulder, saying, "Watch closely." He then utilized his flying technique to approach Laboon, placing a finger against the whale's path, saying, "Is this all the strength you possess? I can stop you with just a finger." Laboon roared defiantly, still unconvinced. "If you are, then you must train diligently. When we meet again, we shall settle this." With that, he unleashed a shockwave that pierced a hole through the red line. "Did you see that? Something you could never break. I can shatter with a mere finger. You need to train hard and strive to surpass me." Laboon let out a roar as if to prove something. The old man across the way smiled reassuringly. Broly smiled, saying, "Good, very good. It's settled then. When I return, I want to witness your strength. You must survive to grow stronger." Soon after, the crew roasted the large chunk of meat they had procured from the Sea King, relishing every bite as they celebrated. Once they had satisfied their hunger and concluded their jovial festivities, they bid farewell to the old man and embarked on the Going Merry, setting forth on their inaugural adventure in the Grand Line. Subsequently, everyone gathered at the stern of the ship, waving farewell to Labo, who in turn shouted back as if bidding them all goodbye. Chapter 13. The conspiracy of Welcome Town. That the Going Merry was sailing toward its first destination on the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, and along the journey, the weather fluctuated dramatically. At times blanketed in heavy snow, at others bathed in warm sunlight, and then again besieged by thunderous storms. Amidst this capricious weather, Nami wore an expression of exasperation. Fortunately, thanks to the eternal pointer obtained from the old whale, the crew managed to stay on course, arriving at what appeared to be a pirate's paradise, but was, in reality, a pirate's hell, and indeed, a den for bounty hunters. The Going Merry glided gracefully into the harbor, and as soon as they docked, countless villagers who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival erupted in exuberant cheers, with flowers and ribbons soaring through the air. It must be acknowledged that any ordinary pirate witnessing this scene would hardly suspect it to be an act orchestrated by bounty hunters. Meanwhile, Luffy, in his usual foolishness, raised his arms in jubilation, while Sanji was rendered dizzy by the charming ladies of the town, and Usopp, shaking off his initial timidity, stood at the bow, basking in the villagers' adoration. The only ones maintaining their composure were Broly, Nami, and Zoro. Upon disembarking, a peculiar figure approached them, curly-haired, clad in a suit, saxophone in hand, who warmly greeted the crew, saying, "Hello, esteemed pirates. I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak, and on behalf of all the townsfolk, I extend a hearty welcome to you. That a feast has been prepared in your honor. Please indulge yourselves." Upon hearing of the food, Luffy couldn't contain his excitement, dragging Sanji and Usopp along in a chorus of cheers. Broly, Nami, and Zoro exchanged exasperated glances at the antics of the three fools. The grand banquet commenced almost instantaneously, and under the guidance of the curly-haired mayor, they made their way to the local tavern, reveling in fine wines and beautiful maidens, all eager to serve. The townspeople exhibited an extraordinary level of enthusiasm, each accompanied by their own entourage of villagers. Some watched Luffy devour food with abandon, while others were enraptured by Usopp's adventurous tales, and Sanji, the lecherous cook, was busy charming the ladies. Meanwhile, Nami, upon hearing of a bounty of 100,000 berries, pressured Zoro and implored Broly to accompany her in a drinking contest with the group. As the festivities unfolded, night gradually fell, and soon the Straw Hat Pirates succumbed to slumber. Observing the fallen crew, the townsfolk promptly ceased their merriment, leaving a few behind to keep watch before exiting the premises. Shortly after the townspeople departed, Zoro, who had been sprawled drunkenly on the table, awoke and swiftly dispatched the useless guards. With a sinister grin, he slipped out, followed by Broly and Nami, who both stirred awake. At Nami's insistence, Broly accompanied her in search of valuable items. As Zoro was engaged in a fierce battle with the bounty hunters for Baroque works, Broly and Nami scoured the area for treasures. Yet after much searching, they found nothing, inciting Nami's ire. Where on earth are these scoundrels hiding their money? Broly, noticing her frustration, remarked, "All right, lass, stop searching. There's nothing of value in this town. The residents are all bounty hunters affiliated with Baroque works. Most of their earnings go to the organization, leaving them with very little." Nami, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Broly, if you knew this, why didn't you stop me from searching?" She turned her head, feigning indifference. Finding her anger endearing, Broly couldn't resist playfully pinching her adorable nose. Now, don't be upset that I promised to introduce you to a lucrative business deal as compensation, all right? Fine, you said it, and if I'm not satisfied, you'll owe me. Yes, I said it, don't worry. You'll be pleased. Meanwhile, the battle outside was nearing its conclusion. Zoro had single-handedly dispatched over 100 bounty hunters, leaving only the curly-haired mayor, Reimagined, Princess Vivi, and the clownish figure remaining. Soon, the clown, Reimagined, and Princess Vivi were all bested. Broly sensed the arrival of two more individuals, realizing it was Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, indicating that Vivi's identity would soon be revealed. He turned to Nami. "Nami, business is calling. Let us head outside." Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes gleamed with the prospect of wealth, and she eagerly nodded. Outside, the battlefield had shifted. Vivi and her companions were now being relentlessly pursued by the newly arrived duo. Vivi, riding on a duck, fled for her life, her allies sacrificing themselves for her escape. Mr. Five sneered, watching Vivi flee, and flicked a booger in her direction, believing it laughable that she thought to escape before his explosive fruit. Just as the booger neared Vivi, Broly and Nami burst forth, conjuring a protective shield in front of her. An explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke. As Mr. Five prepared to depart, a voice emerged from a haze. "So you're the princess, huh? How about we protect you for a fee of 1 billion berries?" Nami exclaimed joyfully to Princess Vivi. "What? 1 billion?" Just as Vivi was taken aback and bewildered, Miss Valentine appeared above Broly and the others. 10,000 kilograms, a woman adorned in lemon-patterned attire, wielding an umbrella, plummeted towards them like a meteor. Broly swiftly shielded Nami and Princess Vivi, then addressed them. "You two take your time negotiating. I'll handle this mess." Nami nodded in agreement as Broly approached Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. "Oh, you're the high-ranking agents of Baroque works? Pathetically weak," Broly declared, launching himself at Mr. Five and delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. He then turned to Miss Valentine. "Will you walk out with the nearly deceased, or shall I escort you?" Without a word, Miss Valentine leaped above Broly. 10,000 kilograms. She descended rapidly towards him, but Broly effortlessly caught her foot with one hand. "Looks like you need an escort after all." With a flick of his wrist, he sent both her and Mr. Five soaring into the sky, their figures vanishing from sight. Chapter 14. Robin. Princess Vivi gazed at Broly in astonishment. "I never expected you to be so formidable, Mr. Broly." Broly smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a few small fry," as Nami witnessed Broly's effortless defeat of the two foes. Her confidence surged, and she resumed negotiations with Princess Vivi. Meanwhile, Broly sought out Zoro. Upon finding him, Luffy had inexplicably awakened and was facing off against Zoro, tension palpable between them. Without hesitation, Broly stepped between them, delivering a swift knock to each of their heads to quiet them down. Learning that Luffy was upset because he believed Zoro's actions against their gracious hosts were ungrateful, Broly could only shake his head at the foolishness of it all. Before leading both Luffy and Zoro back to Nami's side, as Nami and Vivi were discussing terms, Vivi informed Nami about Baroque Works' conspiracy to seize her homeland, Alabasta, explicitly stating that due to the ongoing civil unrest in Alabasta, there was no way to pay Nami the exorbitant fee she demanded. Nami, feeling disheartened, realized that she did not wish to be embroiled in a political struggle, especially one aimed at overthrowing a monarchy. Thus, she resolutely decided against escorting Vivi back to Alabasta. Even if Vivi could indeed pay 1 billion berries, she would not accept such a perilous mission. Just as Nami prepared to abandon the idea, Vivi inadvertently uttered words that caused Nami's expression to shift dramatically. Although you are all strong, you will never be able to defeat one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile tea that moment. Nami discovered a vulture and a sea eel standing nearby, observing us before they took flight together. Trembling in terror, Nami shook Vivi and inquired about the 2 creatures. Broly approached, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. There's no need to worry." He patted Nami's shoulder, urging her to calm down. Overwhelmed by the fear induced by the 7 warlords of the sea, Nami burst into tears and threw herself into Broly's embrace. Lamenting to be pursued by the 7 warlords right after entering the Grand Line is simply unbearable. Fear not, fear not. Look at Luffy and the others. They seem completely unfazed. Broly pointed to Luffy, who was obliviously speculating about Crocodile's character. And Zoro, whose fighting spirit was palpable as he comforted Nami. It was indeed astonishing how carefree these 2 were. They had just been locked in fierce battle, yet now they were engaged in light-hearted banter. Truly, those devoid of worries can lead such carefree lives. However, but they're the 7 warlords. Nami continued to cry. Have you forgotten our captain's dream? He aims to become the Pirate King. If he were to cower before a mere 7 warlord, how could he ever fulfill that ambition? And besides, I'm here too. Rest assured, a mere 7 warlord is nothing to me. Broly gently wiped away Nami's tears while softly comforting her. Broly, let's escape together. Nami, not heeding Broly's words, implored him with tear-streaked cheeks. Broly lightly flicked her forehead with a smile and sighed. Do you think that a schemer seeking to usurp power would send out untrained scouts? Those 2 creatures that just departed were certainly specially trained. They most likely have our portraits drawn already. At that moment, the 2 creatures that had flown away reappeared before Nami, showcasing the sketches of the group, before soaring away once more. Oh no, now we can't even escape. Nami cried out, burying her face in Broly's chest. Broly, in exasperation, held Nami close, gently patting her back while soothing her. Then, Icolum, dressed similarly to Vivi, stepped forward with a plan. He disguised himself as Vivi, using several dummy figures made from blankets to divert the enemy's attention, allowing Luffy and the others to escape with Vivi. After escorting Icolum onto the ship, everyone watched as the vessel slowly set sail, only to witness it explode moments later. In an instant, the ship that had been bobbing on the waves vanished without a trace, leaving Luffy and the others looking extremely grim. This moment, Nami clutched Vivi tightly, whispering words of comfort to the princess who was fighting for her homeland, as she desperately bit her lip to hold back her tears. After a brief silence, Luffy stated solemnly, "Let's set sail to Alabasta." Zoro hurried back to the Mary to make preparations, while Luffy rushed off to find Usopp and Sanji, leaving Broly to protect Nami and Vivi. When Broly, Nami, and Vivi finally reached the Mary, they witnessed Luffy dragging Sanji by the foot with one hand and Usopp by the nose with the other, rapidly approaching despite the obstacles. The 2 being towed wailed and cursed at Luffy, who, holding his breath, ignored their protests. On board the Mary, the clueless Sanji and Usopp voiced their dissatisfaction about setting sail at this time, shouting loudly. Zoro, with a grim expression, urged Nami to explain the situation, leading her to knock each of them out with a punch. Just then, a voice called out from behind them, "Be careful as you set sail. Don't crash into the rocks." Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned around. Usopp and Zoro pointed their weapons at Robin, who, in a manner consistent with the original story, swiftly disarmed them and snatched Luffy's straw hat. Broly did not intervene, watching Robin with a smile. When he saw her take Luffy's hat, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Robin, gently retrieving the hat and tossing it back to Luffy. He calmly remarked to Robin, "Please refrain from playing with Luffy's straw hat. It is his most treasured possession. Also, your fruit abilities are of no use to me, so save your effort. The bounty of 700 million indeed lives up to its reputation. The rumors of you defeating Mihawk in 2 moves are not unfounded." Robin attempted to use her flower fruit abilities to throw Broly off, but it proved futile, yet she remained entirely unperturbed. Stopping Luffy from shouting, Broly said mildly, "Go back and tell Crocodile to wash his neck, and wait. Am I to understand that you wish to declare war on my boss?" Robin smiled at Broly, unfazed by his words, indicating that there was no real loyalty or trust between her and Crocodile. As long as Luffy, our captain, agrees, Broly turned to Luffy. "That bastard is mine to defeat." Luffy's gaze sharpened as he looked earnestly at Broly. "As you wish, Luffy." Broly nodded in agreement, then addressed Robin. "You heard that. Our Straw Hat Pirates officially declare war on the 7 warlords, Crocodile. Let him prepare. I will convey your message," Robin replied with a smile, showing no trace of emotion over her boss being challenged. Then playfully said to Broly, "You will be passing through Little Garden next. It is quite perilous there, and this is Alabasta's permanent pointer. No need for that. Luffy doesn't like others charting his course." Broly gently declined Robin's offer, to which Luffy nodded in agreement. Seeing that she was not welcomed, Robin turned and leapt onto her turtle steed to depart. "Broly, why don't we take that permanent pointer?" Nami erupted after watching Robin leave, grabbing Broly's clothes and exclaiming, "Don't you realize that with that permanent pointer, we could head straight to Alabasta?" Broly patted Nami's shoulder, exasperated, and replied, "Do you not understand Luffy's character? Even if we took it, he would likely destroy it. Besides, are you truly certain that what she provided us is genuine? Let us not forget she is still our enemy." Subsequently, Nami chose not to dwell on the matter further as Luffy bellowed, steering them toward their destination, Little Garden. Chapter 15. Arrival at Little Garden. After some time at sea, the group finally beheld the legendary Little Garden. The island was teeming with colossal trees and ferocious beasts, resembling a primordial forest, hardly aligning with the term Little Garden. Will there be monsters? Usopp trembled, evidently terrified. "Look at how dense the foliage is. It bears no resemblance to a garden," Nami remarked, gazing perplexedly at the towering trees. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing roar echoed from the woods, startling everyone. What was that sound? Usopp had already dropped to the ground. "It's nothing. Just a little bird." Sanji pointed to the sky at the avian creature. "Is it really just a bird?" Luffy questioned, staring up as the bird grew increasingly large, its flapping wings causing the ship to sway violently. "Seeing this, I've decided not to go ashore." Usopp nodded vigorously, affirming his decision. Nami quickly hid behind Broly, clutching his shirt tightly, her face a mask of fear and anxiety. Wow, Miss Nami looks so adorable like that. But why is she hiding behind Broly? Sanji leered at the frightened Nami, then glared discontentedly at Broly. Broly turned around, patting Nami's back, and reassured her, "Do not fear, silly girl. It is merely a little bird. Come ashore with me later. As long as I'm here, you need not worry." Nami gazed at Broly, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She then nodded, preparing to disembark with him. "Sanji, bento. I want a pirate bento. I can smell the scent of adventure." Luffy, born with an innate love for adventure, was soon swept up in excitement, clamoring to explore the forest. "Hey, can I go too? If I stay here, I'll just overthink everything. It's better to venture out." Vivi, mustering her courage, proposed to join Luffy on his escapade. Upon seeing Vivi's eagerness, Nami decided she too would accompany Broly, saying, "Vivi, come with me. You're our cherished princess after all, with big brother Broly around. You'll be perfectly safe. All right, let us set off on our adventure," Luffy exclaimed, leaping off the ship with the pirate bento prepared by Sanji, raising his fist to the sky and shouting in exhilaration. With Broly, Nami, and Vivi following closely behind. "Nami, you're going too?" Usopp lamented, watching helplessly as Broly and Nami sprinted away. "All right, let us have a competition. Humph. Let us see who can catch the biggest prey." Meanwhile, Sanji and Zoro had already jumped off the ship, ready to test their hunting skills, before turning and striding in opposite directions. "Oh no. What am I supposed to do if all of you leave me?" Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face. Quack, with Broly and Nami's company. Vivi's duck remained on the ship, trembling and gazing at Usopp, hoping he would protect her. "Everything relies on you." Usopp turned to the duck and said, "Tea that moment." On Broly's side, Luffy marveled at a colossal creature, which Broly recognized as a prehistoric dinosaur, while Luffy pointed excitedly at a brontosaurus. Vivi, observing the brontosaurus, began to sweat, clearly frightened, while Nami clutched Broly's arm tightly, her cherry lips parted in speechlessness. Broly gently patted Nami's delicate hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Receiving Broly's comforting gaze, Nami gradually calmed down. Suddenly, they witnessed the brontosaurus' neck severed by an unknown force, casting a dark shadow over their location. A monster! Nami shrieked, clinging desperately to Broly, while Vivi looked up at the enormous beast obscuring the sky, also gripping Broly's other side in fear. Next to the fallen brontosaurus stood an immense figure, wielding a gigantic sword and shield. Clad in warrior armor, with a tattered cloak draped over his back, he resembled an ancient warrior, yet was colossal, towering over them at nearly twice the size of a dinosaur. Broly scrutinized the giant before him, who was also observing Broly and the others. The giant then rested the massive sword on his shoulder, bent down to look at them, and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, It has been ages since I've had visitors." Luffy, momentarily astonished, quickly regained his composure, unafraid, and stretched his rubbery arm to leap onto the giant's shoulder, addressing him. "You're so big. Are you human? A devil fruit user? Waha! I'm the strongest warrior of Elbaf village. My name is Dory." The giant, Dory, proudly introduced himself with a hearty laugh. Nami and Vivi, nestled in Broly's arms, stared at Dory in awe, whispering, "A giant! It's my first time seeing one, although I've heard tales before." "Nami, Vivi, do not fear. He won't harm us. Let us go greet him," Broly gently reassured them, embracing Nami and Vivi as he employed the sky dance technique, soaring to the giant's other shoulder. He greeted Dory, saying, "Hello, Dory. We are pirates. I am Broly, this is Nami, and this is Vivi, and over there is our captain, Luffy." After introducing Nami and Vivi, Broly continued, "Oh, another devil fruit user. You are pirates too? It has been so long since I've had pirates visit here. I must invite you to my home." Dory, displaying his hospitable nature, cheerfully declared as he began to lead them toward his abode without waiting for their consent. Chapter 16. The battle and departure in the little garden. Giant Dory brought them to his home, where he lit a fire and began roasting the meat of the brontosaurus he had just hunted. That moment, Luffy voraciously devoured a massive piece of dinosaur meat Dory had prepared, exclaiming, "Giant uncle, this meat is absolutely delicious." Dory, holding the minuscule pirate bento Luffy had given him, laughed heartily. "Wah, your pirate bento is quite tasty too, but it simply doesn't fill me up." The dinosaur meat was indeed exceptionally flavorful and satisfying. Broly, not one to be shy, sliced a generous chunk of dinosaur meat for himself and gently reassured the visibly anxious Nami and Vivi seated closely beside him. "Nami, Vivi, there's no need to be afraid. This dinosaur meat is truly delectable. It will be hard to come by again, so hurry and eat." With that, Broly handed them each a small piece of meat. Feeling reassured by Broly's words, Nami and Vivi settled down, thanking him as they eagerly began to enjoy the meat. "Mr. Dory, may I ask you a question?" Nami inquired while relishing the dinosaur meat. "How long does it take to store records on this island?" Dory pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, regarding the records of this island,